Chapter 1. Immediate Arrest of Qin Feng. In the land of the lighthouse, at an international airport, Qin Feng was engaged in a telephone conversation with someone. "No, buddy, are you really returning home? Are we truly abandoning our business? Are you willing to forego your earnings?" On the other end of the line, Li Wentao's voice was filled with incredulity. Qin Feng sighed. "What's the point of earning this money? I'm going back. I've accumulated several million and am preparing to start a small business back home. I haven't been back in years. I truly miss the Dragon Nation. Brother, I've grown utterly nauseated by the bland fare here in the land of the lighthouse. No matter how profitable our business is, I can no longer endure it." Qin Feng, a student who had spent 6 years abroad, had not returned home in all that time. Li Wentao fell silent at this last statement. Damn, such a reason was simply irrefutable. He had intended to persuade Qin Feng to reconsider, to endure another 2 years for the sake of financial gain. But now those words eluded him. "All right then, brother, I wish you the best of luck," Li Wentao expressed. "You should also return home. Haven't you had enough of the food abroad? Isn't Dragon Nation's cuisine enticing? Isn't it enough to tempt you?" Qin Feng urged Li Wentao. Li Wentao remained silent, and after a lengthy pause, he murmured, "I can't go back. I can't go back. Brother, you went abroad voluntarily. I was forced to. Given my father's situation back home, I have no means to return." Qin Feng sighed silently as well. Every family has its own troubles. Was his studying abroad entirely voluntary? Certainly not. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been unable to return for 6 years. He certainly wouldn't have chosen to engage in such business ventures with Li Wentao merely to make ends meet. "Forget it, brother. We will both have bright futures." With that, Qin Feng bid farewell to Li Wentao and ended the call. Boarding. He was officially embarking on his journey home. Just as the plane carrying Qin Feng had just exited the airspace of the land of the lighthouse. The Lighthouse National Investigation Bureau, known as Fabola, was in turmoil. In the office of the Minister of Fabola, the minister was being berated by the Lighthouse King over the phone. "Damn it, you receive substantial funding every year, yet this is the outcome of your efforts? You haven't even managed to uncover the information I tasked you with. What is the situation regarding the batch of drones deployed by Xiaoyi? Why do those drones contain electronic components originating from our land of the lighthouse?" As the minister listened to the furious tirade of the Lighthouse King, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He was acutely aware of the king's ire. Lighthouse King, please grant us a bit more time. We will undoubtedly uncover the truth. We have investigated all import and export companies associated with Xiaoyi, yet found no leads." The Lighthouse King's anger intensified upon hearing this. "Not a single clue. Are you all fools? You squander such a hefty budget every year. Is it merely to buy pig feed?" The minister wiped the sweat from his brow profusely. At that moment, a knock sounded at his office door, followed by a voice reporting outside. "Minister, the issue concerning that batch of electronic components has been investigated." The minister's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope, as if he had encountered a savior. He promptly exclaimed, "Come in. Quickly, come in." Then addressing the phone, he stated, "Lighthouse Wang, we have uncovered the details. I shall keep the line open for you to listen to the report." At that moment, the reporting personnel from the Bureau of Investigation entered, handing the minister a document and introducing, "Minister, after thorough investigation, we have finally discerned the matter at hand. The person involved is named Qin Feng. He was originally studying in our Lighthouse Nation." Enrolled. That the minister interrupted abruptly with a wave of his hand. "Get to the point. How did he manage to sell the goods to little E?" The Bureau personnel continued the report. "Qin Feng registered a technology company in our Lighthouse Nation and purchased these electronic components in large quantities. Since these components are dual use, his company is permitted to acquire them in bulk. Moreover, as his company presents itself as a technology product manufacturing entity, it is entirely normal for them to utilize a substantial number of electronic components, which did not raise any suspicions during purchases from various companies. However, after acquiring the electronic components, Qin Feng did not utilize them for manufacturing technology products, but instead exported them directly." The minister of the Bureau of Investigation raised his hand to interrupt. "That cannot be right. We have scrutinized all trade companies exporting to little E and found no relevant clues." The reporting personnel shook his head. It was not a direct export, rather, it was transshipped through a certain guoja, which guoja allowed Qin Feng to complete the transshipment. The minister slammed his hand on the table. Visibly infuriated on the other end of the line, Lighthouse Wang was equally enraged, pondering the necessity of holding this Guoja accountable. The reporting personnel instinctively lowered his head and retracted his neck before mentioning the name of a country. Both the minister and Lighthouse Wang's expression stiffened. Oh, so it was that country. They realized there was little they could do. Hurry! Immediately issue an order to arrest this Qin Feng. The minister commanded urgently. Chapter 2. A wanted notice, 15 million. The reporting personnel did not spring into action immediately. Instead, he looked oddly at the minister and said, Qin Feng has already boarded a flight back to Longhua and is currently airborne. Then issue a command to intercept and bring the plane back. The minister glared furiously. The personnel's expression grew even more peculiar. The plane has already exited our Lighthouse Nation's airspace. It just took off while I was coming to report. Moreover, this flight is operated by Longhua Airlines, and we have no means to intercept it. The minister's expression froze, a look of profound disappointment etched across his face. Had it been a flight from Lighthouse Nation, they would have held jurisdiction until it landed in Longhua. Even if the aircraft has entered the airspace of the Dragon Nation, as long as it has not yet landed, they can issue orders to return the plane. However, this aircraft belongs to the Dragon Nation Airlines and has already flown beyond the territorial waters of their Lighthouse Nation. Thus, they find themselves utterly powerless at this moment. Minister Fabel was at a loss. This electronic component transit country could not be held accountable. The true culprit had already escaped their jurisdiction. Damn! Minister Fabel cursed silently. Just then, the furious voice of the Lighthouse King emerged from the phone. So you're telling me that this Qin Feng established a fraudulent company to export such electronic components manufactured in our Lighthouse Nation to Little E, and now we want to apprehend him but cannot? Minister Fabel's expression stiffened, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. The inability to capture the mastermind was a reflection of their inefficiency. It was their failure to obtain the information in a timely manner that allowed the culprit to escape on a plane. Lighthouse King, I will issue a global wanted notice immediately. Although Qin Feng has fled our Lighthouse Nation and is beyond our jurisdiction, it matters not that as long as we issue a global wanted notice, he will be captured no matter where he runs. The Lighthouse King snorted disdainfully. And what about in the Dragon Nation? Even if someone were to capture Qin Feng there for the bounty, can they forcibly extract him from the Dragon Nation? Minister Fabel was momentarily speechless, correcting himself. Outside of the Dragon Nation, as long as the wanted notice is issued, if Qin Feng dares to leave the Dragon Nation, he will surely be apprehended. The Lighthouse King nodded. Very well, let us proceed with the global wanted notice, the bounty. $15 million. Minister Fabel was astonished. Incredulity etched on his face. 15 million? Is the bounty truly that high? The Lighthouse King coldly scoffed. Have you considered the dire consequences Qin Feng has wrought? He has even altered the situation in the oil sector. His actions amount to arms smuggling. Minister Fabel contemplated this and found it quite reasonable. By the way, what about Qin Feng's accomplice, Li Wentao? This individual is in Little E, responsible for selling these goods there. The Lighthouse King replied nonchalantly. This person is of little importance. A bounty of several 100,000 will suffice. The primary target is Qin Feng. Without him, these electronic components would never have left the Lighthouse Nation. He is the truly despicable one. Li Wentao merely facilitated the purchase of arms. On Little Yi's side is Qin Feng, who is the arms smuggler. Subsequently, Minister Fabel ordered the issuance of a global wanted notice. Target, Qin Feng. Bounty, $15 million. Nationality, Dragon Nation. Occupation, international student, recent graduate. Date of birth, place of birth. On the plane, the journey from the Lighthouse Nation back to the Dragon Nation would take over 10 hours, and at this moment, Qin Feng was blissfully asleep, unaware that he had become the subject of a global manhunt, that he returned to the Dragon Country primarily because he had grown weary of his time in the Lighthouse Country. The moment he received his diploma, he eagerly packed his belongings and purchased the earliest flight home. He had no prior knowledge of the investigation into electronic components and was oblivious to the fact that he was just a few minutes away from being unable to return home. Altogether, after blissfully sleeping for about 10 hours, Qin Feng woke with a start. Gazing out the window, he was filled with astonishment. Have we arrived in the Dragon Country already? At that moment, the announcement on the plane confirmed his thoughts. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to land. Please ensure that your seatbelts are securely fastened. A radiant joy enveloped Qin Feng's face. At last, he was finally returning. 6 years. Can anyone fathom how I have spent these 6 years? The Western cuisine I endured was utterly revolting. Just then, a voice echoed in Qin Feng's mind. System binding in progress. 10, 20, 30. Initially taken aback, Qin Feng's heart surged with exasperation. Damn it. I knew. Nowadays, a system has become standard for any traveler in time. How could I, as a time traveler, possibly be without one? So, the system has finally arrived, albeit fashionably late. Do you have any idea, system, that you're 22 years late? 22 years precisely. Your tardiness has condemned me to 6 years of Western cuisine. The mere thought of that food filled Qin Feng with anguish. Indeed, Qin Feng was a time traveler, 22 years of age, having traversed into this parallel world for a span of 22 years. 6 years prior. He was still in high school, deeply enamored with his first love, when his father abruptly decided to send him to the Lighthouse Country for studies. Despite his vehement objections, he ultimately succumbed to the inevitability of circumstance and was compelled to spend 2 years in high school there, followed by university studies. During those 2 years of high school, he was unable to return home even once. Upon entering university, he believed liberation was at hand, only to be met with graver news. His father informed him that he could not return unless he graduated. Under the guise of fostering resilience, his father provided only tuition for the 4 years of university, while he was expected to earn his own living expenses. Living in a lighthouse country and supporting oneself was a daunting challenge, to say the least. Thus, throughout his 6 years as an international student, he experienced none of the supposed indulgences often associated with such a life. He could only hear tales of grand parties. Every spare moment was devoted to part-time work and earning money. It wasn't until recently, during a conversation with a friend of Xiaoyi, Li Wintao, that he learned of a type of electronic component that could be traded normally in the Lighthouse Country, yet was in high demand with Xiaoyi. Upon comparing prices, they realized the potential for profit was immense. Thus, they decided to partner in business, with Qin Feng purchasing in the Lighthouse Country and Li Wintao selling to Xiaoyi, sharing costs and profits equally. This venture proved to be lucrative. Within a mere 2 months, Qin Feng amassed over 2 million. Measured in dollars, he deemed this the most profitable part-time endeavor of his 4-year journey. However, unable to endure the oppressive white supremacy any longer and unwilling to further compromise his dignity, Qin Feng promptly purchased a plane ticket home after receiving his diploma. It is fortunate for him that he made this decision, allowing him to continue his carefree life. Had this system arrived sooner, I wouldn't have been led around by that old man, he mused. Who knows, I might have even become the crooked-mouthed Dragon King, greeting everyone with a crooked smile, and then a throng of people would kneel before me, proclaiming, "We pay homage to the Dragon King." With the system finally activated, Qin Feng felt a wave of lightheartedness wash over him, indulging in whimsical thoughts of the Dragon King storyline from his favorite novels. Yet, the voice that subsequently echoed in his mind swiftly extinguished his amusement. Chapter 3. I took on a small part-time job. System binding progress. 100. Binding successful. Congratulations, host. You have bound to the wanted bounty system. The host is wanted by a large organization. This could be any recognized international entity, gang, corporation, or even terrorist organization. Once the host is placed on the wanted list, they will receive system rewards based on the bounty amount. Reading worldview, once completed, the system will determine the required bounty amount for the host to receive rewards based on their circumstances. Reading progress, 1-2. S6. This system is treating me like a cherry blossom, isn't it? Qin Feng scoffed, feeling utterly speechless. To be wanted for a bounty by a recognized large organization. Did this system just get lost in the wrong worldview? At this moment, is there perhaps a martial arts or fantasy world traveler bewildered with a wealthy system? Furthermore, even in a martial arts or fantasy realm, this system is utterly useless. Who in their right mind wishes to be on a wanted list? What kind of life is that? Does it not elevate the difficulty to hellish levels? In a world of martial arts and fantasy rife with conflict, being wanted is even more terrifying. Such a worthless system, incapable of functioning in any worldview. However, it must be noted, In a martial arts or fantasy world, this system paired with a demon lord system would have been a comfortable fit. Alas, this system has arrived in my worldview, rendering it utterly ineffectual. Surveillance cameras are more numerous than the stars in the sky. One minute you're committing a crime, and the next, you're behind bars. He racked his brain, but could not conceive a method by which he could evade the law while being wanted. Forget it. Let us consider this system as non-existent. I have managed without a system for 22 years. Haven Ti? Qin Feng reassured himself. At that moment, the plane touched down, and he began to gather his belongings to disembark. Meanwhile, Xiaoyi, Li Wentao stared at the information online, bewildered and flustered. What? I'm wanted by the Lighthouse Nation for 50,000. Why? Upon scrutinizing the wanted notice, he realized it pertained to the electronic component affair. Damn, it seems this business is utterly doomed. I had originally planned to travel to the Lighthouse Nation to procure goods and continue this venture. Now that I'm wanted, Qin Feng certainly can't escape. Fortunately, this brat returned to the country immediately after obtaining his diploma, avoiding any entanglements. Truly timely. What good fortune. Let me see how much this brat is wanted for. Damn. 10 seconds later, Li Wentao erupted with a shout that could lift the roof off. What gives? Why? Why is this brat wanted for 15 million? Why is mine only 50,000? Who the hell does he think he is? I have indeed witnessed the man known as the Straw Hat King. In this moment, the apprehensions and fears of being wanted dissipated, replaced entirely by a sense of rivalry and indignation. I cannot allow this. I must call this fellow and confront him, questioning why his bounty surpasses mine by such a significant margin. Is it because his face is more prominent than mine? Or is his fur coat longer? Dialing the number. The line is disconnected. Redialing. Still no connection. Has he not yet disembarked from his flight? Well, I suppose I shall wait a moment. When I say a moment, I truly mean half a minute. Every 30 seconds, Li Wentao, unable to contain his impulse, makes another call. At the airport, a beautiful reporter from a television station is holding her phone, conducting a live interview. Dear viewers in the live stream, today we have brought you to an international airport. Let us interview those returning from abroad to discover their reasons for traveling. The audience in the live stream is modest, yet the comments flow incessantly. What else could it be? Most are surely traveling for leisure. Indeed, why has the content of the live stream become increasingly dull and tedious? The content mirrors the host's name, Water. Yes, it has become increasingly tiresome. Were it not for the host's beauty, I would have ceased watching long ago. Xiaoyi, aren't you a serious television reporter? Why do you persist in broadcasting such mundane content? It pales in comparison to outdoor hosts. Xiaoyi, the lovely reporter on the live stream, felt a bittersweet pang upon reading the comments. She was acutely aware that the recent live content had become monotonous and lacking in interest, but the tasks assigned to her by the television station were precisely this. She longed to be at the forefront of trending events, to interview celebrities and significant occurrences. Yet the station did not allocate her such responsibilities. She was merely a novice reporter without any real agency. Even the cameraman was not provided. She was left to conduct street interviews with her phone under the pretense of allowing the audience to gain insight into the lives of the masses. The lives of the masses, indeed. Does the everyday existence of individuals warrant live coverage? Is not the daily routine itself the essence of public life? Why then? Is there a need for a live stream? Damn it, incompetent leaders. Although Xiaoyi harbored such thoughts, she still needed to approach her work with a positive and enthusiastic demeanor. Well, without further ado, let us commence our interviews. Excuse me, may I ask you? Before she could finish her sentence, the individual brushed past her without so much as a glance. Xiaoyi was blatantly ignored, yet she maintained her smile. It seems that lady is quite busy. Let us move on to the next interview. Subsequently, Xiaoyi approached 4 more individuals in hopes of conducting interviews, only to be met with the same disregard, brushed aside. A sense of melancholy and disappointment crept into her heart, while she had experienced being ignored during street interviews before. Being rejected 5 times in succession, as she had today, was an unprecedented experience. A sense of despondency inevitably lingered in her heart. Suddenly, she spotted a tall and handsome young man, seemingly of a similar age to hers, and thought to herself, he must be a university student or perhaps a recent graduate. Individuals of such a demographic are unlikely to disregard me outright. Thus, she hastened forward and inquired, "Excuse me, may I ask if you have just returned from abroad?" The young man being interviewed, known as Qin Feng, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Wang Shui, as she bore a striking resemblance to a popular reporter from his past life. "Yes, I have just returned from the land of the beacon. My name is Qin Feng. May I ask how to address you?" Wang Shui was caught off guard by Qin Feng's familiar manner of conversing. Regaining her composure, she quickly replied, "Hello. My name is Wang Shui." Qin Feng nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, you resemble her, your smile is alike as well, and even your name. Shui Bing Bing. Are you a journalist?" He continued to inquire. "Yes." Wang Shui beamed at the question, her smile growing even more radiant. It was the first time she felt acknowledged. "How did you know?" "Most people assume I'm merely doing outdoor live broadcasts when they see me holding a phone for street interviews." Qin Feng chuckled, but did not respond directly, instead saying, "A secret. Your profession is similar. Yet it appears that you are just starting out and haven't yet become a renowned journalist." Not receiving a direct answer, Wang Shui refrained from pressing further and continued her interview with a smile. "You mentioned you just returned from the land of the beacon. May I ask what took you there? Was it for tourism?" Qin Feng shook his head. "No, I was studying there. I graduated just yesterday and returned home." Remembering that it had been over 10 hours since he first boarded a plane, he quickly amended. Wang Shui nodded, continuing her inquiry. "Upon returning, are you planning to seek employment domestically?" Qin Feng shook his head. "Not at all. During my university years, I earned some money through part-time work and intend to use those funds to start a small company." The live stream instantly buzzed with activity. As the barrage of comments escalated, filled with ridicule. Rich kids typically start their own companies. This guy is likely just another wealthy heir relying on family money, pretending otherwise. If you depend on your family, just admit it. Pretending otherwise is futile. How much can one really earn from a part-time job? Exactly. How can one start a company with money earned from part-time work? I might as well live stream eating excrement. Wang Shui, following this thread, continued her interview. "May I ask how much you earn from your part-time job?" "Of course, if it's inconvenient to disclose, that is perfectly fine." Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. "There's nothing inconvenient about it. It was just over $200,000. The live stream erupted with excitement, viewers bursting into laughter and mockery. This guy's truly a master of pretense. Earned over $200,000 from part-time work? He truly has a vivid imagination. This is indeed a pretentious scion of wealth. You could simply admit your privilege and acknowledge that you rely on your family's financial support, and we would not mock you for it. However, if you continue to feign modesty, we shall not hold back." Wang Shui chuckled awkwardly and interjected for Qin Feng, stating, "It appears that Mr. Qin truly exerted himself during his studies abroad, managing to earn over $2 million in just a few years of part-time work." Qin Feng shook his head, clarifying, "In truth, most of my part-time jobs barely sustain me. The $2 million I mentioned was primarily garnered during the last couple of months of my part-time endeavors. Although I did co-found a company and assumed the role of a boss, my principal focus was still as a student. Thus, referring to it as part-time work is entirely justifiable." The live stream erupted with laughter. Viewers were doubled over. Wow. The audacity to claim $2 million earned in just 2 months. That equates to over $10 million in local currency. This is utterly hilarious. Is this rich kid out of his mind? He doesn't even know how to pretend properly. This act is far too contrived. At this point, Wang Shui found herself at a loss for words. She wished to defend Qin Feng, but struggled to do so. After all, claiming to earn $2 million in just 2 months of part-time work was simply implausible. Even part-time work selling products wouldn't yield such a sum. She quickly shifted the conversation. "Ahem, Mr. Qin, is the first thing you do upon returning home to get a mobile phone plan?" Qin Feng shook his head. The phone plan was arranged beforehand. "My first priority upon returning is undoubtedly to indulge in a delightful meal. I have long yearned for the culinary delights of my homeland." As he spoke of food, Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. One couldn't help but recall the true reason for his hasty return. He could no longer bear the deprivation of exquisite flavors. Shuai smiled kindly and offered a gentle reminder. You must be cautious. Some places no longer accept cash, as mobile payments have become ubiquitous. While the law stipulates that cash cannot be refused, many merchants will claim they lack change when you attempt to pay with cash. Qin Feng chuckled. Rest assured, I'm not entirely out of touch. I am well acquainted with WeChat and various apps. I am aware of the current state of affairs here. At that moment, he suddenly remembered his phone was still off. He had not powered it on since disembarking from the plane. He retrieved his phone and turned it on. Upon booting up, he noticed an overwhelming number of missed calls from Li Wentao. Stunned, he thought, what on earth? This guy's gone mad? Dozens of calls in just 20 minutes? While he was lost in thought, Li Wentao's call came through again. With a hint of confusion, Qin Feng answered the phone. As soon as the call connected, he was met with the sound of Li Wentao's furious voice. Chapter 4. Who says this system is useless? This system is remarkable. Qin Feng, how dare you? How is it that your bounty for capture far exceeds mine? Why is yours 15 million while mine is a mere 500,000? Li Wentao was utterly indignant. An affront. This was undeniably an affront. Having seen the Straw Hat King, he could hardly tolerate such an insult. What did they take him for? Li Wentao's voice was exceedingly loud. Even when Qin Feng held the phone away from his ear, he could hear him quite clearly. A bounty? What bounty? Qin Feng was utterly perplexed, completely unaware of this news. It was the wanted notice from the Lighthouse Nation, Bapol. Never mind. I'll send it to you via WeChat. With that, Li Wentao hung up the phone. Soon after, Qin Feng received a WeChat message. It was an image sent by Li Wentao, and Qin Feng quickly opened it. At the top of the image was the emblem of the Lighthouse Nation, Bapol, with the words Bapol wanted notice emblazoned prominently. The main content read, Target, Qin Feng, Bounty, $15 million. Nationality, Dragon Country. Profession, international student. Recently graduated. Date of birth. Place of birth. Warning. Due to arms smuggling, Qin Feng has become a wanted individual. Description. Qin Feng illegally exported a certain electronic component originating from the Lighthouse Nation to Xiaoyi, violating trade and sanction regulations against Xiaoyi set by the Lighthouse Nation. This electronic component can be utilized in the development and production of combat drones and missile weaponry. It has now been confirmed that Xiaoyi has applied this electronic component in combat drones and deployed them on the battlefield. Accompanying the wanted notice was a portrait of Qin Feng, identical to the photograph on his diploma. Qin Feng. The electronic components he allegedly smuggled could be utilized in combat drones and missile weaponry. He knew nothing of this. He thought it was merely related to the chips prohibited for export to the Dragon Country by the Lighthouse Nation. I originally thought I was just taking on a small side job. Who knew I'd become an arms smuggler? Qin Feng lamented internally. Then, a vision of a younger Qin Feng appeared in his mind. Glancing left and right between the system and the wanted notice from Bapol, Lighthouse Nation Bapol, you are truly remarkable, giving a thumbs up. I've only earned a little over $200,000, and you issue a bounty of 15 million on me. System, you are incredible, raising both thumbs. Who says this system is useless? This system is truly fantastic. Goodness, have you even predicted this in advance? It's decided, from now on, I shall focus solely on the Lighthouse Nation, engaging in endeavors that will irk them. I shall concentrate on the bounty amount on Bapol's wanted notice. Just as that certain Layden could escalate his bounty from 5 million to 50 million, I, Qin Feng, shall elevate mine from 15 million to 150 million. No, I shall even reach 150 billion. As Qin Feng gazed upon the wanted poster, Shuai could not help but lean in closer. The volume of Li Wentao's voice had been overwhelming, and she had caught every word he uttered. Not only she, but the audience in the live stream had also heard all clearly. At that moment, the chat room was in an uproar. No way, did I hear that correctly? PS wanted by the Lighthouse Nation for Bapol? Are these two merely playing a role? How could they possibly be so foolish? Ha. This pretentious rich second-generation's friend is equally pretentious. It truly aligns with the saying, birds of a feather flock together. I initially thought the 2-month part-time job earning over $2 million was enough to show off, but his friend opened his mouth and outdid him. being wanted by Bopole with a bounty of 15 million. Does he even grasp the significance of that amount? What significance? Let's put it this way. When a certain bin Laden was first wanted by the Lighthouse Nation, the bounty was only 5 million. Ha 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 ha. If that is the case, this rich second generation is truly hilarious. When Wang Shui first heard the content of the call, she felt bewildered and perplexed. However, upon viewing the image, her confusion deepened. Mr. Qin, may I let the viewers in the live stream take a look? Wang Shui cautiously inquired. She genuinely could not comprehend the current situation and thought that perhaps many minds would yield greater insights. Therefore, she wished to let the audience speculate on what was truly happening. Qin Feng, unfazed, simply placed his phone in front of the camera of Wang Shui's live stream. Go ahead, what is there to hide? Being wanted by Bopole is not something to be ashamed of. At least that is how Qin Feng perceived it. In fact, he felt a sense of pride. After all, he was safely in the Dragon Kingdom, and this wanted notice posed no threat to him. It might even enhance his reputation. You know, when displaying it to the live stream camera, Qin Feng's confidence began to swell. However, upon seeing the image, the viewers did not believe it. Rather, they mocked even more fiercely. Wow, 666. Did he even edit a picture for this? I must admit, this edited image looks quite convincing. Just look at the Bopole emblem and the wanted description. This pretentious, rich, second generation's friend really went to great lengths to stage such a farce. It seems they frequently engage in such foolish and pretentious antics. Observing the barrage of comments in the chat room, Wang Shui nodded in realization. So, the image was fabricated. It made sense. How could she possibly interview someone on the Bopole wanted list? Especially someone with a bounty of 15 million. Furthermore, anyone who could be subjected to such a high bounty surely was not of good character. The individual before her, Mr. Qin, appeared radiant and handsome, entirely incongruous with such a notion. Ha! Mr. Qin, your friend is quite amusing. Do you often share such jokes? Wang Shui inquired with a cheerful demeanor. However, as she spoke, Qin Feng's phone rang again, and he failed to discern her words. It was once more a call from Li Wentao. Upon answering, Qin Feng was met with Li Wentao's agitated voice. Did you see it? Qin Feng nodded. Indeed, I did see it. It is quite unexpected. I initially intended to take on a minor side job, yet I find myself entangled in arms smuggling, even being pursued by the authorities. Li Wentao, in a state of distress, exclaimed, Who told you that? I wanted to inquire why your bounty for capture is so disproportionately higher than mine. We are partners in this venture. Costs and profits are to be shared equally. Why is it that you have a bounty of 15 million while I merely have 500,000? How is it that I don't even receive a fraction of what you do? What have I done to deserve this? A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth, reflecting the man's insatiable desire for competition. Even the bounty for capture must be compared, it seems. I can perceive in your tone that there is no hint of fear regarding the pursuit by the authorities, only a sense of comparison and indignation. What's wrong? Li Wentao persisted, still flustered. Qin Feng chuckled, but, my brother, have you considered that you are currently in Xiaoyi? If they truly placed a bounty of 15 million on you, wouldn't you be quite displeased? Given your circumstances, if they were to put a bounty of that magnitude on your head, how many days do you think you could survive? You are not like me. I am already in Long Country, genuinely safe. As long as I remain here, even if the bounty were a staggering 150 million, it would not concern me. Li Wentao's expression faltered. I almost overlooked that. Damn, thank goodness they didn't set my bounty that high. Insult me all you want. At least I don't have it worse than you. It is certainly better than losing my life. By the way, you are indeed quite fortunate. Had you booked a later flight, you might not have made it back to Long Country. Qin Feng, equally shaken, replied, Who can argue with that? I checked the timestamp of the warrant and calculated the flight duration, realizing that when the warrant was issued, I had barely exited the airspace of Lighthouse Country. I owe it all to my insatiable appetite for Western cuisine. If not for that, I might not have returned so hastily. I must treat myself later as a reward. Li Wentao scoffed. Come on, admit it, you're just greedy for food. Don't pretend it's a reward for your mouth. Meanwhile, in Wang Shui's live stream, the audience was thoroughly entertained. Are these two really continuing their act? They sound so convincing. Have they rehearsed this before? Honestly, this rich kid has a knack for acting. He is outshining the fresh meat. Xiaoyi, you should quickly distance yourself from this lunatic. Some people actually fantasize about being wanted. I wonder what kind of mindset that is. Studying abroad has truly made them foolish. At that moment, a comment captured everyone's attention. Holy shit. I just circumvented the firewall to glance at the external network, and that wanted notice is indeed authentic. Chapter 5. Who engages in part-time work to smuggle arms. The live stream initially descended into a profound silence, which was soon shattered by an eruption of mocking laughter. Haha. My friend, if you were just joking, I would commend it as a clever jest. If you were serious, I would deem it an extraordinary talent. Have you also succumbed to some form of madness? 666. Is there actually a mole among us in the live stream? The author of that comment continued to post. I'm speaking the truth. The wanted notice for Fable is easily verifiable. As long as one can bypass censorship and access the external internet, it can be readily found. If you still doubt the authenticity of the information, you can visit Fable's website, where the announcement of the wanted notice is also posted. Wang Shuishui gazed at this comment, lost in contemplation. She sensed that this netizen was exceedingly earnest and not merely jesting. Subsequently, she retrieved her secondary phone and commenced her search on the external internet. As a journalist, circumventing barriers to acquire international news was one of her foundational skills. She adeptly accessed the external internet and entered Fable's website. Then, she looked at the live stream with astonishment. Viewers, this is indeed true. I found it on Fable's website. I truly saw that wanted notice, and its contents are identical to the image we just viewed. The name, the photograph. All the information is the same. As she spoke, she positioned her phone screen before the camera, allowing the audience to witness. She even clicked out to confirm that she was indeed on Fable's website. The wanted notice was written in English, a language most viewers could not comprehend, yet they could recognize the photograph. This wanted individual's likeness bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the affluent heir. Furthermore, they believed that Wang Shuishui was not deceiving them. After all, she was a journalist, not a streamer, and had no need to concoct fabrication for the sake of entertainment. Thus, the live stream erupted into chaos. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? I am genuinely in awe. The wanted notice is real. This fellow is truly a wanted criminal by Fable, and the bounty is 15 million. Voice breaking, incredible. Please accept my reverence. My apologies, esteemed one. I spoke too loudly earlier. I sincerely apologize. I bow in contrition. When that certain Layden was first placed on the wanted list, wasn't the bounty merely 5 million? How did this individual accrue a bounty of 15 million? What has he done? Indeed, what crime has he committed to warrant a 15 million bounty from the Lighthouse Nation? It seems to involve arms smuggling. I recall that when I viewed the image on the affluent heir's phone, the information indicated arms smuggling. The photograph that Li Wintao sent to Qin Feng had been translated using automatic translation, displaying only the characters of the Dragon Nation. Hence, some astute netizens had indeed noticed certain details. What? Arms smuggling. Goodness, one cannot judge a book by its cover. This fellow is actually an arms smuggler? The scene appeared to be a quintessential image of a Sunlit University student, utterly incongruous. This individual seemed to have a more impressive beginning than even the infamous Layden. An arms smuggler. Wasn't he this a character one could only encounter in the realm of cinema? Yet today, a live interview with him unfolded before my eyes. Incredible. The audience's sentiments in the live stream underwent a dramatic transformation. As Wang Shuishui gazed at Qin Feng, she could not suppress a gulp of trepidation. She was overwhelmed with fear. She never imagined she would be interviewing a notorious arms smuggler, who was wanted by the authorities with a bounty of 15 million. My goodness. Her head spun with disbelief. She contemplated fleeing. Yet, she realized this was an exceptionally rare opportunity. Hadn't she longed to interview a prominent figure? This individual surely carried enough weight to make headlines. With this thought, she steeled herself against her fear and prepared to continue the interview with Qin Feng. After a brief exchange with Li Wintao, Qin Feng ended the call. Upon turning his gaze to Wang Shuishui, he noted the fear etched across her features. Understanding dawned upon him instantly. Ah, you needn't fear me. My role as an arms smuggler is somewhat perplexing even to me. In truth, My intention was merely to take on a small side job to earn some living expenses. Upon hearing this response, the audience in the live stream was taken aback. A small side job as an arms smuggler? Incredible. This individual remains ostentatious. Yet this display is wholly different from the previous one. I rather admire this new demeanor. Utterly extravagant. To claim, I am merely taking on a side job. How did I become an arms smuggler? But let us not forget, in a certain sense, this individual's arms smuggling does indeed qualify as a side job. Remember, the profession listed on the wanted poster is international student. So, in fact, arms smuggling is a side gig for him. Truly, a remarkable figure. Even his side jobs are extraordinary. I'm in awe. I now believe the claim that he earned over $200,000 in just 2 months. Who is it that said if he truly earns that much, they would go live and eat excrement? Time for them to fulfill their promise. Wang Xiaoyi regarded Qin Feng with a hint of fear, muttering, Who can smuggle arms as a side job? She did not perceive this as mere bravado. Rather, she believed it reflected Qin Feng's audacious nature. Chapter 6 captured the attention of the Long department. Qin Feng earnestly explained, before I saw this wanted notice, I had no idea that the items I smuggled could be classified as arms. I merely smuggled a small quantity of electronic components, which are prohibited for export to Little E by the Lighthouse Nation. However, as you know, the Lighthouse Nation has a penchant for imposing bans on this and that. Not long ago, they even prohibited the export of chips to our Dragon Country. Thus, I thought it might just be a fleeting matter. It was only after I reviewed the wanted notice that I understood those electronic components could be utilized in combat drones and missile weaponry. Observing Qin Feng's serious demeanor, which did not suggest deceit, Wang Xiaoyi felt considerably reassured. Yet, suddenly recalling Qin Feng's expression upon first seeing the wanted notice, she found herself perplexed once more. But when you first saw the wanted notice, you appeared somewhat excited. According to your own words, you should feel wronged, shouldn't you? After all, your original intention was merely to take on a small side job, and now you find yourself branded as an arms smuggler and placed on a wanted list. Qin Feng chuckled. Excited? Of course I was excited. I had just bound myself to the wanted and rewarded system, and was beginning to think it was rather useless when, lo and behold, the wanted notice from Fabul arrived. ISNT it like a pillow arriving just as one is feeling drowsy. However, that reason is certainly not one I could disclose. He continued, don't you think it's rather cool? Being wanted by Fabul with a bounty of 15 million. Qin Feng provided a half-truth, while he genuinely found it cool. It was not the true source of his excitement. Wang Xiaoyi, however, appeared unconvinced by Qin Feng's reasoning. Who among decent individuals would feel anything but fear when placed on a wanted list, instead finding it cool? Nevertheless, many viewers in the live stream wholeheartedly agreed with Qin Feng's perspective. Wow, this is indeed incredibly cool. Wanted domestically, you're doomed. Prepare for prison. Wanted by Fabul, wow, this is just too cool. If I were wanted by Fabul, wouldn't my friends be envious? They'd have to call me daddy. Huh. If I were wanted by Fabul for 15 million, I'd proudly display the notice on my forehead as I walk down the street. Being wanted by Fabul, is that disgraceful? No, it's an honor. Wang Xiaoyi gazed at the barrage of comments in the live stream, speechless. So it turned out that this sentiment was not unique to Qin Feng. Many shared the same view. Thus, there was little reason to doubt Qin Feng's assertion. Yet, she still had some lingering concerns. Aren't you afraid? With such a high bounty, aren't you worried for your own safety? Qin Feng shrugged casually, responding, This is Dragon Country. As long as I remain here, what do I have to fear from the Lighthouse Nation's wanted notice? They can issue as many bounties as they like. Wang Xiaoyi paused, realizing, indeed, that makes sense. In the Dragon Kingdom, why should one fear the arrest warrant issued by the Lighthouse Nation? Though the warrant from Bapol may hold considerable weight and instill fear abroad, within the confines of the Dragon Kingdom, it amounts to little more than a nuisance. With this perspective, Wang Xiaoyi could entirely comprehend Qin Feng's stance. Am I still able to follow your live broadcast? She inquired cautiously. Despite the resolution of some misunderstandings and her realization that Qin Feng was not a firearms smuggler by intent, she still regarded him as a figure of significant interest for investigative purposes. For instance, The man who had a bounty of $15 million placed upon him by Bapol. What were his plans upon returning home? Such inquiries presented ample opportunity for discussion and intrigue. Qin Feng nodded affirmatively. Of course, he viewed Shui's live coverage as advantageous for himself. After all, he intended to increase the bounty placed on him by Bapol. To achieve this, mere solitary endeavor would not suffice. It could take an inordinate amount of time for Bapol to trace him. However, with Shui's live streaming, the pace could be significantly accelerated. Thus, even if she had not proposed following him, he would have considered initiating a broadcast himself. Now, with a free live camerawoman at his disposal, it was a fortuitous arrangement. Upon receiving Qin Feng's positive response, Shui felt a surge of joy and promptly asked, "Mr. Qin, what shall we do next?" She was eager to embark on significant ventures alongside him. Qin Feng replied solemnly, "Eat." Shui was taken aback. Qin Feng continued, "In essence, I find the local cuisine rather unpalatable upon my return." The true essence of his statement, however, was that the first order of business upon returning home would be to indulge in a feast: barbecue, hot pot, grilled meat, beef noodles, spicy skewers, soup dumplings, chicken pot, and skewer delicacies. All must be served. Oh, and from now on, you may simply call me by my name. There's no need for the formalities of Mr. Qin. Meanwhile, in the offices of the Dragon Kingdom's National Security Department, commonly referred to as the Long Umbu, the minister's office was abuzz with activity. The minister received a report stating that an individual from our nation was being pursued by the Lighthouse Nation, Bapol, with a bounty of $15 million placed upon them. The minister's secretary was diligently delivering this urgent briefing. Chapter 7. Was it deliberate or accidental? The minister of the Longan department furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is Bapol pursuing individuals from our nation and offering such a substantial bounty? What is the reason behind this?" The secretary reported, "Arms smuggling." The minister responded with confusion, "Bring me the documents. I wish to examine them." Upon receiving the report, the minister scrutinized the documents intently. After a lengthy pause, he lifted his gaze and chuckled. "So it turns out they're smuggling an electronic component. This young man named Qin Feng is quite intriguing. He successfully conducted smuggling operations for over 2 months right under their noses and ultimately managed to escape to the Lighthouse Nation. Minister Bapol will surely face severe criticism and bear some responsibility. The Lighthouse Nation has had it too easy with Zhongdong. It does them good to encounter some setbacks. If only this young man would dedicate himself entirely to the smuggling trade, he could have smuggled even more electronic components to Xiaoyi. One must wonder, with such lucrative prospects, why is he preoccupied with his graduation thesis instead of focusing on smuggling these electronic components? Pausing, the minister continued, "Now that Qin Feng has returned to our country, we need not worry about his safety. I truly wonder whether his smuggling of these electronic components was intentional or merely a mistake." The secretary replied, "It was likely unintentional. According to our sources, upon his return, Qin Feng was unexpectedly interviewed live by an unknown reporter from a television station who was randomly interviewing passersby. During the broadcast, Qin Feng claimed he had no prior knowledge that such electronic components were considered arms. He was merely trying to earn a living." Subsequently, the secretary presented another document detailing all the dialogues that transpired in Shui's live broadcast after Qin Feng disembarked from the plane, such as the prowess of the Longan department. Once they set their sights on an individual, all their movements and information will be meticulously tracked. After reviewing the document, the minister of the Longan department felt a twinge of regret. If only it had been intentional. Wouldn't that have been a direct blow to the face of Bapol from the Lighthouse Nation? That would certainly discomfort them even more. With a serious expression, he issued an order: continue to monitor Qin Feng for a while longer and observe what he will do now that he has returned. The secretary promptly acknowledged, understood. If Qin Feng were present at that moment, he would undoubtedly interject. It was indeed an accident at first, but the subsequent actions will be deliberate. Indeed, Qin Feng was determined to fully embrace the title of arms dealer. After all, wouldn't it be a waste of the Lighthouse Nation's efforts otherwise? Since they have branded him as a smuggler of arms, he resolved to engage in activities befitting such a title. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was indulging in a feast, his mouth stuffed with food, completely immersed in a sea of culinary delights. Even though the system had completed its task of reading and had determined the required bounty amount for rewards, as well as issued the rewards, Qin Feng paid it no heed. He did not register what the system had just conveyed. Shuai gazed at the abundant spread before her, somewhat dazed. It was indeed, as Qin Feng had described, a veritable feast of barbecued dishes, hot pot, grilled meat, beef noodles, spicy hot pot, soup dumplings, chicken casserole, and meat sandwiches, all ordered in a single serving. Naturally, Qin Feng could not consume it all. He merely took a bite here and a taste there. "You should try some too," he urged, although his mouth was so full that his words were barely intelligible. "Are you back from fleeing a disaster?" Shuai couldn't help but inquire. Truly, Qin Feng at this moment resembled someone who hadn't eaten for days. After swallowing the morsel in his mouth, Qin Feng shook his head. "You have no idea of the agony of subsisting on bland Western fare for 6 years. If you were placed in a foreign land, I doubt you could endure for even half a year." Shuai questioned, "Aren't there Chinese restaurants?" Qin Feng shook his head again. "They are exorbitantly priced. I have to rely on part-time jobs to support myself. How could I afford to dine at a Chinese restaurant? It's simply unaffordable." In the live stream room, the number of viewers had not only remained steady, but had actually increased significantly. What began with over 100 online viewers had now surged to more than 200. None of the previous audience members had left. Even if the content of the stream was rather dull, they remained captivated. After all, before them sat a notorious figure. One with a bounty of 15 million, a true big shot. The mere presence of this individual in the live stream was a spectacle in itself. However, the newcomers to the stream were unaware of this fact. What is going on here? A table full of food. Is the host a food streamer? ISNT this Shuai's live stream? The title says journalist Shuai. So why is she not conducting street interviews and instead collaborating with a food streamer? But this food streamer is clearly unprofessional, taking a bite here and a bite there, devouring it like a ravenous beast. This is not a food stream. This resembles a performance of someone who has gone days without sustenance. The veteran viewers in the live stream chuckled at these comments, pondering how shocked these newcomers would be if they were to discover the true identity of the big shot. Chapter 8. Advanced Steel Wire Technology. The barrage of comments from newcomers continued unabated. What on earth? Is this streamer even competent? Who are they trying to fool with this eating broadcast? A disgraceful eating show. Such a waste of food. I'm reporting it. How did I end up being recommended this live stream? Is this title even genuine? Reporter Shuai. Which reporter engages in this kind of broadcasting? Reporting it. Let us all report this, guys. Such a live stream should not exist. Finally, the seasoned viewers could no longer contain themselves. Do you even know the background of this esteemed individual? Goodness. Are you aware that the person currently dining is a prominent figure with a bounty of 15 million issued by the Lighthouse Nation for arms smuggling? This distinguished individual has been abroad for so long, growing weary of dining with Westerners, and has just returned home, hence this peculiar eating display. An individual with a bounty of 15 million engaging in an eating broadcast? What are you thinking? Indeed. Moreover, there's a more legendary aspect. Had he taken a later flight, he would have been unable to return home. Exactly. This is indeed a legendary point when a warrant was issued. The esteemed individual's flight had just exited the airspace of the Lighthouse Nation. Another legendary aspect. He merely intended to take on a small side job to earn some living expenses, yet inadvertently became an arms smuggler. New viewers entering the live stream were left utterly bewildered. What? A bounty of 15 million from the Lighthouse Nation? An arms smuggler? Almost couldn't he return? He only wanted a small side job and accidentally became an arms smuggler? Is this for real? How impressive is that? This must be a deception. If he were truly that remarkable, would he still be live streaming here? After a moment of silence in the live stream, someone voiced their skepticism. The subtune. You should circumvent the Great Firewall and check the foreign websites yourself. Go to the Lighthouse website and see. There's the warrant announcement prominently displayed on the homepage. It's not the esteemed individual streaming, but rather reporter Shuai, who happened to interview him during a street interview. The live stream fell silent once more. Among the new viewers, only a few would venture to bypass the firewall, using their own means to explore foreign websites. The vast majority remained momentarily stunned, caught between belief and doubt, maintaining their silence. After a brief pause, the once quiet live stream erupted with new comments. Goodness, this is true. He truly is the esteemed individual with a bounty of 15 million from the Lighthouse Nation. I'm on my knees. I genuinely saw the warrant announcement for this esteemed individual on the homepage of the Lighthouse website. Esteemed individual. I apologize. I take back my earlier words. 3 different usernames sent such messages in quick succession. The veteran viewers felt a sense of comfort, though a strange familiarity lingered in the content of these remarks. They too had once faced such a reality check, had once made similar misjudgments. As for the rest of the bewildered new viewers, they remained utterly astonished. They recognized these 3 IDs, known for their harsh criticisms of streamer. If these 3 individuals are voicing such sentiments, it must indeed be true. Subsequently, the entire live stream chat was inundated with comments, such as I kneel, I submit, and worship the master. If the individuals in the stream were wanted by the Long Kingdom's Ministry of Security, viewers would promptly call the authorities. However, if the person in question were sought by the Lighthouse Nation's Bureau of Investigation, the audience would merely regard them as impressive. Moreover, if this individual happened to be wanted for arms smuggling, the viewers would wholeheartedly venerate them, treating them as a figure of reverence and adoration. Finally, Qin Feng had eaten his fill. No, he had overeaten. Although he yearned for another bite, he restrained himself for the sake of his health. What a delight. It felt so gratifying to be back home. He was finally free from that repugnant foreign cuisine. Qin Feng could not help but exclaim in relief. At this moment, he recalled that the system's reading worldview had been completed, seemingly establishing the required bounty for rewards, and even delineating the rewards themselves. Thus, he mentally called out to the system. System, please repeat what you said after finishing the worldview reading. Immediately, a cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Worldview reading completed. The system has detected that the host is currently wanted by the Lighthouse Nation's Bureau of Investigation with a bounty of $15 million. Based on the host's worldview, the system has formulated reward conditions. A bounty of $10 million will yield 1 reward. For instance, with the current bounty of $15 million, the host can receive 1 reward. If the bounty increases by another $5 million, reaching $20 million, the host can claim another reward. Current reward, body enhancement liquid, which can amplify physical attributes tenfold. Note, no side effects. Advanced steel wire technology. The reward has been deposited into the system's inventory and can be retrieved at any time. Chapter 9. Establishing a factory. Before him, a luminous interface materialized, visible only to Qin Feng, displaying the title System Backpack. The interface contained 2 slots. One showcased an image of a green potion labeled Physique Enhancement Liquid, while the other depicted a book adorned with steel wire, marked Advanced Steel Wire Technology. The system's voice resonated, stating, the host need not manually click. Operations can be conducted through brainwave control. Simply conceive the thought of selecting an item, and the action will be executed. Gazing at the 2 items within the system's backpack, Qin Feng found himself momentarily lost in thought. The Physique Enhancement Liquid was indeed a remarkable item, capable of amplifying one's physical prowess tenfold, devoid of any adverse effects. However, he pondered the purpose of the advanced steel wire technology. What on earth could he do with such knowledge? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the notion of selecting advanced steel wire technology emerged, and a virtual hand manifested on the interface, promptly clicking the corresponding slot. Instantly, new options appeared. Extract, view details. Qin Feng opted to view the details and subsequently retrieve his phone to research the current leading specifications of steel wire technology. After a thorough comparison, he discovered that the advanced steel wire technology awarded by the system surpassed the finest steel wire technology available in the world in numerous aspects. Steel produced using this technology exhibited superior hardness, toughness, tensile strength, and fatigue resistance, with some characteristics even multiplied several times over. Not only that, but the manufacturing costs were significantly lower as well. Further investigation into the steel wire market revealed a substantial demand across various sectors, including construction, machinery, electrical, and telecommunications. as he delved deeper into the introduction of advanced steel wire technology. Qin Feng learned that it encompassed not only the manufacturing techniques of various steel wires, but also the production methods for cables. Though cables are composed of multiple strands of steel wire twisted together, seemingly a mere test of wire quality, the processes of wire pulling, twisting, and cabling also significantly impact the final quality of the cable. Moreover, the applications of cables extend far beyond those of simple steel wires. For instance, cables are essential for the suspension of bridges. They can even be utilized on aircraft carriers, referred to as carrier arrestor wires. At this moment, Qin Feng no longer perceived any issue with the system's reward. This reward was indeed invaluable. He had been contemplating establishing a company, but was uncertain about the direction to take. With access to such advanced steel wire technology, he could launch a manufacturing enterprise specializing in steel wires and cables. With superior quality products, he could swiftly capture a significant share of the market. With a profitable company as a foundation, he would have the confidence to delve into the arms trade, thereby escalating the bounty placed upon him by the authorities of the Lighthouse Nation. An arrestor wire for an aircraft carrier can fetch over $1 million? Wow, this is incredibly lucrative. As Qin Feng absorbed the information on his phone, his heart raced with excitement. However, that exhilaration quickly gave way to composure. Despite his unwavering confidence in his wire technology, convinced that the quality of his wires could surpass that of any in the world, he understood that the procurement of aircraft carrier arrestor wires must encompass more than just the quality of the wires themselves. The decision to procure such wires undoubtedly involves multifaceted considerations. All right, let us proceed, Qin Feng announced to Wang Xiaoyi. To her, Qin Feng had merely appeared to be lost in thought one moment, fiddling with his phone the next, before once again drifting into contemplation. Her own boredom was beginning to set in. But now that Qin Feng was taking decisive action, her spirits lifted instantly. What is our next destination? She inquired eagerly. With fervor, Qin Feng declared, we're starting a company. Wang Xiaoyi was taken aback for a moment before joyfully exclaiming, are we beginning right now? The audience in the live stream was equally thrilled. What? Is this the inception of a new company by the esteemed Qin Feng? What is he planning to do? What type of company is he considering? Surely it's not an arms business? Impossible. Engaging in arms trade in Long Country is tantamount to courting disaster. Forget about the arms trade. Pursuing that in Long Country is akin to seeking one's own demise. I am indeed curious if the esteemed one is not venturing into arms. What kind of company will he establish? By the way, as a journalist, you must have a considerable network. Do you happen to know of any steel or machinery manufacturing plants that are up for acquisition? Qin Feng inquired of Wang Xiaoyi. Starting from scratch to establish a new factory would require an excessive amount of time, so he intended to pursue a direct acquisition. Upon hearing his initial question, Wang Xiaoyi's face flushed. Although she was a journalist, she was merely an intern, often assigned to street interviews, and thus had little to no connections in the industry. However, upon hearing Qin Feng's subsequent question, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, there are. Chapter 10. Acquisition of Lighthouse Steel Pipe Factory. Wang Xiaoyi immediately thought of her dear sister, Li Shuang. Li Shuang was the proprietor of a steel pipe factory. More accurately, her father had been the owner until his untimely demise 3 months ago due to an unfortunate accident. As the only daughter, she had taken over the factory, but recently, she had been swindled by her uncle in collusion with outsiders, resulting in significant financial losses that left her contemplating the sale of the factory to settle debts. I have a friend who has just taken over her family's steel pipe factory 3 months ago. Not long ago, her uncle conspired with outsiders to deceive her, leading to considerable losses. A few days ago, she lamented that she might have to sell the factory, though she was uncertain whether to proceed with that decision. Should I call her now to inquire? Wang Xiaoyi suggested. Qin Feng nodded. Yes, please do. Without hesitation, Wang Xiaoyi picked up the phone and dialed her close friend, Li Shuang's number. However, after several attempts, there was no answer. A frown creased Wang Xiaoyi's brow. Could something have happened? She has never ignored my calls before. Furthermore, she has been burdened with numerous troubles lately. As her concern for Li Shuang deepened, She feared that her friend might be in distress or worse. Do you know the address of her factory? Qin Feng inquired. Yes, she replied. All right, let's take a taxi to her factory and see if she is there. If not, we can check her home. Wang Shuai nodded in agreement. The two promptly hailed a cab to Lighthouse steel pipe factory. At that moment, Li Shuang found herself surrounded by a group of 20 workers. Pay us. Hurry up with the wages. If you don't pay us soon, we will start moving the equipment. They clamored, accusing her of being a heartless employer. In the midst of the crowd, Li Shuang's face was filled with indignation. Is today not the scheduled payday? Have I ever delayed your wages? You must reflect on your own conscience. Have I ever neglected to pay you? Not only have I consistently met your payments, but the factory has also received substantial orders, allowing me to offer bonuses as well. Have I not treated you all fairly? And now, in light of some recent issues, you respond this way? Do you possess any sense of loyalty? The workers were momentarily silenced, unable to retort. The atmosphere grew tense. However, it wasn't long before someone spoke up again. I don't care about your excuses. It is payday, and it is only right that we receive our wages for our labor. So pay us. The group of workers erupted once more, chanting yes. Pay us. If you don't pay us soon, we will start dismantling and moving the machines. A few workers pretended to approach the machinery, feigning the intention to disassemble it. You dare? Li Shuang trembled with anger. Is your salary even worth the price of a machine? Not even a fraction of one. She exclaimed, if you dare to dismantle the machines, I will call the police immediately. I have stated that I am in the process of finding a buyer for the factory. Once the funds from the sale are secured, I will promptly ensure your salaries are paid. Upon hearing her words, the crowd fell silent, yet it was evident that they had no intention of letting the matter rest. Instead, they seemed intent on finding ways to further harass Li Shuang. Clearly, these workers were not merely seeking their wages. They had ulterior motives. At that moment, a voice emerged from the periphery of the crowd. My dear niece, since you intend to sell the factory anyway, why not sell it to me? Upon hearing this, the workers parted to allow the speaker passage. Witnessing this scene, Li Shuang became even more convinced that her uncle had instigated these workers. Glaring at her uncle, she gritted her teeth and replied, even if I were to agree to your price, I would never sell it to you. The predicament she found herself in was a result of her uncle's scheming. He had exploited her prior trust to lead her into a trap, then manipulated the workers to pressure her into selling the factory at a low price. It was astonishing that she had once placed such faith in her uncle, Li Siyuan. Her uncle grinned maliciously as he gazed at her. Dear niece, do not speak so harshly. If you do not sell to me, do you truly think you can find a buyer in such a short time? Buyers are not so easily come by. Moreover, even if you were to find one quickly, it would still take a few days, wouldn't it? You cannot expect to sell today and receive payment immediately. While it may not matter if you don't receive funds today, these workers certainly will not be willing to wait. As soon as he finished speaking, the 20 or so workers erupted into chaos once more. Yes. Pay us. Disburse our salaries. Greedy boss, do not think of withholding our wages. If we do not receive payment today, we will truly dismantle the machines. Listening to the uproar around her, Li Shuang silently closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. She was not a fragile person. After her father's passing, she had taken on the mantle of managing the factory right after graduating university. At that time, she had to endure the pain of her father's death while simultaneously trying to take over the operations of the factory. Yet under such circumstances, she had managed to grasp the entirety of the factory situation within just 2 weeks and successfully steer it back on course, ensuring that it did not decline due to her father's demise. This was ample proof that she was not merely a pretty face devoid of substance. However, at this moment, she truly felt overwhelmed. The loss of her father, her uncle's scheming, the impending collapse of the factory, and the betrayal from the workers. Father, I truly cannot endure this any longer. What on earth should I do now? Li Shuang thought despondently. Li Siyuan urged her, dear niece, do not be foolish. Sell it to me for 7 million. You can settle your debts, pay the wages of these people, and still have 3 to 4 million left for yourself. This amount is sufficient for you and your mother to live comfortably. So why hesitate? Li Shuang opened her eyes and scoffed. This factory is worth at least 14 million, if not more. You think you can acquire it for a mere 7 million? You truly are taking advantage of a situation. Dear uncle. No, you are the one who set this fire. Li Siyuan shrugged, adopting a demeanor of indifference. Regardless, you have no other options at present. Who else would be willing to purchase your factory? You. Li Shishuang glared at Li Siyuan, yet felt powerless. Indeed, who could possibly come to her rescue now? I will buy it. At that moment, a voice echoed from the entrance of the factory. Chapter 11. Steel pipes, gas cylinders, mortars. Everyone turned their gaze toward the factory entrance. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Shuishui and Qin Feng approached from the doorway. In Li Shishuang's perspective, the two figures emerging from the entrance seemed to materialize from the very light itself. Who are you? Li Siyuan felt an intense anger, wishing to drive away these two who were disrupting his plans. Of course, we are the buyers of the factory, Qin Feng replied. At that moment, Li Shishuang also recognized the newcomers, and upon seeing Wang Shuishui, she rushed over to embrace her. Shuishui? Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, a flurry of comments erupted. Wow, this young lady is stunning. No wonder she is Wang Shuishui's close friend. Her beauty might even surpass Wang Shuishui's. The two of them are different types. Wang Shuishui embodies sweetness, while this young lady exudes an elegant charm. Seriously, is this really the time to discuss appearances? Can't you see this young lady is being bullied? No, my friend, you seem to misunderstand. With Qin Feng about to acquire this factory, what is there to fear? Exactly. If those people knew that Qin Feng was wanted by the authorities with a bounty of 15 million, they would surely be terrified. That's a valid point. A bounty of 15 million on Qin Feng truly brings a sense of security. Upon witnessing Li Shishuang's actions towards Wang Shuishui, Li Siyuan immediately understood that this person was a friend of hers. Thus, his anxious heart finally settled. Diarnies. Let us not have your friend here stirring up trouble. What good does it do to have her meddle? Can they resolve this situation now? And what about next time? Qin Feng frowned and swiftly retorted, You're the one causing trouble. Your whole family is troublemakers. Li Siyuan became instantly furious. Speak more respectfully. Qin Feng scoffed. You were the one who used that term first. I merely returned it to you. Can't handle it? What? Do you want to fight? Come on. Whoever backs down is a coward. With that, Qin Feng rolled up his sleeves, revealing his well-defined biceps. Although he hadn't yet utilized the enhancement serum from the system, he had regularly exercised while in the Lighthouse Country to protect himself, as encountering muggers in the dead of night was not uncommon. Qin Feng viewed physical training as a necessary aspect of earning his living, believing that only by strengthening himself could he safeguard the earnings from his part-time jobs. Upon seeing Qin Feng's biceps, Li Siyuan couldn't help but take 2 steps back, muttering, I 1 stoop to your level. Yet Qin Feng was unwilling to be outdone, asserting, a coward is a coward, no matter how eloquently they speak. Let it be. I do not wish to engage with you, for you are nothing more than a troublemaker, and I fear I may become tainted by your chaos. Your entire family is composed of instigators. In conclusion, Qin Feng added a final remark. You. Li Siyuan felt exasperated, rendered speechless. The viewers in the live stream exclaimed with delight. Wow, this is exhilarating. Qin Feng's rebuttal is simply delightful. He shows no signs of weakness. Truly deserving of being the man sought by the authorities, unyielding in the face of adversity. This is how you confront someone. Go all out. Indeed, it is Qin Feng who stands out. This is quite the spectacle. This live stream is enjoyable. It won't frustrate me. Li Siyuan dared not provoke Qin Feng further, redirecting his focus towards Li Shishuan. I have come today with a contract. Hasten to sign the factory transfer agreement, and I shall transfer the funds to you immediately. It is futile for your friends to meddle here. Can they resolve this situation now, let alone in the future? Li Shishuan, I advise you to think this through. This time, he even refrained from addressing her as his niece, speaking coldly instead. In Li Siyuan's view, the purpose of Qin Feng's visit was merely to delay matters for Li Shishuan, pretending to be a prospective buyer to temporarily silence the workers. Li Shishuan remarked to Wang Shuishui, Shuishui, I appreciate your goodwill, but my uncle is resolute in acquiring this factory. Even if you can assist me in stalling for 2 days, it will ultimately be in vain. After all, I cannot find a genuine buyer within such a short time. However, I will not allow my uncle to gain any advantage. Even if I have to sell everything in the factory as scrap, I will not sell it to him." As she spoke, Li Shixian gritted her teeth, embodying the spirit of preferring to shatter than to compromise. Upon hearing this, Li Siyuan grew furious. "You, how much can you possibly earn from selling scrap?" "You," Qin Feng interrupted them. "Who says I am here merely to delay matters? I am genuinely interested in purchasing the factory. You are Li Shixian, correct? Name your price. How much do you wish to sell this factory for? I could transfer the funds to you on the spot." Qin Feng was uninterested in their disputes and wished to conclude the transaction swiftly to commence production. Li Shixian was taken aback. You truly wish to buy?" At that moment, Wang Shuishui finally spoke up. "Shixian, Qin Feng is not jesting. He genuinely intends to acquire your factory. Previously, I was uncertain about your intentions regarding the sale and was about to call you." Subsequently, Wang Shuishui recounted the urgency of their arrival. Overwhelmed with gratitude and joy, Li Shixian turned to Qin Feng earnestly. "Mr. Qin, if the factory were to be transferred under normal circumstances, it could fetch at least 14 million. However, as you can see, I am in dire need of funds to settle various debts. Therefore, if you are sincere about the acquisition, I would be willing to sell it for 10 million. Qin Feng replied directly. "Very well, draft the contract. Once the contract is drafted, we can proceed to sign it, and I shall transfer the funds to you immediately." This price indeed reflects an unexpected opportunity for him. Li Shixian was also filled with delight, as at this moment, Qin Feng's intent to acquire the factory felt like a divine intervention for her. However, she suggested, "Mr. Qin, would you like to first familiarize yourself with the factory's conditions?" After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng nodded. "Very well, let us understand the factory situation first." In truth, it mattered little to him whether he grasped the details, as he had no intention of utilizing the existing machinery. He was already prepared to dispose of certain machines and procure new ones. Nevertheless, it was prudent to adhere to the necessary procedures. Subsequently, Li Shixian guided Qin Feng through the factory, providing insights into various aspects. During her exposition, Qin Feng noted her profound understanding of the factory, as she was well versed in the purpose of each production line and machine, indicating that she was not merely an office-bound individual, but one who actively engaged on the production floor. The factory comprised 3 buildings, one of which served as a warehouse. Upon reaching this warehouse, Qin Feng was astonished to discover it filled to the brim with steel pipes, all of similar specifications. These pipes were, in fact, a burden. As Li Shixian mentioned them, her complexion flushed with embarrassment, for these very pipes had ensnared her in a predicament. The company that ordered them no longer required the goods, and due to their custom diameter, they were virtually unsaleable, rendering them a liability. Yet, as Qin Feng surveyed the steel pipes, he fell into deep contemplation. Why did the inner diameter of these pipes seem to resemble the outer diameter of a household gas cylinder? What could be created by combining a gas cylinder with such pipes? The average person might assert that nothing could be formed, as the two bore no relation. However, Qin Feng would respond, "A mortar." Chapter 12. Shipment to Zhongdong is the client who customized this batch of steel pipes from the petroleum district. Qin Feng inquired with a peculiar expression directed at Li Shixian. No, they are actually from a plumbing company within our province," Li Shixian replied, momentarily taken aback by Qin Feng's question. However, she answered earnestly, "The plumbing company originally stated that." As Li Shixian elaborated, Qin Feng gradually grasped the fundamental circumstances. It turned out that the order from this company was secured by Li Shixian's second uncle not long ago. A while back, Li Siyuan had excitedly informed Li Shixian that he had landed a significant deal with a company responsible for the underground water pipe renovation project in the urban area. The project was quite substantial, but the company was unable to meet the demand for pipes promptly. Thus, they sought to customize steel pipes for manufacturers. Li Siyuan claimed that due to his connection with the company's general manager, he had managed to secure the order. However, this batch of customized steel pipes required full prepayment. In the industry, prepayment is a common practice, yet cases requiring complete prepayment are rare. Consequently, Li Shixian initially declined, deeming the risk too great. Nevertheless, She was swayed by her uncle's earnest persuasion, who insisted that this order was a rare opportunity. Many steel manufacturers sought such deals, but were unable to secure them. If it weren't for his connections, he wouldn't have been able to land it at all. Her uncle, being the deputy manager of the factory, had indeed provided substantial assistance when Li Shuang first took over the factory. Furthermore, he had always maintained a good relationship with their family and treated her as if she were his own daughter. Thus, Li Shuang had trusted him as she would her father. Consequently, under the weight of her uncle's heartfelt urgings, she signed the contract. In her misplaced trust, she even neglected to scrutinize the contract drafted by her uncle before affixing her signature. Little did she anticipate that the contract harbored a trap. The stipulated penalty for breach of contract was 0. This meant that if, upon the delivery date, the plumbing company chose to forego the batch of pipes, they would not be required to pay any penalty. As a result, the factory produced the agreed quantity of pipes within the specified time frame, only for the plumbing company to breach the contract on the delivery date, stating they no longer wanted the pipes. Moreover, the customized specifications of this batch rendered them unsellable in the market. No one desired them. Ultimately, the pipes, for which they had fully prepaid, remained a burden on their hands. To fund the prepayment for these pipes, Li Shuang not only utilized all the factory's capital, but also took out loans. Thus, she found herself in the unfortunate position of being compelled to sell the factory. I was so foolish. I not only placed too much trust in my uncle, but also acted impulsively. The reason I accepted this order was not solely due to my uncle's encouragement, but partly because I was genuinely tempted. After all, the order was indeed substantial. Li Shuang said with a bitter smile, her heart filled with regret. She had even taken out a loan to complete the ongoing production, a clear indication of being blinded by profit. She then spoke earnestly. I have already outlined the factory situation for you. You are well aware of the machines and production lines. I have even clarified my reasons for selling the factory. Mr. Qin, what is your current stance? If you are indeed determined to acquire this factory, I will proceed to draft the contract. Oh, by the way, the previous debts are my personal liabilities, not those of the factory. The factory only has the issue of unpaid wages for the workers for 1 month. There are no other financial disputes. Rest assured, I will cover that month's wages. Qin Feng gazed at the warehouse filled with pipes and remarked, the factory has no issues. In fact, it was more than satisfactory. The acquisition price was reasonable, and he was left with a treasure trove in the warehouse. Initially, he had thought that most of the production lines would be unusable, but upon closer inspection, he realized that none of the existing lines needed alteration. They were all operational and could be utilized. He continued, by the way, I intend to hire you as the factory's general manager moving forward. Are you interested in that position? As Li Shuang detailed the factory's operations, Qin Feng noted her comprehensive understanding of the production lines. He was in dire need of someone with her expertise. Furthermore, during his journey, Wang Shui had briefed him on Li Shuang's background, revealing that under her leadership, the factory's operations and business had improved significantly, indicating her competence. Thus, he wished to appoint Li Shuang as the general manager, which would simplify his responsibilities considerably. He would only need to issue broad directives while she managed the intricate details. As for her previous misstep, it was inconsequential to Qin Feng, for he would be the one steering the factory's overarching direction. Are you truly offering me the position of general manager? Li Shuang exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. It was not merely the allure of the title that thrilled her, but the profound significance the Lighthouse steel pipe factory held for her. Qin Feng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is true. Li Shuang quickly responded. I am willing to continue as the factory manager. Qin Feng smiled and nodded. Very well, you may now proceed to draft the contract. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Suddenly, Qin Feng recalled something and remarked earnestly, by the way, since you will still be the general manager, there are certain matters you must be aware of. This warehouse full of pipes may seem burdensome to you. However, to me, it represents a treasure trove, a bounty. I have the means to sell all these pipes at prices significantly higher than what you previously received. As I prepare to sell these water pipes that could lead you into a pitfall at a high price, I implore you not to harbor any feelings of jealousy. Otherwise, It will be prudent for you to decline the general manager's offer at this moment. If, in the future, your envy over this matter jeopardizes the company's progress, I shall not easily let you off the hook. Qin Feng spoke rather bluntly. After all, it is far better to express unpleasant truths up front than to face embarrassing situations later. Li Shuang was taken aback. What? These water pipes can actually be sold? This shattered her understanding. She had attempted to market these pipes before, but the outcome was harsh. No one had any use for this particular specification. With a serious demeanor, Li Shuang remarked, "One cannot earn money beyond their understanding. This is a sentiment I have always agreed with. If you can sell these pipes, it indicates your unique capability and resourcefulness. You deserve the profits from this endeavor, as they lie beyond my comprehension. I, Li Shuang, shall only admire you, devoid of any resentment or jealousy, which will certainly not hinder the company's development." Qin Feng nodded in response. "That is good." Subsequently, he extended his hand with a smile. "Here's to a fruitful collaboration." "To a fruitful collaboration," Li Shuang replied with a smile as they shook hands, after which she proceeded to draft the contract. While awaiting the completion of the contract, Qin Feng initiated a video call with Li Wentao, who was far away in Xiaoyi. Since this batch of water pipes was not ordered by the clients at the oil building, he would take the initiative to sell them there. Chapter 13. The online community is bewildered. Has Master Qin returned to the arms trade? When Qin Feng made his first video call to Li Wentao, there was no answer. Undeterred, he dialed again and murmured to himself while waiting for the call to connect. Could this guy have been captured? After all, Xiaoyi is Xiaoyi, and Long Nation is Long Nation. But then again, the bounty on that kid is only 500,000, given the current adversarial relationship with the Lighthouse Nation. Who would go all the way there for such a sum? Meanwhile, the live stream was bustling with activity. Does Qin Feng have a way to sell these pipes? How would he even manage that? I truly find it hard to believe these pipes would sell at all. I agree. Just look at the thickness of these steel pipes. What household would ever use such a hefty material? This girl must have been thoroughly deceived. Perhaps she thought that for underground water pipes, they needed to be thicker. But this is excessively thick. They could be used as cannon barrels. No wonder this warehouse's stock requires all the funds from the factory, and even loans. Because this batch is truly substantial. Just think of the cost of this steel. Wang Shuishi gazed at the pipes before her and sighed. I previously only knew she had fallen into a pit, but I never realized it was such an obvious one. The thickness of this steel pipe clearly indicates it is not meant for water lines. What household would utilize such a thickness? This is several times thicker than a normal water pipe. Qin Feng interjected. The human mind is capable of self-deception. Once you invest a certain cost into something, even if you realize something is amiss along the way, your brain will naturally convince you otherwise. When Li Shuang signed the contract, even if she sensed something was wrong with the thickness of the pipes, her subconscious would lead her to believe that such thickness was meant to enhance quality and prolong lifespan. It's akin to people purchasing expensive cosmetics. Despite lacking any real effect, they still convince themselves they look fairer and their skin has become more refined. At that moment, Li Wentao finally answered the video call. On the screen, he appeared shirtless. While his lower half was out of view, Qin Feng surmised he was likely unclothed. The backdrop was a chaotic array of discarded clothing, both male and female. What's going on? 2 video calls in a row? Is there something wrong? Don't tell me. It's not even safe in Long Nation anymore. Li Wentao's labored breaths echoed through the video, the image shaking intermittently, accompanied by a woman's voice. Qin Feng thought to himself, how foolish of me to insist on making a second call. Suddenly, the motion on the phone intensified, and the woman's cries grew more desperate. Then the screen stabilized. Li Wentao, now in a sage-like demeanor, inquired, "What's wrong, my good brother? Why are you silent?" Qin Feng sighed, deciding to treat the earlier incident as if it had never occurred, as though he had failed to comprehend the situation. Clearing his throat, he said to his good friend, "Let me show you something intriguing." With that, he switched his phone's camera to the rear view, directing it toward the warehouse. "Do you see? I have just acquired a steel pipe factory, complete with a warehouse full of water pipes." Li Wentao regarded Qin Feng with a look of incredulity. "Dude, have you been rendered senseless by the 15 million bounty on your head? A warehouse full of water pipes is hardly something to boast about. Qin Feng remained silent, drawing the camera closer to reveal the details of the pipes. Li Wentao's expression transformed into one of astonishment. What on earth are these pipes? They are far too thick to be used above ground, yet too slender for underground installation. And the thickness. Are you jesting? Do you take me for a fool? Or have you been made a fool of yourself? Qin Feng merely smiled, offering no explanation, and continued with his line of thought. Do you think that if we engraved spiral lines on the inner walls of these pipes, it would enhance the water flow rate? Li Wentao chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. It's like a grandmother trying to climb into bed. This is quite amusing. How did I not realize before that you might be a bit simple-minded? Engraving spiral lines? You might as well suggest rifling. Rifling? Li Wentao's laughter ceased abruptly as he sat up straight, his previous demeanor replaced with shock and seriousness. Qin Feng silently praised his good friend for being on the same wavelength, needing only a nudge to grasp the concept. He continued to guide him. In my opinion, these pipes should be cut to about 3 meters in length, completely seamless. Furthermore, to facilitate transportation, we could attach a pair of wheels to each pipe. Quite an interesting proposition, don't you think? Oh, and there's another intriguing detail. The inner diameter of these pipes is remarkably similar to that of gas cylinders. They would fit perfectly inside. How fascinating. Mortar shells? Li Wentao was suddenly enlightened, a shiver coursing through him as if an electric current had surged from his feet to his scalp, raising goosebumps all over. Then, with remarkable swiftness, he dropped to his knees. Brother, no, father. Father, lead me to wealth. These mortar shells would sell like hotcakes at Xiaoyi. Imagine the fortune we could amass. Qin Feng maintained a serious expression. What nonsense are you spouting? Mortar shells? We are in the steel pipe business, selling water pipes and gas cylinders. While the quality of these gas cylinders might not be guaranteed and the explosion-proof technology may be lacking, we are still legitimately selling gas cylinders. The mention of mortars pertains to the arms trade, yet I find myself in the Dragon Nation, making it implausible for me to engage in such business. Please do not cast unfounded accusations. Li Wentao, being quite astute, immediately grasped the situation and swiftly corrected himself. Ah, yes indeed. It pertains to pipes and gas canisters. You are in legitimate trade. Li Wentao deliberately used you rather than we. For when Qin Feng shipped the goods from the Dragon Nation, it was under the guise of legitimate commerce. But upon their arrival and subsequent sale, it transformed into something far less lawful. The audience in the live stream was left bewildered. What? Is the esteemed Qin Feng truly embarking on an arms venture? Wait. I'm still somewhat confused. How do pipes inscribed with spiral patterns and gas canisters equate to mortars? What riddle are these two playing at? One moment it's arms trade, the next it's legitimate business. The dialogue between Qin Feng and Li Wentao was audible to the netizens. Yet many struggled to comprehend the underlying intricacies. Unlike Li Wentao, who immediately caught on, perhaps due to his prolonged association with Xiaoyi and a heightened sensitivity to arms-related products, his prior camaraderie with Qin Feng fostered a mutual understanding, allowing Qin Feng to merely hint at something for Li Wentao to grasp. Chapter 14. No expresión mal? Splendid. Wang Shuishui cast a puzzled glance at Qin Feng, inquiring curiously, why is it one moment a mortar and the next just an ordinary water pipe or gas cylinder? One moment it's arms dealing, and the next it's legitimate business. What does it all mean? Qin Feng chuckled softly, responding, the talk of mortars and arms dealing is merely the ramblings of this lad. Who in the Dragon Country would dare to venture into arms trading? Pay no heed to his words. He often indulges in nonsensical chatter. He continued, it's just that the steel mill on Xiaoyi's side is struggling with production and is in need of water pipes and gas cylinders. Selling those items over there is quite profitable. Wang Shuishui pondered this for a moment. Is that so? The viewers in the live stream also breathed a sigh of relief, genuinely frightened at the thought that Qin Feng was indeed delving into arms trading. At that moment, Li Shifeng approached with the drafted contract in hand. Qin Feng took the contract, scrutinized it thoroughly, found no issues, and proceeded to transfer the funds and sign. From this point forward, you shall be my esteemed boss, Li Shifeng declared with a smile, extending her hand to shake Qin Feng's. Consequently, the majority of the factory's affairs will largely depend on your management. Qin Feng replied with a grin. Li Shifeng nodded. Since you are willing to let me assume the position of general manager, these responsibilities are indeed part of my duty. Subsequently, the trio, along with Wang Shui, made their way towards Factory Number 1, the very facility they had just entered. Upon reaching Factory Number 1, they discovered that Li Siyuan and the disruptive workers had yet to depart. What are you still doing here? Li Shifeng said with an unsightly expression. Li Siyuan, observing the contracts in their hands, wore a grim countenance. You've already signed the contracts? Li Shifeng nodded, taunting him indeed. Uncle, your schemes have come to naught. Li Siyuan's expression grew even darker, hesitating momentarily before snorting disdainfully and walking away. As he passed by Qin Feng, he gritted his teeth and muttered, You wait, boy. This isn't over. Having plotted for so long, he was on the verge of savoring his victory, only to have it snatched away, leaving him deeply resentful. Qin Feng, with a dismissive attitude, replied, Suit yourself. Li Shifeng addressed the 20 or so workers. Now, let us settle your wages. The workers, having shifted their demeanor, wore smiles and said, Hey, Manager Li, there's no rush for the wages. We'll still be working at the factory, so there's plenty of time. We wouldn't mind if our pay was combined with next month's. Right. Isn't our factory short on funds lately? We can use this month's wages to help resolve the factory's challenges. We'll weather this storm together. Li Shifaru, Inuarli Smirking, thought to herself that had they not just been causing a ruckus, she might have been swayed by their words. The viewers in the live stream were equally exasperated, exclaiming, Are these people not utterly disgusting? Just moments ago, they encircled Li Shifeng, putting her in a difficult position, and now they dare to utter these words? How utterly hypocritical these individuals are. Were it not for my prior observations of their actions, I might have believed them to be a collective dedicated to the factory's survival. Had I entered the live broadcast room later, I might have been moved by their sentiments. Alas, I arrived early and am now only repulsed by their insincerity. As for the handling of the 20-odd workers, Li Shifeng found herself devoid of authority. Her gaze shifted towards Qin Feng, for the power to decide lay firmly in his hands. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Feng addressed the group. Dismiss all of them. I cannot afford to retain those who might stab me in the back at any moment. Upon hearing this, Li Shifeng promptly instructed the workers, Come here to collect your wages, and once you have done so, leave immediately. You are no longer welcome at Lighthouse Steel Pipe Factory. The 20-odd workers, upon hearing her words, shed their previous FAAs, revealing their true colors. We wouldn't linger here even if you begged us. Do you think we're desperate to stay at this factory? It's merely a paltry job. Where else could we not find employment? Exactly. Just a measly job. Who would covet it? One by one, they approached Li Shifeng to collect their wages with disdain. Once finished, they suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. We still need to claim our final payment from Li Siyuan. He promised us 3,000 yuan each if we followed his instructions. And he only gave us a 500 yuan deposit. There's still 2,500 yuan outstanding. They exclaimed in unison, rushing to pursue their final payment from Li Siyuan. Li Shifeng's smile waned, turning more desolate. She had believed that Li Siyuan had expended significant effort and promised substantial benefits to incite such betrayal among the workers, only to discover it was merely 3,000 yuan at stake. She had been generous with these workers, rewarding them with bonuses whenever the factory secured large orders, the total of which undoubtedly surpassed that 3,000 yuan. Shaking her head, she self-deprecatingly remarked, I thought that by rewarding them with bonuses after securing large orders, they would remember my kindness and foster a sense of belonging to the factory. Yet the outcome was betrayal. Qin Feng gently patted her shoulder, offering reassurance. Providing bonuses to enhance their motivation and encourage harder work undoubtedly has merit. From the perspective of production efficiency, your decision to grant bonuses is certainly justified. Moreover, the factory must comprise more than just these individuals, right? There are surely many others who appreciate your efforts and have not betrayed you over a mere 3,000 yuan. So, why should you let the actions of these 20-odd individuals overshadow your entire endeavor? Li Shifeng swiftly regained her confidence. Indeed, there are still over 30 individuals who have not betrayed me. Why must I fixate on those 20 or so individuals? Subsequently, Li Shuang gathered the remaining 30-plus people and announced the change of ownership of the factory to Qin Feng. Qin Feng spoke briefly before allowing everyone to return to their tasks. The crowd exchanged glances, pondering the notion of work. But there is no work to be done. Li Shuang blushed as she explained. Since that incident, we have been in a state of suspension. It has already been a week. Qin Feng nodded, realizing he had overlooked this detail. Given the factory's current predicament, it would indeed be alarming if it were still operational. Therefore, he inquired of Li Shuang, can the factory produce gas cylinders? Li Shuang was uncertain and turned to an experienced craftsman, Master Li. Is it possible? Master Li pondered for a moment before replying. It is feasible, but we can only manufacture the body of the gas cylinder. The pressure relief valve must be sourced from specialized factory. The pressure relief valve, also known as the explosion-proof valve, is the most critical component of the gas cylinder and the most technically demanding part. The body of the gas cylinder refers to the large belly portion, while the pressure relief valve is situated at the top. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's spirits lifted. What he required was precisely a gas cylinder devoid of the explosion-proof device. He only needed the body. Chapter 15. Wang Shui was left speechless. Is this truly a mortar? Splendid. The primary task of the factory henceforth will be the production of gas cylinder bodies. Qin Feng declared decisively. Li Shuang appeared somewhat bewildered as she turned to Qin Feng and advised, producing gas cylinder bodies? Can they even be sold? Over the past few years, natural gas has become increasingly prevalent, leading to a decline in the number of households using gas cylinders. Numerous factories dedicated to their production have already shuttered. Qin Feng smiled reassuringly. Fear not, we shall not sell domestically. We intend to market them in the Zhongdong region. A friend of mine in Xiaoyi informed me that the local steel industry is struggling and there is a scarcity of water pipes and gas cylinders. I plan to sell the water pipes from our warehouse to Xiaoyi, and the gas cylinder bodies we are about to produce will also be destined for there. My friend oversees the pressure relief valve segment. My sole responsibility will be the production of the cylinder bodies. Li Shuang nodded thoughtfully. I see. As long as you have the connections, that is sufficient. Qin Feng continued, by the way, to cater to the market demands there. We need to make some modifications to our gas cylinder bodies. Li Shuang agreed, recognizing that the market needs in Xiaoyi may differ from those at home. Thus, adaptations are indeed necessary. However, Qin Feng's subsequent words left her utterly perplexed. Our cylinder bodies must be thinner. Additionally, we need to add 4 stabilizing legs. For supports, as the terrain in Xiaoyi is predominantly land and sand, making the ground uneven, the supports will help anchor the cylinder securely. As he spoke, Qin Feng retrieved paper and a pen to sketch a rough outline of the supports. Li Shuang began to doubt her comprehension. Thinner cylinder bodies? And adding 4 supports. I understand that the addition of supports is to enhance stability on the sandy terrain, but why do these supports look so familiar? Are you certain this is a support? The more I look, the more it resembles a rocket's tail fin. Her mind swirled with confusion. At that moment, Qin Feng added, Oh right, not only must the cylinder bodies be thinner, but we should also include some steel balls inside. Observing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Qin Feng nonchalantly explained, The market demand there dictates these specifications. Aligning with their needs will surely boost our sales. Li Shuang shrugged. If Qin Feng asserted it, she would choose to trust him. As for the true rationale behind these modifications, that was not her place to question. She was wise enough to recognize that some inquiries are best left unasked. Since it was dictated by the market demands in Xiaoyi, there was no alternative. As for the workers, they had little to say on the matter. After all, they were simply employed to perform their tasks, and concerns over sales were not their domain. They would follow their employer's instructions without hesitation. All right, everyone, let us commence our tasks. Master Li, you are responsible for calibrating the machinery, and you may allocate personnel as you see fit. Li Shuang handed the drawing of the gas cylinder bracket, sketched by Qin Feng, to Master Li. Master Li nodded and turned to immerse himself in his work. At that moment, however, Qin Feng suddenly recalled another matter. Ah, yes. The batch of water pipes in the warehouse. Ensure they are all engraved with spiral lines. This is a market demand from Xiaoyi's side. Their personnel believe that engraving spiral lines can enhance water flow velocity. Li Shuang shrugged once more, stating that since it was a market demand from Xiaoyi, there was little that could be done. Master Wang, please come over and listen to the specific requirements from General Qin. Li Shifeng then called another experienced worker. Master Wang approached, addressed Qin Feng respectfully, and awaited his detailed instructions. Qin Feng took out his phone, uncertain of the precise standards for the barrel rifling. However, such information could be readily found online. It was not classified. While searching on his phone, he remarked to Master Li, "By the way, when you produce the gas cylinders, ensure that their diameter aligns perfectly with the inner diameter of our water pipes." Although the inner diameters of the water pipes in the warehouse appeared similar to those of the gas cylinders, mere appearances cannot guarantee precise compatibility in data. Master Li nodded affirmatively. Understood, General Qin. At that moment, Qin Feng located the design requirements for the barrel rifling online and handed them to Master Wang. Adhere to this standard. Master Wang scrutinized the top lines on the phone screen. The parameters of barrel rifling are critical indicators in the design of artillery and firearms, involving key parameters such as groove width, depth, and number, which directly affect weapon performance in applicable scenarios. Below is a detailed explanation of the main parameters. He fell into deep contemplation, then silently scrolled up on the screen to read more carefully. He took out paper and pen to jot down the necessary information, effortlessly filtering out the irrelevant details. Qin Feng observed this scene with satisfaction. The remaining workers in the factory, including Li Shifeng, were indeed a source of ease for him. He felt grateful to Li Xiaoyi. Without him, he might not have been able to sift through the personnel at the factory. The 20 or so workers who had departed were indeed the ones who needed to leave. The audience in the live stream could not see the content on the phone screen. Yet Qin Feng's requirements were sufficient to leave them pondering for quite some time. Why do I increasingly feel that something is amiss? Is this gas cylinder a legitimate gas cylinder? A gas cylinder without a safety valve, merely a thin-walled container filled with steel balls and equipped with 4 tail-like supports. Are you sure this is a gas cylinder? It feels more like a mutated shell to me. Indeed, a gas cylinder fitted with a safety valve could potentially become a bomb. If used improperly or if it is too outdated, it could lead to an explosion. Not long ago, a gas cylinder explosion occurred at our local snack street, leaving the establishment in utter disarray. Fortunately, there were no patrons inside at the time, thus averting a greater catastrophe. Now, regarding the gas cylinder specifications mentioned by the esteemed Qin Feng, one cannot help but feel an unsettling sense of dread, as if the potential devastation from such an explosion were deemed insufficient. Moreover, the notion of spiral grooves etched into the water pipes, along with the requirement that the gas cylinder's diameter must align with the internal diameter of the pipes, raises a multitude of alarming questions. Spiral grooves on a water pipe? Goodness, this is far from mere spirals. It resembles rifling, does it not? Etching rifling onto a water pipe. This cannot possibly be a simple water pipe. It bears the semblance of cannon barrel. And with a gas cylinder, it is more akin to an artillery shell. No wonder the individual who previously conversed with Qin Feng mentioned the term mortar. The pieces are falling into place. Could it be that Qin Feng is indeed venturing back into the arms trade? Wang Xiaoyi, observing the barrage of comments in the live stream, was rendered utterly speechless. What? Is Qin Feng truly engaged in the business of munitions? Chapter 16. Completion and testing. However, Wang Xiaoyi quickly realized the situation. She smiled cheerfully at the live stream and said, "Everyone is overthinking it. Qin Feng is certainly engaged in legitimate business. He just explained to us after ending a video call with a friend in the warehouse, didn't he? There's no way he would be involved in arms dealing, especially since no one would dare to conduct such business in Longhua. The so-called mortars are merely playful exaggerations from his friend, so please do not make such associations." Qin Feng's requests are simply to cater to the market demands from Xiaoyi's side. Wang Xiaoyi was not naive. She understood that she could not confirm any rumors about Qin Feng's alleged arms dealings during the live broadcast. Even if Qin Feng's operations genuinely involved mortars, and even if they were to be tested in the live stream, she would find new ways to justify the situation. Listening to Wang Xiaoyi, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. She was indeed a clever individual. In truth, he was not concerned about others discerning his true intentions, for the matter was not something to be hidden. The key was to avoid any self-incrimination. if he were to admit outright that the production was intended for assembling mortars. He would be facing serious consequences, possibly imprisonment for smuggling arms, dealt with by the relevant authorities in Longhua. However, as long as he did not confess, he could disregard others' opinions. Even if pipes and gas cylinders from their factory were found on the battlefield of Zhongdong, it would not matter. After all, they were exported as pipes and gas cylinders, and how others chose to utilize them was beyond his concern. If he were to be questioned about steel pipes marked with Lighthouse Steel Pipe Factory discovered on the battlefield, he could merely shrug and say, "I am just a vendor of steel pipes and gas cylinders. It is not my place to dictate how buyers utilize them. It is akin to selling kitchen knives. One cannot control how they are used." The audience in the live stream listened to Wang Shui's explanation with skepticism. The gas cylinder's outer diameter must match the inner diameter of the pipe. Isn't that indicative of mortars? Indeed, you even specifically reminded Master Li to ensure that the gas cylinder's dimensions align with the pipe's inner diameter. And you still try to explain it away? You say the helical grooves on the pipes are to enhance water flow. Fine, I may not be well read, so I will take your word for it. But the gas cylinder's outer diameter must match the pipe's inner diameter, and you still attempt to argue? Cold sweat trickled down Wang Shui's forehead. She had always been a good child and had never engaged in wrongdoing, leaving her at a loss for how to defend herself. Therefore, she showed Qin Feng the questions from the live stream. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng responded, drawing on his extensive experience in such matters. The matching of the gas cylinder's outer diameter with the pipe's inner diameter is, of course, to minimize transportation costs. Brothers, you may not know, but shipping these items to Xiaoyi incurs significant expenses, which are calculated not only by weight but also by volume. During the transportation process, placing these gas canisters within the water pipes would indeed conserve space, wouldn't it? The space saved would significantly reduce my transportation costs. Alas, we are a small factory, engaged in modest transactions, and must meticulously manage our expenses, including transportation costs. Once again, individuals in the live broadcast posed a question. What about placing steel columns inside the gas canisters? Qin Feng responded with assurance. This is to maintain the stability of the gas canisters during transport. Are you familiar with building dampers? These devices function like counterweights suspended within a structure. When a building sways due to external forces, the damper moves in the opposite direction of the sway, counteracting the vibrations and thereby diminishing the amplitude of movement. By placing steel columns inside the gas canisters, I aim to simulate a damper, ensuring greater stability during the transportation process to prevent any accidents. After all, we are operating on a tight budget and cannot afford losses. Moreover, the diameter of those steel columns is smaller than the opening of the canister, allowing the operators at Xiaoyi to unscrew the canister cap and retrieve the steel columns upon arrival. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. Oh, is that how it is? All right then, whatever you say, Qin Feng. I may not be well versed, but I'll trust your words. Adding four-tail wing-like supports to the gas canister is merely to facilitate securing it to the ground. Incorporating steel columns within the canister is to maintain stability during transport. The spiral pattern in the water pipe is designed to enhance water flow speed. The outer diameter of the gas canister matches the inner diameter of the water pipe, thereby optimizing transportation space and reducing costs. Since Qin Feng has said it, we shall believe it. Qin Feng, observing the barrage of comments in the live stream, couldn't he help but smile. This group of netizens is rather agreeable and perceptive. Both experienced craftsmen, within half a day, had crafted a preliminary product according to Qin Feng's specifications. As he examined the water pipe, now engraved with a spiral pattern, and the gas canister devoid of an explosion-proof valve, he could find no visible flaws. Furthermore, the fit of the gas canister within the water pipe was impeccable. However, this did not imply that they could proceed with mass production based on the current parameters. Testing was essential to ascertain the safety of the mortar combination. Yet, he could not conduct the test himself. Not only was there the issue of procuring explosives, even if he managed to obtain them, engaging in such actions would only serve to incriminate himself. Thus, Qin Feng reached out to Li Wentao via video call. Brother, the initial version has been completed. He then directed the camera towards the 3-meter-long water pipe with its spiral engravings, followed by the gas canister. Behold, The gas canisters have been equipped with 4 such brackets, as per your request. Li Wentao, amidst his excitement yet puzzled, thought to himself, when did I make such a request? Oh, yes indeed, it was I who requested it. He quickly realized and hastily spoke, brother no father. When we begin mass production and have them transported? Qin Feng explained, let's not rush into mass production just yet. This is merely a preliminary product and has yet to undergo testing. It is inconvenient for me to conduct the tests here. Therefore, I shall send you 10 hoses and 20 gas canisters first for you to test. If all goes well, I will commence mass production based on these parameters. Understood. No problem. I will take care of this. The viewers in the live stream wore expressions that conveyed their anticipation. Go on. I am eager to see how you, Master Qin Feng, will explain this. Testing is required. How will that be conducted? Will it involve loading gunpowder into the gas canisters within the hoses, followed by a resounding bang during the test? Chapter 17. The incident involving Qin Feng went viral online. As Qin Feng surveyed the barrage of comments, he earnestly explained, the gas cylinder body has been specifically customized to cater to the market in Xiaoyi, and naturally, it requires transportation to Xiaoyi for testing. For instance, we need to ascertain whether these supports can secure the cylinder more firmly on the ground. The viewers in the live stream donned expressions of agreement. Understood. Whatever you say, esteemed Qin Feng. So, testing the stability of the supports truly necessitates transportation to Xiaoyi, does it? No worries, we all know you're performing. But we trust you. Qin Feng chuckled at the comments, and instead of engaging further with the netizens, he instructed his 2 craftsmen to produce 10 lengths of pipe and 20 gas cylinder bodies. He then sent a message to Li Wentao, requesting him to place an order. For the show must be complete. After the first product was crafted, subsequent production accelerated significantly. Within an hour, the 10 pipes and 20 gas cylinders were ready. Qin Feng handed Li Wentao's order to Li Shishuang, asking her to ship according to the order's address. The ensuing matters required no further involvement from him, allowing him to assume the role of a hands-off manager as he exited the Lighthouse steel pipe factory. Where are we headed now, esteemed Qin Feng? Inquired Wang Shui, who had adopted the habit of addressing him as esteemed Qin Feng, like the viewers in the live stream. Qin Feng felt a wave of discomfort. You may simply call me Qin Feng. Hearing someone refer to me as esteemed Qin Feng in real life feels rather odd, even though I don't mind the comments in the live stream. Wang Shui chuckled, covering her mouth, and replied, all right, then Qin Feng, where shall we go now? To rent a house, Qin Feng responded. Wang Shui suddenly realized that since Qin Feng had arrived from the plane and gone straight to the Lighthouse steel pipe factory without securing accommodations, she exclaimed an "oh" and proceeded to follow Qin Feng in search of a place to stay. Over the next 3 hours, the two were either viewing properties or traveling to them, yet none appealed to Qin Feng. As the clock approached 7 in the evening, he turned to Wang Shui and suggested, let us have dinner first. We could discuss further after we eat. Although he had indulged in a substantial meal earlier, the demands of the afternoon had left him feeling quite hungry. Wang Shui nodded eagerly, having felt the pangs of hunger herself but hesitated to voice it. During dinner, after much contemplation, she finally proposed, if we still can't find a suitable place, why don't you stay at my home for the time being? Qin Feng paused, his chopsticks frozen mid-air, as he regarded Wang Shui with curiosity. Blushing, she quickly clarified, my parents are not home. They live out of town most of the year. So I'm the only one there. My house has 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, with 2 spare rooms available, so if you cannot find a suitable place, you are welcome to stay with me. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt a moment of clarity. He initially assumed that Wang Shui rented a room in a shared apartment and had even invited him to stay for a while, which could certainly lead to various speculations. It is no wonder Qin Feng held such thoughts. As a novice reporter at a television station, Wang Shui's usual responsibilities involved live streaming street interviews, which likely did not yield a substantial income. If she were not a local, it was reasonable to conclude that she would be living in a rented room. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Feng nodded in agreement. That works. After their meal, the two continued their search but still failed to find a suitable place. Consequently, Qin Feng had no choice but to temporarily reside at Wang Shui's home. Before returning, she turned off the live stream, as she certainly did not wish to expose her address to the online audience. Just before shutting down the stream, the viewers were left in dismay. What? Qin Feng is going to live at Wang Shuishui's place? But it's just her there? The sky is falling. Oh no, if this situation continues. They end up together eventually. I'm going to lose Shui forever. Wang Shui blushed upon reading the comments, pondering how the viewers could think in such a direction. She had invited Qin Feng to stay because he was struggling to find a proper accommodation, and she wanted to stay updated on his latest developments for timely interviews. However, the viewers' interpretations were far from her intentions. After ending the live stream, Wang Shui took Qin Feng to her community, stopping by a supermarket along the way to purchase some daily necessities. Upon arriving at her residence, Qin Feng assessed the situation and concluded this place was affluent. The community was upscale, and although the apartment boasted 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, it stretched over 600 square meters of spaciousness. This particular room was a guest room, well equipped with a bed, blankets, and other essentials, all brand new. To ease any concerns Qin Feng might have had, Wang Shui promptly reassured him. Once inside, he surveyed the room and nodded in appreciation. It was far superior to his accommodations in the Lighthouse Nation. Although merely a guest room, its vastness surpassed that of any studio apartment he had seen. The amenities were comprehensive, even featuring a sofa and coffee table. Wang Shui then guided Qin Feng through the overall environment of the apartment. Meanwhile, news of Qin Feng being wanted for 15 million had begun to circulate online. A well-known influencer with millions of followers released a new video, which opened with, "Dear friends, a significant event has unfolded at the oil block recently. It has been reported that drones on the battlefield of the oil block have been discovered to contain electronic components originating from the Lighthouse Nation." Some might wonder, is it really such a big deal to find Lighthouse-made electronic components on a drone? Isn't it quite normal to discover Lighthouse munitions on the battlefield? What many do not realize is that this drone, equipped with Lighthouse-made electronic components, is from the side of Xiaoyi. Some family members may be unaware that this electronic component has been prohibited by the Lighthouse Nation, which has even collaborated with multiple countries to ban the export of such components to Little E. However, it is astonishing to discover that the drones deployed by Little E are equipped with electronic components originating from the Lighthouse Nation. Does this not serve as a direct affront to the Lighthouse Nation? What is the true nature of this situation? Is it possible that while the Lighthouse Nation publicly advocates for a ban on exports to Little E, it clandestinely profits from such transactions? In reality, this is not the case, as Little E is currently engaged in conflict with the subordinate forces of the Lighthouse Nation. If the Lighthouse Nation were to secretly sell these electronic components to Little E for the sake of profit, it would undoubtedly be a futile endeavor. So, what is the underlying truth? This situation ultimately involves a young man from our Dragon Nation, Qin Feng. One might wonder who Qin Feng is and why he is entangled in this matter. Allow me to elaborate. Subsequently, this blogger, who boasts millions of followers, recounted Qin Feng's actions. Of course, this information was gleaned from a wanted notice and external sources that the blogger had consulted. He shared all the details he had gathered. Chapter 18. Fury of Bofola. What do they take us for? The video posted by the blogger had barely been released when it went viral. The number of likes surged by nearly 10,000 each minute, and the comment section was abuzz. What? The Dragon Kingdom's overseas student has accomplished such a monumental feat in the Lighthouse Nation. Bofola issued a bounty of 15 million? Smuggling arms? Incredible. Moreover, did you see the one to notice? It describes Qin Feng as a recent graduate overseas student. Hilarious. The Lighthouse Nation has been publicly humiliated. An overseas student has thwarted their export of electronic components to Xiaoyi, which were then deployed on the battlefield. No wonder it was classified as arms smuggling. These electronic components are indispensable, being core components of unmanned combat drones and missiles. Qin Feng is truly impressive. Wow. The initial bounty on a certain laden by Bofola was merely 5 million, yet Qin Feng commands a staggering 15 million? Impressive indeed. Wait, you only just found out? I knew by noon today. Proud face. Exactly, you just realized? I have been watching Qin Feng's live stream all afternoon. Clearly, These two were longtime viewers of Shui's live stream. Their comments immediately captured everyone's attention, prompting a flurry of inquiries below. What's happening? Qin Feng is still live streaming? Not panicking after being wanted, but rather streaming live? He must be quite fearless, right? Could it be a lookalike? There are many impersonators streaming online. Anyone resembling a trending figure tends to start a stream to cash in. Indeed, it's likely a lookalike. Isn't Qin Feng in the Lighthouse Nation? With the issuance of the wanted notice, wouldn't he be in peril there? The two longtime fans of Shui promptly clarified. Peril? Qin Feng has already returned to his homeland, and he just arrived this noon. You may not believe it, but just minutes before the wanted notice was issued, the plane carrying Qin Feng had just exited the airspace of the Lighthouse Nation. Had he been even slightly delayed, he might not have made it back. Moreover, it wasn't Qin Feng streaming, but reporter Shui, who was conducting street interviews at the airport and happened to interview Qin Feng. There is quite a story behind it. Subsequently, the two old fans recounted the tale of Shui's recent interview with Qin Feng, confirming the bounty of 15 million placed on him by Bofola. The audience was entertained. Qin Feng is now my idol, just a quarter of an hour away from being stranded? Wow, Qin Feng's luck is extraordinary. Truly impressive. So, initially you thought Qin Feng was just putting on a show? Ha ha ha, indeed. If I had been present at the scene, I too would have thought this individual was merely posturing. After all, who would dare to believe that a prominent figure, with a bounty of 15 million issued by the Bureau of Fable, would appear in a live stream viewed by merely a few hundred people? 666. Is it in Shui's live stream? I shall take a look tomorrow. Alas. Do elaborate further on what transpired afterward. Subsequently, numerous netizens engaged in conversation beneath the original comment stating, I watched Qin Feng's live stream for an entire afternoon. As time progressed, the number of likes on this comment began to rival that of the video itself. By midnight, the video had amassed 2 million likes, and its views surpassed 10 million. Moreover, it was not solely this one popular influencer who was sharing content about Qin Feng. Several other creators, both prominent and lesser known, were also posting videos regarding him. While their styles may have varied, the content remained largely similar. Some content creators incorporated discussions from the comment section of that prominent influencer's video, such as Qin Feng's departure from the Lighthouse Nation just before the issuance of the bounty, or his immediate interview by Shui upon landing. Many of these videos gained significant traction, with their likes continually rising. Thus, that night, Qin Feng experienced a remarkable surge in popularity online. In the Longin department, within the Information Investigation section, Group 3 was tasked with tracking and documenting the developments surrounding Qin Feng. A staff member reported to the group leader, the situation regarding Qin Feng being wanted with a bounty of 15 million has gone viral online. Should we suppress it? The group leader took the report, perused it carefully, and replied with a smile, no need. This matter serves to bring embarrassment to the Lighthouse Nation as Fable. Let gain traction online. The staff member acknowledged the directive. Understood. Consequently, they allowed the situation to continue to unfold online. In the Lighthouse Nation, at the Fable headquarters, the Minister of Fable had been closely monitoring the situation, as it was the Lighthouse King who had personally intervened, issuing the bounty. He instructed his subordinates to report any relevant information regarding Qin Feng directly to him. At that moment, a staff member was briefing him. Minister, the news of Qin Feng being wanted for a bounty of 15 million has gone viral on the Dragon Nation's internet. It is conservatively estimated that nearly 100 million people are aware of this matter. The Minister of Fable was elated. Excellent. What a fortuitous development. What has been the reaction among the people of the Dragon Nation? Are many of them eager to capture Qin Feng for the bounty? While they may not be able to extract him from the Dragon Nation or truly hand him over to us for the reward, their attempts to apprehend him will undoubtedly cause him considerable distress, disrupting his peace. Moreover, with nearly 100 million people already aware of this situation, it won't be long before half the populace of the Dragon Nation is informed of the bounty, making Qin Feng's movements there exceedingly inconvenient. For instance, once he steps outside, others will immediately recognize him as a wanted criminal, prompting either attempts to apprehend him or efforts to avoid him altogether. Even at the supermarket, the cashier may refuse to sell him goods solely due to his status as a fugitive. The staff fell silent for a moment before timidly responding, no. According to reactions from the Dragon Kingdom's internet, netizens there believe that being wanted by our Bureau of Fabola with a bounty of 15 million is quite cool. They now idolize Qin Feng, referring to him as Big Boss Qin. Upon hearing this, the Minister of Fabola was utterly flabbergasted. What does this mean? What do these people from the Dragon Kingdom perceive our wanted notice to be? We have issued a global wanted notice, mind you. Just inquire about those we have placed a significant bounty on. Which of them isn't hiding in fear? Even someone like Osama had to conceal himself. Yet, here is Qin Feng, who not only is not despised by the people of the Dragon Kingdom, but has actually become an idol for many. Subsequently, the Minister of Fabola, in a fit of rage, berated the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom and Qin Feng. Insanity. They must all be out of their minds. Do they not comprehend the value of our wanted notice? Were the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom to learn of this final remark by the Minister of Fabola, they would promptly retort, of course we understand. The following day, Qin Feng and Wang Shuishui set out to visit the factory. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, the security guard, upon recognizing Qin Feng, immediately stood upright and saluted. Greetings, Big Boss Qin. Qin Feng, bewildered, turned to Wang Shuishui. Is the security staff in your community always this courteous? Saluting the residents? Wang Shuishui was equally perplexed. This has never happened before. While our security is diligent, they wouldn't salute the residents. After leaving the community, the two decided to grab some breakfast. However, upon entering the breakfast shop and placing their order, the owner glanced at Qin Feng and thought, wait, he looks familiar. Oh my, isn't that Big Boss Qin? He then eagerly pushed Qin Feng's phone away as he attempted to pay, exuberantly declaring, Big Boss Qin, this meal is on me. You mustn't pay. Otherwise, it would be a slap to my face. Qin Feng was once again left in utter confusion, as was Wang Shuishui. However, the manifestation of the value of the Fabola wanted notice had not yet ceased. Chapter 19. Admiral General, if only the Dragon Kingdom possessed its own aircraft carrier blockade. At that moment, a new patron entered the breakfast shop and recognized Qin Feng. With palpable excitement, he rushed to Qin Feng, seizing his vacant left hand without affording him a moment to react. Overflowing with enthusiasm, he exclaimed, Qin Feng, the Great One, it truly is you. I'm your idol. No, you're my fan. Wait, no, you're indeed my idol. Qin Feng was taken aback. Do you know me? Realization dawned upon him that something was amiss. Upon exiting, he encountered three individuals who all recognized him, addressing him as Qin Feng, the Great One. Huh, wait a moment. Why does that title sound so familiar? Isn't that how the viewers in his livestream refer to him? Could it be that these are all fans from his livestream? Yet, he recalled that there were only a few hundred viewers in the chat. It seemed improbable that all three of these individuals were from the previous day's stream. The enthusiastic fan asserted, of course I know you. Qin Feng, the Great One. Your story of being wanted by the Bofer is truly impressive, with a bounty of 15 million. Qin Feng felt assured that this person was indeed a viewer from his livestream. It appeared that the previous two individuals were in the same situation. What were the odds that he would encounter three people, all of whom were viewers from his livestream? Was it perhaps due to the stream being recommended in the same city, leading the majority of his audience to be locals? This seemed to be the only explanation he could devise. He decided not to dwell on it further and prepared to hail a taxi to the factory. However, while waiting for the cab, he encountered several more enthusiastic fans. Once he entered the vehicle, even the driver revealed himself to be a fan of Qin Feng, insisting on not accepting payment. This left both Qin Feng and Wang Shui puzzled. How could the world be so small? Was it truly the case that everyone he encountered today was among the few hundred viewers? During this journey to the factory, Qin Feng engaged in serious contemplation about how to establish a binding relationship with the nation. This matter was as crucial as increasing Bofer's bounty on him. He could not simply focus on augmenting the bounty. Although the Dragon Kingdom was relatively safe, should the bounty reach a certain threshold, it might attract the attention of deranged individuals or organizations, possibly both foreign and domestic. Thus, it was imperative to devise a means to forge a connection with the state, for only then could his safety be genuinely assured. But how could he create such a bond with the nation? After much deliberation, Qin Feng concluded that it would be prudent to wait for the system to offer new rewards. Currently, the system only provided a single physical enhancement serum and an advanced steel wire technology. The physique enhancement fluid is intended for personal use, while the advanced wire technology. Qin Feng could not fathom how to connect wire and cables with the nation. However, once the system rewards him with military-industrial technology, it should suffice. Then I shall wait a little longer. I hope the system rewards military-industrial technology soon. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, during his contemplation at the naval headquarters of the Dragon Nation, Admiral Li Dekang was troubled by the aircraft carrier arresting wire. Although the arresting wire is merely a steel cable, it is the most technically sophisticated one. Furthermore, it is of utmost importance. Without this cable, an aircraft carrier is merely a large vessel, unable to become a true maritime behemoth. Their aircraft carrier, the Dragon, is fully equipped, yet lacks the arresting wire. However, the Dragon Nation currently lacks the capability to produce it. Globally, only the Great Bear Nation and the Lighthouse Nation can manufacture arresting wires. To resolve their dilemma, they had no choice but to procure it from abroad. Thus, they prioritized contacting the relatively amicable Great Bear Nation, only to be told, not for sale. The arresting wire will never be sold to other countries. Perhaps they should inquire with the Lighthouse Nation? Admiral Li sighed, never expecting their aircraft carrier to be rendered scrap metal due to a mere steel cable. If only the Dragon Nation could have its own arresting wire. With it, their aircraft carrier could become a true maritime behemoth. Meanwhile, a young man from the Dragon Institute received a notification on his phone. The steel cable exhibition is about to commence. Upon reading this notification, the young man fell into contemplation. Could this be the most bustling steel cable exhibition yet? Would various cable companies showcase their finest products? Should he suggest to his professors to attend this exhibition? Perhaps they might discover a promising cable? His professor, an esteemed academician at the Dragon Institute, is also one of the key figures in solving the problem of the aircraft carrier's arresting wire. As the favored disciple of this academician, the young man was well aware of the predicament the Dragon Nation faced concerning the aircraft carrier arresting wire. I should seize the opportunity to inform my professor about attending the steel cable exhibition. Who knows what potential solutions might arise from this event? At the same time, as Qin Feng and Wang Shui arrived at the factory entrance, Li Shishuang happened to drive up as well. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Li Shishuang stopped her car, exclaiming excitedly, "Mr. Qin, I never expected you to be wanted by Falbo for a reward of 15 million. Truly remarkable." Qin Feng looked bewildered. Didn't you find out yesterday? Li Shishuang appeared somewhat dazed. I didn't know. Qin Feng paused, realizing that indeed, Li Shishuang had not been informed yesterday. No one informed her yesterday. Wang Shui certainly wouldn't say anything, and Li Shishuang didn't even check her own live stream. This raises a question. How did Li Shishuang come to know about this, when she was oblivious to it while being with him? I only discovered it this morning while browsing the internet. You have become the hottest topic on Douyin and Weibo. Look, you're trending at the top of the search rankings. Fobal's bounty of 15 million. A young man even more remarkable than a certain Leiden. Qin Feng, the man who left the airspace of the Lighthouse Nation just before the bounty was issued, favored by the gods. The most astonishing side job, arms smuggling. Qin Feng, I merely intended to engage in a minor side venture. Profession, an arms smuggler posing as an international student. With Li Shishuang's explanation, Qin Feng began to comprehend the situation. No wonder everyone he encountered today were his fans. He genuinely thought the world was too small. But they were all viewers from yesterday's live stream. It turns out he had indeed gained fame. Indeed, your reputation has grown quite substantial. When I went to the Foreign Trade Office today to arrange a shipment, I initially expected to wait 3 days in line. However, upon seeing it was your company, the staff allowed me to skip ahead and process my shipment today. Thus, we can send out the 10 water pipes and 20 gas cylinder samples today. Reflecting on his experiences today, Qin Feng silently mused, is this the value of Fobal's bounty? Upon entering the factory, over 30 employees gazed at Qin Feng with bright eyes, evidently filled with admiration and enthusiasm. Qin Feng silently repeated to himself, the value of the Fobol bounty. He handed a USB drive to Li Shuang, instructing her, "Inside, you will find a manufacturing technique for steel wires and cables that differs from what is currently available on the market. Ensure that the master thoroughly understands these techniques and produces a batch of steel wires and cables. The samples of the water pipes and gas cylinders will take 3 to 5 days to reach Xiaoyi. During this time, Qin Feng certainly wouldn't remain idle. He plans to first produce a batch of steel wires and cables to assess their quality. As for the USB drive, it was automatically generated after Qin Feng extracted it from the system's backpack. Upon further investigation, Qin Feng discovered that such document-based rewards could be extracted infinitely. This means that when Qin Feng finds himself in dire straits, he can rely on this infinite extraction to obtain USB drives and then sell them. This has become Qin Feng's safety net. After receiving the USB drive, Li Shuang smiled and asked, "Is this manufacturing technique completely different from those on the market? Are you entrusting this to me so readily?" Qin Feng replied, "Trust is given, suspicion is withheld. In truth, the system possesses a protective mechanism for technical information rewards, granting Qin Feng the right to reclaim the information. Not only can the system-generated USB drives be utilized, but also any information that is copied in any form, be electronic, on paper, or even handwritten. As long as Qin Feng desires it, he can reclaim it through the system. Even information committed to memory can be retrieved. After a night's slumber, certain memories may fade, which is quite reasonable, isn't it? Therefore, Qin Feng harbors no fear regarding the leakage of technical information. However, Li Shuang remains oblivious to this. She is genuinely moved by Qin Feng's trust and assures him, "I will certainly not betray your confidence. You can leave these matters to me." She then adds, "By the way, in a few days, there will be a cable exhibition. This event is national in scope and occurs annually, featuring renowned manufacturers of cables from across the country. Moreover, this year's exhibition promises to be even more extraordinary." Chapter 20. Qin Feng, capable of overpowering aircraft carrier arresting cables. Qin Feng inquired with curiosity, "What distinguishes this year's exhibition from previous ones?" Li Shuang replied, "The competition among various companies will be far more intense this year. Recently, a leader from the construction unit of a significant bridge project was investigated and found to have engaged in misconduct during the bidding process for construction materials. Furthermore, another national-level bridge is set to commence construction soon, and the construction unit for this project has resolved to adopt a transparent bidding process to demonstrate their fairness and integrity. Among the items to be bid on at this exhibition are the steel cables required for the bridge's traction. Consequently, each steel cable company will present their finest products, as winning a bid at this exhibition carries a significance that is entirely different from previous engineering projects." Qin Feng nodded in understanding. Securing a bid at such an exhibition would signify that the company's steel cables had triumphed over their competitors. This time, the stakes were not merely profit. It was about prestige. Therefore, the leading steel cable companies would undoubtedly unveil their most exceptional offerings. This exhibition would undoubtedly be a battleground for supremacy. However, it also represented the finest opportunity for their Lighthouse steel pipe factory to gain prominence. If their steel cables were to win the bid for the bridge traction cables at this exhibition, they would leap from being industry newcomers to becoming a formidable presence in the field. Wouldn't their steel cables effectively open the market for them? Wouldn't orders come pouring in? Qin Feng nodded again. "It is essential that we participate in this exhibition. Moreover, we must win the bid." He held a strong belief in the advanced technology of the steel wires and cables rewarded by the system. He recalled a widely circulated saying from his past life: "Products from the system are guaranteed to be of exceptional quality." Thus, he felt confident about securing a bid, not only for the national-level bridge's steel cables, but even for the most formidable entity in the realm of cables, the aircraft carrier arresting cables. His steel cables would undoubtedly meet the technical requirements. However, Li Shuang remained unaware of these assurances. Observing Qin Feng's unwavering confidence, she merely smiled, refraining from dampening his spirits. She did not believe that their company would win the bid. She thought it would be a considerable achievement just to make an appearance at this exhibition. She was entirely oblivious to the origins of Qin Feng's innovative technology or the quality of the produced steel wires and cables. How could she possibly harbor any confidence? In her perspective, if there truly existed more advanced technology for producing steel wires and cables, it would have long been acquired by the leading companies in the industry, leaving no room for Qin Feng. Therefore, while Qin Feng assured her that his technology was distinct from what was available in the market and entirely novel, it did not necessarily imply that it was advanced technology. Thus, you shall be responsible for arranging personnel to produce the steel wires and cables. While I will apply for a spot at the exhibition, Qin Feng instructed Li Shifeng. She nodded in agreement. Very well. Then, she informed Qin Feng of the registration location. The registration period for the exhibition has already passed, and now one can only sign up in person at the reception hall of the event. After Qin Feng noted down the address, he turned to Wang Shui, and inquired, "Are you coming?" The exhibition is not held in their city, but in Kyoto, necessitating a journey by high-speed train or plane. At that moment, Wang Shui was lost in thought, staring at her phone screen, completely oblivious to Qin Feng's words. Wang Shui, Qin Feng called out again. Only then did she come to her senses, exclaiming, "Ah, what's the matter?" Qin Feng informed her about the trip to Kyoto and asked if she would like to accompany him. Wang Shui eagerly nodded, "Yes. By the way, what were you daydreaming about while looking at your phone?" Qin Feng asked. Instantly, Wang Shui's face lit up with excitement as she presented her phone screen to Qin Feng, exclaiming, "I just opened a live stream, and there are already 30,000 viewers. It just started, and there are 30,000 people. Isn't that astonishing?" Meanwhile, the live chat was buzzing with messages. "Wow, it's the real Qin Feng. I waited for an hour. Finally, it's live. Heaven rewards the diligent. I've been waiting for this moment. Qin Feng is coming to Kyoto. You must contact me when you arrive. I'll treat you to a grand experience. Don't worry, it'll be at high-end venues." Clearly, these viewers had learned online that Wang Shui was live streaming with Qin Feng, and they flocked to join him. Qin Feng was taken aback, realizing he had become quite a sensation online. His initial intent for allowing Wang Shui to stream alongside him was to facilitate Badala in tracking his movements, thereby increasing the bounty on his head. For instance, he aimed for Badala to know he had taken over the Lighthouse steel pipe factory and was planning to export pipes and gas canisters to Xiaoyi. When Badala spotted these items on the battlefield, he would immediately identify Qin Feng as the mastermind, thus undoubtedly raising the bounty on him. However, he never anticipated that this venture would also lead to his newfound fame. He even entertained the thought of becoming a live-streaming influencer. But that did not align with his career trajectory, so he dismissed the idea for now. The two promptly booked the nearest flight to Kyoto. On their journey to Kyoto, Qin Feng encountered numerous enthusiastic fans, exchanging fervent handshakes and taking pictures, which left him feeling somewhat exasperated. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that he had just skyrocketed to fame online, and such fervor would likely wane over time. After all, the public's adoration for internet celebrities is often fleeting. With this thought, his frustration eased somewhat. Upon arriving at the exhibition's reception area, the staff recognized Qin Feng immediately, standing up to shake his hand, saying, "Hello, Qin Feng. It's an honor to be wanted by Badala with a bounty of 15 million and still travel so boldly. I truly admire you." Qin Feng chuckled. "This is a testament to the formidable strength of our dragon country." The staff member shook his head. "No, what I mean is that I admire your audacity, completely disregarding the bounty issued for your capture by Fable." Qin Feng mused inwardly. How could I possibly disregard it? I am acutely aware of the gravity of Fable's bounty, constantly pondering the possibility of them escalating the reward for my apprehension. He then articulated his purpose. "I have come to register for the steel cable exhibition." The staff member expressed a hint of regret. "Mr. Qin, unfortunately, all exhibition slots have been filled. If you had arrived 2 hours earlier, a space would have been available. If I could, I would gladly assist you in securing a slot, but as a mere staff member, I am powerless." Qin Feng nodded. "It's all right. I shall contemplate alternative solutions." He had initially hoped to seize a national-level bidding opportunity for a bridge steel cable at this exhibition, which would catapult him to fame. Yet, he now found himself uncertain about even gaining entry to the exhibition. Should he Perhaps he could enlist the help of his rather unreliable father? If that old man intervened, resolving this issue would be a trivial matter. However, as soon as this thought arose, Qin Feng dismissed it. That old man had abandoned him to the Lighthouse Country for years, and he had harbored resentment over this neglect for quite some time, even upon returning home. He had not received a single call. Furthermore, after binding to the system, Qin Feng aspired to surpass that old man and return triumphantly to flaunt his success. Now, seeking his assistance would only serve to diminish his own stature. It would be prudent to devise another plan. Wang Shui, standing nearby, wore a concerned expression. Qin Feng's initial efforts were in vain, and she felt disheartened for him. Just then, a comment caught her attention. I can secure an exhibition slot for the steel cable exhibition. Wang Shui's eyes lit up, and she quickly inquired, "One day, dear 8 times, is that true?" The peculiar ID name struck her as odd, but she dismissed it, focusing instead on the claim of securing an exhibition slot. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were amused. Wow, that's impressive. 8 times in a day. Aren't you worried about fainting? With such a ridiculous name, you claim you can secure an exhibition slot? I don't believe it. One day, dear 8 times, Shui, tell Mr. Qin that I can indeed resolve the exhibition slot issue. Let him wait in the reception area for a moment. Wang Shui hastily relayed this information to Qin Feng. Qin Feng was somewhat taken aback. Could someone in the live stream truly assist him with this predicament? Since he had nothing to lose by waiting a bit longer, he decided to remain patient. Approximately 10 minutes later, 2 men in suits hurried over, one of whom said, "Are you Mr. Qin Feng?" Qin Feng nodded, "Yes, I am." "Hello, I am the person in charge of this steel cable exhibition. My name is Jiaming." Jiaming extended his hand, and Qin Feng shook it. "Greetings, Mr. Jia." Jiaming continued, "Mr. Qin, you require an exhibition slot, correct?" "No problem. Leave this matter to me." Subsequently, he whispered something to the person beside him, who nodded and stepped aside to make a phone call. After hanging up, the individual returned and quietly informed Jiaming of something. Jiaming nodded and smiled at Qin Feng, saying, "Mr. Qin, your booth number is 46. He then addressed the staff member responsible for registration, instructing, "Please prepare an entry pass for Mr. Qin promptly." The staff member hurried to comply. Jiaming added with a smile, "Since this entry pass is a last-minute addition, it will take a few minutes to create, so please bear with us, Mr. Qin." Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "No problem at all. I appreciate your assistance, Mr. Jia. How much is the booth fee? I will settle it right away." Jiaming quickly waved his hand, insisting, "No booth fee is required." "Nothing at all, Mr. Qin. I have other matters to attend to, so I must be off. The staff would deliver your entry pass shortly." Qin Feng had initially intended to invite Jiaming to dinner as a gesture of gratitude, but with his insistence, he had to abandon that thought. Nevertheless, Qin Feng understood that the one he owed the most gratitude to was the person in the live stream, known as One Day, Dear 8 Times. It seemed this individual held a significant status, managing to secure a booth for him in such a short time, despite the initial unavailability. Indeed, the value of the Fable bounty was evident. Were it not for the bounty, this person would not have come to his aid. Who said being wanted by Fable was a disadvantage? This was splendid. Not only could he receive system rewards, but he could also gain some support. One day, dear 8 times, thank you. Are you in Kyoto? I would like to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. Qin Feng addressed the live stream. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments in the live chat erupted. What? This guy can actually pull it off? With such a ridiculous username, accomplishing something so remarkable? Which understated second-generation heir is this? Wow, a second-generation big shot has appeared. I must cling to him. One day, dear 8 times, Mr. Qin. The exhibition starts in a few days, and most companies have already begun setting up their booths. One day, dear 8 times. So, you should be quite busy these days. Let's do this. After the exhibition concludes, we shall dine together. Honestly, I truly wish to have a meal with you, Mr. Qin. I admire you immensely. Being wanted by Fable with a bounty of 15 million is incredibly cool. Moreover, you are the only one wanted by Fable with such a high bounty who can still broadcast freely, essentially slapping Fable in the face. Haha. And your legendary experience of crossing the Lighthouse Country's airspace just moments after the bounty was issued is certainly a tale worth sharing. Qin Feng smiled at the comments from 8 times on his phone screen and replied, "All right, let's wait until the exhibition is over. Please contact Wang Shuei in the background and leave your contact information." Just then, the staff member from the reception area approached briskly, holding the freshly prepared entry pass. "Dear Qin Feng, here is your entry pass." Qin Feng accepted the entry pass, resembling an invitation, which read, "Company name, Lighthouse Steel Pipe Factory, booth number 46. "Thank you very much." Qin Feng expressed his gratitude. The staff member promptly replied, "You are too polite, Qin Feng. This is merely part of my duties. I genuinely wished to assist you earlier, but I was unable to." Qin Feng nodded, acknowledging the sentiment. "I understand. Thank you for your kind intentions." This individual was merely a regular staff member, naturally incapable of securing a booth with the ease of the 8 times events. Subsequently, Qin Feng called Li Shishuang to inform her of the secured booth. Li Shishuang smiled and said, "I'm already aware. I have been watching Wang Shui's live stream, so I learned of the events happening there immediately. Regarding the production issues of steel wires and cables, I have already assigned skilled workers to investigate. After their examination, they concluded that the manufacturing process poses no significant issues. Previously, during my father's leadership, the factory attempted to expand its production line to include steel wires, rebars, and cables, even acquiring the necessary machinery, such as wire drawing machines, flattening machines, and cold rolling mills. However, they underestimated the complexity, believing that even without the technical know-how, multiple trials would suffice to deduce the necessary processes. In reality, my father had underestimated the intricacies. The steel wire production process indeed possesses core technologies that cannot simply be derived from trial and error. For this reason, Li Shishuang harbored no confidence in Qin Feng's mention of competing for the cable bidding. The technological expertise held by those larger factories is not something an ordinary factory can rival. Qin Feng was aware of these details, as Li Shishuang had previously briefed him during the acquisition of the factory. "The factory matters no longer require my oversight. I shall book a flight to Kyoto now to arrange our booth," Li Shishuang continued. As the manager of the company, Li Shishuang proved to be highly competent and responsible, which reassured Qin Feng. "All right, come on over." Qin Feng nodded in agreement. Li Shishuang then inquired, "By the way, what standards will the machines use to test the cable's performance adhere to? Low standards or medium standards? I will contact the rental provider while I wait at the airport, so that upon my arrival, I can set everything up directly. The cable exhibition cannot merely consist of placing our cables on display. It requires equipment to test the maximum tensile strength, yield strength, fatigue performance, and deformation capability under high temperatures. It is through such performance demonstrations that we can showcase the quality of our cables." Furrowing his brow, Qin Feng responded, "Why settle for low or medium standards? We should adopt the highest standards. Remember, it must be the highest standards. Different testing machines correspond to varying testing ranges, with the highest standard machines naturally possessing the most extensive capabilities. If there existed testing machines of the caliber equivalent to an aircraft carrier's arrestor wire, Qin Feng would undoubtedly opt for such advanced equipment. What are the technical requirements of an aircraft carrier's arrestor wire? What are its performance parameters? It matters not. Regardless, this steel wire of mine is assuredly capable of surpassing all others in the world, including those of the aircraft carrier's arrestor wire." Chapter 21. The cunning Qin Feng inflicts distress upon Babel. However, Li Shishuang deemed it somewhat extravagant to order the highest standard machinery, as she did not believe the steel cables they produced could warrant such capabilities. For instance, if their steel cables had a maximum tensile strength of 40 knots, a mid-range testing machine would suffice. Opting for a superior testing machine would merely be a waste of resources, considering the varying costs associated with different standards. And the rental price for such equipment is not negligible. "Mr. Qin, isn't it rather extravagant to employ high-standard testing machinery? A mid-range model should be more than adequate," she advised. Most companies in the steel cable market typically utilize mid-range testing machines. Only a select few leading firms invest in the high-standard equipment. as only those companies produce cables that surpass the testing capabilities of mid-range machines. Qin Feng, however, insisted, "We shall employ high standards. Remember, it must be the utmost standard." He reiterated his point with determination. Seeing his steadfastness, Feng refrained from further objections and complied with his directive. In the live broadcast room, the audience count had surged to over 300,000, a staggering increase from the 30,000 present at the start of the session. New viewers continued to flood in, largely unaware that Qin Feng had commenced the production of steel wires and cables earlier that morning. They expressed their confusion in the chat. "What's going on? Why is Mr. Qin attending a cable exhibition? Didn't he acquire a steel pipe factory?" "Exactly. He can't possibly bring steel pipes to a cable exhibition, can he?" "Ah, you all are unaware. This morning, Mr. Qin handed a USB drive to the former owner of Lighthouse Steel Pipe Factory, now the general manager, Feng. He mentioned it contains a novel technology for manufacturing steel wires and cables that differs from anything currently available. Moreover, Lighthouse Steel Pipe Factory previously possessed machinery for producing steel wires. So, Lighthouse Steel Pipe Factory is now engaged in the production of wires and cables? What? Is that even possible? Where did Mr. Qin acquire this new technology for producing steel wires and cables? At that moment, Qin Feng glanced at the screen and noticed that particular comment. Normally, he could have chosen to ignore it, as it would soon be lost amidst a flurry of messages, failing to capture anyone's attention. However, the cunning Qin Feng seized the opportunity to concoct a plan. He cleared his throat and, assuming an air of mystery, addressed the audience. "I just saw a viewer curious about where I obtained this new technology. Allow me to let you in on a little secret. Please, do not share this with anyone." By making this statement in front of an audience of over 300,000, Qin Feng's true intent was to prompt them to spread the word. During my studies in the Lighthouse Nation, I was once organized by my professor to visit a company that produces steel cables. The cable manufacturing company in question is the most formidable in the Lighthouse Nation, supplying the arrestor wires used on their aircraft carriers. By a stroke of serendipity, I had the opportunity to tour the production line of their arrestor wires. That very evening, after leaving the company, I dreamt of an ancient sage imparting to me the art of wire and cable production. Upon waking the next day, the knowledge remained vividly etched in my mind. Eagerly, I rushed to my computer to record the techniques bestowed upon me by the sage. However, I had not found the opportunity to validate the authenticity of these methods until now. The latter part of my tale may sound utterly fanciful. Who would believe in a dream where a deity bestows expertise? Yet, it is precisely this element of absurdity that lends credibility to the initial claims, inciting curiosity about the truth behind them. Indeed, the viewers in the live stream began to speculate. Could it be that Qin Feng serendipitously acquired the production techniques from that company? I did some research, and the company providing arrestor wires for Lighthouse Nation's aircraft carriers is the Giant Cable Company, renowned for its unparalleled manufacturing technology. The plot thickens. Qin Feng claims his manufacturing process is distinct from those available on the market, implying a divergence from the companies in Dragon Country. Doesn't this imply that the technology from Giant Cable Company would indeed be unique within Dragon Country? Surely, Giant Cable would not willingly divulge their secrets to Qin Feng. Such critical technology would be fiercely guarded. I can already envision a grand espionage thriller. Has Qin Feng dabbled in such clandestine activities? Is this a side gig? What a brilliant use of the term side gig. Regarding the arms smuggling for which he was wanted, Qin Feng's own words were, "I merely sought to engage in a small side gig." So, pilfering the core technology of Giant Cable Company was just another side gig. Was it? Ha ha ha. If that's the case, Qin Feng's side endeavors in the Lighthouse Nation must be extraordinarily formidable. Pray tell, what other side gigs do you have there? Qin Feng, do you think that the technology of the arrestor wires was also acquired through dubious means? This must be the pinnacle of cable technology. Amidst the conjectures circulating in the live stream, Qin Feng merely smiled in silence, refraining from providing any answers. Indeed, he had visited the Giant Cable Company, albeit merely to view their product displays, never having set foot on the actual production lines. As for the arrestor wire production line, that was an unexplored territory for him. In fact, He had previously been unaware of the existence of arrestor wires until he researched the advanced wire technology he had acquired and discovered that it was the zenith of cable innovation. Yet, none of this truly mattered. As long as one has genuinely visited the giant cable company, that is sufficient. This will undoubtedly pique the suspicions of Phobler, who might ponder, is the technology of the giant cable company truly compromised? Could the technology for aircraft carrier arrestor wires have also been leaked? Consequently, Phobler would be utterly distressed, suffering more than if he had ingested a fly. At this moment, Qin Feng remained blissfully unaware that his spontaneous and nonsensical remarks would not only engender doubt within Phobler, leading to his profound discomfort, but could even result in the cessation of the production of arrestor wires for aircraft carriers in the Lighthouse Nation, thereby bestowing upon him hundreds of billions in profits. Just as Qin Feng had anticipated, inside the office of Minister Phobler, a staff member was currently briefing him on Qin Feng's situation and the absurd statements he had made. Minister Phobler snorted disdainfully. Impossible. The only entities capable of producing aircraft carrier arrestor wires, aside from our giant cable company, are limited to a single company in the vast expanse of Mother Russia. This exemplifies the high level of technological prowess possessed by the giant cable company, which diligently safeguards its production technology. There is no way Qin Feng could have pilfered their manufacturing secrets. He continued, investigate whether Qin Feng ever visited this company. If he did not, it would indicate that he is entirely fabricating tales, merely a means to create sensationalism. We need not concern ourselves with him. The staff member promptly responded, upon arriving to report, I'd already dispatched someone to look into this matter. Just then, the internal phone for Phobler rang, and he quickly answered, Team leader, we found something. During his sophomore year, our department did indeed organize a visit to the giant cable company. According to the visitor list, Qin Feng was among those who attended. Qin Feng has visited the giant cable company. In an instant, the expressions of both Minister Phobler and the reporting team leader transformed dramatically. Particularly for the team leader, the pressure was immense. He felt as though the air had thickened, rendering each breath laborious. After all, the minister was now in a volatile state. He had just declared that if Qin Feng had not visited the giant cable company, there would be no reason for concern, as he was merely spouting nonsense, only for his subordinate to report that Qin Feng had indeed visited. Did this not solidify the notion that Qin Feng had acquired the steel wire production technology from the giant cable company? At last, Minister Phobler erupted in fury, bellowing, investigate. Dig deeper. The steel wire production technology of Qin Feng undoubtedly came from the giant cable company. However, that company treasures its production technology immensely and would never allow it to be easily pilfered. There must be a traitor within the giant cable company, someone who has leaked this information. Moreover, to have divulged such confidential production technology, this individual's position within the giant cable company must be quite significant. Send someone to thoroughly investigate the Juso company from top to bottom. The team leader, trembling, immediately accepted the command. Yes. After the leader departed, Minister Phobler continued to grind his teeth, muttering, Juso company. I sincerely hope that the production technology has not been entirely leaked, but merely some commonplace techniques for steel cable production. Otherwise, if Qin Feng can produce cables that meet the technical requirements for aircraft carrier arrestor wires, it would spell disaster. As Minister Phobler, he was acutely aware of the significant recent events involving the Lighthouse Nation. Currently, the Dragon Nation was negotiating with their navy, attempting to procure arrestor wires for their aircraft carriers. Although the Dragon Nation's Longhao aircraft carrier was fully equipped and ready to set sail, there remained one unresolved issue: the arrestor wires. The critical importance of arrestor wires to an aircraft carrier is beyond dispute. Carrier-based aircraft often land at speeds around 200 kilometers per hour, and due to their considerable weight, the kinetic energy upon landing is immense. Thus, relying solely on a few hundred meters of deck space to naturally decelerate the aircraft to a halt is utterly impractical. Otherwise, the aircraft would simply careen off the carrier and plunge into the ocean, becoming shark bait. Hence, the existence of arrestor wires becomes exceedingly vital. Typically, an aircraft carrier is equipped with 4 arrestor wires, evenly spaced across the flight deck. When an aircraft lands, its tailhook randomly engages one of these wires. allowing it to come to a stop within 3 seconds. Consequently, the arrestor wire is often referred to as the lifeline of the carrier-based aircraft. However, the technical requirements for arrestor wires are exceptionally high. Only the Lighthouse Nation and the Great Bear Nation possess the capability to produce cables that meet these standards. The Great Bear Nation outright refuses to sell them externally, using them solely for domestic purposes. Therefore, if the Dragon Nation wishes to acquire arrestor wires, it must procure them from the Lighthouse Nation. In turn, the Lighthouse Nation is preparing to complicate matters for the Dragon Nation, seeking to extract some benefits from them. If the Dragon Nation were now capable of producing cables that meet the arrestor wire requirements, would that not utterly thwart our plans? Contemplating this, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down Minister Phobol's forehead, and he started to pray fervently, "Please, let it not be so. Qin Feng must not be able to produce cables that meet the technical specifications for arrestor wires." In the live stream, numerous netizens were wildly speculating, with many suggesting in the comments that Qin Feng had stolen from the Juso company. They even began to weave together a narrative of the theft, culminating in a thrilling plot reminiscent of a high-budget film centered around the theme of espionage. In this cinematic tale, Qin Feng emerged as the embodiment of justice, a rogue who stole for the greater good. It evoked a sense of nostalgia akin to the film starring Uncle Long in a past life, which depicted the theft of the zodiac animal heads. In response, Qin Feng merely smiled in silence. He does not require explanations, nor does he fear solidifying the reputation of a rogue. For once established, it yields only benefits without drawbacks. The Dragon Kingdom would undoubtedly refrain from punishing him. While it may not overtly reward him, covert rewards are likely. As for the Lighthouse Nation, Qin Feng eagerly anticipates an increase in the bounty for his capture set by Bobble. His silent smile further solidified the viewer's suspicions in the live stream. Wow, so it really is Qin Feng who pilfered from the giant cable company? Another side job of Qin Feng exposed. He's a rogue. Qin Feng, I merely intended to undertake a minor side gig, yet I inadvertently stole the core technology of the giant cable company. Ha, that's impressive. By the way, was the aircraft carrier arresting wire? Why did Qin Feng specifically mention it and claim to have even visited the production line? Is this thing really that remarkable? This barrage of comments captured the attention of many and resonated with the curiosity of others. Indeed, what exactly is the aircraft carrier arresting wire? The name suggests it relates to aircraft carriers. If it relates to aircraft carriers, it must be quite impressive. But what does it have to do with steel cables? Why the production line of a steel cable company? Right, what is the aircraft carrier arresting wire? Is it used to halt aircraft carriers? Within the host chat, there were knowledgeable individuals, and someone promptly responded. The aircraft carrier arresting wire is used to catch carrier-based aircraft. It is essentially a steel cable, albeit the most expensive in the world, sold by the Lighthouse Nation to the Elephant Nation for $300,000 per unit. Moreover, each wire can only be used about 180 times before needing replacement. Subsequently, this individual elaborated on what the aircraft carrier arresting wire entails. The audience, upon hearing this, appeared utterly astonished. Wow, so that is how crucial the aircraft carrier arresting wire is. It must be sufficiently thin to avoid affecting usage while being able to withstand the impact and arresting force of the aircraft's tail hook. No wonder it's said to be the most technologically advanced steel cable. An aircraft carrier requires 4 arresting wires, and with each needing replacement after about 100 uses, at $300,000 apiece. Wow, who would land this contract would make a fortune. Qin Feng, if your steel cable could achieve such excellence, you might as well participate in the bidding for our Dragon Kingdom's Longhao aircraft carriers arresting wires. Indeed, Qin Feng, if you win the bid, that would be incredibly impressive. But is this thing open for external bidding? I'm not certain, but it seems unlikely. I haven't heard anything about it. The aircraft carrier arresting wire will not be open for external bidding, so there is no need to speculate. The Longhao is set to launch soon, and the arresting wires must have been equipped long ago. Upon reading this final comment, Qin Feng thoroughly agreed. He believed that although the technical requirements for aircraft carrier arrestor wires were exceedingly high, the leading factories in the Dragon Nation should be capable of producing them. While he could conjure steel cables that surpassed all others in the world, thanks to the rewards granted by his system, the procurement of the aircraft carrier arrestor wires was beyond his purview. The acquisition process for such materials was undoubtedly complex, involving numerous considerations. However, what Qin Feng was unaware of was that he had greatly overestimated the capabilities of the leading steel cable companies in the Dragon Nation, and indeed, the entire world. In reality, there were merely two companies worldwide capable of manufacturing aircraft carrier arrestor wires, one in the Lighthouse Nation and another in the Great Bear Nation. Furthermore, Qin Feng was oblivious to the fact that the Great Bear Nation had outright refused to sell to foreign entities, prompting the Dragon Nation to attempt procurement from the Lighthouse Nation. Alas, at this juncture, the Dragon Nation found itself facing considerable difficulties in the negotiation process. Chapter 22. The General, I must say, Qin Feng truly excels. Within a conference room of the Naval Department in Longhua, Admiral Li Dekang sat alongside Feng Rusong. The head of the Naval Procurement Department, Meng Guolong, an academician from the Long Institute of Science, and several other distinguished individuals, including the captain of the Longji aircraft carrier and the deputy minister of the Longan Department. This assembly was convened specifically to address the pressing issue of the aircraft carrier's arrestor wire. The significance of resolving this matter could not be overstated. Without it, their Longji aircraft carrier would merely be a large vessel, incapable of performing recovery operations for carrier-based aircraft. Even if it were to set sail, it would merely serve as a target on the sea rather than a formidable presence. However, the atmosphere in the conference room was anything but pleasant. They had just concluded a telephonic meeting with representatives from the Lighthouse Nation. Minister Feng Rusong erupted in anger, exclaiming, "Those shameless dogs from the Lighthouse Nation. They have the audacity to quote us $10 million for a single arrestor wire. They sold it to the Elephant Nation for merely $300. And this is no secret. Many nations are aware of it. Now, they insult us with such a price, as if to declare to the world that they can treat our Longhua as a soft target." Admiral Li Dekang's fury was palpable. As if that were not enough, they even dared to propose that their fleet enter the Qinglong Sea to assist us in patrolling the area. They imply that if we cannot even manage an arrestor wire, our aircraft carrier must be equally inept and incapable of patrolling the entire Qinglong Sea. Damn it, if they wish to mobilize their fleet, I would gladly shell their waters. As a naval admiral, Li Dekang regarded the integrity of Longhua's territorial waters as more precious than his own life. The audacity of the Lighthouse Nation to make such a demand filled him with a desire to immediately mobilize forces and retaliate. Academician Meng Guolong sighed, lamenting, "Alas, it is our Long Institute that lacks the capability. We cannot even produce a single steel wire." Instantly, someone consoled him. "Do not be so harsh on yourself, Academician Meng. Though it is merely a wire, the technical requirements are extraordinarily high. Currently, only the Bear Nation and the Lighthouse Nation possess the ability to manufacture it. Let us conclude today's meeting," Admiral Li Dekang stated. "It is clear that we cannot agree to the demands of the Lighthouse Nation." Though everyone felt a sense of frustration, they could only nod in resignation and bring the meeting to an end, for further discussion would yield no solutions. Subsequently, they filed out of the conference room. Outside, when academician Meng Guolong's student saw him emerge, he quickly rose to greet him. "Professor, how did it go? Did the Lighthouse Nation agree to sell us the arrestor wire?" Meng Guolong nodded, then shook his head. "They agreed to sell, but their conditions are utterly excessive." He then recounted the demands laid forth by the Lighthouse Nation to his student. Upon hearing this, the students were instantly enraged. "These scoundrels are utterly intolerable. Is this not a case of seizing an opportunity amidst chaos?" Academician Meng Guolong sighed. "Indeed, it is an opportunistic act. After all, we currently lack the technology to manufacture aircraft carrier arrestor wires." General Li Dekang and others shared in the lamentation. Suddenly, a student had an epiphany and proposed, "Teacher, in a few days, there will be an exhibition for steel cables. Why not visit it?" Walking alongside Meng Guolong, the procurement minister Feng Rusong immediately shook his head in refusal. "We have approached several leading companies for bidding, but they all fell short of our requirements. And their technology is nowhere near that of aircraft carrier arrestor wires. If those prominent firms cannot meet our standards, the others are even less likely to succeed. Their cable parameters barely exceed the limits of medium-standard testing machines. The student, shaking his head in excitement, exclaimed, "We aren't going to see those companies. We should check out the production from Qin Feng's factory." With that, he took out his phone, opened a popular video app, and clicked on the trending topic, Qin Feng's new side job exposed, the rogue. This was a clip from a live stream featuring Qin Feng, accompanied by comments from viewers in the chat. The group, initially moving forward, halted in their tracks. General Lidakan Skulda. People today will resort to any means for attention. Are they fabricating stories now? These netizens are utterly lacking in discernment, merrily claiming this Qin Feng is a rogue who stole technology from the giant cable company. If it were truly that easy, we wouldn't be facing such a bottleneck. I would have dispatched our elite to pilfer 800 of their secrets by now. What rogue? Just an internet clown. In my view, someone like Qin Feng deserves to be executed 100 times over. However, the deputy minister of the Dragon Security Department furrowed his brow in contemplation. Qin Feng? That name seems somewhat familiar. Oh, right. He was recently placed on the wanted list by the Lighthouse Nation's FBI with a bounty of 15 million. Upon hearing this, the others turned their gazes towards the deputy minister, their minds filled with confusion. What is the situation? Wanted by the FBI for 15 million? These individuals were all engrossed in their demanding duties, thus unaware of such trending occurrences online. The deputy minister of the Dragon Security Department elaborated further. After listening, the high-ranking officials, including General Li Dekang, Minister Feng Rusong from the Military Procurement Department, Academician Meng Guolong, and captain of the Dragon-class aircraft carrier, were taken aback. They marveled in their hearts. This young man, named Qin Feng, is quite impressive. General Li Dekang cleared his throat and remarked, returning to the matter at hand. Each profession has its specialization. Our elite cannot extract the technology, but what if Qin Feng possesses such skill? What if he indeed managed to acquire the manufacturing technology from the giant cable company? Li Dekang even felt that using the word steal was somewhat inappropriate, opting instead for a more palatable term. In the hearts of Meng Guolong's students, there was a murmur of discontent. I know what General Li's actions signify. It's a mere fade. At that moment, the deputy minister of Longan received an urgent call. After hanging up, he gravely addressed the assembly. The eyes from the Lighthouse Nation have relayed a message. Minister Babol is conducting an extensive investigation into the giant cable company. It is said that Minister Babol believes that Qin Feng lacks the capability to pilfer the manufacturing technology from the giant cable company, and rather, someone from within the company must have divulged the technology to him. Therefore, Babol is now scrutinizing the information of everyone associated with the giant cable company, focusing primarily on its upper echelons. Upon hearing this, the prominent figures were elated. The people of Longwo were convinced that the giant cable company could never willingly disclose its technology, thus attributing the theft to Qin Feng. Conversely, those in the Lighthouse Nation were certain that Qin Feng lacked the prowess to extract the technology and that it was an insider at the giant cable company who facilitated the leak. Such a twist of fate. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the details were inconsequential. Excitement permeated the atmosphere. The actions of Babol undoubtedly lent credence to the possibility that Qin Feng possessed the manufacturing technology of the giant cable company. Just imagine if Qin Feng also held the technology for the aircraft carrier mooring cables. The distinguished individuals for various departments could hardly contain their exhilaration. General Li Dekang laughed heartily. I told you, that lad Qin Feng is capable. He possesses the same flair I had in my youth. Regardless of the means by which he acquired this technology, what matters is that he succeeded. Let us go. Let us attend that cable exhibition and see Qin Feng. Chapter 23. Escorting Qin Feng to the Lighthouse Nation, the prominent figures from various departments gazed in silence at General Li Dekang, who had recently made some rather disparaging remarks about Qin Feng, labeling him a mere internet jester and suggesting he deserved to be executed multiple times. Yet, in the blink of an eye, his opinion seemed to have shifted. What has become of your former bravado? If these dignitaries were familiar with contemporary internet vernacular, they might have exclaimed, what a flip-flop. Nevertheless, Their admiration for Qin Feng rivaled that of Li Dekang. Let us proceed to the exhibition, they suggested, eager to witness the remarkable talents of this promising young man. If only we had more exceptional individuals like Qin Feng among our youth, remarked the esteemed members, including academicians from the Dragon Institute and the captain of the Dragon aircraft carrier. As for the notorious 15 million bounty issued by Fable, do we, the Dragon Nation, truly care about such trivialities? While Fable may flaunt his bounty elsewhere, expecting cooperation from officials in other nations, here in the Dragon Nation, he is merely an unwelcome presence. Especially after the recent complications with the Lighthouse Nation regarding the obstruction of negotiations, these dignitaries were even less inclined to regard Fable's bounty with any seriousness. In fact, had a physical copy of the bounty been presented before them, they might have spat contemptuously upon it. One of Meng Guolong's students expressed a sense of resignation. Esteemed leaders, the exhibition is still several days away. Let us bide our time. General Li Dekang, however, was displeased. Why must we wait several days? Why can't it commence today? After some deliberation, he conceded, very well, we shall wait a few days. The student from Meng Guolong proposed, shall we approach Qin Feng privately in the meantime? Yet, this suggestion was swiftly dismissed by one of the dignitaries. Let it be. Qin Feng is undoubtedly preoccupied with the exhibition preparations. We shall not disturb him. If he possesses the technology to obstruct negotiations, he will not elude us for long. And if he does not, waiting a few days will not hinder our agenda, as we intended to delay our dealings with the Lighthouse Nation for a time. General Li Dekang concurred, stating, indeed, the Lighthouse Nation's demand to assist us in patrolling the Qinglong Sea is excessively unreasonable. They certainly realize we will never acquiesce to such a request. However, it appears they have intentionally proposed this extreme condition to later present a more palatable, albeit still unacceptable, demand. In psychological terms, this is known as the door-in-the-face technique. General Li Dekang was not merely a brutish figure. His rough exterior belied a shrewd intellect, for one does not attain the rank of general without considerable acumen. The door-in-the-face technique entails presenting an initially outrageous request, which, when rebuffed, makes the subsequent, more reasonable request appear acceptable by comparison. The esteemed officials from various departments are well aware that the stipulations for patrolling the Qinglong Sea were proposed by the Lighthouse Nation as a pretext for the demolition effect. However, they were incensed when these terms were initially presented. The mere fact that they are expected to pay $10 million for a single cable is enough to fuel their outrage. This price is undoubtedly genuine and not merely a guise for the demolition effect. Selling to other nations at $3 million while imposing a $10 million fee on them is a blatant affront, indicating that the Dragon Nation can easily be manipulated by the Lighthouse Nation. Furthermore, the Lighthouse Nation seeks to impose additional conditions. Thus, the matter has been settled. When the exhibition commences in a few days, we shall observe Qin Feng, even if he lacks the technology to produce aircraft carrier mooring cables. Possessing even a comparable steel cable manufacturing capability would be a significant embarrassment for the Lighthouse Nation and a remarkable achievement in itself. Ultimately, General Li Dekang made a decisive pronouncement. Meanwhile, in the Lighthouse Nation, Minister Fable has received preliminary results from the investigation into the giant cable company. Over the 2 years following Qin Feng's visit, 3 senior executives and 8 core technical engineers from the company have experienced substantial deposits in their bank accounts. Consequently, these individuals are deemed suspicious and have been taken by Fable for a thorough inquiry. Minister Fable is infuriated. The discovery of these questionable figures seemingly corroborates that Qin Feng acquired technology from the giant cable company. The entire company is in disarray, akin to a calamity striking out of the blue. While the absence of the 3 senior leaders may not pose a significant issue, the loss of the 8 core engineers will undoubtedly disrupt operations, potentially halting at least 2 production lines. The shareholders of the giant cable company lament the situation. What is happening here? The employees on the suspended production lines have been sent home without pay, expressing their discontent. What have I done to deserve this? In the Naval Department of the Lighthouse Nation, the head of military procurement is conducting a meeting with a 5-star general. The general furrows his brow and states, The condition we propose for assisting them in patrolling the Qinglong Sea is certainly one they will reject, as it pertains to territorial integrity. The procurement minister smirks cunningly and replies, I did not expect them to agree. Our primary intention is not this. Have you heard of the demolition effect? The minister elaborates on the concept, implying that your true intention is to propose other conditions. The five-star general inquires, astonished. The procurement minister nods affirmatively. Indeed. What conditions do you genuinely wish to propose? Well, we haven't contemplated that. It would be best for your naval department to discuss and finalize this condition, as you are better positioned to propose terms that would be advantageous for our naval interests and that the Dragon Nation might ultimately accept. General Wuxing nodded in agreement. Just then, a soldier reported that Minister Fabol was arriving. Both General Wuxing and the Minister of Procurement were astonished at the timing of Minister Fabol's visit, yet they promptly welcomed him inside. Upon entering, Minister Fabol spoke directly, outlining the situation and mentioning that several individuals from the Juso Company had been apprehended. General Wuxing and the Minister of Procurement were immediately unsettled. What? The manufacturing technology of Juso Company has been leaked? How could such a calamity occur at this critical juncture? Minister Fabol continued, given the current circumstances, it is certain that Qin Feng has acquired technology from Juso Company. However, the extent of the manufacturing technology he has obtained remains unclear. In the worst-case scenario, he may have gained access to the technology for manufacturing the aircraft carrier's obstruction cables, although the likelihood of that is minimal. In a more favorable scenario, it is conceivable that the technology for the obstruction cables has not been compromised. By the way, what conditions have you proposed along with? The Minister of Procurement recounted the details to Minister Fabol without reservation. Nodding in acknowledgement, Minister Fabol remarked, since you have yet to finalize that additional condition, if Qin Feng has not acquired the technology for the obstruction cables, I hope your proposed additional condition is to escort Qin Feng to our Lighthouse Nation. General Wuxing nodded affirmatively, stating, that is entirely acceptable. The dignity of our Lighthouse Nation must not be challenged. Qin Feng's actions have already slapped our nation in the face. Therefore, I have no objections to making the additional condition for the obstruction cables the escorting of Qin Feng to our Lighthouse Nation. This individual deserves to be held accountable by our justice system. Chapter 24. The testing commences. Time swiftly passed, and within 3 days, the steel cable exhibition officially commenced. This year's exhibition was more vibrant than any prior event. The reason for such exuberance was the live bidding for national bridge projects, which attracted a larger number of steel cable companies, each showcasing their finest products. Although the smaller manufacturers lacked the advanced manufacturing techniques of their larger counterparts, they sought alternative paths for competition, focusing on the aesthetics and variety of their designs rather than conforming to mainstream technical parameters. This resulted in a dazzling display of diversity at the exhibition. Moreover, the number of attendees surged dramatically this year, a phenomenon largely attributed to the presence of Qin Feng. At booth 46, a considerable crowd had gathered, drawn by the allure of the spectacle. Is this the booth of the esteemed Qin Feng? One visitor exclaimed. Look at that machine. It appears to be larger than those at other booths. Ah, that is a machine for testing the performance of steel cables. Given its scale, it must be a high-standard testing apparatus, on par with those used by several leading steel cable companies, came the explanation from within the throng. What does a high-standard testing machine signify? Another inquired. A knowledgeable voice elaborated on the distinctions between testing machines, clarifying that apart from a few top-tier companies that utilized high-standard equipment, the rest could easily suffice with medium-standard machines. The crowd responded with gasps of admiration. Oh. It seems that Qin Feng possesses great confidence in his steel cables. Indeed, and let us not overlook where Qin Feng acquired his manufacturing technology. It is from the esteemed Giant Cable Company. By the way, today there will also be live bidding for national bridge projects. I wonder if Qin Feng will emerge victorious. I believe he will. I have faith in Qin Feng. Li Shishuang stood at the booth, listening to the murmurs of the crowd, her heart tinged with bitterness. After Wang Shui's live stream concluded that day, she had immediately confronted Qin Feng, inquiring whether the technology for steel cable manufacturing was truly sourced from the Giant Cable Company. To her dismay, Qin Feng had replied in the negative, dousing her initial excitement with cold reality. If the technology had indeed been obtained from the giant cable company, their steel cables would undoubtedly shine at this exhibition. However, without such backing, how could they compete against the established giants? Watching the two operators from their factory secure a steel cable to the high-standard testing machine, Li Shuang silently prayed, may the test results not fall too short. Even if they do not surpass the upper limits of medium-standard machines, let them not diverge too greatly. Otherwise, it would spell disaster. To confidently present a high-standard testing machine only to find that they cannot even meet the upper limits of medium-standard equipment would irreparably tarnish their brand's reputation. The number of high-standard testing machines is exceedingly scarce, and without prior reservation, it was quite challenging for Li Shuang to locate even one. Moreover, the transportation proved to be quite a hassle, resulting in the testing machine being set up at the exhibition booth only late last night. Additionally, the steel cables were only officially produced last evening and were transported from the factory in the early hours of today. Consequently, they hadn't even had the opportunity to test the performance of the steel cables. Thus, Li Shuang felt an overwhelming sense of uncertainty. Everything seemed to be hastily assembled in a state of disarray, heightening her anxiety. In contrast, Qin Feng remained remarkably composed and unfazed. Meanwhile, Wang Shui was tasked with continuing the live broadcast, a directive specifically emphasized by Qin Feng, who insisted on the necessity of the live stream today. He was acutely aware that the individuals from Fabola were undoubtedly monitoring their activities, and he feared that if any information were to slip past them, it might alleviate their discomfort, an outcome he could not allow, as his primary objective was to ensure their discontent. As anticipated by Qin Feng, Minister Fabola was indeed watching Wang Shui's livestream. Not only was he present, but he was also accompanied by a 5-star general from the Navy of the Lighthouse Nation, as well as the Minister of Procurement. Minister Fabola elucidated that this livestream served as their primary source for tracking Qin Feng's movements. Their surveillance of him was largely reliant on this very broadcast. The 5-star general nodded in understanding, then scoffed, remarking on Qin Feng's apparent folly. How foolish it was of him to brazenly broadcast despite knowing he was wanted, seemingly daring them to remain unaware of his whereabouts. Minister Fabola's face flushed with indignation. While he might not have been certain of Qin Feng's intelligence, he was acutely aware that such behavior was a blatant provocation against them. Similarly, there were other notable figures monitoring Wang Shui's livestream to keep tabs on Qin Feng's movements, not only from the Lighthouse Nation, but also from the Dragon Nation. In the parking lot in front of the Steel Cable Exhibition Hall, several military off-road vehicles disguised as ordinary cars were parked side by side. Inside these vehicles sat high-ranking officials from the Dragon Nation, including Admiral Li Dekang, Minister of Procurement Feng Rusong, Meng Guolong from the Dragon Science Institute, and the captain of the aircraft carrier Long Ziho. They too were observing Wang Shui's livestream. Admiral Li Dekang stated, "Our identities are sensitive. We cannot enter the venue too early. Should we be recognized, it might incite unnecessary turmoil. Therefore, let us remain here for now and gauge the situation through the live stream." The other dignitaries nodded in agreement, endorsing Admiral Li Dechang's perspective. Within the exhibition hall, the representatives from various booths awaited the approach of 9 o'clock, the designated time for the presentation of steel cable data. The booths of the leading steel cable companies were interconnected, designated as booths 1, 2, 3, and so forth. During this period of anticipation, the representatives engaged in casual conversation. "Why is booth 46 so crowded?" inquired the head of booth 2. "Ah, that booth belongs to Qin Feng," replied the head of booth 3. "Qin Feng? Ah, I have discerned the identity of the individual. In recent days, he has garnered considerable attention online. Tell me, do you truly believe that his manufacturing technology was acquired from the gigantic cable company? I am uncertain, yet I cannot shake the feeling that he is a formidable rival. Just observe the testing machines he employs for steel cables. Of the highest caliber, he utilizes testing apparatus that meets the same rigorous standards as those employed by our firms, which undoubtedly indicates his confidence. However, I suspect that Qin Feng may merely be a jester. How could the manufacturing technology of the gigantic cable company possibly be pilfered?" The representative from booth 4 scoffed. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Who knows where he might have obtained his steel cable manufacturing technology, only to attempt to carve out a niche in the industry. His actions are nothing more than a publicity stunt, mere marketing. The representative from Booth 3 echoed this disdain. With the sentiments of these two individuals setting the tone, the remaining attendees promptly voiced similar doubts regarding Qin Feng. Although they, too, are competitors, they found themselves united in their skepticism towards him. Just then, someone exclaimed, "Time is nearly upon us. It is already 8:59. Let us all return to our respective booths, as the parameter presentations are about to commence." Concurrently, at booth 46, preparations were complete. The two operators of the testing machines stood at their designated positions, ready to report. As the final second ticked away, and the clock struck 9, Qin Feng issued a decisive command. Commence the testing. Chapter 25. Increase the bounty on Qin Feng. With Qin Feng's decree, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room grew palpably tense. Oh my, it's about to begin. I don't know why, but I'm suddenly feeling a wave of anxiety. Me too. It reminds me of the days waiting for college entrance exam results. Is it just me feeling this way? Do you think Qin Feng's cable will yield impressive results? Ahem. As someone from the cable industry, allow me to enlighten you. The upper limit for standard testing machines is 40 tons of tensile strength. Since Qin Feng chose a high-standard machine, it indicates he requires a tensile strength greater than 40 tons. Judging by the diameter of the cable he loaded onto the testing machine, which appears to be 30 to 40 millimeters. The larger the diameter, the greater the tensile strength. Currently, the most advanced cable technology in our country is 40 millimeters, with a tensile strength of 55 tons. Oh, I see. Thank you for the insight. Now we won't be left in the dark. What do you think the tensile strength of Qin Feng's cable could reach? 50 tons? Let S be bold. I guess 60 tons. Wow, that seems a bit timid, doesn't it? I'll go with 65 tons. Now that's quite audacious. How much does that exceed our best existing cables? Let us be realistic. I feel 55 to 60 tons would already be impressive. Stop arguing. The test has begun. Let us wait and see. In the United States, Minister Bobler found himself breathing a bit more rapidly, silently praying, "Please don't exceed 200,000 pounds." 200,000 pounds is roughly 90 tons, which is the tensile strength of an aircraft carrier's arrestor cable. Five-star general and the procurement minister were also fixated on the screen, fervently wishing, "Do not exceed 200,000 pounds. Do not exceed 200,000 pounds. Do not exceed 200,000 pounds." In the parking lot in front of the exhibition hall, Admiral Li Dekang and Lonka Institute's Meng Wolong were also breathing heavily. But their prayers were different. It must exceed 90 tons. It must exceed 90 tons. After Qin Feng commanded the test to commence, the two operators began their work. As they operated, the testing machine first displayed the cable diameter, 30 millimeters. Sitting in the vehicle, Meng Wolong from Lonka Institute remarked, "The diameter of an aircraft carrier's arrestor cable typically ranges from 30 to 40 millimeters, with 30 millimeters being the most suitable." The tensile strength test commenced, and the machine began to strain 10 tons, 20 tons, 30 tons. After this point, the increments were in single tons, 31 tons, 32 tons. As the data climbed to 35 tons, Li Shishuang felt a surge of hope. It must surpass 40. It must surpass 40. Amidst everyone, Li Shishuang's expectations were remarkably modest. She would be content if the testing machine surpassed 40 tons, which marked the upper limit of the medium standard tests. 38 tons, 39 tons, 40 tons. Li Shishuang exaladepoli. It surpassed. It truly exceeded 40 tons. The quality of our steel cables is on par with those leading companies. Our Lighthouse steel pipe factory can now be considered in the same echelon as those prominent steel cable firms. From now on, when discussing those top steel cable companies, we shall be included among them. Li Shishuang began to feel a sense of elation, as if she were caught in a dream. Her expectations were indeed low, easily fulfilled. Yet, it was understandable. After all, she recognized that Qin Feng's manufacturing technology did not originate from the giants of the industry. And being a pragmatic individual, She understood the rarity of exceptional manufacturing techniques. Thus, for their company to achieve such a level in the steel cable industry, comparable to the leading domestic firms, was truly astonishing to her. Moreover, the numbers on the testing machine continued to rise. 41 tons, 42 tons, 50 tons. Now, it was the audience's turn to feel the tension. The live stream had nearly 500,000 viewers, all holding their breath, fixated on the digits displayed on the tester. 55, 55. It must surpass 55. A 30 millimeters cable at 55 tons must surely outperform a 40 millimeters cable at 55 tons, right? After all, a larger diameter implies greater tensile strength. As long as it exceeds 55 tons, then Qin Feng's cables will be the finest in the nation. 53 tons, 54 tons, 55 tons. Boom! When the testing machine registered 55 tons, the live stream erupted. Oh my goodness, it's really 55 tons. Qin Feng's cable is the best in the Dragon Nation. A 30 millimeters cable at 55 tons doesn't that holds significantly greater value than a 40 millimeters cable at the same weight? What is all this talk about the best cable? Isn't it being overshadowed by Qin Feng now? Congratulations, Qin Feng, for producing the finest cable in the Dragon Nation. Yet the digits on the testing machine did not cease. They continued to ascend. 56 tons, 57 tons, 65 tons. The live stream erupted once more. Wow, 65 tons. This is incredible. Ha ha. I previously speculated 65 tons. Who said I was being overly ambitious? Isn't this it? Goodness. Just how much can this steel cable endure? 66 tons, 67 tons, 75 tons, 80 tons, 81 tons, 82 tons. The operators of the two testing machines were now utterly astonished. Their hands controlling the machines began to tremble. My heavens! 82 tons. The steel cable remains unscathed, capable of withstanding even greater tensile weight. They must witness this momentous occasion. At this juncture, Li Shuang felt as if she might faint, overwhelmed by a surge of excitement and exhilaration. Her legs weakened. She barely managed to sit down on a chair to avoid collapsing to the ground. Isn't the Lighthouse steel pipe factory aiming to stand shoulder to shoulder with those leading cable companies? Or perhaps to surpass them entirely? With this tensile strength exceeding 80 tons, those so-called leading companies can hardly claim to be at the forefront anymore. They will find themselves trailing behind Lighthouse steel pipe as mere subordinates. The figures on the testing machine continued to rise. 83 tons, 84 tons, 85 tons. In the Lighthouse Nation, Minister Fabol and General Five Stars were nearly grinding their teeth in anxiety, shouting nervously, "Break! Break! Break! The cable must snap. It cannot reach 90 tons." Outside the exhibition hall, General Li Dekang and his colleagues clenched their fists, holding their breath, their eyes fixed intently on the screen, internally screaming, "Rise! Rise! Rise!" To an outsider, witnessing their fervent expressions would make one think they were desperate investors, wagering their entire fortunes in a high-stakes gamble. 86 tons, 87 tons, 88 tons, 89 tons. The data on the testing machine had reached 89 tons. At that moment, the world seemed to fall silent, and under the collective gaze of all present, the figure on the testing machine reached 90 tons. Boom! In that instant, General Li Dekang, Meng Guolong from the Dragon Institute, the Deputy Minister of the Dragon Security Department, and the captain of the Dragon flagship felt as if their minds had exploded. 90 tons. It truly reached 90 tons. This met the technical requirements for the aircraft carrier's arrestor wire. The issue with their aircraft carrier's arrestor wire could finally be resolved. The Dragon is no longer just an impressive but useless vessel. It is no longer a mere moving target. The Dragon can now become a true maritime behemoth. Ha ha ha! We have succeeded. We are no longer bound by the constraints of the Lighthouse Nation. General Lidakan Lauga Hartili, the captain of the Dragon, nodded emphatically. The Dragon can truly set sail. Meanwhile, Meng Guolong from the Dragon Institute had tears streaming down his cheeks, overwhelmed with joy. This was genuine, heartfelt weeping. Meng Wolong's reaction was not exaggerated. As a researcher, the prospect of breaking free from the technological chokehold of the Lighthouse Nation brought him to tears. In the Lighthouse Nation, Minister Fabel erupted in frustration. Damn it! Damn it! Why? How is it possible to achieve such a technological standard? What has that giant cable company been doing? Have they truly allowed the manufacturing technology for aircraft carrier arrestor wires to leak? The five-star general and the Minister of Procurement bore expressions of utter dismay. Their plans had collapsed, and they found themselves unable to exert control over the naval forces of the Dragon Nation. At the exhibition, booth number 46, the testing machine had not merely achieved a tensile strength of 90 tons before ceasing its trials. Rather, it continued to escalate the applied force. 91 tons, 92 tons, 100 tons, 110 tons, 120 tons. At the moment it reached 120 tons, the testing apparatus finally halted. All viewers in the live broadcast, as well as the crowd gathered around booth 46, fell into a hushed silence. They gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape. They were oblivious to the technical requirement of 90 tons for aircraft carrier arrestor wires and what exceeding that threshold signified. However, they were aware that prior to this, the finest steel cable in the Dragon Nation measured 40 millimeters in diameter and had a tensile strength of 55 tons. Yet now, Qin Feng's cable, with a diameter of merely 30 millimeters, had achieved an astonishing tensile strength of 120 tons. Surely, if the diameter were increased to 40 millimeters, the tensile strength would surpass 120 tons. This implied that it was more than twice as formidable as the previously unmatched steel cable. The so-called best cable in the nation paled in comparison to Qin Feng's creation, rendering it utterly insignificant. Meanwhile, in the Lighthouse Nation, Minister Babel was seething with rage. What is the tensile strength of the arrestor wires on our naval aircraft carriers? The five-star general's countenance darkened. 120 tons. The minimum technical requirement for arrestor wires is 90 tons. Yet the wires aboard their aircraft carriers had already reached a tensile strength of 120 tons. 120 tons. Is this merely a coincidence? Absolutely not. This must be a leak of technology from the giant cable company. Otherwise, Qin Feng's cable could not possibly achieve 120 tons. Minister Babel bellowed. At that moment, the staff responsible for investigating the giant cable company, 3 senior executives and 8 core technical engineers, arrived to report. Minister, we have preliminary findings. 1 senior executive and 3 core technical engineers are highly suspicious. They received substantial transfers to their bank accounts simultaneously. Furthermore, those 3 core engineers are responsible for the arrestor wire technology for aircraft carriers. Upon hearing this report, Minister Babel was infuriated. Having already concluded that there had been a leak of technology from the giant cable company, he decisively proclaimed, "These 4 individuals are the culprits. They shall be charged with treason and executed immediately. Expedite the special procedures for their disposal." In this world, the authority of Minister Babel was considerable. If evidence indicated that an individual was guilty of treason, he could execute them without a court judgment. The staff immediately received orders to carry out the execution. Outside the exhibition hall, General Li Dekang and his colleagues were filled with exhilaration. They never anticipated that Qin Feng's cable not only met the technical requirement of 90 tons for aircraft carrier arrestor wires, but exceeded it significantly, reaching 120 tons. This places it on par with the arrestor wires employed by the Lighthouse Nation's Navy. It is noteworthy that while the Lighthouse Nation has equipped itself with 120-ton arrestor wires, they only sell 100-ton versions. This means that the cables sold to the Elephant Nation, priced at $300, as well as those they previously sought to procure, are all of the 100-ton caliber. In contrast, the Bear Nation's aircraft carrier arrestor wires are rated at 110 tons. Outstanding. Truly remarkable. At 120 tons, Qin Feng has seemingly extracted the pinnacle of manufacturing technology from the giant cable company. This young man, Qin Feng, is truly impressive. General Li Dekang was beaming with admiration and praise for Qin Feng. Everyone else was so astonished that they overlooked a crucial detail. The testing machine had ceased operations upon reaching 120 tons, rather than the cable breaking. In other words, This was not the maximum tensile strength of the cable. Mr. Qin, the upper limit of this testing machine is 120 tons of tensile force. We have reached the machine's limit, yet our cable has not reached its maximum capacity. Should we make an announcement? The operator of the testing machine quietly reported to Qin Feng. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng replied, "Let us keep it under wrap for now." Although he wasn't entirely versed in the data from various companies in the cable industry, since 120 tons was the testing machine's limit, it seemed prudent to maintain discretion. "Let us hold back the news. Perhaps it could provide a surprise for Bobble," Qin Feng thought mischievously. However, the outcome truly did not disappoint him. In the Lighthouse Nation, Minister Bobble, after sentencing the 4 individuals from the giant cable company to death, was in discussion with the 5-star general and the procurement department head about their next steps. They had now concluded that Qin Feng's cable manufacturing technology had been acquired from the giant cable company. It is essential to recognize that the most advanced aircraft carrier arrestor wire in the world is the 120-ton version produced by the giant cable company. The Bear Nation's arrestor wires are merely rated at 110 tons. With Qin Feng's cable also boasting a tensile strength of 120 tons, they would not believe, even under duress, that Qin Feng had not obtained this manufacturing technology from the giant cable company. "What should we do now?" the procurement department head said grimly. "Because of Qin Feng, all our plans have been thwarted. Damn it, this man Qin Feng is truly infuriating." The 5-star general gritted his teeth in frustration. "Increase the bounty for Qin Feng. It must be raised," Minister Bobble exclaimed angrily, his hatred for Qin Feng palpable. Chapter 26. System Rewards. A bounty emerged. The 5-star general of the Lighthouse Nation immediately concurred. "It is indeed imperative to elevate the bounty on Qin Feng. Thus, how much shall we increase it?" "We, the Navy, shall cover half the expense," Minister Fobble retorted. "No need. We possess sufficient funds for this. I shall personally take full responsibility for the enhanced bounty." The Minister of Procurement inquired with curiosity, "But what is the justification for this bounty? We cannot merely claim that I bribed the core engineer of our national giant cable company and acquired the essential manufacturing technology, can we?" Such reasoning seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Minister Fobble shook his head. "That justification is certainly untenable. If Qin Feng obtained the technology through bribery, it would not constitute a crime warranting a bounty. So, Haven-T, the people of Dragon Country asserted that Qin Feng stole the technology from the giant cable company. We shall utilize this as our rationale for the bounty, stealing crucial confidential information from the Lighthouse Nation. The 5-star general and the Minister of Procurement both nodded in agreement. The charge of stealing confidential information is undoubtedly viable. Minister Fobble promptly issued the order. Raise the bounty on Qin Feng by $10 million. Citing the theft of confidential information from the Lighthouse Nation. The total bounty on Qin Feng has now reached $25 million. In the instant Minister Fobble announced the warrant for Qin Feng, he received a notification from the system, detected that the host is wanted by Minister Fobble of the Lighthouse Nation with a bounty of $25 million, an increase of $10 million from the previous bounty. Upon hearing the voice echo in his mind, Qin Feng felt a surge of joy. As it worked so swiftly, has Fobble already escalated the bounty on him? The bounty amount meets the reward criteria. Acquiring rewards. Death Immunity Card 1. Advanced Drone Technology. Death Immunity Card can be automatically triggered when the host faces mortal danger, eliminating the threat of death. Note, can withstand any form of mortal peril, such as viral harm, physical injury. Upon hearing the rewards, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. A Death Immunity Card? Wow! This is truly a remarkable item. The value of this object speaks for itself. No further explanation is necessary. As for the advanced drone technology, it was completely overshadowed by the significance of the Death Immunity Card. He expressed gratitude to Minister Fobble for the bounty. Although unaware of the reasoning behind this bounty, Qin Feng felt compelled to extend his thanks, akin to a live streamer expressing appreciation for generous gifts from viewers. If Minister Fobble were to discover this, he would likely be infuriated. Booth numero uno. They had just showcased the technical parameters of their steel cables, and the person in charge, brimming with pride, addressed the reporters gathered at the booth. Compared to last year, We have made significant advancements in our steel cables. Last year, our steel cable with a diameter of 40 millimeters boasted a tensile strength of 55 tons, earning the title of the most formidable steel cable in the country. This year, our 30-millimeter steel cable has achieved an impressive tensile strength of 55 tons. As for the 40-millimeter cable, its tensile strength has reached an astonishing 63 tons. To describe this as a significant breakthrough would be an understatement, and not at all an exaggeration. It is evident that our company has reclaimed the title of possessing the most formidable steel cables in the country. Upon finishing his statement, the head of Booth 1 cast a challenging glance towards Booth 46, the implication unmistakable. Just then, someone approached, excitedly exclaiming, "Qin Feng steel cable boasts a tensile strength of 120 tons, a diameter of 30 millimeters, with a tensile strength of 120 tons. The head of Booth 1 was left utterly dumbfounded. What? 120 tons? This is unbelievable. He was completely taken aback. The notion of a 30-millimeter cable achieving a tensile strength of 120 tons seemed far-fetched. He glanced at his own 30-millimeter cable with a tensile strength of 55 tons and recalled his earlier bravado before the reporters, his face turning crimson. At that moment, he wished he could disappear into the ground. Soon, the news of Qin Feng's steel cable reaching a tensile strength of 120 tons spread throughout the entire exhibition. All the steel cable companies at the exhibition were left in shock. As industry insiders, they understood all too well what 120 tons signified. It could be said that Qin Feng and they were on entirely different levels. Henceforth, it could be articulated that within the steel cable industry of the Dragon Nation, Qin Feng accounted for 12 dough out of a total of 1 stone, leaving the other companies indebted to Qin Feng by 2 dough. Do not inquire why. The answer lies in their undeniable lag behind Qin Feng. At that moment, a group of individuals entered the exhibition hall. They were surrounding a portly, middle-aged man, evidently the focal point of the group. Beside this middle-aged man was the head of the exhibition hall, Jiaming, who had assisted Qin Feng in securing a booth. Jiaming led the portly middle-aged man towards the center of the exhibition hall. Upon reaching the stage, Jiaming introduced, "I trust that all participants of this steel cable exhibition are aware that a national-level bridge construction project team will be present for the live bidding of bridge traction cables. This gentleman is Manager Wang, responsible for the cable bidding process." He continued, "We are now about to commence this bidding conference. This bidding is the highlight of the steel cable exhibition, with each company showcasing their utmost capabilities. However, instead of excitement and enthusiasm, the heads of the various booths appeared listless, entirely bereft of interest. The reason was simple. They all understood that they had no chance in this bidding. With Qin Feng present, what was there for them to participate in? It would only be a source of embarrassment. Jiaming and Manager Wang remained oblivious to the situation, both somewhat bewildered, especially Manager Wang, who was quite displeased. "Do you have no interest whatsoever in this bidding?" A representative from the exhibition booth responded, "It's not that we lack interest, but rather that we recognize our own limitations." Manager Wang felt a sense of relief within. It turned out he was not being dismissed. After all, the outcome of the bidding was still uncertain. He encouraged everyone to enthusiastically participate in the competition. Are there not a few companies whose capabilities in the cable industry are comparable, all being leading firms in the sector? Why aren't you few participating? Surely you possess some confidence. He urged them to take the initiative and inspire others to join the bidding. And do not underestimate the other cable companies. Perhaps one of them will emerge victorious. The final result has yet to be determined, so why declare defeat prematurely? His tone carried an air of condescension, as if inviting everyone to bid was an act of benevolence. However, at that moment, the crowd had no time to dwell on this. Someone remarked, "Qin Feng's cables have already reached a capacity of 120 tons. How can we compete with that? Let's not humiliate ourselves." Immediately, others echoed in agreement. "Indeed, although our factory is of moderate standing, I once entertained the idea of participating for the sake of camaraderie. But now, that notion has entirely vanished." Manager Wang listened to the murmurs among the crowd, perplexed. "Qin Feng? Who is that? The name sounds familiar." His assistant stepped forward and whispered something in his ear. Suddenly, Manager Wang's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Nonsense. This person is utterly unworthy of participating in our tender. He shouldn't even be allowed at this exhibition." The crowd was taken aback. What? What does Manager Wang mean by this? How can Qin Feng be deemed unworthy of this tender? Even unfit for this exhibition? What is going on? Chapter 27. What? Am I the aircraft carrier's arresting cable? Manager Wang, with an air of righteous indignation, proclaimed, "Who is Qin Feng? He is a fugitive wanted by the authorities of the Lighthouse Nation, with a bounty of 15 million. Is he not a wanted criminal? We ought to extradite him to the Lighthouse Nation for trial. How can we allow him to swagger about and indulge in leisure? Furthermore, his cable manufacturing technology, how ludicrous! He dares to showcase technology stolen from the Lighthouse Nation at an exhibition? What right does he have to participate in our project bidding or this exhibition?" The attendees exchanged bewildered glances, caught off guard by Manager Wang's vehement remarks. Meanwhile, in Wang Shui's live stream, viewers erupted in outrage. What the hell? Is this person insane? Damn it, I seriously suspect he is a sycophant of the Lighthouse Nation. How else could he utter such nonsense? Who do you think the Lighthouse Nation is? Your father. Don't forget you are a citizen of the Dragon Nation. This person's bias is blatant, utterly shameless. Honestly, a true citizen of the Dragon Nation would never say such things. He thinks we should extradite Qin Feng to the Lighthouse Nation for judgment? Unbelievable. Manager Wang pressured Jia Ming. Manager Jia, why haven't you expelled this individual from the exhibition? He is utterly unworthy to participate. Jia Ming found himself in a quandary. On one hand, Qin Feng's participation had been personally arranged by the young lady of their family. Yet on the other hand, Manager Wang was a prominent guest at the exhibition. Seeing Jia Ming's hesitation to respond, Manager Wang pointed at Qin Feng and shouted, "You, the wanted criminal. Why don't you leave the exhibition voluntarily? What gives you the right to be here? Leave now. If you don't, I will have you thrown out." At that moment, Qin Feng's temper flared. Even a clay figurine could muster some ire, let alone him. But before he could voice his indignation, a thunderous shout echoed from the entrance of the exhibition hall. "The one who should leave is you." The crowd turned toward the source of the voice, witnessing a group of individuals entering. Confusion swept through the attendees. Who were these people? Qin Feng shared their bewilderment, pondering whether they might be supportive fans from the livestream. However, judging by their ages, they did not appear to be. Among the leading figures, two had noticeably graying hair. "Who are you to demand that I leave? A bunch of ignorant fools. Do you even know who I am? I am the most significant guest at this cable exhibition, a manager from the 7th Bureau of Architecture. Do you know the caliber of individuals I associate with? Expelling you from this venue would be trivial. Believe me, I can make a phone call right now and have you all arrested." Manager Wang, accustomed to wielding power and privilege, was infuriated by a sudden shout and immediately erupted in a tirade. He then pointed at the group and bellowed, "Who just shouted? Step forward." "It was I," Li Dekang replied, his gaze fixed on Manager Wang, a cold snort escaping his lips. Indeed, this group comprised prominent figures such as General Li Dekang, Meng Guolong from the Dragon Institute, the Deputy Minister of the Dragon Security Department, and the captain of the aircraft carrier Dragon. Following them were dozens of personnel from the Dragon Security Department. Upon confirming that Qin Feng's tensile strength was 120 tons, they had disembarked and were making their way to the exhibition hall when they overheard Manager Wang's remarks, prompting Li Dekang to unleash his thunderous shout. Their intent was straightforward, to seek justice for Qin Feng. Manager Wang sneered menacingly, "You don't think your age will spare you. Apologize immediately. Otherwise, I will call and have you arrested. No matter your identity, today is your doom." Li Dekang, intrigued, retorted, "No matter my identity?" Manager Wang, with unwavering confidence, asserted, "Indeed, regardless of your identity. The people I usually drink with hold such power that it would terrify you. Your status is meaningless." Dressed in civilian attire, Li Dekang clasped his hands behind his back, treating the situation as if jesting with a fool. "What if I were a general?" he mused, eager to witness the audacity of the man shouting for Qin Feng's expulsion. Manager Wang erupted in laughter. "You a general? Then I am a grand general. I thought you were someone of substance. Yet you are merely a deranged old man. The crowd at the exhibition fell silent, realizing that had he claimed a more plausible status, perhaps he could have intimidated Manager Wang. But to declare oneself a general? Who would believe such a farce? At that moment, the deputy minister of the Dragon Security Department stepped forward, brandishing his credentials, and declared to Manager Wang, deputy minister of the Dragon Security Department, "We suspect you of endangering national security and colluding with foreign entities. You are under arrest for investigation." The audacity of his previous statements, suggesting Qin Feng be delivered to the Lighthouse Nation, indicated his treachery. Such a character warranted investigation. The issues would undoubtedly surface. Behind him, the personnel from the Dragon Security Department also displayed their credentials. Suddenly, the once arrogant Manager Wang was reduced to a quivering figure, collapsing in fear. Personnel from the Dragon Security Department. This was disastrous. He was certain he was finished. Once targeted by the Dragon Security Department, they would scrutinize him relentlessly. He could hardly withstand such an investigation. The attendees of the exhibition were utterly stunned. Were they truly from the Dragon Security Department? Astonishing. The deputy minister of the Dragon Security Department? Does that mean the one who spoke earlier was genuinely a general? Good heavens! A general graced our exhibition? What could possibly be their purpose? Upon hearing the murmurs, Manager Wang, already paralyzed with fear, was rendered utterly incapacitated. Had I just spoken disrespectfully to a general? I am utterly doomed. I am truly finished. Two personnel from the Longin Department, regardless of his previous indiscretions, unceremoniously dragged him away. Awaiting Manager Wang is an investigation from the Long Kingdom of unparalleled terror. Yet, at this moment, Manager Wang remains oblivious to the true reason for his abduction. It is not merely his insolence towards the general that has led to this, for although Old Li is known for his fiery temper, he is not so petty. The real cause lies in his attitude towards Qin Feng. This is something that the high-ranking officials, including Old Li, simply cannot tolerate. Once he realizes this, he will be overwhelmed with regret, wishing he could turn back time. However, it is too late. He is destined to face severe consequences. Of course, that is a tale for another time. As Manager Wang was taken away, the live chat erupted in applause. Haha, this is poetic justice from Manager Wang. He just disrespected Qin Feng, telling him to leave, and now his arrogance has led him to a dire predicament. What a delight. Watching Manager Wang being apprehended by the Longin Department is truly satisfying. Manager Wang is finished. He's utterly done for. The Longin Department will uncover everything. Is this what they call karmic retribution? It's swifter than immediate justice. The attendees at the exhibition were rendered speechless, fearful to make sound. They could not fathom why a general and personnel from the Longin Department would appear at their event. Was it merely to capture Manager Wang? Surely not. Capturing one Manager Wang could hardly warrant the presence of a general and the deputy minister of the Longin Department. Amidst the collective confusion and apprehension, General Li Dekang and the deputy minister of the Longin Department marched solemnly towards booth 46. The crowd gasped once more. Could it be that they are here to apprehend Qin Feng? The previously jubilant online viewers began to panic. Oh no, they can't be here to arrest the esteemed Qin Feng, can they? After all, Qin Feng has a bounty of 15 million on his head from Fable. What? This is disastrous. I thought Fable's bounty wouldn't affect us in the Long Kingdom. Yet now the Longin Department seeks to capture Qin Feng. At this moment, Qin Feng's heart raced with anxiety. What is happening? They can't truly be here to arrest me. Can they? How do I resolve this? Running away would be futile. Should I surrender the advanced drone technology one just acquired? Though I wonder if it would even interest them. Being targeted by the Longin Department is a genuine cause for alarm. While he might have cheekily requested an increase in the bounty from Fable, being under scrutiny from the Longin Department spells real trouble. The exhibition hall was enveloped in an atmosphere of extreme tension, with everyone holding their breath, fixated on the group advancing towards Qin Feng. As Li Dekang and his companions approached Qin Feng, a sudden smile appeared on their serious faces, revealing admiration and praise. Li Dekang patted Qin Feng on the shoulder and remarked, "Young man, you have done remarkably well. Truly impressive. You possess the vigor of my youth." The deputy minister of Longin and others also smiled and gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Well done. The crowd was once again bewildered. How had the situation reversed so dramatically? Instead of apprehending Qin Feng, they were now extolling his virtues? The viewers in the live stream were in shock. What? What is happening? Arresting Manager Wang. Praising Qin Feng. I suddenly feel there's a connection between these two events. Indeed, I recall that when they first arrived at the exhibition hall, they shouted, "Shouldn't you be the one to leave?" Were they not defending Qin Feng? So, did the general and the deputy minister of Longin come specifically for Qin Feng? What? They came specifically for Qin Feng? What does this mean? At that moment, Qin Feng himself was also dazed and struggling to comprehend the situation. Just moments ago, he had feared that they were there to arrest him. Yet now they were praising him. It felt as though his heart had taken an unexpected roller coaster ride, plummeting down only to soar back up again. Meng Guolong from the Long Institute gazed at the steel cable on the testing machine with admiration, as one would admire a work of art. This is a steel cable with a tensile strength of 120 tons. This is the aircraft carrier arrestor wire. Qin Feng was perplexed. What? An aircraft carrier arrestor wire? What connection did a steel cable have with such a device? Why did they speak of the arrestor wire while looking at his cable? Although he had woven a tale about visiting the production line of the aircraft carrier arrestor wire by sheer coincidence, in truth, he was entirely unaware of the technical specifications and tensile strength required for such wires. He only knew that the aircraft carrier arrestor wire was the most formidable of all cables, and he had made that statement solely to provoke furball. Meng Guolong continued, "Though it is merely a steel cable, its technical complexity is exceedingly high. Moreover, it is of paramount importance. It is precisely this steel cable that has delayed the official launch of our fully equipped Dragon aircraft carrier. Although our carrier is ready in every aspect, it is lacking the steel cable, the arrestor wire. The arrestor wire is referred to as the lifeline of carrier-based aircraft. Without it, our aircraft carrier cannot perform the recovery operations for the aircraft, rendering it merely a large target. However, with this arrestor wire, the Dragon will transform into a true maritime behemoth." At this point, Meng Guolong's enthusiasm was palpable. In a fit of anger, he exclaimed, "The steel cables we produce ourselves fall far short of the technical specifications required for aircraft carrier arrestor wires. Hence we have no choice but to seek assistance externally. Only two nations in the world possess the capability to manufacture arrestor wires for aircraft carriers: the Great Bear Nation and the Lighthouse Nation. The Bear Nation has outright refused to sell to us, leaving only the Lighthouse Nation as a potential supplier. But do you know the conditions they have imposed on our Dragon Nation?" Meng Guolong turned to Qin Feng, his eyes ablaze with indignation. Qin Feng, taken aback, shook his head in bewilderment, thinking, "I am unaware of what conditions they have proposed. I had always believed we could produce the arrestor wires ourselves." Li Dekang and the others anticipated what Meng Guolong was about to reveal, but refrained from interrupting him. They had no intention of concealing such matters from the public, especially now that Qin Feng had provided the steel cables, making it even more imperative for everyone to be informed. Noticing Qin Feng's shake of the head, Meng Guolong redirected his gaze to the audience, his eyes still aflame, and shouted furiously, "They want to sell them to me for $1 million each. Meanwhile, they sell them to the Elephant Nation for only $300,000 each. Money is trivial, but national dignity is paramount. Their offer is a blatant attempt to humiliate us on the international stage. They wish to convey that our Dragon Nation is technologically inferior, subject to the whims of the Lighthouse Nation. Moreover, they have proposed an even more outrageous condition. They demand that their aircraft carriers and warships be permitted to enter our Qinglong Sea. Their rationale is that if we cannot even manage arrestor wires, how could we possibly patrol the Qinglong Sea? They come to assist us in our patrols." Boom! Upon hearing this, the entire assembly erupted in outrage. Anger. It was the singular sentiment shared by all present. As citizens of the Dragon Nation, it was impossible not to feel enraged upon learning of the Lighthouse Nation's intent to humiliate us in such a manner. "Damn it! The despicable Lighthouse Nation! How dare they?" they exclaimed. "So what if we have lacked aircraft carriers until now? Have they forgotten the Zhuke Sea incident? Even without aircraft carriers, We have no fear of the Lighthouse Nation's navy. The audacity of a Lighthouse Nation is utterly intolerable. We have numerous cable companies among us. Let us unite in our research on arrestor wires and prove them wrong. We must strike back at the Lighthouse Nation. Indeed, our entire industry must rally together to advance the research on arrestor wires. The hall resonated with shouts of furious condemnation. In a live stream, the audience count had surged to an astonishing 600,000, all expressing their outrage. The barrage of comments in the chat was filled with exclamations such as, "Damn it! Let us go after them. Curse the Lighthouse Nation. I'm stubborn. My tendons are surely robust. Use mine to create arrestor wires. If only I could donate directly, I would contribute to the research of arrestor wires." Certainly, my friend, certainly. I am off to purchase some cigarettes now. Indeed, I shall also acquire 2 more packs of cigarettes, contributing to the Navy and to research. I am heading downstairs to buy a whole carton. Meng Guolong raised his hand, signaling for the gathering to quiet down. Then, with palpable excitement, he proclaimed, "And now, we have resolved the issue of the aircraft carrier's arrestor wires." The crowd was momentarily stunned, their astonishment evident. Have we truly achieved such rapid progress? The legendary speed of the Dragon Nation? Yet this seems almost too incredible. Meng Guolong continued to speak with fervor. The technical requirement for the aircraft carrier's arrestor wire is a tensile strength of 90 tons, which is merely the minimum standard. The arrestor wires sold by the Lighthouse Nation possess a tensile strength of 100 tons. The wires from the Great Bear Nation boast a strength of 110 tons. And those utilized by the Lighthouse Nation's own Navy reach a tensile strength of 120 tons. This is the highest international technical standard for arrestor wires. However, the tensile strength of Qin Feng steel wire is 120 tons. Moreover, the diameter of Qin Feng's steel wire is 30 millimeters, which is the most suitable diameter for aircraft carrier arrestor wires. The crowd erupted once more in fervent excitement. Chapter 28, Buddha Pole. Is he not even going to perform? What did Meng Guolong mean? Even the dullest among us could comprehend. The steel cables produced by Qin Feng are, in fact, the aircraft carrier arrestor wires. Moreover, they belong to the foremost echelon of arrestor wires in the world. Immediately, the exhibition hall erupted in exclamations. What? The steel cables produced by Qin Feng are the arrestor wires for aircraft carriers? And they're the most formidable arrestor wires in the world. I initially thought that the 120-ton specification could surpass us, but I had no idea that this figure corresponds to the technical requirements for the arrestor wires of aircraft carriers. And the best ones at that. The Great Bear Nation's wires are merely rated at 110 tons. Incredible. Qin Feng is truly remarkable. It turns out that the 120 tons not only signifies a monumental leap for the Dragon Country's steel cable industry. Qin Feng claims 12 out of the total, leaving us with a deficit of 2. But it also signifies that he has enabled our Dragon flag aircraft carrier to become a genuine maritime behemoth. It means we will no longer be constrained by the Lighthouse Nation regarding arrestor wire technology. It signifies that the dignity of our Dragon Country has not been tarnished on the international stage. Qin Feng has preserved our national pride. He thwarted the Lighthouse Nation's scheme to watch us become a laughingstock. All right, I now concede that Qin Feng is indeed a few notches more handsome than I am. Initially, I felt a twinge of jealousy towards his superior technology, and even harbored some disdain, suspecting his manufacturing techniques to be dubious. But now, all I feel is admiration for him. In a live stream, the barrage of comments was just as fervent as when everyone was previously outraged. Wow. Qin Feng is incredible. Voice cracking. Qin Feng is the most handsome. Voice cracking. I admit, Qin Feng is more handsome than I am. He truly is quite handsome. Wow. This is truly exhilarating. I senti it, while the Lighthouse Nation was still trying to trouble us, waiting to see us embarrass ourselves. Qin Feng simply presented the aircraft carrier arrestor wires. Ha! This is more thrilling than any fictional narrative. General Shangjuan and the Dragon and Department really did come specifically to find Qin Feng. So this was the reason for seeking out Qin Feng. It all makes sense now. If Manager Wang knew the true reason he was taken for investigation, he'd regret it terribly. Indeed, the real trouble he stirred was not with General Shangjuan, but with Qin Feng, all rated at 120 tons. Wow. Did Qin Feng really manage to extract the most advanced technology from the giant cable company? Did he uncover their secrets? This is truly a hero of the people. Moreover, a national hero. Qin Feng's part-time job has directly enshrined him. In the exhibition hall, someone led the charge with a shout, Qin Feng. This cry pierced through the excited cacophony, akin to the first domino toppling, instantly triggering a massive chain reaction. In what seemed like a mere breath, the entire array of dominoes was toppled, and thus, the exhibition hall erupted with fervent voices. A unified chant resonated, Qin Feng, Qin Feng, Qin Feng. The air was charged with excitement, fervor, admiration, and reverence. Initially bewildered, Qin Feng, whose mind was preoccupied with a singular thought. What? I inadvertently produced an aircraft carrier's arrestor wire? Was abruptly roused by the thunderous clamor. In his heart, he fervently implored, "Oh dear, please cease this uproar. I find it rather awkward." The bewildered Qin Feng transformed into an embarrassed figure, contemplating an escape through the floor. Just imagine, if everyone was vociferously chanting her name, you too would likely feel a pang of awkwardness. Hastily, Qin Feng waved his hands, urging the crowd to quiet down. Internally, he was in agony, pleading, "Dear friends, please, I implore you to stop. Enough with the shouting. I feel as though I might just sink into the ground. Surely, I must have achieved something significant. Yet why do you continue to punish and torment me?" At that moment, Wang Xiaoyi, brimming with excitement, presented her phone to him, revealing a live stream flooded with comments. Qin Feng, the Great. Qin Feng the Great. Qin Feng the Great. Qin Feng felt despair wash over him. Wang Xiaoyi, are you joining in on this too? Please hold the phone further away. I cannot bear to see the words on the screen. Thank you. Finally, the exalted shouts subsided. The crowd, still yearning for more, felt as though they had barely begun, while Qin Feng perceived that he had endured centuries of this ordeal. It was sheer torment. General Li Dekang and others watched Qin Feng with warm smiles, their eyes brimming with pride and affection, reminiscent of an elder admiring a beloved junior. Greetings, Qin Feng. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am in Guodong, Deputy Minister of the Dragon Security Department. This is Admiral Li Dekang. This is Academician Meng Guolong from the Dragon Institute. This is Feng Rusong, Minister of Military Procurement. And this is the captain of the Dragon's flagship aircraft carrier. With each introduction from Deputy Minister in Guodong, Qin Feng's astonishment deepened. He could scarcely believe that all these individuals were influential figures. The livestream audience was equally astounded. Goodness, these individuals are indeed formidable figures. I thought it was only the Admiral and the Deputy Minister, but this entire assembly is filled with giants. The Minister of Military Procurement, the Captain of the Dragon's flagship, an academician from the Dragon Institute. My word, any one of them is someone I would not typically have the privilege to meet. It's not just you. Even the most distinguished individuals in your city would struggle to meet these people. Yet here they are collectively seeking out Qin Feng, and they have approached him voluntarily. Incredible, incredible. Truly, Qin Feng is a remarkable figure. Now, Qin Feng can undoubtedly be regarded as a prominent figure. Following the introduction by Guodong, Qin Feng shook hands with each individual. Although taken aback by their esteemed identities, he remained composed, neither servile nor arrogant, articulating his thoughts with clarity and logic. This demeanor further endeared him to the esteemed individuals present. Upon concluding the introductions, General Li Dekang patted Qin Feng on the shoulder and remarked, "Well done. You have truly worked hard. The technology for manufacturing steel cables is no easy feat." In Li Dechang's estimation, regardless of whether Qin Feng acquired this technology through clandestine dealings with the giant cable company, or, as some netizens speculated, through less honorable means, it remained a formidable challenge. If it were otherwise, the Navy or the Longin Department would have secured it long ago. The fact that Qin Feng achieved what neither the Navy nor the Longin Department could demonstrates the immense effort and sacrifice he must have invested. The other dignitaries regarded Qin Feng with sympathetic expressions, nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, in the United States, Minister Babel was incensed by this scene. Springing to his feet and vociferously berating the screen, are they no longer even pretending? What are they trying to convey? What did that general from the Dragon Kingdom mean by his words? What is the implication of their actions? Furious, Minister Babel was utterly exasperated. Yet, Qin Feng felt a twinge of guilt as he rubbed his nose. The acquisition of this technology had not been particularly challenging. He had been inexplicably targeted, unwittingly entangled in a bounty system, and had received rewards without any deliberate pursuit on his part. Everything had come to him without effort. Initially, he had been unaware that the Dragon Kingdom's aircraft carrier had faced obstruction, oblivious to the fact that the Long Zhihao had nearly become a floating target. He had merely aspired to carve out a niche in the steel cable industry and earn a modest profit. What did this mean for him? A fortunate beneficiary? But who was the MVP in this scenario? It appeared there was none. At that moment, the Minister of Procurement looked at Qin Feng with hopeful eyes, inquiring, "Qin Feng, what is the production capacity of your steel cables? How many can you supply us? Would 100 be feasible?" Chapter 29. Qin Feng's Unexpected Triumph. Minister Bobola was infuriated. It is no wonder that the head of the procurement department cautiously posed this question, for manufacturing steel cables that meet such technical specifications is no trivial task. The 120-ton steel cables are produced in limited quantities even by the colossal cable company in Lighthouse Nation, and their navy often struggles to meet its own demands, occasionally resorting to mixing in 110-ton cables. Therefore, the procurement minister believed that sourcing these 100 cables would pose a considerable challenge for Qin Feng. Upon articulating his concern, he immediately regretted it, realizing that it was already a remarkable feat for Qin Feng to acquire the manufacturing technology, and here he was, adding to his burdens. However, Qin Feng responded without hesitation. 100 cables? Not an issue at all. For them, producing such cables was no different from manufacturing standard cables that other companies produce. They could transition to mass production seamlessly, yielding several hundred to 1,000 cables daily. If the demand was steady, they could expand production lines, ultimately producing tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of cables without difficulty. Thus, for Qin Feng, fulfilling this order was remarkably simple. He could deliver the cables within a day. Why was the procurement minister still so apprehensive? Ah, I see now. He feels the quantity is too small and feels awkward, Qin Feng mused. However, regardless of whether you need 10 or 100, I would not consider it insufficient. Upon hearing Qin Feng's assured response, General Li Dekang and Minister Feng Rusong were suddenly elated. Could they truly procure 100 cables? Feng Rusong exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Excellent. We will purchase them from you at $10 million apiece. $10 million each. While such a price might be acceptable for those within their circle, it was outrageous for outsiders. Furthermore, Feng Rusong believed that Qin Feng would need to establish a new production line specifically for this batch of cables, which would undoubtedly incur substantial costs that he felt should not be borne by Qin Feng. Qin Feng was somewhat taken aback. What? $10 million each for procurement. His cost per cable was likely only a few thousand yuan, which, when converted to dollars, amounted to merely a few $100s per cable. As for the necessity of building a dedicated production line, he had not even considered that aspect, as the machinery used for producing these cables was inherited from Li Shifeng's father. No. This is unacceptable. Qin Feng quickly shook his head in refusal. The price of $10 million per cable was excessively high. Accepting such an offer would transform this into a mere transaction, seemingly profitable in monetary terms. Yet it would result in the loss of something truly valuable. Feng Rusong, Li Dekang, and Meng Guolong's expressions darkened, realizing. It turns out Qin Feng is merely a profit-seeking businessman, eager to seize this opportunity for greater gain. Consequently, the admiration and indulgence in their gazes towards Qin Feng faded. Would $12 million per cable suffice? If not, they would have to offer a bit more. Feng Rusong gritted his teeth, thinking that if they had to pay extra, it was better than enduring the humiliation from Lighthouse Nation. Qin Feng stated earnestly, "No. What I mean is it's free. I'm giving it to you. The cost of this item is so minimal, only a few thousand Dragon Kingdom coins per unit. What does 100 units amount to? More importantly, have you ever heard the saying, the most expensive things are often free? I am gifting you a batch of aircraft carrier mooring cables, which cost merely a few 100,000 Dragon Kingdom coins, but the goodwill I gain from your nation is invaluable and cannot be measured by money. At this revelation, Feng Rusong and Li Dekang were utterly astonished. What? Not only is he not concerned about the low price, but he's also giving it away for free? Is Qin Feng not driven by profit, but rather by a sense of righteousness? They were filled with shame for their earlier thoughts about him. No, we cannot accept this for free. $1 million per unit is a must, insisted Feng Rusong, who suddenly found it difficult to meet Qin Feng's gaze. This price is too high. I would lose sleep over it. Grant me an opportunity to serve my country. Qin Feng responded, equally insistent. If he sold them for $1 million per unit, how could he expect them to feel indebted to him? Meanwhile, Feng Rusong, Li Dekang, and the others bowed their heads even lower in embarrassment. How could we think so poorly of Qin Feng? They chastised themselves. They would soon be rising from their beds at midnight to reprimand their own thoughts. Subsequently, Qin Feng and the group of dignitaries commenced a rather peculiar negotiation, where the buyers insisted on raising the price while the sellers sought to lower it. $800,000. No, $100,000. That's too low. $700,000. We'll procure at that price. $150,000. Your price is excessive. I wouldn't be able to sleep if I accepted that. $500,000. Surely that's low enough? $50,000. Anything more would make me feel guilty. $300,000. The Lighthouse Nation sold to the Elephant Nation at this price. If it is any lower, we Navy would feel unworthy. What did that imply? Did they consider him an outsider? I am a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. The price I offer my own country should not be the same as that offered to foreigners. My heart aches. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Generals Li Dekang and others felt even more ashamed. Their heads bowed deeper, unable to meet Qin Feng's eyes. Ultimately, Admiral Li Dekang declared fiercely, $150,000. That is equivalent to 10,500,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. It cannot go any lower. This price is what the Navy of the Lighthouse Nation pays to their giant cable company. If it drops below this, we Navy would be embarrassed to accept the steel cables. Qin Feng contemplated for a moment and nodded. Very well. This seems to be the best price we can negotiate, and it will surely leave these dignitaries feeling indebted to me. This wave, I have truly profited immensely. Not only have I reaped substantial gains from selling aircraft carrier barrier cables, but I have also secured the goodwill of several influential figures. Among these, the goodwill is undoubtedly the most valuable, for it serves as a safeguard for one's very existence. However, there is one aspect that perplexes Qin Feng. Why are these magnates engaging in negotiations with their heads bowed? Is this an internal method of bargaining among them? In the live stream, the viewers were astonished. When have we ever witnessed such a style of negotiation? The seller fears a price too high, while the buyer fears a price too low. Wow. 5 million Dragon Kingdom coins for 100 amounts to over $1 billion. Incredible. Qin Feng truly is remarkable. Qin Feng has once again delved into the arms trade. Indeed, isn't this also a military industry? Wow, Qin Feng is amazing. Moreover, this is a legitimate military business, one protected by our Dragon Kingdom. Ha ha! Congratulations to Qin Feng for leveling up, transitioning from arms smuggler to military supplier. Meanwhile, in the Lighthouse Nation, Minister Babel had just concluded a fit of rage. The room lay in disarray. Everything he could throw had been cast aside. The recent bargaining between Qin Feng and Li Dekang had felt like daggers piercing his heart, each blow more painful than the last. This cannot be allowed to pass. It must not be overlooked. Minister Babel gritted his teeth. Yes, condemn the Dragon Kingdom. After all, the manufacturing technology Qin Feng possesses was pilfered from the giant cable company, yet the Dragon Navy still dares to procure from him. He would denounce the Dragon Kingdom on the international stage, thereby exerting pressure on them. Chapter 30. I never intended to become a military supplier. Exhibition Hall. Deputy Minister in Guodong of the Longyan Department suggested, since the price has been finalized, shall we proceed to sign the contract? Given that our Longyan Department is the closest, why not do it directly at our location? Li Dekang and the others had no objections to this proposal. Sure, let us go. You shall accompany me. Qin Feng called out to the dazed Li Shuang, then turned to explain to Li Dekang and the others, this is our company's general manager. Li Dekang and the others nodded in understanding. Let us go together. Huh? Oh, all right. Li Shuang hurriedly replied, still feeling as if she were in a dream. Is this really happening? A military supply contract for aircraft carrier arrestor wires. And this contract amounts to a staggering 1 billion. My goodness, this is simply inconceivable. During the booth setup, she had thought that merely using standard machinery would suffice. Yet now it was beyond her imagination. She gazed at Qin Feng with admiration, feeling that he was truly remarkable and unfathomable. This further solidified her resolve to adhere to whatever Qin Feng instructed in the future. In truth, this situation was also unexpected for Qin Feng. His initial intention for attending the exhibition was to participate in the bidding for the national-level bridge, hoping that winning the bid would elevate his company's reputation. Little did he anticipate that he would become a supplier of aircraft carrier arrestor wires, inadvertently stepping into the realm of military supply. And not just any military supply, but a legitimate one. I merely aim to sell some cables and earn a little money. Nevertheless, this is quite favorable. I have managed to establish a connection with the state ahead of time. I feel more secure now, no longer fearing the pursuit of a Lighthouse Nation's bureau. At this moment, he even contemplated giving a middle finger to the bureau. Come on, come at me. Subsequently, Qin Feng, accompanied by Li Shuang, proceeded to the Longan department alongside the dignitaries. Before departing, Qin Feng turned to Wang Shuishui and said, Shuishui, you need not follow this time. It's not convenient. Wang Shuishui nodded in understanding. All right. Watching Qin Feng's departing figure, the live streaming room erupted in lamentations. Please, Qin Feng, do not abandon us. We can't see Qin Feng anymore. It's so distressing. We only hope Qin Feng completes the contract swiftly and returns. A 1 billion contract. This is nothing. In the future, Qin Feng's cables will become the best-selling cables. What this netizen said was absolutely correct. In the following days, the cable industry of Lighthouse Steel Pipe Factory experienced an overwhelming surge in orders. Factories in need of cables specifically chose Lighthouse Steel Pipe Factory, driven by their confidence in Qin Feng. The demand for Lighthouse Steel Pipe Factory's cables far exceeded supply. Even the hardware store takes pride in the steel cables from the Lighthouse Steel Pipe Factory. However, there are instances of misunderstanding. A customer might gaze skeptically at a cable as thin as a pinky finger and question the store owner, Sir, I operate a crane capable of lifting 30 tons. Are you trying to put me in danger by selling me such a slender cable? The proprietor promptly replies, This is crafted from the exact same materials and methods used for aircraft carrier arrestor wires. The customer then responds, Oh, in that case, no worries. You are truly generous to recommend such fine products. Of course, that is merely a side note. Upon arriving at the Longan department, a staff member approached Deputy Minister in Guodong to convey some news. Leaning in, the individual whispered something, leading in Guodong to cast a complex glance at the assembled group. I have both good and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? General Li Dekang, growing impatient, interjected, Spare us the theatrics. Just get on with it. Speak freely, whichever you choose. After a brief silence, and Guodong began. The Lighthouse Nation has increased the bounty for the capture of Qin Feng by 10 million. The reason being, he is accused of stealing crucial confidential information from the Lighthouse Nation. They have classified the technology for manufacturing aircraft carrier arrestor wires as a state secret, alleging that Qin Feng acquired it from the giant cable company. Qin Feng understood immediately. So this is the basis for the bounty on my head. After receiving notifications and rewards from the system, he had only been aware of the increased bounty, but the rationale was now clear. What about the bad news? He inquired, a hint of confusion lingering in his mind. Meanwhile, General Li Dechang's temper flared, and he erupted, Damn the Lighthouse Nation. They previously claimed it was impossible for Qin Feng to have stolen core technology from the giant cable company, suggesting that there was an insider leak. Now, they flipped their stance and placed a bounty on him. Once the Long Zhihao aircraft carrier is launched, we shall certainly pay them a visit. The captain of the Long Zhihao, equally incensed, nodded in agreement. Absolutely. Qin Feng noticed that not only these two, but also Meng Guolong from the Long Institute and others bore expressions of indignation. It was then he realized that this was what they referred to as the bad news. Well then, he thought, this isn't merely one piece of bad news and one piece of good news. It is in fact two pieces of good news. A double blessing. At this juncture, Deputy Minister in Guodong attempted to reassure Qin Feng. Rest assured, Qin Feng, the bounty issued by the Lighthouse Nation cannot reach us here in Longhua. As long as you remain within our borders, no matter how high the bounty rises, your safety will not be compromised. Others began to offer their words of comfort, particularly General Li Dekang, who confidently patted his chest and assured, "Rest easy, Qin Feng. Your safety is guaranteed by me, Old Li. If they dare to come, I shall command the warships to bombard them." Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his trust. He then inquired, "What about that remaining piece of bad? Good news. What is it?" And Guodong smiled as he replied, "A senior executive and 3 core technical engineers from the Josua company have been executed by the authorities. Moreover, upon verification, it has been confirmed that the 3 core engineers were involved in the production of the aircraft carrier arresting wires for Josua. The production line for these arresting wires will undoubtedly be affected, although the extent of the impact remains uncertain." Upon hearing this, smiles spread across the faces of the gathered individuals. Just then, another staff member approached to report something to Nguodong. After listening, Nguodong's brow furrowed deeply as he addressed the group. The actions of the Lighthouse Nation are exceedingly treacherous. They have openly claimed on the international stage that Qin Feng has stolen their technology for manufacturing aircraft carrier arresting wires. Furthermore, they accuse our Dragon Nation of harboring the fugitive from the Lighthouse Nation and of procuring arresting wires produced with the stolen technology. They are condemning us on the international front. As Nguodong continued, the expressions of those present grew increasingly grim. Shameless. The Lighthouse Nation is utterly disgraceful. Resorting to such tactics, the scoundrels. Our diplomats will once again be subjected to scrutiny from reporters from multiple countries during the upcoming diplomatic conference. Moreover, this condemnation will tarnish our Dragon Nation's credibility on the global stage. The repercussions will be significant. Li Dekang and others vehemently criticized the Lighthouse Nation. Meanwhile, Qin Feng quietly interjected, "Isn't the crux of the Lighthouse Nation's condemnation essentially that I stole their technology for manufacturing arresting wires? If my manufacturing technology was not pilfered from them, then their assertions would be rendered entirely baseless. Wouldn't all these issues then be resolved effortlessly?" Chapter 31. The insights of the Minister of Long and Department and the improvement of the gas cylinder the crowd suddenly realized. Indeed. By the way, Qin Feng, where did you acquire this technology? Did you bribe someone from the Jiso company? If so, all you need to do is present relevant evidence, such as chat records or transfer information with that individual, and we can resolve this matter. Qin Feng shook his head no. The crowd immediately felt disheartened. Without any evidence, they could only be condemned by the Lighthouse Nation on this topic. It seemed they had to think of alternative methods to cope. "Don't worry, Qin Feng. We will devise other means to address this," they comforted him. "It is completely normal not to leave any evidence. After all, retaining proof of bribing personnel from Jiso would also put oneself in jeopardy." Qin Feng, with a serious demeanor, declared, "The manufacturing technology is not derived from Jiso company at all. It is my own invention, and it is unique in the world." "What?" Stunned. Admiral Li Dekang, Deputy Minister in Guodong of Long and Department, and academician Meng Guolong of the Long Science Institute, among other dignitaries, were all utterly bewildered. They hailed from significant departments and were no strangers to great challenges, yet they were genuinely astonished at this moment. "You mean to say, this steel cable manufacturing technology is yours, and it is unique to you? Qin Feng, please do not jest. Do you comprehend how rare such advanced steel cable technology is?" Academician Meng Guolong scrutinized Qin Feng intently. Qin Feng nodded. "I am not joking. Moreover, 120 tons is not the limit of that steel cable. It is merely the limit of the testing machine. I do not know what the true limit of that cable is, as we have not tested it yet." Boom! If the dignitaries had felt an internal earthquake of magnitude 8 moments ago, now they were experiencing a cataclysmic 10. They were utterly shaken, their minds swirling in confusion. "No, it is not the limit. 120 tons is not the limit." Academician Meng Guolong felt something clogging his throat. After much effort, he managed to voice his thoughts. 120 tons is the highest limit in the world, representing the pinnacle of aircraft carrier arrestor cable technology. Yet now, Qin Feng claims that 120 tons is not the limit of his cable. Qin Feng nodded. Indeed, it is not the limit. However, I am unable to test its true capacity. Academician Meng, do you possess any machines at the Long Science Institute that can conduct such tests? Academician Meng Guolong fervently nodded. Yes, absolutely. Thus, the crowd hurriedly made their way to the Long Science Institute, where the steel cable was loaded onto a machine, and the testing commenced. They began the test at 120 tons, initially increasing it by 1 ton at a time. But Qin Feng found it too tedious and instructed to increase it by 10 tons instead. Thus, amidst the substantial increase of 10 tons at a time, the data soared to an impressive 240 tons. At this moment, the testing facility had attracted numerous researchers from Lonka Institute, who gathered to witness this astonishing figure. Upon seeing the number, everyone gasped in astonishment. 240. My heavens! Pinch me. Surely I am not dreaming. Previously, the tensile strength of 120 tons from the Lighthouse Nation was already deemed unparalleled globally, an achievement that seemed almost unattainable, one that would take at least a decade of research to match. Yet now, Qin Feng's tensile strength value was an astounding double that. How exaggerated! Truly, it was beyond belief. Wait, this is not even the limit. It continues to rise. 260 tons, 290 tons, 300 tons. At 300 tons, the steel cable remained entirely intact. Ultimately, when it reached 310 tons, the cable finally snapped. This indicates that the tensile strength of the cable lies somewhere between 300 and 310 tons. Let us be modest and round it down to 300 tons. Thus, the tensile strength of this cable has astonishingly reached 300 tons. Everyone was left in disbelief. Li Dekang and the esteemed researchers from Lonka Institute were utterly astonished. They felt as if they were caught in a dream. What did the Lighthouse Nation claim internationally? That Qin Feng had stolen their manufacturing technology? Lighthouse Nation, do not attempt to deflect blame. Who would covet your paltry 120-ton technology? Impressive indeed. Qin Feng, you truly are remarkable. General Li Dekang, Lauga Fartili. Clapping Qin Feng on the shoulder. Exhilarating, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy, akin to delivering a resounding slap to the face of the Lighthouse Nation. Academician Meng Guolong of Lonka Institute added, What's more, 300 tons is not just impressive. What does this signify? It means we have surpassed the Lighthouse Nation by at least 30 years. Given 30 years, they might still struggle to catch up. Let them bury themselves in research for those 30 years and see if they can reach this height. What was once a bottleneck imposed by the Lighthouse Nation has now positioned us as the leaders. Qin Feng, how did you accomplish this? The researchers from Lonka Institute all turned their curious gazes toward Qin Feng, their eyes filled with inquiry. To this, Qin Feng too was at a loss. He had only glanced at the description of the advanced steel wire technology without delving into its intricate details. Well, our technology for producing cables is not only novel and distinct, but our wire manufacturing technology is also entirely new, Qin Feng vaguely explained, albeit truthfully. The steel wires used in their cables were all produced in-house, crafted based on the specifications outlined in that advanced steel wire technology. Upon hearing this, Meng Guolong retrieved a tool and examined the steel wires of the cable, nodding in agreement. Indeed, the tensile strength and yield strength of this steel wire exhibit remarkable performance metrics, far surpassing any steel wire I am acquainted with. I retract my earlier statement. For the Lighthouse Nation to catch up, it will require at least an additional decade. Allow them 4 decades for research. Upon hearing this, the crowd was once again astonished. It turns out that Qin Feng's steel cable is so formidable. It astonishingly exceeds the technology of the Lighthouse Nation by 40 years. Deputy Minister and Guodong of the Longin Department was the first to react. His face alight with joy. I will contact the diplomatic department immediately to disseminate this news in response to the Lighthouse Nation's condemnation. Let them know that Qin Feng's technology is 40 years ahead of theirs, and that they should cease their provocations. However, Qin Feng hastily intervened. Minister, and hold on. It is far too early to clarify matters. Let this incident ferment internationally. The Lighthouse Nation's intention is to tarnish our credibility on the global stage, is it not? Therefore, we should not allow them to maintain their standing. Although, it must be said, their international credibility is already quite low. Yet, at the very least, we can ensure they suffer significant embarrassment on the world stage. After Qin Feng's rapid discourse, General Li Dekang and the others were enlightened. Li Dekang remarked, "You, my boy, are rather cunning, but I must say, I admire it." Meng Guolong added, "What is the phrase again?" "Machiavellian, yes, Qin Feng, you are truly Machiavellian." To this, I can only say, well done, and Guo Dong stated, "Let the diplomats handle this matter. I will inform them, and then we shall not need to concern ourselves further. Gulme, let us return to finalize the contract. I've already had it printed, and it awaits in my office." Thus, the group hurried back to the Longan department. However, when the time came to sign the contract, Li Dekang and the others had a change of heart. They realized that purchasing at 150 per unit was simply untenable. They would need to increase the price. For tensile strength of 120 tons, they could still muster the audacity to procure at 150. But with a tensile strength of 300 tons, it would indeed be embarrassing to maintain that price. They did not possess such boldness. Consequently, both parties resumed their negotiations. $2 million, equivalent to 14 million Longwa currency per unit. Qin Feng, this price cannot be lowered further. We would truly feel embarrassed to procure at a lesser rate. For with a tensile strength of 300 tons, a single unit would serve us for an extended duration. Acquiring 100 units could very well suffice for decades to come. Although the tensile strength of the aircraft carrier's arresting cable has merely doubled, the number of uses has increased by far more than just twofold. The usage frequency can escalate by dozens, if not hundreds, of times. In other words, the arresting wires on a 120-ton aircraft carrier must be replaced after merely 100 uses, while the 300-ton aircraft carrier's arresting wires designed by Qin Feng can endure thousands, if not tens of thousands, of uses without necessitating a change. Observing the unwavering determination in the attitudes of Li Dekang and his associates, Qin Feng had no choice but to concede, stating, "Very well, then it shall be 14 million Longwa coins per piece." Thus, this billion-dollar contract transformed into a $14 billion agreement. Remarkably, Li Dekang and his cohort felt as though they had extracted an immense advantage from Qin Feng, fostering a sense of indebtedness towards him. After finalizing the contract, the group of dignitaries insisted on treating Qin Feng to lunch. Unable to resist their persuasion, he acquiesced. As they were currently at the Longan Department headquarters, On Guodong summoned Minister Quang Zhenghua to join them. Minister Quang Zhenghua, along with General Li Dekang and Purchasing Department Head Feng Rusong, were all acquainted, greeting each other warmly upon meeting. Subsequently, Quang Zhenghua turned to Qin Feng, commending, "I'm aware of all that you have accomplished. Remarkable work." He then shifted the topic, inquiring, "Regarding the batch of water pipes and gas tank bodies you intend to sell to Zhongdong, was that design intentional or accidental?" A cold sweat instantly trickled down Qin Feng's back. Goodness, the Minister of Longan was questioning him directly. Minister, what do you mean by intentional or accidental? I did not comprehend your words. I merely produced designs according to the demands of clients from Zhongdong. Beyond that, I know nothing." He resolved to feign ignorance for the moment, planning to confess if needed. After all, with Li Dekang and the other dignitaries present, the Minister of Longan would not dare to pursue him aggressively. However, Quang Zhenhua's subsequent remarks left Qin Feng somewhat astonished. That was a commendable response. He nodded approvingly. Qin Feng understood implicitly. This is a signal for me. Inform me that henceforth, irrespective of who inquires, I must steadfastly assert, I am merely a seller of water pipes and gas tanks, and all designs are tailored to client specifications. I know nothing beyond that. Even if the Lighthouse Nation discovers gas tanks and cannon tubes marked with Lighthouse Steel Pipe Factory on the Zhongdong battlefield, I must insist, I'm solely responsible for selling gas tanks and water pipes. How the clients utilize them is of no concern to me. It is akin to a kitchen knife manufacturer being accountable only for selling knives. oblivious to how customers choose to wield them. Qin Feng was taken aback by Quang Zhenghua's demeanor. He recognized the true intent behind the guidance. Yet instead of issuing a warning, he subtly indicated the course of action. "Old Quang, what are you talking about? What intentional or accidental? Why do you come in and speak such perplexing words?" Li Dekheng expressed his dissatisfaction. Quang Zhenghua chuckled lightly. "No matter, let us not dwell on that. By the way, old Li, there is something I find perplexing. Why? If cannon tubes are rifled, must the shells still be fitted with stabilizing fins?" Li Dekheng expressed his disdain, saying, "You're a soldier, yet how can you be unaware of such basics? If the cannon barrel is rifled, then the projectile undoubtedly requires no tail fin. Conversely, if the barrel is smoothbore, the projectile must possess a tail fin. This is known as a smoothbore cannon. Its advantages include a high initial velocity and formidable armor penetration capability, while its drawbacks manifest in reduced accuracy over long distances. A rifled barrel, on the other hand, does not require a tail fin for its projectile. This is termed a rifled cannon. Its strengths lie in its extensive range and high precision, yet it suffers from a notably shorter barrel lifespan." I've forgotten all that. Your explanation jogs my memory. Li Dekheng furrowed his brow, sensing an inexplicable oddity in Quang Zhenghua's demeanor. First, he spoke nonsensically to Qin Feng, then posed bewildering inquiries. "Qin Feng, come, eat some vegetables and pay him no mind." Qin Feng nodded eagerly, though he was internally astonished. Quang Zhenghua was indeed enlightening him. He had previously been oblivious to these principles. His batch of water pipes had been rifled, while the gas canisters had been fitted with tail fins. It turned out that rifling and tail fins could not coexist. After concluding their lunch, Qin Feng prepared to seek out Li Shifeng and Wang Shui. During lunch, Li Shifeng had refrained from joining, feeling overwhelmed by the presence of such distinguished figures. Hence, after signing the contract, she had sought out Wang Shui. Since Qin Feng indicated he had pressing matters, Li Dekheng and the others did not insist on retaining him, instead dispatching someone to escort him. On the way, he received a message from Li Wentao, who was far away in Xiaoyi Nation. "Qin Feng, I have received the water pipes and gas canisters. Upon receipt, I immediately prepared them for testing. However, the results were quite unsatisfactory. Shortly thereafter, a video was sent. Upon opening it, Qin Feng observed Li Wentao inserting a gas canister equipped with a tail fin into a rifled water pipe, then igniting an explosive of unknown origin. With a loud bang, the gas canister was launched. However, it wobbled in the air, veering off course before descending shortly thereafter, followed by a resounding explosion. The power is adequate, but the trajectory is erratic, failing to head towards the intended target, and the range is far too short. It appears we have failed. The conversion of water pipes and gas canisters into cannons seems impractical." Recalling Quang Zhenghua's insights, Qin Feng swiftly typed a message to Li Wentao. "Remove the tail fin from the gas canister and attempt it once more." Chapter 32. Whose beautiful young lady is this? The driver responsible for transporting Qin Feng, upon hearing the thunderous explosion emanating from his phone, chose to feign ignorance. The vehicle belonged to the Dragon Security Department, and the driver, well acquainted with the nuances of discretion, understood what information warranted his attention and what did not. Meanwhile, Li Shifeng and Wang Shui were engaged in light-hearted conversation. During their chat, Li Shifeng casually mentioned the amendment of the contract amount from 10 billion to 14 billion, but offered little more than that. Wang Shui, intrigued, inquired, "Why has the contract amount been altered again? Has the quantity of the aircraft carrier arresting wires increased?" Li Shifeng shook her head. "No, it is the unit price of the arresting wires that has risen." This revelation piqued Wang Shui's curiosity even further. How could a price that was so painstakingly negotiated suddenly increase? The viewers in the live stream were abuzz with speculation. What's going on? Why has the price gone up again? Could it be that Qin Feng found the initial price too low and decided to raise it? Nonsense. Have you forgotten the earlier haggling? If Qin Feng wanted to earn more, he would have accepted the general's initial offer of $10 million without hesitation. So why exactly has the price increased? Observing the flurry of comments, Li Shifeng revealed a mysterious smile. "You will discover the true reason soon enough." It is not the right time for me to elaborate. The chat erupted in lamentations. Sister Qin Feng has succumbed to mischief. She is teasing us now. I must admit, my curiosity has reached its peak. I'm dying to know the reason for the price hike. Soon enough? How long is that supposed to be? Please, just a hint would suffice. Qin Feng, maintaining her air of mystery, replied, I cannot divulge anything. Revealing too much might jeopardize the grand plan. The mention of a grand plan only intensified the viewer's curiosity, leading to another wave of lamentations as they speculated about its nature. Just then, Qin Feng returned, and upon seeing the two, he stated directly, let us book our flight back for tonight. There is little left to attend to in the capital, and it would be prudent for us to return early, as there is a plethora of matters awaiting us at the factory. The cables are certain to sell out, and the steel wires will undoubtedly do the same. Additionally, if Li Wentao's upcoming tests prove successful, the water pipes and gas canisters will also be in high demand. They will undoubtedly need to expand the production line, perhaps even construct additional facilities. However, before departing, Qin Feng was determined to treat someone to dinner as a gesture of gratitude, none other than the individual known in the live stream as one day Dear 8 times. Without this person, he would never have been able to attend the exhibition. After their meal that afternoon, they would head to the airport. Wang Shui promptly nodded, all right. I will contact him through the back end now. As the conversation between the two concluded, a conspicuous comment appeared in the live stream. One day, Dear 8 times. Qin Feng. I'm here. I've always been in the live stream. Since you have important matters to attend to, I won't delay you. I'll be on a flight tonight, and who knows what time I'll land. How about this? Let us not wait until dinner. We can have afternoon tea together instead. Primarily, I want to show off to my friends, and that would suffice for me. One day, Dear 8 times was indeed quite considerate. Qin Feng pondered for a moment and replied, that works too. You can choose the place. Just send the address to Shui's backend. We can set off right away. In less than a minute, Wang Shui received the address from 8 times, complete with the room number. It seemed that in this brief moment, the individual had already secured the private room. Consequently, Qin Feng promptly departed with Li Shuang and Wang Shui. The restaurant was not far from their location, and with no traffic congestion, they arrived at their destination in a little over 10 minutes. Upon seeing the name of the restaurant, some viewers in the live stream could hardly contain their excitement. Wow. One day, Dear 8 times chose such an expensive place? This is a Michelin 3-star restaurant. Even a simple meal costs an average of 2,000 to 3,000 per person. What? Is their food sprinkled with gold dust or wrapped in gold leaf? Is that for real? A simple meal costing 2,000 to 3,000 per person? Absolutely. As a native of the capital, I assure you this restaurant is regarded as one of the most expensive in our city. Wow. Is one day Dear 8 times planning to treat Qin Feng to a lavish meal? However, just for afternoon tea, it shouldn't start at 2,000 to 3,000, but it would still be around 700 to 800 per person. Isn't that a bit excessive? Qin Feng glanced at the barrage of comments but remained unfazed. Having just signed a multi-billion deal, he was hardly concerned about such expenditures. Moreover, this deal had its own merits. After all, without his involvement, he wouldn't have accessed the exhibition hall or participated in this cable exhibition. While it is often said that good wine needs no bush and one's prowess should not go unnoticed, there is indeed a timing factor involved. This exhibition had significantly expedited that process. Upon entering the restaurant and reporting the room number to the waiter, they were escorted to the door of a private room. Here we are, sir. Qin Feng nodded. Thank you. He then pushed the door open, ready to step inside, but froze upon seeing the occupants. For sitting within was not a man, but a young woman, around 18 or 19, with a sweet appearance and charming attire. Sorry. I must have the wrong room. Qin Feng quickly retreated, preparing to close the door. Qin Feng, I'm one day Dear 8 times. The girl exclaimed, her voice soft and melodious. Qin Feng's movements abruptly halted. Li Shuang and Wang Shui were momentarily taken aback, their foreheads adorned with question marks. Whose sweet and charming girl is known by the online moniker One Day Dear 8 times. The viewers in the live stream were equally astonished, and those who previously thought that One Day Dear 8 times was overly extravagant in choosing such a restaurant swiftly reversed their opinions. That being said, What is wrong with a beautiful girl enjoying afternoon tea at a three-star Michelin restaurant? Indeed, her background must be quite remarkable. After all, she resolved the exhibition hall issue in just over 10 minutes. Her family must be affluent, and she likely enjoys such standards for afternoon tea regularly. So, is the saying online, beautiful women are fond of the abstract, actually true? But isn't this name excessively abstract? Even I, as a man, find it abstract. How could a beautiful girl choose such a name? It truly is excessively abstract. It's abstract to the point of absurdity. So, does the level of abstraction correlate with beauty? Just look at her stunning looks. I would mistake her for a celebrity walking down the street. And the degree of abstraction is simply outrageous. Chapter 33. The Punishment. How severe it is. During the ensuing interactions, Yalan, known as the deer leaps 8 times a day, exhibited an elegance in her speech and demeanor that left Qin Feng and his companions perplexed as to how such an abstract username could be chosen. Could she be the fabled embodiment of contrast? Qin Feng pondered, deciding to dismiss such thoughts, acknowledging that one's choice of identity is ultimately a personal liberty. Yalan, I'm truly grateful for your assistance. Qin Feng expressed with sincerity. Yalan hastily waved her hand in modesty, replying, "Oh, Qin Feng, you are excessively courteous. This was merely a trivial matter, just a greeting, really. It is your remarkable performance at this exhibition that has truly caught everyone off guard." Qin Feng chuckled, finding the situation amusing as it had indeed taken an unexpected turn. Originally, he intended to participate in the exhibition to bid on the national-level bridge project, anticipating that a successful bid would catapult his company's steel cables into the limelight. However, to his astonishment, the situation unfolded differently. The manager in charge of the steel cable bidding, Manager Wang, regarded him with hostility and subsequently was taken away for investigation by the Longa department. Consequently, the bidding for the bridge cables fell through, while he instead secured the bid for the aircraft carrier's mooring cables. Although the trajectory of events diverged significantly from his initial plans, the outcome was far more favorable, elevating his prospects significantly. Qin Feng, may I take a photo with you to share on my social media? Yalan inquired with a hint of nervousness. Qin Feng nodded affirmatively. Of course, that would be delightful. Instantly, Yalan's demeanor brightened, and she joyfully positioned herself beside Qin Feng, striking a cute pose for the photograph. Observing their somewhat intimate posture, Wang Shui and Li Shifeng felt a twinge of discomfort, prompting them to question, "Why do I feel a bit uneasy? Is something amiss with my health?" After the photo session, Yalan returned to her seat, alleviating the discomfort that had plagued Wang Shui and Li Shifeng, which only solidified their suspicions. Could this intermittent heart unease be indicative of sinus arrhythmia, or perhaps myocardial ischemia, or something entirely different? Just then, Qin Feng's phone chimed, announcing a video call via WeChat. Upon checking, he discovered it was indeed Li Wentao. As soon as he answered, Li Wentao's excited voice resonated through the speaker. Qin Feng. "No, Death. We did it. It truly worked. Following your instructions, I removed the tail of the gas canister, and it was a success." With that, he turned the camera to reveal a 3-meter-long cannon barrel, the very rifle pipe that Qin Feng had sent him. At that moment, the pipe was equipped with an ignition and launching mechanism, complete with a mounting platform and wheels. It is also possible that they directly dismantled the original cannon's barrel, modified the dimensions of the components, and then assembled the water pipes. "Ignite!" Li Wentao commanded someone beside the cannon, who immediately lit the fuse. With a resounding bang, a substantial object was launched from the barrel. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that it was a gas cylinder devoid of any explosion-proof valve. The gas cylinder sped away swiftly, disappearing in an instant, leaving only a dark spot in the field of vision. Moments later, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, reminiscent of a mighty thunderclap. Soon after, a voice crackled through Li Wentao's intercom. "The landing point is within the target area." Li Wentao quickly repositioned the camera, and Qin Feng's phone screen once again displayed Li Wentao's exuberant face, followed by his ecstatic exclamations. "We did it. We succeeded. This collaboration truly works. We're going to be wealthy." Qin Feng felt a surge of excitement as well, though he maintained a more composed demeanor than Li Wentao. After all, he had just secured a deal worth 14 billion. Now we're rolling in money. Ah, stay steady. Just look at your exuberance. Qin Feng remarked with a mature and composed expression. All right, I understand. Place your order, and I will arrange for the shipment. With that, he ended the video call. Far away, Li Wentao stared at his phone, lost in thought. Something feels off. Is this really Qin Feng? He wasn't like this before. When he made his first profit of over 200,000 from smuggling electronic components, he was over the moon, laughing like a giddy goose. The second profit exceeded 500,000, which made him so ecstatic he practically soared into the air. Now, with this business promising a conservative profit of 10 million, possibly even hundreds of millions, why does he appear so composed? Li Wentao pondered further. Could it be that my perspective hasn't kept pace with the evolution of our business? After a moment of contemplation, a look of enlightenment crossed Li Wentao's face. I understand. From now on, we shall engage in substantial business, potentially evolving into a major arms dealer. Therefore, we must cultivate an air of sophistication. Starting today, I shall enhance my sense of elegance. I too wish to embody the steadiness that Qin Feng exhibits. Meanwhile, after Qin Feng ended the video call, Wang Shui and the others regarded him with curious expressions. Qin Feng, what just transpired? It sounded like a gorilla laughing a moment ago. Li Shishuang inquired, puzzled. That laughter sounded like Li Wentao's voice, didn't it? Wang Shui contemplated, frowning. Li Wentao. That name rings a bell. Who is he? Li Shishuang asked. It is indeed the individual who placed an order with us for pipes and gas cylinders, the one from the land of Little E. Wang Shui reminded. Li Shifeng suddenly realized. I see now. I thought that name sounded somewhat familiar. Have the pipes and gas cylinders arrived? Qin Feng nodded, saying yes. He has received the goods. It seems he is quite excited, anticipating a great sale in Little E. At this moment, the majority of the viewers in the live stream were perplexed. Pipes and gas cylinders? Is Master Qin Feng truly planning to sell them to Little E? But why is the distributor there so exuberant, shouting, we have succeeded and we are about to make a fortune? Is selling pipes and gas cylinders that lucrative? Could it be that there's a shortage of manufacturers for pipes and gas cylinders over there? Is Little E particularly in need of such items? By the way, does Master Qin Feng's factory sell gas cylinders domestically? My old gas cylinder needs replacing. If they are available here, I would switch to one from Master Qin Feng's factory. Indeed, for the building I am constructing, I can procure pipes from Master Qin Feng's factory. Immediately, loyal fans, those who had initially watched Wang Shui's live stream featuring Qin Feng, began to comment. You plan to buy Qin Feng's gas cylinders and pipes in Long Country? This is quite absurd. Chapter 34. The gas canister is a coveted item. Upon reading this barrage of comments, the more than 500,000 fans in the live stream were instantly incensed, unleashing a torrent of furious typing. What do you mean by that? What does it imply to purchase the gas canisters and water pipes from the esteemed Qin Feng in Longhua? Is it crime? If I buy Qin Feng's gas canisters and water pipes, will I be imprisoned? What kind of nonsense is this? Is someone trying to undermine Qin Feng? I will definitely buy them. I am going downstairs right now to purchase the water pipes and gas canisters produced by Qin Feng's factory. Just try to apprehend me. Exactly. I will go buy as well. Have we been too lenient? We will all buy them. Let us see how you justify arresting us. Some individuals are clearly deranged. Qin Feng has just resolved our aircraft carrier tethering issue and brought us honor. Yet there are those seeking to sabotage his business. What are they plotting? Wang Shui, observing the escalating tension in the live chat and the flood of insults, hurriedly attempted to calm the crowd. Everyone, please refrain from being impulsive. Perhaps that fan-esque comment was made with good intentions. Wang Shui was acutely aware of what Qin Feng was truly selling. Those were not mere water pipes and gas canisters. They were unmistakably cannon tubes and shells. Although she could not articulate this openly, it did not mean she was unaware. However, the live stream audience was not receptive. Shui, what is wrong with you? Why are you defending that person? Shui, I understand you are a journalist and must be mindful of your influence, but you need not concern yourself with this. We can handle it ourselves. Shui, just pretend you didn't see it. We must ensure this person is thoroughly criticized. I have already privately messaged to berate that individual. Everyone else should do the same. What is their username? I will message them too. The username is for only. Everyone, let us not mistake anyone else for them. I've already sent a message of disdain. As if they could soar to great heights. What a joke. They can barely manage 9 millimeters. Wang Shuai covered her eyes while reading the comments. Alas, there are certain truths that one cannot openly express in a live stream, leaving her unable to clarify. Meanwhile, the original fan who had drawn the ire of netizens remained unperturbed, even amused. Calmly, he typed a few lines in the live stream. The inner diameter of the water pipes produced by Qin Feng's factory is roughly equivalent to that of gas canisters, and they are quite thick. Moreover, the inner walls of the water pipes are engraved with spiral patterns. As for the gas canisters, they consist solely of the canister body without a safety valve, and the material of the canister has been deliberately thinned. Furthermore, the canister body is equipped with steel balls, and the bottom has been fitted with 4 supports resembling tail fins. The live stream fell into a profound silence. Many viewers, upon reading those few lines, were plunged into contemplation, sensing an inexplicable unease. However, a few obstinate fans sent messages insisting, "So what? Why can't we buy it? Isn't it just a bit oddly shaped? Can't I just buy it as a decorative piece?" At that moment, someone in the live stream interjected with a comment. Is there a spiral engraving on the inner wall of the pipe? Could what you are referring to be the rifling? If the pipe has a spiral engraving and is quite thick. Wait, does that mean it's a cannon barrel? And that gas cylinder, why does it seem designed for an explosion? Moreover, considering the compatibility of the inner diameter of the pipe with the outer diameter of the gas cylinder. Oh no, a mortar? The atmosphere in the live stream became utterly still. The over 500,000 fans were left in a state of bewilderment. The pipe was not merely a pipe, but cannon barrel? The gas cylinder was not just a gas cylinder, but a shell? Purchasing them together would amount to acquiring a mortar? No wonder the host remarked that this item was quite perilous in Longhua. Indeed, it was indeed perilous. Are you still going to buy it? The host asked. What? Are you planning to play Here Comes the Little Shell during your leisure time? Over 500,000 fans fervently shook their heads, fervently apologizing. No more purchases. I was wrong, brother. I admit my mistake. Brother, I spoke too loudly earlier. Allow me to make amends. 9,000 miles. You must surely soar to great heights. I was wrong, truly wrong. My earlier comments were far too loud. 9,000 miles, brother. The private message I sent you cannot be retracted. Just consider it a lapse, a mere slip of the tongue. Please do not hold it against me. The sincerity of their apologies was as intense as their previous criticisms. Observing these messages, the host found it amusing and replied, I didn't take it to heart. There is no need for you to dwell on it. The viewers collectively acknowledged, 9,000 miles, brother, is magnanimous. Then they suddenly awoke to the realization. No wonder when Master Qin was filming, I heard the sound of a cannon firing and the rumble of an explosion. So that's how it is. So that was the sound of the mortar's actual test? Goodness, no wonder that person exclaimed success. It was indeed the successful test of the mortar, right? So Master Qin, prior to the aircraft carrier's arresting wire, was he indeed to become an arms dealer? Goodness. I even remarked to General and others about the procurement of the aircraft carrier's arresting wire, saying that Master Qin was to become an arms dealer once again. In truth, he never ceased arms trading at all. Before returning to the kingdom of Huilong, he was engaged in the illicit arms trade. Upon his return, he still dealt in artillery tubes and munitions. Subsequently, the aircraft carrier's blockade was deemed legal, a legitimate trade in military supplies. The identity of Qin Feng as an arms dealer has never been relinquished. Fuyo Zhishang Jiao Wanli hurriedly interjected in the live stream. Ahem, do not speak recklessly. What arms trade? That is clearly the sale of water pipes and gas cylinders. The spiraled etchings on the water pipes were merely to enhance the flow rate, while the gas cylinders were modified for weight reduction. Fuyo Zhishang Jiao Wanli diligently relayed the rationale that Qin Feng had initially provided to their 500,000 fans, explaining it with utmost seriousness. He concluded with one of Qin Feng's classic phrases, products must adapt to the market. If the kingdom of Xiaoyi has such a demand for these goods, and the clients place such orders, we are obliged to improve the products accordingly. Nevertheless, some viewers remained unconvinced, persistently inquiring. So, how do you explain the sounds of explosions? Fuyo Jishang Jiuwanli. It was just thunder. I just checked the weather. It's clear skies nationwide in Xiaoyi today. Fuyo Jishang Jiuwanli. Can weather forecast be 100 accurate? There are countless instances where they predicted heavy rain. Yet not a single drop fell. Air. Then how do you explain the phrase from the walkie-talkie about the landing point being within the target area? Fuyo Jishang Jiuwanli. Perhaps they were trying to summon lightning. The viewers in the live stream reacted with skepticism. Haha. Continue your evasions. That package contains artillery tubes and shells. The sound is from a mortar test. Qin Feng is truly remarkable to sell arms in such a manner. I'm already curious about how these would perform on the battlefield. I just wonder, will anyone actually buy this? It hardly resembles legitimate artillery. Indeed, it does not resemble proper artillery. Would anyone truly want it? It feels akin to treating a Wuling as a luxury vehicle or selling a husky as a wolf. Surely, this cannot sell well. This topic swiftly ignited discussions among the viewers, who ultimately reached a consensus. It will undoubtedly be difficult to sell. After all, why would anyone purchase substandard arms when they could acquire genuine military-grade weaponry? Correctly, throughout the discourse, the audience aptly dubbed the water pipes and gas cylinders as substandard arms. Even the original fan, Fuyo Jishang Jiuwanli, was momentarily taken aback, pondering, indeed, can this truly sell well? Previously, the hundreds of individuals in the live stream room were merely engrossed in their raucous banter, oblivious to the fact that what Qin Feng was peddling was not mere water pipes and gas canisters, but rather cannon tubes and shells. However, whether these items would sell well was a matter they had not broached, nor had they considered it in the ensuing days. Observing the discussions in the live stream, the original fans, buoyed by the phrase soaring to great heights, ultimately concluded that these items would surely struggle to find buyers. After all, the development of military weaponry has become increasingly sophisticated, advanced, and formidable. Transforming water pipes into cannon tubes and using gas canisters as shells is a regression, manifestly more rudimentary and outdated. Thus, it was evident that no one would be inclined to purchase such items. Consequently, out of concern for Qin Feng's potential losses, the audience urged him in the live stream. Qin Feng, surely these items have no market? Perhaps it would be wiser to refrain from production. Otherwise, we are bound to incur losses. Indeed, should we not focus on our steel cable business instead? Your steel cables will undoubtedly be in high demand, ensuring profits. Why pursue this unprofitable venture? Wang Shui looked at the barrage of comments in the live stream, feeling a twinge of worry for Qin Feng. Yet, she could not voice her concerns openly, so she sought a reason to draw Qin Feng's attention to the comments. Qin Feng, could you take a moment to glance at the live stream? Qin Feng understood her intent, took the phone, and perused the comments. A slight smile graced his lips, and he offered no explanation. Difficult to sell? On the contrary, these items were exceedingly marketable in Zhongdong. The situation there was far too complex, with daily skirmishes taking place. And what drives warfare? It is money. With each cannonade, it is not merely shells that are fired. It is wealth. Each shell costing tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Who can bear such losses? Who wouldn't feel the pinch? Moreover, his offerings were significantly more affordable than genuine shells. While a legitimate shell might cost thousands, causing anguish after just a few rounds fired, a gas canister at a mere few hundred could be unleashed in the thousands. Let the sounds resonate. Hence, these items would not only sell well in Zhongdong, they would become highly sought after. Meanwhile, in the office of Minister Babol in the Lighthouse Nation, a staff member reported on the latest developments from Qin Feng's livestream. Minister Babol scoffed. Water pipes converted into cannon tubes? Gas canisters as shells? Only a fool would buy such wares. We have an abundance of fine, advanced weapons that remain unsold. Who would choose Qin Feng's crude offerings? The comments from the Dragon Nation's netizens were indeed accurate. Qin Feng's products could be aptly described as pauper's arms, reflecting on the earlier claims from Dragon Nation netizens about Qin Feng being wanted by Babol with a bounty of 15 million. He had felt a surge of anger. Yet, now, hearing their characterizations of Qin Feng's arms, he felt a sense of relief. He propped his legs on the table, leaning back comfortably in his chair, relishing the moment. The Dragon Country is currently facing international condemnation from us. Qin Feng's inferior arms will also incur losses. Truly, a double delight, reflecting on the grievances he had suffered at Qin Feng's hands. And then considering how Qin Feng would soon suffer setbacks and financial losses due to his inferior arms, Minister Babel felt a sense of vindication and satisfaction within. Meanwhile, in the small nation of Li Wentao pondered how to find clients. He certainly could not stand at the military's entrance, shouting, "Peng Yu, come take a look at our discounted arms." The mere thought of such a scene made him shake his head vigorously. No, no. He could easily find himself detained before he even finished his call, or worse, shot on the spot. The military here is not like that of the Dragon Country. Moreover, they are currently engaged in combat, and the soldiers are on high alert. Any suspicious individual would be treated with extreme caution. Ah, how could I forget about Suitor Kazanin, who purchases our electronic components? Li Wentao had previously referred to him as God since he was a major client of both him and Qin Feng. The electronic components smuggled in by Qin Feng from the Lighthouse Country were all acquired by Suitor Kazanin upon arrival. However, now Li Wentao regarded Suitor Kazanin as that dog. For it was only after Minister Babel placed a bounty on him that he discovered those electronic components were being used in combat drones. In other words, those components have been sold at a loss. Nonetheless, this individual is still of value, since he was able to sell the electronic components to the military. It indicates he possesses relevant connections. Thus, he promptly dialed Suitor Kazanin's number. Once connected, he was greeted by Suitor Kazanin's enthusiastic voice. "My good brother, have the new electronic components arrived?" Li Wentao immediately erupted in anger. "Who are you calling good brother? You scoundrel! A profiteer! So that batch of electronic components you purchased was sold to the military? If it weren't for you, we could have made a much larger profit from that batch, even multiplying it several times over. Tell me, how much did you earn in between?" Zuda Kazanin, Zudenli feeling guilty, Stammieret. I didn't make a penny from that batch of electronic components. Our military funding is tight, so we could only afford that price. Otherwise, I could have offered you more. With Suitor Kazanin's slip of the tongue, Li Wentao began to surmise his true identity. This made things much easier. He then got straight to the point. "I have high-quality arms at a reasonable price. Would you be interested?" Chapter 35. You truly are a sleepyhead offering a pillow. The latter half of the previous chapter has been appended with new content. Readers who find the start of this chapter awkward may wish to revisit the previous chapter for context. Upon hearing the news, Suitor Kazanin immediately perked up and inquired, "What's the situation?" Li Wentao pondered for a moment, realizing that he could not adequately convey the details over the phone, and thus replied, "Come over, and we shall discuss it in detail." He then provided Suitor with an address. "All right, we shall head over right away." Suitor Kazanin was not inclined to waste any time on this matter. After hanging up, Li Wentao reflected on the insights gained from his recent video call with Qin Feng and began to fret internally, contemplating elegance. I must be mindful of elegance. How can I project an air of sophistication? Meanwhile, Qin Feng, after concluding his call with Li Wentao, prepared to wrap up the afternoon tea session a mere 10 minutes later. Though an exquisite array of pastries adorned the table, scarcely anyone had touched them, as they had just partaken in lunch, leaving no appetite for more. Li Shuang surveyed the lavish spread and felt a twinge of regret. "Shall we take them to go?" Wang Shui, aware of the considerable expense involved, which amounted to several thousand yuan, quickly concurred, "Yes, we must take them with us." Summoning a waiter, they arranged for the pastries to be packed up, after which Qin Feng intended to settle the bill. At that moment, however, Yalan hurriedly pushed Qin Feng's phone back towards him, stating, "You need not pay, Qin Feng." Assuming Yalan was insistent on covering the cost herself, he frowned and replied, "I intended to treat you as a gesture of gratitude. We merely had tea and did not indulge in a proper meal. I would feel even worse if you insisted on paying." To which Yalan clarified, "No, this restaurant is one of my family's properties. Therefore, we need not settle the bill. Is this also part of your family's business? Well then, that's no concern." During their meal, Yalan elaborated on how she had resolved the issue regarding the exhibition space for the upcoming event. In truth, there was little technical complexity involved. The exhibition hall utilized was owned by her family, or rather, the hotel housing the hall belonged to them. Wang Shui and Li Shuang, clutching the packed pastries, found themselves in a quandary. Should we still take these with us? Sits at ISN Qin Feng, footing the bill. Would it be improper for us to take them? But to leave them behind now feels rather disrespectful. Yalan, noticing their discomfort, promptly came to their aid. Sister Shui, Sister Shuang, I regret that you could not sample the pastries from my family's restaurant this time. You must take these with you to savor later. When you next visit Kyoto, we shall choose an appropriate time to come again. Wang Shui and Li Shuang quickly nodded and smiled, assuring, certainly. In a live broadcast room, netizens expressed their astonishment. So this restaurant is also an abstract, beautiful girl-esque place? Wow, she is a true affluent lady. This restaurant boasts a 3 Michelin star rating and is among the priciest in Kyoto. The hotel housing the exhibition hall is also one of the largest in Kyoto, and it belongs to her family. This restaurant is hers as well. She truly is a wealthy heir. I thought she chose this restaurant to treat the esteemed Qin Feng to a lavish meal. It turns out I was mistaken. After bidding farewell to Yilan, the three proceeded to the airport and boarded their return flight. While on the plane, Qin Feng recalled that he had yet to utilize the physical enhancement liquid awarded by the system during its first reward. Thus, he excused himself to the restroom, retrieving the enhancement liquid from his system backpack. A bottle slightly larger than an oral solution materialized in Qin Feng's hand, containing a transparent liquid. He unscrewed the cap and consumed it in one swift motion, noting a flavor akin to plain water. However, he soon felt a transformation within his body. He could distinctly sense his physical strength amplifying, not merely in muscle mass or raw power, but in the capabilities of every organ and part of his being. This enhancement was not instantaneous. It unfolded gradually. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, the sensation of continuous strengthening subsided. Qin Feng clenched his fist, feeling as though he could effortlessly fell a bull with a single blow. He then performed a few simple jumps, grasped and released objects, and to his astonishment, he found himself adeptly controlling his newfound strength without any discomfort typically associated with abrupt enhancements. It was as if he had always possessed this power. Clearly, the system's claim of no side effects held true, as there was no period of adjustment following the sudden increase in strength. Products of the system are undoubtedly of the highest quality. The online authors of his past life had not misled him. If possible, he would like to reward those authors directly. He pondered how many opponents he could now take on. The system indicated that this enhancement could increase his strength tenfold. But such an increase did not imply a limitation to merely 10 adversaries. It suggested a far greater capacity. He felt confident that he could easily handle a dozen or 20 adult men. If he were still in the Lighthouse Nation, he might have had the opportunity to test his newfound abilities against a group of challengers, provided they did not draw weapons. However, now in the Dragon Nation, such an opportunity for testing was virtually non-existent. Upon returning to his seat, Wang Shui, seated beside Qin Feng, regarded him with curiosity, sensing a change but unable to pinpoint its nature. After scrutinizing him thoroughly without identifying any specific alteration, she decided to let it be. The flight was brief, and before long, the plane descended. Upon exiting the airport, the three prepared to return to the factory for a quick visit, hailing a cab to take them back. The journey was uneventful, devoid of any traffic congestion. However, shortly after the three disembarked and ambled towards the factory, an unexpected situation arose. Suddenly, a group of 20 individuals sprang forth from both sides of the road. Among them, some sported wild yellow hair that obscured one eye, while others rolled up their sleeves to reveal inked arms. In any case, it was evident that these individuals were not of good character. As they emerged, they positioned themselves menacingly in front of Qin Feng and his companions, glaring at them with hostile intent. Li Shuang and Wang Shui were both taken aback. Yet they valiantly endeavored to suppress their trepidation, shouting, "What do you want? Just ahead is my factory with dozens of workers inside. Do you believe that if I shout, they would all come out? Ha ha, my dear niece, you might intimidate others, but do you think you can frighten me?" A middle-aged man approached with a sinister grin. It was none other than Li Siyuan, the very uncle who had orchestrated a scheme against Li Shuang, seeking to usurp the factory. Upon his arrival, he continued, "Don't think for a second that I am unaware. The workers are located deeper within the factory. If you shout now, they won't hear you at all." He then turned towards Qin Feng, a fierce expression etched upon his face. "Kid, ever since you acquired the factory, I have been waiting to confront you. For 3 days, I have been blocking your path, and today, I shall ensure you receive a thorough lesson." At this, Qin Feng felt a surge of amusement. Just when I was pondering how to test my strength against a dozen or so individuals, you have conveniently arrived. It was as if fate had delivered a pillow to him while he was struggling to stay awake. This marked the second time Li Siyuan had unwittingly provided Qin Feng with an opportunity, the first being the acquisition of the factory itself. Had it not been for Li Siyuan's machinations against Li Shixiang, Qin Feng would never have seized the opportunity to acquire the Ligang steel pipe factory so effortlessly. "Li Siyuan, you truly are a good person," Qin Feng mused internally, resolving to express my gratitude to this good person. I shall generously offer him a few extra blows during our upcoming encounter. Unbeknownst to Li Shixiang, Qin Feng's current prowess in combat and the thoughts swirling in his mind. Enraged by Li Siyuan's words, she retorted, "Li Siyuan, what do you mean by this?" She had grown so disdainful that she could no longer bring herself to address him as uncle. Li Siyuan, bearing a malicious grin, discarded any pretense. "What do I mean? What else could it be? I have labored tirelessly to orchestrate this plan, and just as I was on the brink of seizing the factory, this brat snatched it away from me. If I do not teach him a lesson, my rage will remain unquenched. Today I intend to break one of his legs." As his cruel declaration echoed, the assembled thugs exchanged glances, surprised. Breaking a leg was no trivial matter. When they were summoned, they had been told that it was merely about teaching one person a lesson. Li Siyuan addressed the group with fervor. "What is there to fear? I shall bear all consequences. You need only to remove one of his legs. Previously, I had offered you 500 for each, but now I shall reward you 5,000 per individual. To the one who exerts the most effort, I shall grant a staggering 10,000. Upon hearing this, the small-time thugs felt a surge of excitement. Such a lofty price? They were in. After all, they bore no responsibility for the repercussions and could earn a considerable sum. Their eyes glinted with the predatory gaze of wolves eyeing their prey, greedily fixated on Qin Feng. This left Li Shixiang and Wang Shui in a state of alarm, for these individuals were indeed intent on dismembering Qin Feng. The viewers in the live stream were equally distressed. After disembarking from the plane, Wang Shui immediately resumed the broadcast. "What? Are they really going to dismember Master Qin Feng? What shall we do? There must be around 20 of them now. This is disastrous. Master Qin Feng is in grave danger. Damn it, the leader is audacious indeed, daring to harm someone in this so-called lawful society. Run, Master Qin Feng, you must flee at once." If it were 1 or 2 individuals, Master Qin Feng might stand a chance, but with around 20, how can he possibly contend with them? He must escape quickly, hurry and run. If he can evade them, there is still hope. He must not let them catch up. Is it even possible to escape? With this many people, surely some will outrun Qin Feng. If even one catches up, there will be no escape. It's over. This truly is the end. Chapter 36. The collapse of Li Siyuan and Qin Feng, it appears, is unexpectedly formidable. The Longin Department's Information Investigation Team, responsible for monitoring Qin Feng's activities, is now in a state of alarm. The team leader and all personnel are frantic. For Qin Feng's current status has transformed significantly. Having just resolved the critical issue of the Longway aircraft carrier's blockade, he has earned the title of hero. Yet, he now finds himself cornered by a group of 20 ruffians who brazenly threaten to sever one of his legs. The team leader slammed his fists on the table, exclaiming, "Quickly contact the local police and armed forces. They must rush to Qin Feng's aid without delay. He cannot be harmed." Instantly, someone responded, "Understood." The leader's gaze remained fixed on the screen, his eyes ablaze with urgency as he silently urged, "Run, Qin Feng, run. Just manage to evade them until help arrives." Wang Shui cautiously glanced behind her, noticing the absence of pursuers. She whispered urgently to Qin Feng, "We must flee now." This scene did not escape Li Siyuan's notice. He sneered, "Do you think you can escape? Can you run fast enough? With that, he commanded charge. Break his leg. The group of ruffians surged forward. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, with a calm demeanor, shielded Li Shixian and Wang Shuishui behind him. To prevent any harm from befalling them during the skirmish, he launched himself toward the assailants. This left Li Shixian and Wang Shuishui in shock as they cried out, Qin Feng, don't go. The live stream echoed with urgent pleas. Qin Feng, don't be foolish. You should be fleeing, not confronting them head-on. This is disastrous. If they were only intending to teach Qin Feng a lesson, it would be one thing, but they aimed to cripple him. Members of the Longan team were equally distressed. Why isn't Qin Feng running? Why isn't he escaping? Then, the next scene left everyone in stunned silence. Qin Feng struck the foremost ruffian squarely in the face, causing him to feel as though he had been hit by a car. His vision darkened, and he collapsed. Yet, Qin Feng did not pause. He charged into the throng, delivering blow after blow. In mere moments, all 20 ruffians lay on the ground. Each fell by a single punch. Li Siyuan, having endured a couple of extra blows, bore the brunt of Qin Feng's wrath. Li Shixian, Wang Shuishui, the live stream audience, and the members of the Longan team were all rendered speechless. What just happened? How did they all fall? Did Qin Feng take them down with a single punch? Am I still dreaming? As Qin Feng surveyed the gangsters sprawled on the ground, he mused, I have truly underestimated myself. After a tenfold enhancement, I can't fell one with a single punch. Surely, I could contend with 20 or more. If this were to occur in a narrow alley or at a checkpoint, I could stand as an immovable barrier against a host of foes. Well, perhaps not entirely. I would surely exhaust myself and perish. Qin Feng approached Li Shixian and Wang Shuishui, observing their bewildered expressions. He waved a hand before them, exclaiming, What has befallen you both? The duo jolted back to reality, disbelief etched on their faces. You took them all down? All 20 of them? With a single punch each? Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, during my studies in the Lighthouse Nation, I frequently encountered muggings. To safeguard the hard-earned money I amassed, I practiced a bit. He had indeed trained, albeit merely to strengthen his physique, instilling a sense of caution in would-be assailants. Li Shixian and Wang Shuishui were convinced by Qin Feng's words, showering him with praise. You are truly remarkable. In a live stream, viewers echoed their astonishment. Good heavens! Qin Feng is simply extraordinary. Whom did Qin Feng train with? Surely, it wasn't a world champion? To knock someone out with a single punch must require a champion's prowess. Incredible. If Qin Feng weren't a weapons dealer, he could easily be a champion boxer. Qin Feng is amazing, truly astonishing. In the Longan department, the information reconnaissance team initially gasped at Qin Feng's formidable combat prowess before collectively exhaling in relief. The team leader expressed his apprehension. Thank goodness Qin Feng is unharmed. Otherwise, there would be dire consequences from above. He then addressed one member, Warrior. Could you achieve such feats? The Warrior was a nickname for a member of their reconnaissance team, earned due to his past in the military, where he had claimed the championship in a national individual combat competition, thereby earning the title of Warrior. He nodded initially, then shook his head. In my prime, the year I earned the title, I could take on 12 individuals without difficulty. Yet, it was by no means effortless. Even at my peak, I would not stand a chance against Qin Feng. Just consider his ability to knock someone unconscious with a single punch. What immense power that must entail. I doubt even a champion would measure up. Upon hearing this, the members of the information reconnaissance team were left in shock. What? Not even a champion could compete? Champions are professionals, focusing on enhancing their punching power. Yet Qin Feng surpasses them? Goodness, how extraordinary must Qin Feng's strength be? Warrior, surely you must be mistaken? A bespectacled man confidently declared, I am an expert in online information searches. There is nowhere to hide on the internet when I'm involved. However, when it comes to judgments in this area, the Warrior is the true specialist, and I place my trust in his discernment. Others chimed in, affirming indeed. Our information reconnaissance team possesses unique skills, each member excelling in their respective domains. I have faith in the Warrior's judgment. This implied that Qin Feng was indeed more formidable than the boxing champion. Could his punch possibly even knock out the champion? The crowd was once again astonished. The leader of the information reconnaissance group gazed intently at the figure of Qin Feng on the screen, remarking, "Qin Feng is truly remarkable." Meanwhile, Qin Feng surveyed the 20 or so individuals lying on the ground and suggested, "Let us notify the police and have them come to handle the situation." Li Shuang nodded in agreement. "All right." She promptly placed a call to the authorities, and after providing the location, the operator informed her that the patrol was already en route. Could it be that someone in the live stream had alerted the police? Li Shuang speculata. Qin Feng nodded. "That seems likely. Let us wait a moment." Soon, they heard the sound of sirens approaching. Have they arrived so quickly? Qin Feng, Li Shuang, and Wang Shui were filled with curiosity, turning their heads toward the source of the noise. However, upon witnessing the spectacle, they were taken aback, for more than 20 police cars had arrived. Even a special police armored vehicle was among them. As the police vehicles came to a halt, a flurry of officers emerged, and those disembarking from the special police vehicle were notably armed with automatic rifles. "Qin Feng, where are you?" the lead officer shouted as he stepped out of the vehicle. Qin Feng responded with confusion. "I'm here." The leading officer, the highest-ranking official from the city's patrol bureau, finally relaxed upon seeing Qin Feng unharmed, exclaiming, "You're safe? That's a relief. That's a relief." Throughout the journey, his heart had raced, and he had nearly pressed the accelerator to the floor. Is it a joke? He received a call from Zhongyang. Wouldn't that scare anyone? Did a viewer from the livestream call the police? The viewers in the livestream were equally astonished. Just then, another cacophony of vehicles could be heard approaching. They turned to see a convoy of military trucks racing toward them. With a screech, the military trucks came to a sharp halt, and a group of fully armed individuals clad in camouflage swiftly disembarked. The viewers were left even more bewildered. Qin Feng, Li Shuang, and Wang Shui were equally taken aback. The leading figure in camouflage surveyed the surroundings before striding directly toward Qin Feng, asking, "Are you Mr. Qin Feng?" Qin Feng, somewhat dazed, nodded and replied, "Yes, that is I." The man exhaled in relief, saying, "I'm glad you're all right. Have those who intended to harm you fled?" At this moment, Qin Feng remained unaware of the events that had transpired, puzzled by the presence of the armed forces. However, noting the man's friendly demeanor, he pointed to a group of individuals on the ground, inquiring, "Where are they?" The man followed his gesture, astonished. "These are all the ones you incapacitated?" Qin Feng nodded affirmatively. The man's gaze towards Qin Feng shifted, filled with admiration. "Impressive." He continued, "We will handle the situation from here. Mr. Qin Feng, you need not worry." Qin Feng, still bewildered, nodded in response. Yet, the leader of the patrol quickly interjected, "Why should it be left to you? This matter falls under our jurisdiction." The man turned to the patrol leader, questioning, "And you are?" The patrol leader replied, "I am the highest authority of the city's inspection bureau." The man nodded in acknowledgement and then introduced himself, revealing that he was indeed the highest authority of the city's armed forces. Both Qin Feng and Li Shuang were taken aback. How had a mere brawl summoned the highest officials from both the military and the inspection bureau, accompanied by such a large entourage? In a live broadcast, comment flooded in, "Oh my. So, these camouflage uniforms are here for the great Qin Feng. This scene is utterly extravagant. Honestly, if I witnessed this on the street, I would think it was an anti-terror operation." Subsequently, the two officials invited Qin Feng to step aside for a discussion. Through their introductions, Qin Feng learned that both parties had received a call from Zhongyang. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. It must have been the Longan department monitoring his movements, and upon seeing a group of thugs preparing to attack him, they promptly dispatched these personnel to ensure his protection. The highest authority in camouflage turned to the inspection bureau leader, stating, "It is indeed more appropriate for you to handle this matter. So we shall leave it in your capable hands." The patrol leader nodded in agreement. "Very well." Afterward, the patrol leader approached Qin Feng, standing before Li Siyuan. "Is this the mastermind?" Qin Feng confirmed, "Yes." "Wake him up," the patrol leader commanded. Immediately, an inspector approached with a spray and administered it to Li Siyuan, who surprisingly awakened instantly. Upon regaining consciousness, the first face Li Siyuan beheld was Qin Feng's, and he immediately snarled, "You brat. I want to let you off the hook. You've assaulted me, and I will report you." Li Siyuan intended to shift his strategy. Qin Feng chuckled, gesturing toward the patrol leader beside him. The inspector is right here. Go ahead and report. Li Siyuan turned around and, upon spotting an inspector, burst into tears. Inspector, you must take my side. This person attacked me. Look at my face. He did this to me. The patrol leader scoffed. Enough with the theatrics. You have gathered a group of individuals with the intent to inflict malicious violence upon Qin Feng, which constitutes a violation of laws pertaining to rioting and disorderly conduct. Furthermore, your threats to incapacitate him by severing a limb raise suspicions of organized crime. Consequently, we are compelled to detain you, and you shall face legal judgment. Upon hearing these words, Li Siyuan ceased his pretense. A sardonic smirk crossed his lips as he thought nonchalantly, it matters not. I shall simply contact a few acquaintances to smooth things over, and I shall emerge unscathed. At that moment, he remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, mistakenly believing that Qin Feng had merely notified the authorities first. He anticipated that by making a few calls, he would be released by nightfall. However, upon being apprehended by the patrol and witnessing the unfolding scene, his expression morphed into one of sheer bewilderment. What is happening? What is with this overwhelming show of force? Why are there over 20 police vehicles and numerous military trucks, and so many fully armed special patrol officers in camouflage? At that juncture, the highest-ranking officer in camouflage addressed Qin Feng, stating, Mr. Qin, if all is in order, I shall lead my team in withdrawal. The head of the patrol, observing that the ruffians had been secured, echoed, Mr. Qin, we too shall depart. Rest assured, the law will not overlook these individuals. Qin Feng nodded, contemplating the underlying implication of their words. Was it not a signal that all matters would be dealt with stringently? Li Siyuan recognized the insignia on the shoulders of the two officials and was seized by a sudden shock, his heart racing. Why had these high-ranking figures also intervened? Reflecting upon their demeanor and remarks towards Qin Feng, the realization dawned upon him. These individuals were here to apprehend him. And it was indeed Qin Feng who had orchestrated his capture. Qin Feng, I was wrong. I was wrong. Forgive me. Spare me, please. I acknowledge my mistakes. Whatever compensation you require, I shall comply. Shi Feng, considering our blood ties, I implore you to intercede on my behalf to Qin Feng. I beg you. Uncle is pleading with you. Li Siyuan frantically begged for mercy, yet his pleas fell on deaf ears. The two officers escorting him simply shoved him into the vehicle and firmly closed the door. Overwhelmed by despair, Li Siyuan felt utterly defeated. He had met his downfall. Why? What was the reason behind this? What manner of identity did Qin Feng possess that warranted such an extensive operation? Li Siyuan muttered to himself, struggling to comprehend the situation. A nearby officer scoffed, It is evident that you have not been online today, or perhaps your internet speed is inadequate. Had you been surfing on a 5G network, you would grasp the full context. Perplexed, Li Siyuan questioned the relevance of internet access to his predicament. The officer proceeded to recount the events that transpired at the cable exhibition earlier that day, leaving Li Siyuan utterly dumbfounded and further spiraling into despair. There was no hope left. He was truly doomed. Chapter 37. Quality Assurance? This is a warrant. Once the inspectors and troops departed, Qin Feng turned to Li Shuang and Wang Shui and said, "Let us return to the factory." He seemed unfazed by the earlier events, treating them as mere trifles. Li Shuang and Wang Shui, however, felt a lingering fear. "We are fortunate you handled it so well. Otherwise, who knows what the outcome might have been," they remarked. "Indeed. Moreover, did you see how Li Siyuan intended to pursue you right after he was awakened? Thankfully, he was apprehended. He will likely face several years of imprisonment." The viewers in the live stream echoed their sentiments. I never anticipated that those two prominent figures from the city would arrive in person. TSK. They should consider what Qin Feng accomplished today. He resolved the issues with the aircraft carrier's arresting wires, enabling the Dragon-class carrier to set sail, and overcoming the blockade from Lighthouse Nation. Look at the commotion. It seems the higher-ups made a direct call. There's no doubt about it. Wow. This illustrates how much the higher-ups value Qin Feng. Indeed, given this morning's events, calling Qin Feng a hero is no exaggeration. Upon returning to the factory, the group inspected the production facility. Currently, They were engaged in manufacturing spiral pipes and gas cylinder bodies. However, they refrained from operating at full production capacity, as Qin Feng feared that significant modifications might be necessary following practical testing. If substantial changes were required, all previously produced items would be rendered useless. Presently, there was merely an issue with the support brackets, which needed resolution, leaving everything else untouched. Thus, Qin Feng issued his command: let the production lines for spiral pipes and gas cylinders proceed without restraint. By the way, eliminate the 4 support brackets at the rear of the gas cylinders. They will not be needed in future production. After a moment's reflection, Qin Feng addressed Li Shuang again. Recruit more personnel. We must expand our production lines immediately. The current speed and output of the gas cylinder production line are still too low. We need to enhance them. We shall upgrade the production lines, acquire new machinery, and proceed as necessary without hesitation regarding expenses. Our sole objective now is to increase production speed and volume. Oh, and instruct the workers to put in extra hours. Let production continue through the night, and we shall provide them with additional overtime, pay, and bonuses. Although we have yet to deliver the aircraft carrier's arresting wires, the procurement department has already transferred 500 million Longwu coins as a deposit. Initially, the head of the procurement department intended to transfer the entire 14 billion to Qin Feng, fearing he might lack sufficient startup capital. However, after Qin Feng declined, they ultimately settled on transferring 500 million Longwu coins, labeled as a deposit. Therefore, we are certainly not lacking in funds for the renovation and expansion of the production line. As for the elimination of the brackets, Li Shuang had no objections. Adjusting product design according to market demand is entirely customary. Qin Feng's insistence on increasing production speed and volume left some puzzled. Qin Feng, the Smuggling nation has yet to place an order, and we are unaware of their demand. If we recklessly ramp up production, we risk inundating ourselves with unsold goods. Recalling her past misfortunes, Li Shuang felt compelled to advise Qin Feng. However, with a reassuring smile, Qin Feng responded, rest assured, the orders will arrive shortly. They should be here by tonight. Though still somewhat confused, Li Shuang nodded in agreement, trusting Qin Feng. Very well, I shall make the arrangements immediately. With that, she promptly set to work. Qin Feng was quite pleased. It must be said, Li Shuang was indeed an exemplary general manager, adept at navigating various affairs with finesse. More importantly, her execution was remarkable. Even when she had reservations or confusion regarding his directives, she diligently carried them out. In a live stream, netizens began to express their bewilderment. Wait, not only is Qin Feng not abandoning his budget weaponry, but he also intends to escalate production? Is he not concerned about potential losses? Indeed, how could this budget weaponry possibly sell? Why is Qin Feng so obstinate? This will surely lead to ruin. Not necessarily. Let us not forget, Qin Feng possesses the steel cable industry as his trump card. Once the production line is operational, he will merely count the profits. I truly cannot fathom why Qin Feng is so fixated on this budget weaponry. Suddenly, a different comment caught everyone's attention. Is it possible that we have misunderstood? Perhaps what Qin Feng is producing is not weaponry at all. Look, he has removed the support for the gas canister, which we previously referred to as the tail fin. Without the tail fin, it may not be a shell after all. The netizens, upon hearing this, began to see the logic. So that's how it is. Could it be that we have indeed misjudged Qin Feng? Is he merely aiming to produce gas canisters, despite the differing design demands from the Smuggling nation? At that moment, a comment soared to prominence. Nonsense. I just looked it up and discovered that rifling and tail fins cannot be used simultaneously. If the barrel lacks rifling, the projectile with a tail fin is termed a smoothbore. Conversely, if the barrel is rifled, the projectile without a tail fin is known as a rifle bore. Qin Feng is evidently set on producing rifled artillery. The netizens were momentarily taken aback, then collectively remarked, so, removing the tail fin not only fails to exonerate Qin Feng from suspicions of arms dealing, but rather reinforces them. Goodness, there is no doubt that Qin Feng is indeed selling weaponry. Let us continue our discussion on the potential losses of the budget weaponry. Thus, the netizens resumed their debate in the live stream regarding whether the budget weaponry would incur losses. Ultimately, everyone maintained the original judgment. Inevitably, they would incur losses. The products manufactured were essentially unsellable, and expanding the production line amounted to sheer financial waste. Increasing production would only exacerbate their losses. However, witnessing the stubbornness of the esteemed Qin Feng, everyone reluctantly resigned, sighing in silence, expressing that once Qin Feng suffers significant losses, he will comprehend our good intentions and the depth of our concern. Meanwhile, in the small nation of Li Wentao's contact, suitor Kashani, had arrived at the address provided by Li Wentao. "This is the room," suitor Kashani remarked to his companion, who exuded an air of decisiveness and a hint of gunpowder, indicating his extraordinary identity. After knocking, a low voice from within commanded, "Enter." Suitor Kashani was momentarily taken aback, as the tone was unlike the one he had previously encountered during his communications with Li Wentao. However, he dismissed the thought and pushed the door open. Upon entering, both suitor Kashani and his companion frowned, straining to assess the room's conditions due to the oppressive dimness. After approximately 10 seconds, their eyes gradually adjusted to the low light, allowing them to discern the surroundings. The room was remarkably clean, physically speaking, containing only a table and a chair, devoid of any other furnishings. A man sat in the chair positioned behind the table. Suitor Kashani closed the door and, along with his companion, approached the table. With no extra chairs available, they had no choice but to stand before it. The room's lighting was dim, and the environment behind the table was even darker, making it difficult for suitor Kashani and his companion to clearly see the man seated there. "Libanto?" suitor Kashani inquired uncertainly. The man in the chair did not respond directly, but instead said in a low tone, "You stood at the door for over 10 seconds before entering my room. Do you look down upon me? If this is your attitude, you may leave." Suitor Kashani found himself at a loss for words. "Friend, perhaps you should consider just how dark your room truly is." Nevertheless, keeping in mind the purpose of his visit, he patiently explained, "Not at all. We just came from a well-lit area. Our eyes needed a moment to adjust to the dimness before we could enter." The man in the chair slowly nodded and replied, "Very well, I shall forgive you. Now, speak of your purpose for coming." Suitor Kashani continued with patience, "We are here to procure the high-quality, reasonably priced arms you mentioned. Did you not invite me over for a detailed discussion during our phone conversation? Here I am at once. By the way, my companion here is quite knowledgeable about arms." Ultimately, the decision to purchase rests with him. His companion immediately interjected, "Where are that batch of arms? Let us delve into the nature of the armaments." The man seated, unfazed, remarked, "My friend, you have not even offered an apology for the previous incident, nor have you exchanged pleasantries with me. Yet you directly inquire about the arms. How exceedingly impolite of you." Suitor Kashani furrowed his brow in perplexity. "What previous incident? Is it concerning the low acquisition price of the electronic components?" However, I had explained that matter to him. The budget constraints simply did not allow for a higher price. Moreover, the price he was offered is quite competitive in the market. Nevertheless, for the sake of procuring quality arms at a reasonable price, I shall extend an apology." Just as he was preparing to do so, his companion, with a fiery temper, interjected, "Damn it, if you keep this up, I will eliminate you." With that, he drew his pistol from his waistband. It is no wonder he was so irritable. He had just rushed from the front lines, and their circumstances were dire, suffering repeated setbacks against the opposition, with the front line continually retreating. Suitor Kashani's mere mention of affordable and high-quality arms compelled him to abandon his command at the front and hasten over. If indeed there existed an opportunity for substantial procurement of such arms, it could potentially alter the dynamics of their battlefield. Much like the last batch of electronic components, upon acquiring those, they were immediately deployed in combat drones, which did result in a notable shift in the battlefield dynamics, transforming their previous disadvantage into a subtle advantage. Yet now, this individual was merely wasting his time, a luxury he could scarcely afford. Every moment on the battlefield is of utmost importance. The man seated, known as Li Wentao, upon seeing the gun pointed at him, panicked instantly and blurted, "I apologize. I was wrong. I shall take you to see the arms right away. If you find a room too dim, I will turn on the lights immediately." His tone was rapid and laced with anxiety, standing in stark contrast to his earlier solemnity. Hearing this, Sudakaksani's companion finally lowered his weapon and said, "First, turn on the lights." Li Wentao promptly rose to illuminate the room. As he did so, he couldn't help but think, something feels off. This isn't how the video instructed. Why aren't they adhering to the script? It turns out that after his call with Sudakaksani, Li Wentao had been pondering how to elevate his stature. An idea struck him, and he searched online, discovering a clip from a film that he believed exuded prestige, prompting him to mimic it. However, the actual circumstances bore no resemblance to the cinematic narrative. Once the lights were switched on, the room became brilliantly illuminated. At that moment, both parties could clearly see one another. Upon observing his companion, Li Wentao felt a shiver run down his spine, realizing, had I perceived your situation sooner, I would have refrained from such theatrics. The atmosphere of bloodshed and gunfire was overwhelmingly intense. Upon recognizing Li Wentao, the companion let out a cold snort. This individual is so ostentatious, as ridiculous as a jester. I have no expectations of his weaponry. Affordable yet high quality? I find that hard to believe. My confidence in their quality assurance is utterly non-existent. Kasanai, I shall take my leave. My time is far too precious to waste on this clown's display of arms. With that, he turned to depart. Li Wentao, in a state of panic, thought, what shall I do if he leaves? How can I prove the quality of the arms without a demonstration? In a flash of inspiration, he exclaimed, quality assurance. I can prove it right now. This is the wanted notice from the United States for Babel. He swiftly retrieved a printed wanted notice from his desk drawer, a document he had printed out in boredom just days prior. The man halted, taking the notice into his hands. Target, Li Wentao. Reward, $500,000. TCH, truly a fool. 500,000. Spare me the embarrassment. With that, he tossed the notice aside and resumed his exit. Wait, I have another one. The reward is 15 million. As the man approached the threshold, Li Wentao shouted urgently. The man paused once more, returning with a serious demeanor. If you trick me again, I will not hesitate to end you. He brandished his pistol once more. Beads of cold sweat trickled down Li Wentao's forehead, yet he felt a surge of confidence. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. He then procured the wanted notice for Qin Feng from his drawer. This man is my friend, and he is also my partner, the very manufacturer of this batch of high-quality yet affordable weaponry, Li Wentao declared with pride. Chapter 38. A major order from Zhongdong Sudakashini's companion received the wanted notice, scrutinizing its contents. Target, Qin Feng. Reward, $15 million. At this moment, a spark of keen interest illuminated the companion's face. However, he did not accept it at face value. Instead, he retrieved his phone to conduct further inquiries. Moments later, he put away his phone and his firearm, a look of approval gracing his features as he remarked, the wanted notice is authentic. A bounty of 15 million from Beaufort. Qin Feng is indeed a figure of significance. Sudakashini then glanced at the reasons for the bounty on the notice and promptly informed his companion. He is wanted due to matters concerning electronic components, that very batch of components we purchased. The companion's expression shifted to one of astonishment. His face filled with reverence as he realized the gravity of that electronic batch. He regarded the wanted notice with renewed seriousness, exclaiming, Qin Feng, though I have never met him, is a brother who shares my life. Turning to Li Wentao, the companion's face broke into a smile, and his friend is my friend. Friends, let us go and inspect this fine and affordable military hardware. Li Wentao nodded eagerly. Certainly, this way, please. Internally, he marveled, it's all thanks to Qin Feng. My father Qin. The issuance of the Qin Feng wanted notice is indeed effective. Upon arriving before the several artillery pieces, Li Wentao introduced. What do you think of this cannon barrel? The companion observed it, frowning. What caliber is this barrel? We do not possess ammunition of such caliber. Thus, this barrel is of no use to us. Moreover, the thickness seems inadequate. A standard barrel can fire hundreds of rounds, yet this one can manage at most 50. Li Wentao chuckled. As for the ammunition, we have compatible shells. Regarding the firing capacity, you will soon forget your concerns. With that, Li Wentao grasped a corner of an oilcloth, dramatically unveiling a concealed gas canister. "Behold, this is the shell. Its outer diameter aligns perfectly with the inner diameter of the barrel." The companion's countenance darkened further. War is no child's play. How can one present such scrap as military hardware? Enough. In deference to Qin Feng, I shall overlook this waste of my time, but this will be the last time. Should you ever again squander my time with such rubbish, I will not hesitate to impose consequences upon you. With that, the companion turned to leave. Li Wentao called out to his departing figure, "Cannon barrels for $1,000. Gas canisters for 300. Moreover, ample supply available." The companion halted, turning back with a look of astonishment. "What did you say the price was?" Li Wentao grinat, fully aware that this price could ensnare him, and indeed could captivate any nation in the oil-rich region. "Cannon barrels for $1,000. Gas canister, $300. The companion stepped back to Li Wentao, solemnly asking, "Is that true?" Li Wentao nodded affirmatively. Of course. At this moment, the companion was genuinely intrigued. The price was undeniably enticing. Although rifled barrels have a longer range, they also suffer from greater wear. Typically, after a few hundred shots, they require replacement. A single barrel can cost tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. Similarly, shells range from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of dollars. But now, this barrel is merely $1,000 and a gas canister is $300. What a staggering difference! How could he not be wildly tempted? Admittedly, the barrels might not be as robust and the number of shots wouldn't reach that of a conventional barrel. But what of it? The price disparity is immense. Even if the firing count is halved, does it really matter? When the barrel finally reaches the end of its life, he could always claim, it's not that the firing count was insufficient, but rather that the maintenance was lacking. Nonetheless, he still had some reservations about the efficacy of the gas canister. How powerful could it be? Li Wentao grinned again. "I can show you right now." 10 minutes later, the demonstration concluded. The companion gazed excitedly at the barrel and gas canister before him, murmuring, "What a treasure! This truly is a remarkable find." Li Wentao internally scoffed. Indeed, foreigners cannot escape the allure of a good deal. Just a moment ago, it was deemed worthless, and now it's transformed into a prized possession. "Place the order." "Let us place the order now," the companion exclaimed excitedly. "Let us start with 10,000 barrels and 1,000,000 canisters." So the Kaksani, responsible for the procurement, quickly nodded in agreement, signaling that it was no problem. Li Wentao was suddenly taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such a large initial order. 10,000 barrels equated to $10 million, and 1,000,000 gas canisters amounted to a staggering $300 million. Li Wentao felt dizzy, overwhelmed by the rush of excitement and exhilaration. What is the production capacity of Qin Feng's factory? How long will it take to produce these? The companion inquired further. Li Wentao hastily clarified, "Let me correct you. Qin Feng sells pipes and gas canisters, which are categorized as everyday consumer goods. The spiral grooves in the pipes merely enhance water flow, and the steel balls in the gas canisters are for ensuring transportation stability. These need to be removed by us upon receipt." Furthermore, after earnestly explaining, Li Wentao continued, "His factory is a steel pipe manufacturing plant, producing legitimate household steel products like pipes and gas canisters, not a military factory. Qin Feng is a law-abiding citizen in the Dragon Country. It's just that the pipes and gas canisters sold to us are being repurposed for other uses." Qin Feng himself is entirely unaware. He is merely an ordinary merchant responsible for selling pipes and gas canisters. The companions and Su Dakashini were not foolish. Upon hearing Li Wentao's remarks, they instinctively grasped the underlying meaning. They nodded in unison, acknowledging their understanding. Qin Feng was merely an ordinary merchant dealing in water pipes and gas cylinders, and the factory he operated was just a typical steel pipe manufacturing facility. Consequently, how efficient was Qin Feng's steel pipe factory? How long would it take to produce such an abundance of goods? Li Wentao responded without hesitation, "It shouldn't take more than a few days." Qin Feng's factory is quite large, equipped with numerous production lines and a high level of productivity. Rest assured, in truth, Li Wentao was uncertain about the actual duration or the scale of Qin Feng's factory. He merely recalled that during their last video call, Qin Feng had shown him a warehouse brimming with water pipes, leading him to believe that the productivity must be commendable. Upon hearing this, the companions nodded enthusiastically, expressing their confidence. Rest assured, I have complete faith in Qin Feng's productivity. Subsequently, he turned to Su Takashini and said, You handle the subsequent matters. I must take my leave as there are others awaiting me. Su Takashini promptly agreed. Very well, you may attend to your affairs. I will coordinate the follow-up with Mr. Li Wentao. Soon, the two completed the contract, and Su Takashini paid the deposit. Meanwhile, in Longhua, at the Lai Steel Pipe Factory, Wang Shuishui handed the live, streaming phone to Qin Feng, intending for him to observe the barrage of comments in the chat room. Presently, many netizens were attempting to dissuade Qin Feng. Qin Feng, the pauper's version of arms, is truly unviable. No one would want it. Qin Feng, it's time to cut your losses. For every water pipe and gas cylinder produced, there's a loss incurred. Qin Feng glanced at these comments and could only shrug in resignation. He understood that the netizens meant well, but they were utterly unaware of the actual circumstances. Furthermore, he could not elucidate the situation in the live chat. Just then, Li Shishuang rushed in, exclaiming, A major order has come in. A large order from the oil sector. Chapter 39. Qin Feng Fable, please don't fail to recognize our items. Before the person arrived, their voice had already echoed. After a brief wait of over 10 seconds, Li Shishuang hurriedly dashed over. Upon reaching Qin Feng, she bent at the waist, her left hand resting on her knee as she gasped for breath, all the while waving a piece of paper in her right hand. Between breaths, she exclaimed, A major order. A significant order from the petroleum district. The viewers in the live stream were momentarily taken aback. Their curiosity piqued. Could it be an order for cables? It must be an order for cables. What else could it be? Pipes and gas cylinders? Has the news of Qin Feng's cables already reached the petroleum district? No way, it can't be that fast. We in Dragon Country haven't even heard about it yet. After all, it just happened today. It should take until tomorrow for the word to spread. And yet the petroleum district is already in the know. I seriously suspect that some individuals in the petroleum district are surfing the web in Dragon Country using 5G. Wang Shuishui also looked at Li Shishuang with intrigue. How could they know about Qin Feng's cables so swiftly? Li Shishuang shook her head, still catching her breath. No, it's not the cables. It's the pipes and gas cylinders. We received a major order for pipes and gas cylinders. Wang Shuishui and the viewers in the live stream were astonished. What? A large order for pipes and gas cylinders? Can those really sell? And it's from the petroleum district? Are you joking? Isn't that a place full of wealthy people? They produce oil. Exactly, in such a rich region. Would they really be purchasing budget military supplies? Or perhaps, Qin Feng is genuinely selling only pipes and gas cylinders, not budget military supplies? Maybe the buyers simply need pipes and gas cylinders? To think that such uniquely designed pipes and gas cylinders could be sold. The people of the petroleum district truly have discerning tastes. Qin Feng remained composed, for the substantial order from the petroleum district was entirely anticipated. Regarding the viewers' perplexity in the live stream, Qin Feng wished to convey, while the petroleum district is indeed abundant in oil and most countries have wealth, no amount of riches can withstand the financial toll of conflict. A single shell costs tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. A cannon barrel can set one back hundreds of thousands to millions. Now that there exists such an affordable alternative, why would they not seize the opportunity? Is it from Xiaoyi? Qin Feng inquired, directing his gaze towards Li Shishuang. Li Shishuang nodded in affirmation. Indeed, this aligned perfectly with Qin Feng's expectations. As Li Wentao was in Xiaoyi, and it was only natural for him to seek clients there first. This is the order, Li Shishuang said as she handed Qin Feng the freshly printed order, still warm to the touch. Upon receiving it, Qin Feng's eyes fell upon the prominent text on the document. Procurement order from Safe Future Technology Company, Limited. This was indeed the name of the company that Li Wentao had established in Xiaoyi. Then there are procurement category, daily necessities, steel products, name and specifications, gas cylinder body 320/620 millimeters, outer diameter height, quantity 1 million units, name and specifications, water pipe 3,320/400 millimeters, length inner diameter, outer diameter, quantity 10,000 pieces. Following this, there are fields for unit price and total price, but those sections remain blank. In addition, there are some other explanatory notes. Upon seeing this order, the viewers in the live stream exclaimed, "Huh, I knew it couldn't possibly be sold as subpar military arms. Look, the order clearly states, procurement category, daily necessities, steel products, so it turns out this is just a regular commodity transaction. I thought it was a deal for subpar military arms. By the way, isn't the quantity a bit excessive? 1 million gas cylinders? Indeed, 1 million gas cylinders is quite substantial. No wonder Li Shuang was so excited. This is indeed a significant order." Qin Feng retrieved a pen and filled in the blank fields for unit price and total price, with $300, $300 million, $1,000, $10 million. He then proceeded to fill in some other information. After all, this is a legitimate procurement order, which must be recorded for accounting purposes and is subject to taxation. It is worth reiterating that these exported water pipes and gas cylinders are accounted for as genuine merchandise. Once completed, he handed the order to Li Shuang. "Please send a receipt back to the other party." At this moment, Li Shuang appeared somewhat bewildered. Holding the order worth $310 million, she asked blankly, "Qin Feng, did you perhaps fill in the price incorrectly? Or was the unit wrong? A gas cylinder in our Dragon Country costs just over 100 Dragon Country coins. $300 is nearly triple that price, and with the exchange rate, it's a 7-fold increase. 20 times the price? In this water pipe, nearly 30 times. Qin Feng replied earnestly, "There's nothing wrong. That is indeed the price." This was the price he had previously agreed upon with Li Wentao, ensuring a substantial profit margin while allowing for significant sales. Li Shuang was even more stunned. At that moment, Wang Shuai began to piece together the situation. She quickly pulled Li Shuang aside, leading her to a location where the live stream would not be able to hear, and whispered something in Li Shuang's ear. Upon hearing this, Li Shuang's eyes widened in shock. "Really? Is this a cannon barrel and ammunition?" She lowered her voice, asking in astonishment. Li Shuang had never watched Wang Shuai's live stream. Thus, she was unaware of these details. Wang Shuai raised an eyebrow. "It's just viewers joking around, making light of the situation. In reality, we are selling legitimate water pipes and gas cylinders." Li Shuang immediately understood and replied, Yes. We are selling legitimate water pipes and gas cylinders. We are indeed respectable merchants. We are not in the business of arms, illegal arms trading." Upon recalling the batch of aircraft carrier mooring lines, Li Shuang altered her tone. Internally, she mused, "This business is exceedingly lucrative, isn't it? This deal alone amounts to $310 million, equivalent to over 2 billion yuan. It is even more profitable than the aircraft carrier mooring lines." At that moment, Qin Feng picked up the live-streaming phone left by Wang Shuai, observing the bustling chat room with amusement. "What? Selling at this price? This must be beggar's version of arms for sure." "Absolutely. Which household's water pipes and gas cylinders could possibly be priced this high? Goodness, I never anticipated that the esteemed Qin Feng truly deals in arms. How many twists have we had in this tale? Wait, are people actually buying this beggar's version of arms?" With a smile, Qin Feng clarified, "Everyone, please refrain from making wild assumptions. We are engaged in legitimate business. The pricing reflects the costs of transportation and other expenses." He then called out to the departing Li Shuang, "Do not forget to emblazon our Lighthouse Steel Pipe Factory logo and inscription on the exported water pipes and gas cylinders." He silently added, "For the love of Buddha, please do not fail to recognize our Lighthouse Steel Pipe Factory's products. Should you discover water pipes and gas cylinders bearing the Lighthouse Steel Pipe Factory mark on the battlefield of the oil block, do ensure to promptly increase the bounty on my head." Chapter 40. The transport vehicle filled with shells as Li Shuang was departing. Her pace abruptly halted, her heart filled with apprehension. Shouldn't we strive to leave no traces in our endeavors? She pondered. Why are we marking our products with the insignia of Lighthouse Steel Pipe Factory? Are we so concerned that someone might discover the gas canisters on the battlefield and fail to recognize their origin? Yet, despite her reservations, she proceeded without hesitation. She had come to grasp a vital truth. Though she might not comprehend Qin Feng's decisions at present, executing them with diligence was undoubtedly the right course of action. The inability to understand now stemmed from her own limitations, not from any flaw in Qin Feng's judgment. Resolute, she set about her task. Printing the Lighthouse steel pipe factory insignia on the pipes and gas canisters was a trivial matter. Most products previously sold by their factory bore the same mark, and they were well versed in this process. It was already past 10 in the evening, but the Lighthouse steel pipe factory was ablaze with light, its workers laboring fervently. Initially, when Li Shuang informed the workers of the need for overtime, they were less than enthusiastic. However, when she mentioned that overtime would be compensated at triple the usual rate, and that bonuses at the end of the month would be contingent upon the number of extra hours worked, their demeanor shifted dramatically. Overtime? I absolutely adore overtime. In truth, it was not solely the allure of the triple pay and bonuses that motivated them. Rather, they found little reason to return home early, preferring to remain at the factory a while longer. How fortuitous, one remarked. I've been quarreling with my wife lately and have no desire to go home. The factory shall be my refuge. I can rise each day and simply work. Another chimed in, my wife has been piling on the homework assignments, and I can hardly bear it. Better to stay here and toil. Their words elicited astonishment from the other workers. How absurd it was to declare that one needed to stay not for the financial incentives, but out of a sense of obligation. Nevertheless, despite the fervent atmosphere of productivity, Li Shuang felt it was still insufficient. The procurement numbers were simply too vast. At their current output, how long would it take to produce 1 million gas canisters? In that moment, she understood the brilliance of Qin Feng's earlier directives regarding hiring more personnel, expanding, and enhancing the production line. Yet again, she realized that her inability to grasp Qin Feng's decisions in a timely manner stemmed from her own inadequacies, not from any fault in his reasoning. That night, she made urgent calls to machinery manufacturers and devised a plan for recruitment and the expansion of the production line. In the ensuing 2 days, Lighthouse Steel Pipe Factory continued its expansion. 3 large workshops were transformed into production facilities, and even the warehouses were repurposed to accommodate the increased output. After all, the items produced were shipped out the same day. Who needed a warehouse? Yet this was still not enough. The production volume of gas canisters remained far too low. Moreover, the production line for steel cables has not yet expanded at all. In fact, it is hardly appropriate to even use the term expansion, as the steel cable production facility consists solely of a few machines purchased by Li Shuang's father during his management of the factory, which cannot truly be classified as a legitimate production line. Over the past few days, however, the steel cable business has begun to receive orders, and it is certain that demand will surge, potentially rivaling that of gas cylinders. Therefore, they are in immediate need of new factory premises. Yet, constructing new facilities will require time. Consequently, Qin Feng resolved to directly acquire factories that are either closing down or available for transfer. Upon hearing Qin Feng's plan, Li Shuang promptly declared, I will inquire right away whether any factories within our industrial park are planning to shut down or transfer ownership. Qin Feng nodded in agreement, stating, if we can find a suitable factory within our industrial park, that would be ideal. If not, we shall inquire elsewhere. It matters not what type of factory it is, even if it is not within the same manufacturing sector, as long as the premises are sufficiently spacious. What we need most urgently is time. Time is money. Li Shuang nodded in understanding and immediately set to work. Observing her frantic activity, Qin Feng contemplated the necessity of hiring a secretary for Li Shuang. As the business continues to grow, the volume of tasks is becoming increasingly overwhelming. It is impractical for her to manage everything single-handedly. For instance, if a secretary were present, such tasks could be delegated accordingly. Meanwhile, in the live streaming room, viewers expressed their astonishment. Hasn't Qin Feng been preoccupied with expanding the production line these past few days? Didn't he acquire several new machines? Is that not sufficient? Well, isn't that rather obvious? Just look at the magnitude of the orders Qin Feng is receiving. 1 million gas cylinders. By the way, is it wise to acquire any type of factory in order to expand the production line? Could this result in losses? If the factories are not of the same type, the original machines will become useless, which means Qin Feng would unnecessarily incur extra costs for the acquisition. They could always sell the machines secondhand, but that would certainly incur some depreciation. You all are being rather short-sighted. Have you not considered what is truly valuable to Qin Feng right now? Time. The sooner the production line is completed, the sooner the profits can be realized. Once operational, the machines will yield substantial returns. Those profits far exceed any minor expenses. No wonder I am ill-suited for business. I tend to fixate on trifles, pinching pennies, only to lose sight of the larger financial picture. Before long, Li Shifeng uncovered some promising news. Given that they were all part of the same industrial park, such information was not particularly difficult to obtain. Qin Feng, I have great news. Upon inquiry, I discovered that there are actually 3 factories in our industrial park available for transfer, specifically 1 manufacturing firm and 2 warehouse facilities. The manufacturing entity in question is a producer of kitchenware. Their production line is of no use to us, and should we choose to acquire it, most of their machinery would require replacement. The 2 warehouses, however, belong to companies that specialize in storage and logistics services. They have already been emptied, leaving behind only vacant facilities. Qin Feng was somewhat taken aback. These 2 warehouses are indeed perfectly suited for our needs. We shall secure those 2 warehouses immediately. Now, let us proceed to inspect the kitchenware manufacturing plant. Li Shifeng nodded and led Qin Feng towards the kitchenware factory, with Wang Shuai hastily following suit. The factory was not far from their own, and after a brief walk of about 10 minutes, they arrived. However, upon reaching the entrance, the 3 of them paused in surprise. A freight truck was parked at the entrance, and 2 individuals were engaged in a heated argument in front of it. From the snippets of conversation, it was apparent that the truck had come for returns. Yet, what truly astounded the trio was the revelation that the freight truck was filled with artillery shells. Chapter 41. Pressure cooker? A landmine? Thermos? A bomb? What on earth is happening? Is this a military factory? Wang Shuai was utterly bewildered. Li Shifeng also wore a puzzled expression. This shouldn't be the case. It was supposed to be a kitchenware manufacturing plant. Moreover, it is inconceivable that a military factory could be situated in our industrial park. Qin Feng, however, was remarkably audacious, boldly approaching to inspect the surroundings and even reaching out to touch the objects. He then chuckled, exclaiming, "So it's actually a thermos." Li Shifeng and Wang Shuai instantly sighed in relief, only to be left speechless. Whose thermos is designed like this? Indeed, who would craft a thermos resembling a small shell? The viewers in the live stream transitioned from astonishment to amusement. Wow, this is absolutely hilarious. To be honest, I genuinely thought it was a truckload of shells. Look at that design. It truly resembles a shell, albeit smaller in size. The manufacturer must be quite the joker to make a thermos like this. I wonder where they found such a genius designer. You can't return it. I've already dispatched it. How can I process a return? Why can't you give me a refund? It was you who said this design would sell well, which is why I ordered so much stock. Yet after 3 months, I've only managed to sell 10. When will I ever sell this truckload? Hurry up and refund me. Honestly, it's not that I'm unwilling to refund you. It's just that I currently lack the means to do so. Our factory is virtually out of funds. How can I issue a refund? We are even in the process of transferring ownership of the factory. I don't care. Just return my goods. The 2 individuals in front of the transport truck continued their heated argument. At this point, Qin Feng and his companions caught the key term from their conversation: thermos. It appeared to be unequivocal. Furthermore, they gleaned from the discussion that one of the individuals seemed to be the owner of the factory. Boss Wang? Li Shifeng tentatively inquired, as she had previously called him to ascertain whether he was at the factory and had expressed interest in acquiring it for a detailed discussion. The man immediately ceased his argument and turned towards Li Shifeng, uncertain. Boss Li? Li Shifeng quickly gestured towards Qin Feng with a smile. I'm not the boss. He is. Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Hello, my surname is Qin. Boss Wang instantly adopted a warm demeanor. Boss Qin, please come in. Allow me to show you the conditions of the factory. He then waved dismissively at the person he had been arguing with and whispered, We'll discuss this later. Boss Wang promptly led Qin Feng and the others into the factory, providing introductions along the way. As they walked, he candidly explained the reasons for transferring his factory. It was simply a matter of failing to compete in the market. Finally, Boss Wong self-deprecatingly remarked, "Alas, it's mainly because we failed to actively upgrade our products. For instance, take the pressure cooker. The modern market is saturated with advanced models that prioritize safety and significantly reduce the risk of explosion. Meanwhile, our production line remains entrenched in the outdated era of traditional pressure cookers. How can we possibly compete with other brands under such circumstances?" Upon realizing this dilemma, I engaged in a period of introspection. However, the thought that our brand had lost its competitive edge in this product category lingered, leading me to believe that even with improvements, reclaiming our former market share would be a formidable challenge. Thus, I decided to explore new avenues with different products, such as launching a line of thermos mugs. Reflecting on past failures, I resolved that the new products must embody trendy and innovative qualities. Consequently, I designed a collection of uniquely shaped thermos mugs, including one resembling a bullet from the delivery truck parked outside. The outcome, however, was even more disastrous. Despite establishing a new production line and investing in research and development, sales plummeted. In my attempts at self-rescue, I inadvertently drove the factory into deeper trouble. After sharing this, Mr. Wong chuckled at his own predicament, echoing a saying from the internet. The cunning schemers exert tremendous effort, while the foolish sometimes strike gold. Had I not engaged in any self-rescue initiatives, things might have turned out differently. Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live stream couldn't help but react. This boss is quite amusing. The thermos mugs truly are too trendy, so much so that they are not selling. Just looking at that bullet-shaped thermos mug, I can only imagine what other products this boss has in store. Goodness, all this effort is for naught. He might as well take it easy. If he did nothing, he could still coast on his past achievements for a while. Yet this flurry of activity has hastened his downfall. In response, Qin Feng felt it was difficult to comment, as the nature of business is such. Some individuals, through their endeavors, achieve success, while others, despite their efforts, face bankruptcy. As Mr. Wong guided Qin Feng through the factory, he gained insight into its scale. The factory comprised 3 buildings, notably larger than their Lai Fong steel pipe factory. One of the buildings was designated as a warehouse. Upon entering the warehouse, Mr. Wong pointed to a pile of bullets and said, "These are our bullet-shaped thermos mugs. And we also have dinosaur head-shaped mugs, winter melon-shaped mugs, and cabbage-shaped mugs." Gazing at the bizarre assortment of thermos mugs before him, Qin Feng found himself regretting his earlier remarks. Some people's endeavors seem destined for financial loss. "Buddy, just look at these thermos mug designs. They are absurd. That cabbage-shaped mug looks as if it has been trampled by a pig. How could such products possibly sell well?" Yet Mr. Wong continued to extol. "The quality of these thermos mugs is exceptional, and their designs are utterly charming. Why is it that no one is buying them? I'm not exaggerating. Our thermos mugs have outstanding insulation. I can confidently assert that their thermal retention is on par with, or even superior to any brand available in the market." In the initial stages of research and development in this domain, a considerable sum was invested. Qin Feng felt a sense of helplessness. With such a design, even if the insulation is exceptional, it would still be undesirable. Wait a moment. The insulation effect is not inferior to that of any brand-S thermos. It performs remarkably well. Thus, the sealing capability is commendable. Suddenly, an idea struck Qin Feng. "Ah, I see. Believe it or not, there are indeed those who would be interested. The folks from the oil sector would certainly appreciate it. If we substitute the water intended for the thermos with something else, this contraption could serve as a bomb. The individuals in the oil sector are not incapable of crafting bombs and shells. In fact, it poses little challenge for them. Their only limitation lies in the inability to manufacture the outer casings, as industrial facilities are typically the primary targets during the onset of conflict. Consequently, they must procure their weaponry externally. However, should a suitable and affordable casing become available, well, it would sell as readily as gas canisters." Qin Feng's mind was thoroughly ignited with creativity, and his thoughts raced as he pondered other possibilities. "Ah, how about those vintage pressure cookers? You mentioned that vintage pressure cookers are unsafe?" "Precisely. That's exactly the point. This device could easily be modified into a landmine." The notion of the pressure cooker was inspired by a comment from a reader in the discussion section. which prompted the author to conduct further research online. He discovered not only pressure cookers but also thermoses and decided to incorporate these ideas. This post serves as a collection of innovative concepts, and readers are warmly invited to share their thoughts and comments. Additionally, the author wishes to include illustrations to showcase what a thermos bomb would look like, but their current level does not permit such additions. Chapter 42. You are the true good person. Advanced drone technology. As Qin Feng gazed upon the pressure cookers and thermoses within the warehouse, his expression shifted dramatically. These items were indeed treasures. However, in order to negotiate a better price during the acquisition, he feigned a sense of difficulty, exclaiming, "Alas, this truly presents a challenge. Your production lines are of no use to me." Despite his current financial comfort, he understood the necessity of prudent spending and strategic bargaining. Upon hearing his words, Boss Wang immediately proposed, "Mr. Qin, perhaps you might reconsider?" Qin Feng clicked his tongue, replying, "That largely depends on the price you are willing to offer, Mr. Wang." Thus, the two parties commenced their negotiation. Throughout this process, the primary negotiator on Qin Feng's side was none other than Li Shixiang. She skillfully wielded her bargaining prowess from various angles, compelling Boss Wang to lower his prices repeatedly. Ultimately, Boss Wang, nearly in tears, proclaimed, 7 million. It cannot go any lower. Li Shixiang nodded at Qin Feng and whispered, "This is it. This price is likely the lowest we can achieve." 7 million was indeed a remarkably low price. Qin Feng regarded Li Shixiang with newfound respect. Did she possess such talents? Was haggling an inherent skill among women? He then addressed Boss Wang. "Very well, let us proceed to sign the contract." In no time, the contract was finalized. As Boss Wang glanced at the 7 million balance on his phone, he sighed, "After settling my debts, I am left with a mere 300,000. Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live stream were left speechless. Listen, is this even a reasonable statement? A pitiful 300,000? I was just feeling sorry for this Boss Wang, but I retract my sympathy. Indeed, a starving camel is larger than a horse. I'm here hoping to save 1 million to relax, and he is lamenting about a meager 3 million. Once Boss Wang departed, Qin Feng instructed Li Shixiang, "We shall retain the production lines for the old-fashioned pressure cookers and thermoses. It is imperative that we keep all the workers from these production lines, especially the core technical personnel, to ensure the continued production of these items. As for the machines from the other production lines, aside from the lathes, we can dispose of the rest." Li Shixiang promptly nodded in agreement. Although she was uncertain about Qin Feng's reasons for retaining the production lines for the old-fashioned pressure cookers and thermoses, she understood she must execute his orders. Qin Feng continued, "Please reach out to the owners of those 2 storage companies." Without delay, Li Shixiang acknowledged and made 2 phone calls. During this time, the viewers in the live stream were rife with curiosity. Wait, what is happening? Why retain the production lines for these 2 items? Are they planning to continue manufacturing pressure cookers and thermoses? The thermos makes sense. Rebranding it with a modern design could be an opportunity to re-enter the market. But why keep the old-fashioned pressure cookers? Very few people purchase them nowadays. Was the esteemed Qin Feng contemplating engaging in the trade of genuine household goods? I suspect your insinuation suggests that the pipes and gas cylinders do not qualify as legitimate household items. It is not an insinuation. It is a direct statement that such items do not constitute proper household merchandise. Moments later, Li Shixiang ended the call and informed Qin Feng, "I have arranged for them to come to our factory for discussions." Qin Feng nodded. "Then let us return." However, before departing, he did not forget to send a video of the pressure cookers and the bullet-shaped thermos to Li Wentao. Li Wentao immediately responded, "Qin Dad, have you become so audacious? Are you openly manufacturing bullets now? Not even attempting to conceal it?" Qin Feng had grown accustomed to Li Wentao's appellation and had no desire to correct it. After all, they had often referred to one another as Dad in the past, and it was rather delightful that Li Wentao willingly called him Qin Dad now. "They are not bullets. They are bullet-shaped thermoses." Li Wentao replied, "Ah, I thought we were expanding into new products again." Qin Feng retorted, "Indeed, it is a new product." Li Wentao scratched his head, perplexed. Qin Feng added, "There is no rule stating that a thermos must contain water." Li Wentao continued to scratch his head, still bewildered. punctuating his confusion with several question marks. However, Qin Feng did not reply, as he had just arrived at the entrance of the kitchenware factory and noticed that the transport truck laden with bullet-shaped thermoses had not yet departed. Boss Wang was entangled in a dispute with the individual regarding a return. I've already stated, there are no returns. Why can't you return it? Hurry up and process my return. You purchased these 3 months ago. How can you return them? Moreover, what do I need these items for now? Qin Feng quickly interjected to the person seeking a return. I will take them back. This was no return. He was essentially giving them money. These thermoses could be resold at a 20-fold profit in the oil district. The individual cast a curious glance at Qin Feng, and Boss Wang hastily clarified. This is Boss Qin. He has just acquired my factory. Since he says he can process the return, you should promptly seek a return from him. With that, he seized the opportunity to slip away. The person seeking a return hurriedly approached Qin Feng. Boss Qin, are you truly willing to accept my return? Qin Feng nodded. Certainly, for every bullet-shaped thermos you have, I will accept its return. The individual beamed with gratitude. What a good person you are. I have no stock left, but I do know several others who have accumulated quite a few bullet-shaped thermoses and wish to return them. Would you consider? Qin Feng replied cheerfully. Send them over. Bring them all. I will accept their returns. The individual could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, What a good person you are. You are truly a remarkable benefactor. Qin Feng mused. You are the true, good person. Meanwhile, Boss Wang, having taken 2 steps away, scoffed at Qin Feng's actions upon overhearing their conversation. If you had that money, why didn't you offer me more when you acquired my factory? Now you are pretending to be a good Samaritan. Qin Feng remained oblivious to Boss Wang's intentions. Had he been aware, he would not have felt anger, but rather joyfully proclaimed, You are indeed a good person. Moreover, an even greater one. While they merely offered me a sum of money, you bestowed upon me a money-printing assembly line. This analogy can be likened to a person returning goods who only presents Qin Feng with a few fish, whereas Boss Wang graciously provided him with a fishing rod, one that is automated, no less. Naturally, managing the returns did not require Qin Feng and his companion's involvement. Li Shuang instructed 2 individuals to handle the matter, and they subsequently returned to the Lighthouse steel pipe factory, awaiting the arrival of the 2 warehouse managers. As they awaited these individuals, Qin Feng observed the steady stream of gas cylinders and pipes being loaded onto transport trucks. Feeling an optimistic anticipation for the future, the day when Fabel would undoubtedly raise the bounty on his head was drawing near. He began to eagerly anticipate the moment when Fabel would discover the gas cylinders emblazoned with Lighthouse steel pipe factory on the battlefield of the oil district. That day would mark the occasion when Fabel would elevate the reward for his capture and also signal a day of bountiful rewards from the system. Speaking of system rewards, Qin Feng suddenly recalled that he still had a reward stored in his system backpack. Previously, he had received a death immunity card and advanced drone technology. However, at that time, his focus was solely on the death immunity card, leading him to overlook the significance of advanced drone technology. Consequently, he had been preoccupied and had left this matter behind. Thereupon, Qin Feng began to navigate the system backpack interface through brainwaves, seeking to review the details of the advanced drone technology. Some modifications had been made previously on. The shares in the factory allocated to Li Shuang had been revoked. Chapters 11 and 12 underwent considerable changes. Interested parties may wish to revisit them. 2. Advanced technology information now includes leak protection, allowing Qin Feng to reclaim any disseminated advanced technology information in any form through the system. Chapter 19 may not be revisited. Chapter 43. Drones and thermos cups. After a cursory glance, Qin Feng had a general understanding of the new advancements in drone technology. The scope was vast, encompassing everything from toy drones for children to agricultural irrigation drones, and even combat drones, spanning civil and military applications, from miniature to supersized models. From fixed-wing drones to rotary-wing drones, and even biomimetic drones. In essence, all varieties of drones were included, and the manufacturing technology for each type was thoroughly represented. Subsequently, Qin Feng searched for the current state of the civil drone market in the world. Although he had traversed through time since his infancy, He had not paid much attention to the development of drones over the years. To his surprise, the civil drone advancements in this world lagged behind those of his previous life. For instance, he recalled that in his former existence, drones were already employed in agriculture for seeding, fertilizing, and even irrigation. However, in this world, agricultural drones had yet to emerge. Moreover, well-known drone brands, such as DJI, were conspicuously absent here. As for military developments, Qin Feng was unsure, as he had not monitored the progress of military drones in his previous life to any extent. This market is indeed a blue ocean, he mused. My drone technology would easily surpass all existing brands in my former life, and in this world, it would be even more dominant. It seems I must acquire a drone manufacturing facility. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Drones and thermos cups could potentially complement each other. Indeed, this drone factory must be acquired. I need not worry about market entry, as I have a solid foundation with my oil industry connections. With their support, my drones will have no trouble selling. At that moment, the owners of the two storage companies arrived, and negotiations ensued. However, the bargaining did not reach the same intensity as with the previous factory, as the owners had little to offer beyond the facilities themselves, leaving Qin Feng with limited leverage. Nevertheless, even with minor price reductions, the final transaction cost was still reasonable due to the owner's lack of additional assets. After signing contracts with the two proprietors, Qin Feng turned to Li Shifeng and said, "Well, it seems we have more work ahead. We'll need to hire extensively and acquire machinery to set up production lines." Li Shifeng smiled and replied, "It seems you've hardly had a moment's rest lately." Qin Feng reflected and realized she was right. Over the past few days, there had hardly been a day without numerous tasks to tend to. "Well, busy is better than idle," he concluded. "By the way, for the thermos cup production, we only need a shell resembling a shell casing. What is the minimum standard for stainless steel material for thermos cups?" Li Shifeng pondered for a moment before responding. "The minimum standard is 201 steel. However, prolonged use of 201 stainless steel may lead to the leaching of heavy metals, adversely affecting human health. Consequently, despite its minimal cost, this material is seldom utilized by manufacturers of thermos cups nowadays. Presently, the majority of thermos cups on the market are predominantly crafted from 304 stainless steel, with higher-end variants even employing 316 stainless steel. Qin Feng, however, decisively declared, "Let us utilize 201 stainless steel. Henceforth, our production line for thermos cups will adhere to the lowest standard, 201 stainless steel." Li Shixuan, Wang Shui. Viewers in a live broadcast. What followed was even more bewildering. As for the pressure cookers, we must ensure that we stick to the traditional models. Under no circumstances should we develop new ones. Moreover, the quality does not need to be excessively high. Just adequate will suffice. The audience in a live stream could no longer contain themselves. What does Master Qin Feng mean by this? Although I wish to support Master Qin Feng's business, I absolutely cannot purchase the thermos cups and pressure cookers from Lighthouse Factory in the future. This is simply a matter of life and death. I was initially planning to buy 2 of Master Qin Feng's thermos cups upon their release to show my support, but now I dare not, given that they are made of 201 stainless steel. Who knows when I might suffer from heavy metal poisoning? Wang Shui, perplexed, inquired, "Qin Feng, why opt for 201 stainless steel, and why is quality assurance unnecessary for the pressure cookers?" Qin Feng replied earnestly, "Because I am a heartless businessman, solely intent on reducing costs." Wang Shui was skeptical. She believed Qin Feng was not that type of person. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Is it to be sold to the oil rigs? Qin Feng nodded, continuing with his serious demeanor. "Precisely. I have heard that they're in dire need of such items, and their standards for thermos cups and pressure cookers are not particularly high. So, I aim to minimize expenses." In an instant, the viewers in the live stream were agitated. No way. Could this be another version of a gas canister? Sold to the oil rigs? I suspect this is yet another Pauper's version of arms. I just did not anticipate how it would be transformed into Pauper's arms. I seem to grasp a bit more. Perhaps we can add gunpowder and steel nails into the thermos cup then. I shouldn't say more. Discussing it further might get me banned. Hey, now that you mention it, I have an idea too. We could simply replace the gunpowder with sugar, fertilizer, and this would lower the costs even further. Qin Feng noted this comment silently. Excellent. Another avenue for profit has emerged. There is an opportunity to acquire a fertilizer factory. Whoa, wait, fellas. Are you saying that Master Qin Feng is genuinely venturing into the realm of pauper's arms? So what exactly is the thermos cup? A bomb? Or a shell? Or possibly both? I initially thought Master Qin Feng was finally going to engage in a legitimate business of daily necessities, but I never expected this. Oh no, I have developed a stereotype regarding Master Qin Feng. In my mind, he has become synonymous with an arms dealer as he embarks on new ventures. My first thought will inevitably lean towards a substandard armament. And what about the pressure cooker, my friends? How do we handle that? The pressure cooker? That is even simpler. It inherently carries the risk of explosion. If one were to press the exhaust valve on the lid, the pressure inside would rise rapidly, leading to an explosion. If you were to add some steel nails and such, wouldn't that essentially make a landmine? Goodness. So that is how it is. The pressure cooker is a landmine. The thermos is ammunition, or perhaps a bomb. Goodness. Qin Feng, observing the barrage of comments, replied earnestly, "You mustn't speak frivolously. I'm a legitimate businessman. Admittedly, I may have a somewhat unscrupulous approach, lowering quality for profit, yet I am indeed a bona fide merchant, selling nothing but genuine household goods, not as you suggest. However, how customers choose to utilize these items once purchased is beyond my knowledge. Nevertheless, it remains imperative to assert outwardly that I am a legitimate businessman. When it comes time to provide clues to both, I must ensure they are adequately informed, lest they struggle to find their way. Li Feng, do remember to print our Lighthouse Steel Pipe Factory logo on the thermoses and pressure cookers." Li Feng nodded in agreement, still perplexed by Qin Feng's decisions but resolved to comply. At that moment, a call came in from Li Wentao. His first words were, "Qin, I get it. I finally understand the purpose of the thermos." Qin Feng felt speechless. This time, his insight seemed somewhat lacking, as he arrived at this realization only after the viewers in the live stream. Li Wentao's second statement was, "Are there any other calibers available?" The viewers in the live stream erupted with laughter. "Caliber? Are you referring to Caliber?" Chapter 44. The launch of the aircraft carrier, with Qin Feng as a special guest. Haha. Other calibers. Qin Feng, go ahead and continue your fabrication. Let us see how you explain this one. Caliber? Such a niche term. Shouldn't this appear on a shell? Qin Feng, just admit it, you are indeed the shell. With a serious demeanor. Qin Feng cleared his throat and responded over the phone. What caliber? I don't understand. Is that how they classify thermos capacities over at Xiaoyi? In our Dragon Country, we simply refer to it in milliliters. Or if you have specific requirements regarding diameter and height, customization is also an option. Li Wentao suddenly realized, oh, right. You see, I haven't spoken Dragon Country dialect for a while in Xiaoyi, and I've almost forgotten some of the vocabulary. When I mentioned caliber, I meant the diameter of the thermos. Qin Feng immediately clicked his tongue. Look at how you phrase that. As a businessman, I certainly adapt my products according to customer needs. As long as it's legal, any customization requests from the clients are feasible. Li Wentao breathed a sigh of relief. Then I'm reassured. By the way, Qin Dad, how do you use that pressure cooker? Qin Feng replied. Have you been seeking out women too often lately? Your mind seems to be muddled. You were so sharp last time. Why are you so dull this time? Feeling guilty, Li Wentao acknowledged that he had indeed been preoccupied with women lately. Could it be that his vitality was waning, affecting his mental acuity? Perhaps he should ask Qin Dad to send him some Luwei Dihuang pills along with the shipment. Upon voicing this request, Qin Feng paused for a moment, then curtly responded, 6, before hanging up the call. He had no desire to continue the conversation with this jokester. After the call, Qin Feng turned to Li Feng to discuss a serious matter. I am considering acquiring a drone company. Do you have any connections in that field to inquire if there are any companies willing to be transferred? This inquiry truly fell outside Li Feng's expertise, as the drone industry was entirely unrelated to their sector. She genuinely lacked any connections in this area. Observing Li Feng's bewildered shake of her head, Qin Feng nodded. Then I shall ask someone else. Li Feng felt puzzled about Qin Feng's sudden interest in acquiring a drone company, but ultimately refrained from asking further. A myriad of questions swirled in her mind, all culminating in a single thought. Qin Feng must have his own reasons. She would simply trust him. After some contemplation, Qin Feng decided to contact the affluent young lady from Kyoto, Xiaoyi, the abstract maiden, to inquire if she knew of any drone companies available for transfer. They had exchanged WeChat and phone numbers during their last meal together. Once the call connected, Qin Feng expressed his request, and Xiaoyi responded without hesitation. No problem. I'll ask around. Qin Feng nodded, feeling reassured that this young heiress from Kyoto likely possessed relevant connections. The following afternoon, a convoy of military off-road vehicles, accompanied by several military transport trucks and armed camouflage-covered military trucks, arrived at the Lighthouse steel pipe factory. They were there to collect the aircraft carrier arrestor wires. At noon, Qin Feng had just received a call confirming the delivery of 100 arrestor wires. And by the afternoon, the personnel had arrived. In truth, the delivery could have been made much earlier, but Qin Feng, with his own ulterior motives, deliberately delayed it for a few days. Among the visitors were two familiar faces, Feng Rusong, the head of the procurement department, and He Wenhe, the captain of the Longji aircraft carrier. Qin Feng, it's good to see you again, they greeted, extending their hands. General Li is quite busy and couldn't make it, but he sends his regards. Qin Feng smiled and replied, the general is too kind. The arrestor wires are all prepared here. You may not know, but our workers have been working overtime on a double shift, producing nonstop for 24 hours a day. The machines were almost overheating, all to expedite the production of these arrestor wires. Upon hearing this, both Feng Rusong and He Wenhe felt a wave of emotion and guilt wash over them. The guilt stemmed from recalling their initial negotiations. When they quoted a price of $10 million, Qin Feng had rejected it, leading them to perceive him as a greedy businessman looking to exploit the situation for profit. The reality, however, was starkly different. To be honest, Feng Rusong had been sleeping poorly lately, often waking up in the middle of the night, regretting his initial judgment of Qin Feng. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, he continued to recount the extent of his recent busyness, even mentioning that he had lost a bit of weight. Indeed, he was genuinely busy, although whether that was due to the arrestor wires was uncertain. After all, the production speed of the gas cylinders didn't just appear out of thin air. This only deepened the sense of guilt in Feng Rusong and He Wenhe, both silently acknowledging, I owe Qin Feng so much. He Wenhe even thought to himself, damn it, the next time I see the fleet of the Lighthouse Nation on the sea, I must find a way to give them a taste of their own medicine. To relieve my brother Qin Feng's grievances. Let these scoundrels know what they've done to him. Later, he indeed found an opportunity to act on this sentiment. While he did not engage in direct confrontation, he ensured that several Lighthouse Nation warships encountered considerable discomfort. When the crew of those warships learned the circumstances, they felt utterly wronged. What the hell? Why are we being targeted because of Fable's pursuit of Qin Feng? What have we done to deserve this? Of course, that was a story for another time. The most pressing matter at hand was to transport the arrestor wires. Watching as the 100 arrestor wires were loaded onto the military transport vehicles, Feng Rusong and He Wenhe wore expressions of joy. Excellent. Finally, the Longji is ready to set sail and transform. Subsequently, He Wenhe produced an invitation card from his pocket. Qin Feng, our Longji aircraft carrier will officially launch the day after tomorrow. Here is the invitation to the ceremony. If you have time, we would be delighted to see you there. If not, we completely understand. Qin Feng received the invitation and upon opening it, discovered inscribed within, special guest, Qin Feng. This certainly calls for attendance. Even if time is scarce, I must carve out a moment for this. After all, it is the launching ceremony of an aircraft carrier. Participating in such an event is akin to adorning oneself with accolades and enhancing one's prestige. Nonetheless, he felt a tinge of curiosity. Today, the aircraft carrier's mooring cables are to be removed, and the vessel is set to launch the day after tomorrow. Is this not somewhat hasty? He Wenhe shook his head, asserting, not at all. In truth, the dragon has long been prepared. It merely awaited these mooring cables. With the tensile strength of the cables you provided reaching an impressive 300 tons, we have nothing to fear. Thus, we must hasten its launch to temper the arrogance of the Lighthouse Nation. They have frequently mocked us for lacking an aircraft carrier, despite our status as one of the 3 superpowers. Oh, by the way, that day also coincides with the assembly of the United Nations. Iwanha's expression shifted to one of mischief as he continued. As the Lighthouse Nation publicly condemns us for allegedly stealing their cable technology, we shall simultaneously procure your cables. Bringing this matter to a definitive close at the United Nations meeting, we are poised to deliver a resounding slap to their face. Chapter 45. The life-saving token granted to Qin Feng by the nation. Had it not been for Iwanha's reminder, Qin Feng might have entirely forgotten about this matter. He had been exceedingly busy lately, and many things have been cast aside, including the advanced drone technology awarded by the system, which he had only recalled yesterday. He quickly recollected the origins of the situation. At the cable exhibition, due to the limitations of the machinery, the tensile strength of his cable demonstration was recorded at 120 tons, identical to that of the Lighthouse Nation's aircraft carrier arrestor wires. This further solidified the Lighthouse Nation's belief that he had acquired the aircraft carrier arrestor wire manufacturing technology from the giant cable company. Fable, in fact, suspected that he had bribed personnel from the giant cable company to obtain this technology, leading to the execution of a senior management member and 3 core engineers from the company. However, publicly, it was claimed that he had stolen the information, and Fable even raised the bounty on him under the pretense of his theft of the Lighthouse Nation's confidential information. Subsequently, the Lighthouse Nation condemned Long Country internationally for procuring cables fabricated from this stolen technology, attempting to tarnish Long Country's reputation on the global stage. Yet soon after, he and a group of esteemed generals conducted experiments at the Long Institute of Technology, measuring the true tensile strength of his cable, 300 tons. This far exceeded the capabilities of the Lighthouse Nation, rendering them unable to catch up for 40 years. At that moment, Deputy Minister in Guodong of the Ministry of Long Security intended to use the 300-ton testing video to counter the Lighthouse Nation's accusations, but he was stopped. After halting Deputy Minister An's clarification, his suggestion was to allow the matter to simmer internationally without immediate response. Once it garnered global attention, they would clarify the situation, thereby ensuring the Lighthouse Nation would suffer even greater embarrassment on the international stage. Has this matter now gained sufficient traction? Qin Feng inquired curiously. Iwanha nodded with a smile. Indeed, it has become a hot topic in international news. We plan to formally address this issue at the upcoming United Nations conference and resolve it. Qin Feng chuckled and nodded. Excellent. I never anticipated that we would choose to clarify this matter at the United Nations conference. It will certainly put the Lighthouse Nation's representatives in a difficult position. Initially, Qin Feng thought a statement from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs would suffice, unaware that these leaders were even more cunning and had prepared to address the issue at the conference. However, this made it all the more exhilarating. With the completion of loading the aircraft carrier arrestor wires, and after bidding farewell to Feng Rusong and Iwanha, Qin Feng informed Li Shishuang and Wang Shui about his attendance at the launch ceremony of the Dragon's Call aircraft carrier in 2 days. During his earlier discussions with the 2 esteemed leaders, he had not included Li Shishuang and Wang Shui, as it was deemed inconvenient. Both Li Shishuang and Wang Shui were taken aback. The viewers in the live stream were even more astonished. Wait, the esteemed Qin Feng is attending the launch ceremony of the aircraft carrier? Is it true? The Dragon's Call aircraft carrier is launching in just 2 days? So soon? Does this mean we can watch the launching ceremony in the live stream? Well, this live stream is definitely not an option. Wang Shui is likely unqualified to participate. The only one who can attend is the esteemed Qin Feng, but it seems he is reluctant to hold a phone for the live broadcast. Typically, those who do so are just like tools, such as Wang Shui. Even if Qin Feng were willing to live stream, such an occasion would hardly be appropriate. What can we do? I still wish to witness the launching ceremony. The central station will certainly broadcast it. We can simply watch their coverage then. Oh, right. I almost forgot about that. Subsequently, Li Shishuang thoughtfully assisted Qin Feng in booking his flight tickets. Wang Shui also understood the situation well and recognized that she could not accompany them on this occasion. Just as the tickets were secured, Qin Feng received a call from the wealthy lady of Kyoto, Yalan, who mentioned she had found a drone company willing to sell, though she was uncertain if the company's condition would meet Qin Feng's requirements. Qin Feng immediately expressed his willingness to review the company's status before further discussions, and they arranged a time to meet. Before long, a day and a half had swiftly passed, and the day of the launching of the Dragon aircraft carrier had arrived. In the Qinglong Sea area, at a military port, there were significantly more guards present than usual. As they approached the port, personnel began checking the identities of those heading in that direction. Qin Feng traveled in a military off-road vehicle, arranged for him by He Wenhe, yet he still had to undergo inspections. After several thorough checks, Qin Feng finally stood before the colossal Dragon aircraft carrier. The dry dock where the carrier rested had been filled with water, ready to open its gates and allow the Dragon to emerge into the sea. Qin Feng, you have arrived. Upon reaching this magnificent structure, Qin Feng spotted several familiar faces, including General Li Dekang, Meng Guolong from the Dragon Institute, Captain He Wenhe of the Dragon carrier, and others. They all greeted him warmly, to which Qin Feng promptly responded with a smile. Qin Feng, let me introduce you to. Li Dekang then introduced Qin Feng to a dozen distinguished officers adorned with stars on their shoulders. Qin Feng greeted each one in turn. The officers praised him, saying, "So you are Qin Feng? Truly a remarkable young talent, an exceptional son of the Dragon Nation." After exchanging pleasantries, Li Dekang pointed to a makeshift podium and said, "Come, let us head to the podium. The ceremony is about to commence. But do not worry, our ceremony is not overly complicated. Captain He Wenhe will say a few words, and we merely need to stand at the back without speaking." Qin Feng's heart raced at the thought. "I am to stand in line with you all?" He was acutely aware that as a distinguished guest, his status was undoubtedly significant. Yet he never anticipated that he would be standing alongside such esteemed individuals. Was this not an excessive display of regard for him? After all, sharing a platform with these figures was an entirely different experience compared to participating in the aircraft carrier launch ceremony from the sidelines. Li Dekang, however, insisted earnestly, "Do not underestimate your contributions to the aircraft carrier's launch." With that, he confidently led Qin Feng onto the stage, unable to refuse his warm invitation. Qin Feng acquiesced and followed him up. The ceremony commenced. The aircraft carrier launch event was indeed quite straightforward, primarily due to its unique nature which precluded any elaborate proceedings. The participants, apart from those on stage, included several groups of naval personnel arranged in formation. Additionally, a few journalists were present, one from the Dragon Nation, whose equipment bore the emblem of the Central Television, while the others hailed from the Lighthouse Nation, the land of the rising sun, and the Great Bear Nation. The foreign journalists were restricted in their filming capabilities, permitted to capture only the podium, while their angles were fixed and immobile. The reporter from the Dragon Nation, however, enjoyed slightly greater freedom, albeit still limited to a few predetermined perspectives. Qin Feng recalled encountering one of the foreign journalists during the identity verification process on his way here. The treatment that journalist received was considerably less favorable than his own. He had been blindfolded and subjected to a thorough inspection, likely to prevent him from witnessing anything inappropriate. Given the military port's sensitivity, the ceremony thus comprised military personnel, a few journalists, and several esteemed researchers from Lonka Institute, with no other identities present. And Qin Feng himself. This underscored Qin Feng's distinct position. At this moment, the Central Television live broadcast room was already brimming with millions of viewers. After all, this was the launch ceremony of the Dragon's flagship, and there was but one channel through which to witness the event live. Isn't that one of the speakers on the podium none other than the esteemed Qin Feng? Goodness, the illustrious Qin Feng is occupying such a prominent position. He is on stage, not in the audience? Impressive. This is truly remarkable. What stature? Qin Feng indeed possesses considerable influence to be standing here at the aircraft carrier launch ceremony. Do you see the elderly gentleman beside Qin Feng, adorned with stars? Is he not the one who claimed to be a general at the last cable exhibition? He was in civilian attire then. It is indeed him. So he is truly a general. Qin Feng, who is this person? You all seem quite familiar with him. Come on, mate, are you not online? Or are you still on a 2G connection? Even at this juncture, you remain unaware of who Qin Feng is? Immediately, someone in the live chat began to enlighten him. However, the more he read, the more perplexed he became. Why is he being referred to as a wanted criminal? A steel factory owner, a makeshift arms manufacturer, and a supplier of aircraft carrier arrestor wires? What exactly is his identity? Is it possible that all these identities belong to him? Wait, what? Qin Feng possesses so many identities? How impressive. Today marks a significant occasion as Admiral He Wonha, the captain of the aircraft carrier, has commenced his speech at the podium. The audience in the live broadcast has gradually quieted down to listen intently. Admiral He's address is not overly complex. He briefly reviews the development of the Dragon Kingdom's navy, candidly stating that it ranks as the least formidable among the three branches of the military. He then shifts to the focal point, the Longji-class aircraft carrier. With the advent of this carrier, the strength of the Dragon Kingdom's navy is poised for substantial enhancement. In conclusion, he offers a series of expressions of gratitude, predominantly using collective terms, with only a select few individuals receiving specific commendation, among whom is Qin Feng. Upon hearing his name, Qin Feng is momentarily taken aback. It is important to recognize that being directly acknowledged in such a context carries significant implications. This clearly conveys a message on behalf of certain individuals. Qin Feng has made outstanding contributions to the nation and is regarded as a hero. This is tantamount to the state bestowing upon him a protective amulet. Even if he were to err in the future, he would likely receive leniency, or perhaps even be spared punishment altogether. Previously, when negotiating with influential figures like Li Dekang regarding the carrier's barrier technology, he sought to cultivate a sense of indebtedness among them, effectively hoping to secure an informal safety net. Yet this safety net was elusive and uncertain. Should those influential figures choose to disregard this favor, he would find himself powerless. Furthermore, even if they were to advocate for him in times of trouble, the weight of their words would be questionable. After all, relying solely on a handful of individuals is unlikely to sway the true decision-makers. However, the situation has changed. He now possesses a legitimate protective amulet. Qin Feng muses, "It seems I previously underestimated the current significance of the carrier barrier technology to the Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, I would not have been granted such a safeguard." Of course, the primary reason for this overt acknowledgement stems from the fact that the technology for the carrier barrier is my own. Had the technology been pilfered from the Lighthouse Nation, the state would not have so openly conferred a protective amulet upon me. Numerous dignitaries from various sectors are watching the live stream of the aircraft carrier's launch ceremony. Even those who cannot watch it live will undoubtedly find time to view the recording, as this is a monumental event for the Dragon Kingdom, warranting their attention. Naturally, these dignitaries are also discerning the deeper implications behind the captain's public commendation of Qin Feng, and they are all noting down his name. The audience in the live stream may not grasp these nuances, yet they are equally stirred. Wow, being specifically thanked like that. This is the clout of Qin Feng. Incredible. Qin Feng truly is remarkable. Following the speech, the session opens for questions from reporters, allowing each journalist to pose a few inquiries. Most reporters comply with the customary decorum. But when it comes to the Lighthouse Nation's journalists, the tone shifts dramatically. The journalist from the Beacon Nation confronted directly, "Captain He, in your earlier remarks of gratitude, you specifically mentioned Qin Feng, expressing appreciation for his provision of the aircraft carrier arresting wire for the Longzhiho. You even praised him. However, it is my understanding that Qin Feng is a wanted fugitive by our Beacon Nation, Bolpol, with one of the charges being the theft of classified information from the Beacon Nation. This classified information pertains to the manufacturing technology of the aircraft carrier arresting wire. Despite Qin Feng being a wanted criminal in our Beacon Nation, not only does your Dragon Nation refuse to extradite him, but you also choose to commend him in such a public setting. Is this the stance of your Dragon Nation? Are you truly willing to shield this thief?" Qin Feng, although this journalist may not fully grasp the deeper implications of Captain He's commendation of Qin Feng, given the cultural divide, he can discern the significance your Dragon Nation places upon Qin Feng. The more your Dragon Nation values Qin Feng, the stronger the condemnation from our Beacon Nation will become. With this thought, the journalist became even more exhilarated and continued. In recent days, due to the aircraft carrier arresting wire incident, our Beacon Nation has been denouncing your Dragon Nation on the international stage, yet you have offered no corresponding response. Now, Here you are praising Qin Feng. Is your dragon nation truly prepared to abandon all sense of shame? You prided yourselves on being a great nation, a land of propriety. Yet your actions reveal a startling lack of dignity. The latter half of this chapter has been revised. For those readers who have already perused this chapter but find themselves here at the end, I encourage you to flip back and revisit the earlier sections. Chapter 46, A Collision with Qin Feng. You are unworthy. As the journalist's words echoed, the live broadcast erupted into chaos. The condemnation of the Dragon Nation by the Lighthouse Nation had become a widely discussed international topic, well known among netizens. Yet their indifference was palpable. Let them condemn us, as long as our aircraft carrier can set sail. As for the instigator, Qin Feng, he was not blamed by the online community. Instead, they regarded him with admiration. Furthermore, the quest to acquire confidential information from other nations is hardly an irregular occurrence. Is it? It's as if the Lighthouse Nation has no specialized organizations dedicated to such endeavors. It's merely that others have not made it public. To draw a rather inappropriate analogy, it is akin to everyone wearing shorts. But those with a sense of propriety would not merely don shorts without additional clothing. Yet now, a journalist from the Lighthouse Nation insists on questioning. Oh, why are you wearing shorts? In response, netizens could only exclaim, "What the hell? Are you serious?" Moreover, the journalist's concluding remark was a direct insult, leaving netizens with no choice but to react vehemently. What on earth is this journalist thinking? Seriously? Are you looking for trouble? Ah, you, from the Lighthouse Nation, who couldn't even maintain control over the manufacturing technology of the aircraft carrier's arrestor wires, are now whining about it after our rogue Qin Feng managed to acquire it? As if your Lighthouse Nation is so glorious. Spare me the pretense. Hand over Qin Feng to you? Not on your life. Speaking of shamelessness, your Lighthouse Nation takes the cake. How dare you accuse us of being shameless? The sum of all shameless acts in the world does not compare to what your Lighthouse Nation has committed. The reporter from the Central Television, too, cast a disdainful glance at the Lighthouse Nation journalist. If it were possible, he would engage this individual in an unregulated free-for-all, a contest that would determine both supremacy and fate. However, regardless of the opinions swirling around, they were confronted with a pressing dilemma. How would the captain of the aircraft carrier respond to this question? How would he navigate this predicament? How would he save face? The delay in response from the Dragon Nation's diplomatic department indicated the complexity of the issue. If the skilled diplomats were struggling to manage it, how could he hope to resolve it? A sense of foreboding gripped everyone. Oh no, our inaugural aircraft carrier, the Dragon's flagship, is about to have its launch ceremony marred. Amidst the anxious murmurs, the aircraft carrier's captain, he responded with a calm smile. Regarding the question posed by the Lighthouse Nation journalist, I do not feel the need to address it directly at this moment. It is not a matter of fear. Rather, in 2 hours at the United Nations Assembly, our diplomatic team will officially respond to this issue. This journalist may wish to tune in to the Assembly in 2 hours, where he will hear the answer to his question. However, what I can assert at this moment is this. Oh, United States, refrain from meddling with the aircraft carrier's arrestor wires of our Qin Wind. You are unworthy. The tone of shifted dramatically, exuding an overwhelming presence. This immediately rendered the American journalists speechless, their previously gleeful expressions fading into uncertainty. Their faces a canvas of fluctuating emotions, truly captivating. The viewers in the live stream were equally taken aback, fervently discussing, what does this mean? Do not meddle with the aircraft carrier's arrestor wires? The United States is unworthy? What does that imply? Oh no, why can't they reveal more? This is driving me crazy. It seems there's an underlying story regarding the aircraft carrier's arrestor wires. At the Lighthouse steel pipe factory, Li Shuang seized a moment amidst her busy schedule to watch the live broadcast with Wang Shuishui. After all, Qin Wind was also present at the aircraft carrier's launching ceremony. At that moment, Wang Shuishui, gazing at the live stream, suddenly recalled the day Li Shuang returned after signing the contract for the aircraft carrier's arrestor wires, mentioning that the unit price had increased. Yet she had never disclosed the reason. Thus, she inquired, Shuang, what exactly caused the increase in the unit price of the arrestor wires? Is it related to what this captain just stated? Li Shuang smiled and replied, "Of course. You are not live streaming now." And this captain mentioned that 2 hours from now, our diplomatic delegation will officially address this issue at the United Nations meeting. Therefore, I can quietly share the true reason with you. She then leaned in and whispered to Wang Shui, who instantly widened her eyes in disbelief. A tensile strength of 300 tons? Is this sufficient for the United States to chase for 40 years? Li Shuang nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Wang Shui exclaimed in astonishment. Qin Wind is truly remarkable. At the aircraft carrier's launching ceremony, He observed the stunned American journalists, a cold smirk forming within him. "Do you think we summoned your journalists at such a time for no reason?" He then disregarded the journalist and announced, "The interview time has concluded." With this pronouncement, everyone was jolted back to attention, for the ceremony was approaching its most crucial moment. Subsequently, He stepped back, and a figure even more formidable than Li Dekhang approached the microphone and declared, "Open the dock gates." As his words echoed, a bottle crashed against the bow of the aircraft carrier, shattering instantly. This was the bottle-breaking ceremony, a universal ritual for launching vessels, symbolizing peace and safety. Following that, colorful streamers erupted from both sides of the aircraft carrier, and the vessel's horn blared. The dock gates opened, and the aircraft carrier entered the sea. The live stream erupted in excitement. "Wow! The aircraft carrier has entered the sea. Our aircraft carrier has finally set sail. Longhao is magnificent. Honestly, we owe this to the arrestor wires from the Great Qin Wind. Without them, Longhao would still be languishing in dry dock. Who knows when it could have entered the sea?" Indeed, what the captain referred to as the Lighthouse Nation's obstruction of the Qin Wind aircraft carrier, what does it signify? It feels as though claws are scratching at my heart, causing unbearable discomfort. Let us wait and see the proceedings of the United Nations conference in 2 hours. Meanwhile, at the United Nations building, representatives from the Lighthouse Nation are diligently preparing their speeches for the upcoming assembly. The representative of the Lighthouse Nation states, "Recently, our condemnation of the Dragon Nation has gained considerable traction internationally. Today, let us deliver a final blow to the Dragon Nation at this United Nations conference." Deputy Representative 1 exclaims, "These past few days, our denunciations of the Dragon Nation have gone unchallenged. It is utterly gratifying. How long has it been since we felt this way?" Deputy Representative 2 adds, "We owe much to Minister Fabula's suggestion. He informed us that we could leverage this situation to condemn the Dragon Nation." The representative's assistant reports, "I heard that yesterday. The Dragon Nation's delegation moved in a large box. We are uncertain of its contents and whether it might affect us." The representatives of the Lighthouse Nation, along with Deputy Representatives 1 and 2, respond confidently, "It matters not. Regardless of what they have prepared, there is no possibility of comeback." Chapter 47. Minister Bobola's embarrassment. The delegation from Longhua in the United Nations was gathered. The representative of Longhua inquired of the relevant staff, "Are Qin Feng's cables and testing machines ready?" The staff member nodded affirmatively. "Everything is in place." The Longhua representative replied with satisfaction, "Good. Today we shall put an end to the farcical antics of the Lighthouse Nation." The deputy representative chuckled. "Has the Lighthouse Nation not realized something? They condemn our actions, and yet this matter is escalating internationally at an unprecedented pace, faster than any previous incident. If they were to conduct a thorough investigation, they would discover our subtle influence behind the scenes." The Longhua representative remarked, "It is likely that those from the Lighthouse Nation are so caught up in their own triumphs, thinking they haven't faced us in such a straightforward battle for quite some time. They are currently soaring high, fixated on pursuing victory without considering the ramifications." The others nodded in agreement, well aware of the arrogance and hubris that characterized the Lighthouse Nation. The assistant representative, contemplating the events that would unfold at today's meeting, couldn't help but smile. The Lighthouse Nation is about to be thoroughly embarrassed. The representatives from the Lighthouse Nation would face significant humiliation in front of numerous international delegates. Given their stature and pride, it was uncertain how they would cope with such a blow. The deputy representative added with a laugh, "Honestly, we have yet to engage in such a battle. It feels akin to a narrative where the underdog triumphs over the seemingly formidable adversary. What follows is the moment of reckoning. The Longhua representative remarked, "We owe this success to Qin Feng. Without him, we could not have fought so effortlessly." Meanwhile, the online community was abuzz across various platforms. Although the live broadcast of the aircraft carrier launch ceremony attracted only a few million viewers, the knowledge of the event had spread far beyond that number. Following the conclusion of the launch ceremony, the trending topics on major online platforms had shifted to Longhua's first aircraft carrier successfully launched during the launch ceremony. A journalist from the Lighthouse Nation provoked questions, yet the captain responded, "The Lighthouse Nation should not interfere with Qin Feng's cables. They are unworthy." What lies beneath? The untold stories of Qin Feng and the cables. What will happen at the United Nations meeting? Thus, as long as the netizens' surfing speeds were not excessively slow, they were largely informed about these developments. Coupled with their innate curiosity, have you heard about Qin Feng's cables today? The information spread rapidly, resulting in a significant number of online users becoming aware and engaged in discussions within a remarkably short time. This even led to the emergence of a trending topic. Only 2 hours left? Why does it feel so agonizing? So what exactly happened with Qin Feng's cables? Why did the aircraft carrier captain make such a statement? I suddenly recalled that on the day of the exhibition, after signing the contract with the esteemed Qin Feng, Li Shuang returned ahead of him. She mentioned that the unit price of the aircraft carrier arrestor wire had increased. Do you think there's a connection between these events? It dawned on me that the increase in price must be attributed to the fact that the arrestor wire was independently developed by Qin Feng. The authorities deemed the research and development costs excessively high, thus raising the price for Qin Feng. Indeed, this is highly plausible. The notion that Qin Feng independently developed the aircraft carrier arrestor wire swiftly gained traction online. Upon encountering this theory, many were initially startled, yet they soon found it somewhat reasonable. More significantly, the state media even shared this assertion, merely posting a screenshot of the comment along with the caption, "Stay tuned for today as Zhonglian National Conference." To the netizens, this implied official endorsement from the media. Consequently, they exclaimed, "So our aircraft carrier arrestor wire is indeed developed by Qin Feng. Wow, Qin Feng is truly remarkable. Now it makes sense. During the upcoming Zhonglian National Conference, our representatives will affirm that our aircraft carrier arrestor wire is a product of Qin Feng's innovation." Amid the laughter, one comment stood out. "You truly jest. How could you possibly develop an arrestor wire with tensile strength equivalent to ours? What a farce." IP, Lighthouse Nation. The emergence of this comment instantly captured the attention of countless individuals. What does that even mean? Why does it sound so awkward? Is this person not from Long Nation? Look at the IP. It's from Lighthouse Nation. Damn, why is this dog from Lighthouse Nation barking here? Soon after, a plethora of accounts from Lighthouse Nation surfaced on a certain platform in Long Nation. It turned out that a journalist from Lighthouse Nation, following the aircraft carrier's launch ceremony, promptly relayed the interview content back to his news platform, the largest in Lighthouse Nation, NNC. Upon reviewing the interview, NNC's chief operating officer sensed the topic's explosive potential and promptly pushed it to the forefront of the platform, granting it prime headline status. The headlines of NNC, due to their domestic influence and dissemination speed, quickly reached a substantial audience. Consequently, some netizens from Lighthouse Nation came across this interview news and were incensed after viewing the remarks of the Dragon's captain and the comment from Long Nation's netizens. As the representative from Long Nation articulated, the proud and lofty individuals from Lighthouse Nation could hardly tolerate being deemed unworthy. Thus, they began registering accounts on Long Nation's network, eager to reclaim some dignity before the Zhonglian National Conference. Do you Long Nation folks lack self-awareness? Do you seriously believe you could develop an arrestor wire with a tensile strength of 120 tons? What a fanciful delusion. IP, Lighthouse Nation. Damn, what does that even mean? What are you trying to convey? What do you mean? It simply reflects disdain for you. Your nation, the Dragon Country, is utterly inferior, far beneath our Lighthouse Nation. It is inconceivable that you could independently develop a carrier arrestor wire that matches our standards. If this arrestor wire were indeed a product of your own research, I would readily consume excrement. You shamelessly pilfered our carrier arrestor technology, and after manufacturing it, you had the audacity to employ it on your own aircraft carriers. How disgraceful! Even more audacious is your claim that we, the Lighthouse Nation, are unworthy of confronting Qin Feng. We could easily overshadow Qin Feng by several streets. What is Qin Feng, if not a mere thief, declaring that we are not deserving of engaging with him? The notion that Qin Feng developed his technology independently is utterly ludicrous. Upon witnessing such remarks, netizens from the Dragon Country were infuriated, unleashing a torrent of scorn. Consequently, a fierce battle erupted on a certain online platform, as Dragon Country users were not inclined to tolerate such provocations. An array of expletives was hurled in retaliation. Although the number of Lighthouse Nation users was relatively small, merely a few hundred to 1,000, they were vastly outnumbered in the Dragon Country's online sphere. In reality, a single spit from each Dragon Country user could easily drown these Lighthouse Nation users. Thus, within mere minutes, the Lighthouse Nation users were left utterly speechless by the backlash. The CEO and COO of NNC, upon observing the positive reception and high engagement following the publication of their interview, exchanged glances filled with excitement. The COO remarked, "I believe we have the opportunity to create a sensational news story." The CEO concurred indeed. Our recent denunciation of the Dragon Country on the international stage is already a significant topic. Now, nearly everyone in the Lighthouse Nation is aware of it, which sets the stage for this explosive news. The comments from the Dragon Country's carrier captain will undoubtedly ignite a strong backlash among our citizens. Thus, they resolved to act swiftly. However, time was of the essence, leaving them with only 2 hours. They channeled all of NNC's news resources, various platforms, and promotional avenues into this interview, determined to elevate its prominence. Under their vigorous efforts, awareness of this incident among the Lighthouse Nation's populace surged exponentially, spreading faster than in the Dragon Country itself. Soon, the majority of Lighthouse Nation users were informed about the situation. Their goal was achieved, and it truly became a sensational news story. Moreover, as they had anticipated, the emotions of the majority of Lighthouse Nation users were ignited. In recent days, the nation of the Lighthouse has relentlessly condemned the dragon, yet the dragon has remained conspicuously silent. It appeared to them as though the dragon was being thoroughly subdued by their relentless pressure. However, they were taken aback when they heard the captain of the dragon's aircraft carrier assert that the Lighthouse was unworthy of confronting the steel cable of Qin Feng. How could they not be infuriated? Consequently, they erupted in online outrage, proclaiming, "Is it truly possible for the dragon to possess the capability for independent research and development? How absurd! The dragon has offered no response to our accusations, yet today they deliver such a ludicrous statement. What seems like a counterattack is merely the ramblings of a jester. Indeed, Qin Feng should be extradited to our nation, allowing us to impose sanctions on this despicable thief. Admit it, dragon. You lack the ability for independent research and development of the steel cable." As the emotions of the Lighthouse's netizens reached a boiling point, those in the dragon who had been berated into silence swiftly sought reinforcements. A throng of Lighthouse netizens surged onto the dragon's online platforms, prepared to retaliate. Yet, no matter their numbers, they were vastly outmatched by the sheer volume of dragon netizens. These overconfident Lighthouse netizens were swiftly overwhelmed by a barrage of profanities, leaving them astonished by the sheer vulgarity of the insults. In a matter of moments, they found themselves in a state of cold sweat, retreating in defeat. Ultimately, they discovered a rather shameless defensive line. Regardless of what the dragon's netizens claimed, the Lighthouse netizens would retort with, "If Qin Feng truly developed it, I shall eat excrement on the spot." This was akin to a recent internet meme. "So what?" Or, "Oh yes, indeed. Or getting anxious, are we?" This left the dragon's netizens feeling as if their slaps could not penetrate the screen. In the end, they could only rely on the upcoming United Nations conference. Just wait. I have noted down all your IDs. Should it be proven that Qin Feng developed it independently, prepare to eat excrement. This matter, of course, reached the ears of the proud representatives of the Lighthouse Nation, who, upon hearing it, dismissed it with disdain. Nonsense. merely a laughable act of defiance. This statement, upon returning to the lighthouse, only bolstered the confidence of its netizens. They eagerly proclaimed, "We shall await the forthcoming United Nations conference to witness how the dragon continues to embarrass itself." Minister Fabol even boldly declared on a public platform, "An aircraft carrier's arresting cable developed by Qin Feng? These dragon inhabitants truly have an overactive imagination. If Qin Feng could indeed develop a 120-ton aircraft carrier arresting cable, I would eat 120 tons of excrement." Minister Fabol was exceedingly confident that such a cable could not possibly be of dragon origin. With the 4 key figures of the giant cable company executed, how could the arresting cable be attributed to Qin Feng? Fabol's statements further inflated the already boundless confidence of the Lighthouse netizens, raising it to celestial heights. Consequently, those who did not venture onto the Dragon Kingdom's network, yet resided within the confines of the Lighthouse Nation, began to echo sentiments on their platforms. "If Qin Feng independently developed it, I shall consume excrement." Within a mechanical factory in the Lighthouse Nation, 2 individuals were vocally deriding the situation. Ward Gill exclaimed, "Only the dragon people could conceive of a 120-ton aircraft carrier's arrestor wire? Huh, they must be dreaming." Womi Jill added, "Indeed, what nonsense about Qin Feng's independently developed arrestor wire. Have their minds been squeezed by a door? By the way, Qin Feng, isn't that the name of someone in our class? It couldn't possibly be the same person, could it?" Ward Gill responded, "Wait a moment, I will check the Fobler official website. There should be a wanted notice for this Qin Feng." 2 minutes later, Ward Gill gasped, "It truly is our classmate, Qin Feng." Womi Jill leaned in to take a look and snorted, "It is indeed that Dragon Kingdom monkey. If he can independently develop an aircraft carrier's arrestor wire, I shall consume 240 tons of excrement." Following this, he promptly posted online, "I am a university classmate of Qin Feng. He is nothing but trash. If he can manufacture an aircraft carrier's arrestor wire, I shall eat 240 tons of excrement." Previously, he had suffered humiliation at the hands of Qin Feng. More accurately, he had attempted to bully Qin Feng, only to be soundly defeated. Thus, he harbored a lingering grudge against Qin Feng. This post swiftly gained traction online, further inflating the already soaring confidence of the Lighthouse Nation's netizens, who felt emboldened to the brink of the solar system. If what Qin Feng's university classmate is saying is true, we are compelled to believe it. If that arrestor wire is independently developed by the Dragon Kingdom, I shall eat 2 tons of excrement. I shall eat 3 tons. Thus, the Lighthouse Nation's netizens, who initially made light of consuming excrement, began to join this new trend, adding a weight before their declarations. Before long, the time arrived for the commencement of the United Nations Assembly. Both the Dragon Kingdom's Central Television and the Lighthouse Nation's NNC commenced live broadcasts of the event. The viewership for both streams soared into the millions. There was no escaping the fact that this matter had escalated, whether by design or circumstance, to such heights. Both factions no longer viewed this as a mere quarrel. It had transformed into a matter of national honor and dignity. Both sides awaited the impending United Nations Assembly to determine the final outcome. Chapter 48. The ambitions of the Lighthouse Nation observing the fervor of the news trending in the background and the number of viewers in the live broadcast. The CEO exclaimed with excitement, "We have truly created a sensational news story." The Chief Operating Officer mirrored this enthusiasm, stating, "The buzz here rivals that of the Lighthouse Kingdom's electoral transition." The CEO replied, "Indeed. By the way, I have insider information that Minister Fobler has executed 4 key personnel from the Giant Rope Company, 1 executive and 3 core technical engineers. Minister Fobler believes these 4 individuals leaked the technology for aircraft carrier arrestor wires to Qin Feng." The Chief Operating Officer responded, "What? Wasn't it Qin Feng who stole it?" The CEO clarified, "How could Qin Feng possess such capability? He must have bribed someone from the Giant Rope Company. Hence, Minister Fobler is so certain that the Dragon Kingdom could not have developed the arrestor wire technology independently, prompting him to make such statements publicly." The Chief Operating Officer understood. "I see. By the way, if Minister Fobler were to learn about the efforts we undertook to propel this issue into the spotlight, he would undoubtedly commend us, perhaps even granting us greater freedom in our interviews. After all, We have engaged the netizens of the Lighthouse Nation in this matter, and once it concludes, it will foster a stronger sense of unity and national pride among our citizens. The CEO, upon hearing this, became equally exhilarated. That's quite possible. I shall send Minister Foboler an email right away, outlining our contributions. In the Dragon Kingdom's central broadcasting studio, the anticipation for the commencement of the United Nations General Assembly reached a fever pitch. Finally, the moment for the assembly has arrived. You have no idea how I spent the last 2 hours. Well, I don't know how you spent yours. I can tell you how I spent mine. My keyboard was nearly smoking from all the vitriol aimed at the netizens of the Lighthouse Nation. If the arrestor wire technology was truly developed by Qin Feng, I shall eat my words. IP, Lighthouse Nation. Good grief, they're back. Brothers, let us give them hell. Shower them with the harshest of curses. At that moment, representatives from various nations began to enter the Grand Assembly Hall of the United Nations. The chat room fell silent in an instant, as both Dragon Kingdom and Lighthouse Nation netizens focused intently on the live broadcast, filled with anticipation. Within the Assembly Hall, after the representatives completed their ceremonial preparations, the meeting officially commenced. However, as the proceedings unfolded, viewers grew increasingly perplexed. This United Nations meeting was nowhere near what they had envisioned. Shouldn't it be solemn and dignified, with representatives articulating their thoughts with propriety and grace? Instead, it resembled a classroom dispute, akin to a child reporting, "Teacher, Zihan misbehaved during class and did not adhere to the discipline of the classroom. Teacher, Bob hit my arm. You must make him apologize and punish him. Teacher." However, the true guardians of order and justice in the classroom are not the teachers, but rather the 3 formidable class monitors. Oh, and 2 vice monitors as well. These constitute the 5 virtuous individuals of the Blue Star. As events progressed, even the Big Bear monitor began to lodge complaints, accusing several classmates of misconduct. When a monitor complains, it becomes a contest of power among monitors. Is this the United Assembly? Did I mistakenly wander into the wrong place? Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would not have believed it. Why did those 2 representatives, amidst their argument, start spitting at each other? Why does the other representatives seem unfazed? Isn't it said that great powers should conduct negotiations with grace? I truly wonder if they will engage in a spontaneous free fight after the meeting concludes. Even the Big Bear and the Lighthouse Nation began to quarrel over this matter. It seems only our Dragon Nation representatives maintained their composure and poise. While everyone continued to debate the issue concerning the Big Bear, the representative from the Lighthouse Nation suddenly shouted, "Big Bear, we can continue this debate after the meeting. For now, I have a complaint. I want to accuse the Dragon Nation." The assembly erupted in a wave of astonishment, quickly descending into silence. The intentions behind the Lighthouse Nation's accusation against the Dragon Nation were all too clear to the classmates. Recently, the Lighthouse Nation's denouncements of the Dragon Nation had become the hottest topic in international discourse. It was common knowledge. The little subordinates of the Lighthouse Nation reveled in delight. The boss is about to launch an offensive against the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation is bound to suffer embarrassment now, and the boss will surely seize this opportunity for gain. I wonder what benefits the boss will manage to extract. Meanwhile, the representatives aligned with the Dragon Nation were filled with trepidation. Oh no, how will our big brother respond to the Lighthouse Nation's provocation? Our big brother has remained silent in the face of the Lighthouse Nation's accusations. He must be at a loss for a counterattack. Who would have thought that the Lighthouse Nation would not only continue its onslaught in the international arena, but also confront us directly at the Assembly? This is clearly an aggressive move aimed at reaping rewards. Without any means to counterattack, even if we wish to come to his aid, we are powerless. Even the representative of the Big Bear cast an apologetic glance towards the Dragon Nation representative, clearly expressing, "I'm sorry, brother, but I cannot assist you this time." In that moment, the assembly was rife with tension, as each nation's representatives harbored their own agendas. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream held their breath, heartbeats quickening, their eyes fixed intently on the screen. The representative from the Lighthouse Nation surveyed the room, thoroughly satisfied with the audience's reaction. He then pointed at the representative of the Dragon Nation and exclaimed loudly, "Dragon Nation, You are utterly shameless, stealing our confidential information and then harboring this thief. Such despicable behavior is truly contemptible. Did you not recently form a trade mutual assistance group with dozens of classmates? However, given your character, you are utterly unworthy of leading this group. Morality must align with position. You possess no credibility. I propose that you withdraw from this group and allow me to take on the role of leader. A wave of astonishment swept over the audience once more. Who among the representatives was unaware that the Lighthouse Nation had long coveted this trade group? They had repeatedly hinted at their desire to join, only to be consistently rebuffed by the Dragon Nation. Little did anyone expect that today they would audaciously aim for the leadership position. Such insatiable ambition. Chapter 49. Who claims it's only 120 tons? The representative of the Dragon Nation remained as steadfast as a mountain, seated with an air of calmness and a playful smile gracing his lips. Stealing your confidential information? Who has committed such an act? What confidential information has been pilfered? The representative of the Lighthouse Nation retorted. Our fugitive, Qin Feng, has stolen the aircraft carrier arresting wire manufacturing technology from our esteemed Giant Cable Corporation. This technology is classified as vital confidential information in our nation. The Dragon Nation representative continued, with a smirk that bordered on mockery. What evidence do you possess? The Lighthouse Nation representative replied. Qin Feng himself admitted during a live broadcast that he visited the production line of Giant Cable Corporation and coincidentally observed the aircraft carrier arresting wire production line. That very evening, he acquired the manufacturing technology. Does this not indicate that he has stolen our proprietary technology? The Dragon Nation representative, with a serious demeanor, countered. You must not slander without basis. Qin Feng clearly stated that he dreamt of an ancient sage imparting the manufacturing technology to him. He never claimed to have stolen it from Giant Cable Corporation. The Lighthouse Nation representative found himself momentarily at a loss for words, his frustration mounting. Yet, your netizens have acknowledged it. They claim online that Qin Feng is a rogue who has pilfered our aircraft carrier arresting wire manufacturing technology. The Dragon Nation representative chuckled. That is merely playful banter among our youth. They enjoy jesting online and do not speak with sincerity. For instance, they also jest that the Sakura Nation is simply one of our cities. Do you accept that as well? The Lighthouse Nation representative was further exasperated, momentarily speechless, pondering. Why has the Dragon Nation not reacted at all these past few days, allowing us to condemn them without a retort? However, the situation had escalated to such an extent that retreat was impossible. He quickly asserted, your naval general publicly stated to Qin Feng during the live broadcast, you have truly worked hard. This cable manufacturing technology is not easily obtained, which implies that Qin Feng's acquisition of this technology was indeed difficult. The Dragon Nation representative remained composed, responding, see, the representative of the Lighthouse Nation is merely prone to flights of fancy. Perhaps a consultation with a psychologist would be prudent to address any delusions of persecution. Our naval general was merely expressing that Qin Feng's development of the aircraft carrier arresting wire was arduous and commendable. The Lighthouse Nation representative was incensed, feeling as though he might erupt. How can you be so eloquent? Why then did you remain silent just days ago, leaving us to believe that the Dragon Nation was conceding the matter? We were unprepared for your defense, only ready to condemn and seize advantages. Taking a deep breath, he grit his teeth and declared, surely, the parameters of our aircraft carrier arresting wire cannot be identical. It cannot have a tensile strength of 120 tons. The tensile strength of the arresting wire from the Great Bear Nation is merely 110 tons. Yet yours, freshly developed, boasts 120 tons? Is it not identical to ours? Isn't this rather coincidental? The representative from Bear Country was taken aback, feeling somewhat displeased with the representative from the Lighthouse Nation, thinking, you may bicker and debate, but what does it mean when you step on my toes? Nevertheless, he cast a dubious glance towards the representative from Dragon Country. Indeed, to develop something that weighs 120 tons right off the bat, skipping over the 90-ton and 110-ton benchmarks. Isn't that a bit too fortuitous? After all, research and development is a gradual refinement process. Typically, there's an initial breakthrough. For instance, achieving a tensile strength of 90 tons in cables suitable for aircraft carrier arrestor wires, which is then slowly improved upon. For example, in Bear Country, the tensile strength of their aircraft carrier arrestor wires has been upgraded from 100 tons to 110 tons, yet it took them 7 or 8 years. How is it possible that they cannot even produce cables meeting the minimum tensile strength requirement of 90 tons, only to later develop the world's most advanced 120-ton cables? At the United Nations conference, representatives from other nations turned their attention to Dragon Country. Their thoughts mirrored those of the Bear Country representative. The lackeys of the Lighthouse Nation were elated, for the explanation given by the Dragon Country representative had thoroughly undermined the Lighthouse Nation's position, causing them some concern for their leader. Conversely, those representatives aligned with Dragon Country felt a tightening in their chests, anxious about how their elder brother might attempt to wriggle out of this predicament, or rather, how he would explain himself. Observing the unfolding situation, the representative from the Lighthouse Nation felt a surge of satisfaction and resolved to press the advantage. If you claim it was independently developed by Qin Feng, then you should be able to provide evidence of that independent research. Just produce your RD logs or records, and we will concede. The Dragon Country representative chuckled, saying, "If we show you these documents, wouldn't that mean disclosing part of our technology?" At this, the representative from the Lighthouse Nation felt even more delighted, for the response indicated that the Dragon Country could not provide proof. This allowed them to continue their assault. You can't produce evidence? Without proof, your aircraft carrier arrestor wire technology must have been stolen from us. After all, starting with a 120-ton capability is no mere coincidence. It is essential to note that prior to this, only our Lighthouse Nation possessed the manufacturing technology for aircraft carrier arrestor wires with a tensile strength of 120 tons. At the conference of the United Nations, all representatives once again focused their gaze on the representative from Dragon Country. However, everyone felt that at this juncture, the Dragon Country representative was beyond redemption. If they could not prove their claims, they would inevitably be led by the narrative set forth by the representative from the Lighthouse Nation. In the live broadcast room, viewers expressed their anxiety. What? How is this happening? No evidence of independent research? Oh no, what are we going to do? Without the evidence of our independent research, even if we firmly assert that it is our own development, it would be futile. After all, the remarks made by the representative of the Lighthouse Nation hold significant weight. Internationally, opinions tend to lean towards those of the Lighthouse Nation. What shall we do? I told you so. The aircraft carrier arresting wire is independently developed by Qin Feng. Yet here I am, indulging in absurdity. At that moment, during the United Nations meeting, the representative of the Dragon Nation, who had been composed and self-assured, slowly rose to his feet. With his assent, the entire Dragon delegation followed suit. The representative of the Dragon Nation, wearing a proud expression, earnestly addressed the microphone, proclaiming, "Who claims that our aircraft carrier arresting wire weighs only 120 tons?" His words resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the United Nations Assembly Hall as if striking a chord deep within the hearts of all present. Chapter 50. The Great Gamble of the Mighty Nations. Lighthouse Nation. You have lost. In the Grand Hall of the United Nations, a brief moment of silence was swiftly engulfed by a cacophony of voices from various national representatives, filled with confusion and incredulity. What does this mean? What is the representative of the Dragon Nation implying? Could it be that their capability exceeds 120 tons? This is inconceivable. The figure of 120 tons represents the pinnacle of our Blue Planet's manufacturing technology, a domain where Lighthouse Nation has long been at the forefront, even surpassing the Great Bear Nation. The Dragon Nation could not even produce anything close to 90 tons before. How could they possibly exceed 120 tons? Indeed, achieving 110 tons would have already placed them in an impressive category. The representative from Lighthouse Nation, momentarily taken aback, soon burst into laughter, his face adorned with derision. What? Are you suggesting that your aircraft carrier's arrestor wire can withstand over 120 tons? Yet, the members of the Dragon Nation delegation wore solemn expressions. With great gravity, the Dragon Nation representative asserted, "Indeed, our aircraft carrier's arrestor wire, developed independently by Qin Feng, boasts a tensile strength of over 300 tons. At this proclamation, the laughter from the Lighthouse Nation representative grew even more boisterous. He retorted, "You must be out of your mind. Do you have any idea what 300 tons signifies? Ha ha! This is utterly ludicrous." The representatives from other nations in the assembly also shook their heads, deeming the claims from the Dragon Nation as absurd. 300 tons? How could that be possible? How many years did it take for Lighthouse Nation to progress from 90 tons to 120 tons? And how long has the Bear Nation struggled to reach 110 tons? It is utterly implausible for the Dragon Nation to leap to 300 tons in the blink of an eye. Following his laughter, the representative from Lighthouse Nation added, "If you truly achieve 300 tons, I will eat my words while standing on my head." The Dragon Nation representative solemnly shook his head, replying, "The imagery is too grotesque to bear. Let us propose this. Should we indeed reach 300 tons at future United Nations assemblies, you shall enter and exit after us, in the order of our precedence." With that, the Dragon Nation representative fixed a piercing gaze upon the representative from Lighthouse Nation. The order of entry and exit at the United Nations holds significant meaning, signifying status and hierarchy. Historically, Lighthouse Nation has always held the first position, with the Dragon Nation following closely. Should this order be reversed, it may appear a trivial alteration, yet its ramifications would be profound. Over time, such a shift could alter perceptions, leading representatives to subconsciously regard the Dragon Nation as the preeminent power. This would subsequently reshape the international landscape for the Dragon Nation, granting them access to greater resources for development. Upon hearing this, the representative from Lighthouse Nation immediately responded with confidence, "No problem. If you are indeed capable of achieving 300 tons, the order of entry and exit for the representatives of the Lighthouse Nation will follow yours. However, should you fail to meet this target, you shall cede the position of the trade group leader to me." Naturally, the representatives of the Lighthouse Nation will not acquiesce without stipulating their own conditions. Upon finishing this declaration, the representative of the Lighthouse Nation fixed a penetrating gaze on the representative of the Dragon Nation. The latter's lips curved slightly upwards. "No problem," he thought to himself. "At last, we have them hooked." In that instant, the representatives from various nations at the United Nations Assembly felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. These two prominent figures had indeed set such a grand wager. The hearts of the delegates began to race uncontrollably. They sensed they were about to witness a pivotal turning point, should the position of trade group leader be granted to the Lighthouse Nation. Its economic prowess would receive a significant boost, potentially alleviating their impending debt crisis. Consequently, the Lighthouse Nation's status as a global powerhouse would become even more unassailable. Conversely, if the Dragon Nation secured the foremost opportunity to enter and exit the assembly, this quietly ambitious dragon would gain access to even more latent resources. The growth rate of this dragon would become increasingly formidable. A grand wager. This was truly a monumental gamble among great powers. Each delegate was a personage of considerable influence within their respective nations, yet they still felt that this wager was extraordinarily vast and fearsome. The representative of the Great Bear was most anxious. He turned to the Dragon Nation representative. "Perhaps you should reconsider," but the Dragon Nation representative did not respond in the slightest. Instead, he issued a direct command, "Bring in the cargo." As the command was given, a large door of the assembly hall swung open, and a group of individuals wheeled in an oversized heavy-duty transport platform, upon which lay a massive box devoid of any symbols or inscriptions, leaving onlookers to speculate about its contents. This was the large box I reported about prior to the meeting. The assistant to the representative of the Lighthouse Nation quickly informed him. The representative recalled this and had some impression. At that moment, the assistant had inquired whether this would affect the discussions concerning the Dragon Nation, but both he and the two vice representatives had confidently replied, "It doesn't matter. Regardless of what they have prepared, there is absolutely no chance of a turnaround." The representative of the Lighthouse Nation took a deep breath to maintain his composure. "It's all right. Let us continue to observe." At the United Nations Assembly, the delegates from various nations gazed in bewilderment at the enormous box. Once the box was transported to the center of the hall, The Dragon Nation representative commanded, "Open the box." With that order, the staff from the Dragon Nation swiftly unsealed the container. Immediately, a colossal machine came into view. The Dragon Nation representative elucidated. "This is a machine capable of testing the tensile strength of steel cables, and we have airlifted it directly from the Dragon Institute, deliberately transported in secrecy." Prior to this moment, aside from a select few, no one was privy to the contents of this box, and its purpose was to await this very instant. The words of the representative from the Dragon Nation left everyone exchanging bewildered glances. Did this imply that they had been scheming for quite some time? Subsequently, the representative issued another command to affix Qin Feng's steel cable to the testing apparatus. Once secured, another order followed: commence the testing. The machine began to hum to life, its operation resonating throughout the Assembly Hall of the United Nations. In that moment, the only sound echoing within the chamber was that of the machine in operation, drowning out all else. Every delegate, every representative from each nation, fixated their gaze intently on the testing apparatus. In the live streams, whether from the central broadcasting station of the Dragon Nation or the NNC of the Lighthouse Nation, the combined viewership had surpassed 100 million. Yet not a single comment graced the screens. Everyone was breathlessly captivated by the unfolding scene. As the testing apparatus whirred into action, the data surged to 120 tons. Yet, the machine did not cease its operation. It continued to ascend. 130 tons. 140 tons. 180 tons. The assembly was in utter astonishment. Regardless of whether the aircraft carrier's maximum tensile strength was 300 tons, it had already surpassed 120 tons, a fact now indisputable. This meant that the barrier cable truly was a product of the Dragon Nation's own research. More precisely, the brainchild of an individual named Qin Feng. In that fleeting moment, the representatives from various nations silently committed this name to memory. As the testing machine continued its relentless operation, the figure soared to 280 tons, 290 tons. Thud, thud, thud. The assembly hall was now filled not only with the sound of the machine, but also the palpable heartbeat of the delegates. Some found themselves unconsciously swallowing, while others were so tense that their palms grew clammy. In short, everyone's emotions were in a state of turmoil. Finally, the machine reached 300 tons. Boom! A tremor coursed through the hearts of all present, a profound jolt. It was indeed 300 tons. However, when the data reached this figure, the testing apparatus did not halt. Instead of increasing by 10 tons, it rose by 1 ton at a time. 301 tons. 302 tons. 303 tons. With each additional ton, it felt as though a hammer was striking mercilessly upon the hearts of the spectators. 308 tons. Bang! At last, when the test data reached 308 tons, the steel cable finally snapped with a resounding thud. To those present, this sound was not merely that of a cable breaking, but rather the thunderous roar of revelation. In the hearts of all, a sudden thunderclap reverberated, leaving them trembling with astonishment. 308 tons. Indeed, it surpassed 300 tons. My heavens, I feel a bit dizzy. Someone, please support me. The Dragon Nation's aircraft carrier's arresting cable has surpassed that of the Lighthouse Nation by such a margin. The Assembly Hall of the United Nations was filled with incredulous murmurs from representatives of various countries. In the live broadcast room of the Dragon Nation, all netizens felt a surge of electricity coursing through them, raising every hair on their bodies and causing goosebumps to erupt. This is sheer exhilaration. Goodness, 308 tons. It is indeed 308 tons. Impressive. Truly remarkable. Master Qin Feng is extraordinarily impressive. Qin Feng is phenomenal. Not just 120 tons. It turns out Master Qin Feng's cable exceeds 120 tons. Over 300 tons. How much more than the Lighthouse Nation? Did Qin Feng steal your thunder? Haha, it's a complete reversal of fortunes. This is a statement that clearly belongs to a father figure speaking to his son. The live chat room was instantly flooded with comments. In some instances, individuals even shouted aloud, "The Dragon Nation is magnificent. Qin Feng is extraordinary." We have triumphed. We are victorious. Haha, those from the Lighthouse Nation can go eat dirt. From the Dragon Nation's cable manufacturing sector. Previously, we stated that the entirety of the Dragon Nation's cable industry amounted to 1 stone, with Qin Feng monopolizing 12 do. We were in his debt by 2 do. Now we retract that statement. It should be said, the global cable industry amounts to 1 stone, with Qin Feng monopolizing 20 do, and the world owes him 10 do. Don't ask why. Just know that we've been dragging our feet far too severely. As for those from the Lighthouse Nation, they now felt as if the sky had collapsed. Their arrogance was utterly shattered by the might of Qin Feng's aircraft carrier's arresting cable. Not only is it independently developed by Qin Feng, but its tensile strength far exceeds that of the Lighthouse Nation. In the Assembly Hall of the United Nations, the representative from the Dragon Nation gazed at the representative from the Lighthouse Nation and remarked, "This is precisely what our aircraft carrier captain meant when he told your reporters. Do not meddle with Qin Feng's arresting cable. You are unworthy, because indeed, you are unworthy. The tensile strength of 300 tons is sufficient for your Lighthouse Nation to chase after for over 40 years. And regarding our wager, you have lost." Chapter 51. The Qin Wind Life-Saving Token gains weight. Truly an invincible life-saving card. At this moment, the representative of the Lighthouse Nation felt a wave of weakness in his legs. The stakes of this wager were extraordinarily high. A loss would not only compromise their dignity, but also provide the Dragon Nation with a splendid opportunity for growth. No, it cannot be. How could you possibly be leading us by such a margin? I refuse to believe it. I absolutely do not believe that your aircraft carrier arresting wire can withstand 300 tons. The representative of the Lighthouse Nation shouted frantically at his Dragon Nation counterpart. Maintaining a courteous smile, the Dragon Nation representative replied, "It is actually 308 tons. Thank you. That extra 8 tons should keep you occupied for several more years of research. Please do not round it down." The already furious representative of the Lighthouse Nation was further incensed, exclaiming, "I do not believe it. Your machinery must be flawed." This statement sent shockwaves through the Assembly of the United Nations, prompting representatives from various countries to engage in fervent discussions regarding the possibility of the Lighthouse Nation representative's claims. Indeed, could it be that the testing machinery of the Dragon Nation was defective? Had they tampered with the equipment? It seemed plausible, for a tensile strength of 300 tons was indeed astonishing. How far beyond the Lighthouse Nation's capabilities was that? Although the Dragon Nation representative stated it would take the Lighthouse Nation 40 years to catch up, I suspect it might be much longer. Indeed, 300 tons appeared rather exaggerated. In the face of such skepticism, the Dragon Nation representative remained composed and addressed the assembly. Each delegation is equipped with professional advisors. Should any delegation have experts related to this matter, they are welcome to conduct inspections. Whether it be the steel wire or the testing machinery, we have no objections. The professional advisors of the delegations were not fixed. They were selected based on the specific focus of each country as participation in the conference. Thus, the Lighthouse Nation's objective was straightforward, and their advisors were naturally relevant to that purpose. Upon hearing the Dragon Nation representative's words, the Lighthouse Nation representative immediately called out, "Bob, please conduct an inspection." Bob was the professional advisor for the Lighthouse Nation, an esteemed academic from their research institute and a leading figure in the industry. He promptly requested that his tools be brought into the venue. While normally prohibited, exceptions could be made under special circumstances such as this. Once the tools arrived, he utilized a series of precision instruments to examine the steel wire and the testing machinery, even loading a piece of steel wire onto the testing apparatus for evaluation. Ultimately, he shook his head at the Lighthouse Nation representative and declared, "Regrettably, there are no issues. The diameter of the steel wire is indeed 30 millimeters, the optimal size for an aircraft carrier arresting wire." Upon hearing this, the representative of the Lighthouse Nation felt unsteady, his body swaying precariously. Meanwhile, representatives from other nations were astonished once again. With the Lighthouse Nation's professional advisor affirming the findings, it seemed irrefutable. There was no longer any need for our own experts to take the stage. Oh my, the Dragon Kingdom has indeed developed a 300-ton aircraft carrier arrestor cable. Or rather, 308 tons. Those 8 tons must not be overlooked. It is said that a person named Qin Feng from the Dragon Academy was responsible for this invention. Is he an academician there? No, he is actually a wanted individual in the Lighthouse Nation. Have you forgotten? When the Lighthouse Nation condemned the Dragon Kingdom, they claimed that Qin Feng had stolen their confidential information to create this arrestor cable. Ah, yes. This time, the Lighthouse Nation has truly embarrassed itself. They insist that Qin Feng pilfered their technology, yet the arrestor cable he produced possesses a tensile strength more than double theirs, sufficient to allow them to catch up after over 40 years. It is far more than mere embarrassment. Let's not forget their wager. The Lighthouse Nation has suffered a significant loss. Disregarding the cacophony of discussions, the representative of the Dragon Kingdom instructed that the steel cable and testing apparatus be removed. Once the equipment had been cleared away, the Dragon Kingdom's representative led their delegation towards the grand entrance of the United Nations Assembly Hall. As they passed by the representative of the Lighthouse Nation, they halted. Although they stood shoulder to shoulder in a line, they faced opposite directions, the Dragon representative gazing eastward, while the Lighthouse representative looked westward. Without turning, the Dragon representative fixed their gaze forward, addressing the east with a double entendre. From now on, the first belongs to us. With that, the Dragon representative let out a hearty laugh and departed. The delegates from various nations watched the retreating figures of the Dragon delegation. Their hearts stirred. It was as if they were witnessing the silhouette of a colossal dragon poised to replace the Lighthouse Nation's hegemonic status, ready to soar. Some representatives pondered. Does this shift in the identity of first in and out of the United Nations Assembly signify a deeper transition in supremacy? Upon exiting the Assembly Hall and returning to the Dragon Kingdom's diplomatic office, the deputy representative exclaimed with excitement, "Marvelous! This meeting was surprisingly smooth. Initially, I thought our main objective was merely to embarrass the Lighthouse Nation, never anticipating that our plan to enter and exit as first would also succeed. I had assumed the Lighthouse representative would reject our wager outright, yet to my astonishment, he agreed without hesitation. The Lighthouse Nation's status on the international stage may seem colossal, but beneath this giant lies the infestation of termites. Its collapse is imminent." The representative of the Dragon Kingdom chuckled cheerfully. Their overconfidence and arrogance led them to believe we could never surpass them, let alone achieve over 300 tons. After all, such figures are indeed hard to fathom. The disparity is truly vast. Additionally, their greed drove them to covet the leadership position of our trade delegation. However, the ultimate success of this plan is chiefly attributed to Qin Feng. Deputy Representative Lian led the discussion, stating that without Qin Feng, even the best-laid plans would lack the opportunity for implementation. The revelation of over 300 tons of data had indeed left the representatives of the Lighthouse Nation astonished, facilitating the smooth progress of our plan. It is rumored that initially he had prevented the Deputy Minister of Longin from clarifying matters immediately, allowing the situation to ferment, which provided us the opportunity to devise this plan in the interim. The Long Kingdom representative nodded, his gaze profound as he silently reflected, Qin Feng's lifeline has been further fortified. This Long Kingdom representative was none other than the Minister of Foreign Affairs. 2 days prior, he had participated in a significant meeting attended by the nation's elite. During the gathering, the attendees signaled their acknowledgement of Qin Feng's commendation at the aircraft carrier ceremony. Fully aware of the implications, granting Qin Feng a lifeline. Now that their initial entry and exit strategy has been successfully executed, Qin Feng, as a key contributor, will undoubtedly see his lifeline further reinforced. In the future, even if Qin Feng were to commit grave errors, this lifeline will ensure his safety, asserted the Long Kingdom representative. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, at a military port base in the Long Kingdom, within an office, Qin Feng sat alongside Admiral Li Dekang and academician Meng Guolong. Before them, a screen displayed the live broadcast of the United Nations conference, which they were intently watching. Admiral Li Dekang smiled at Qin Feng and remarked, "Congratulations, young man, your lifeline has been further enhanced. Today, I present this at the 4th hour. Might the author kindly receive a complimentary reward?" Chapter 52, Leaders of Various Nations. Qin Feng's fortuitous ascendancy. Regarding the matter of the life-saving card, Li Dekang did not keep it from Qin Feng. Upon entering this office, he directly pointed out the profound implications behind Wen's public commendation of Qin Feng. Qin Feng, having already grasped this notion, did not feign ignorance and even engaged in a discussion with Li Dekang on the subject. Yet now, Qin Feng found himself genuinely perplexed. Why was it said that his life-saving card had been further enhanced? Upon expressing his confusion, Li Dekang candidly elucidated the deeper meaning behind the Dragon Kingdom delegation's precedence in entering and exiting the United Nations Conference. Qin Feng was astonished to learn of this underlying significance. Truth be told, while watching the live broadcast, he had failed to comprehend it. Perhaps it was due to his usual lack of engagement with political matters that he could not discern such nuances. My boy, your current life-saving card has truly become a genuine life-saving card. No matter the magnitude of your future transgressions, this card will safeguard your well-being. Li Dekang remarked with a smile, but his expression abruptly shifted to one of seriousness as he continued. However, remember this. You may err in many ways, but you must never betray the Dragon Kingdom. Should you commit treason, even if the Dragon Kingdom spares your life, I shall not show you mercy. To betray the Dragon Kingdom is my bottom line. I'm not the only one in the court with such a principle. Even the general who announced the opening of the dock today shares this sentiment. By the way, it was the general who proposed your life-saving card during the meeting. Thus, if you were to betray the Dragon Kingdom, the general would be the one to loathe you the most. At that point, even if the highest authorities decided to show you leniency, the general would find a way to deal with you. Other ministers, such as the Minister of Longyan, would also seek to address your betrayal. Do not blame us. Perhaps this reflects the depth of our love and the severity of our concerns. When an ordinary person commits treason, we simply let the relevant department handle it. But should you betray the nation, we will personally ensure your reckoning. Qin Feng pointed to himself, exclaiming, "Betray the nation, me? I wouldn't even dare to leave the Dragon Kingdom. You think I would betray my country? I would rather be entwined with the Dragon Kingdom completely. In fact, I wish to forge an even deeper bond with the nation. One aircraft carrier's tethering line is insufficient for me. I long for system rewards that could directly yield military technology. Oh, and drones. Aren't there military applications for drones? I should take the time to meticulously research and develop a military-grade drone that would captivate their interest." Li Dekang was momentarily speechless, realizing he had overlooked this aspect. This lad had a bounty of 25 million placed on him by Babel, and he would not betray his country. It was his excitement over the aircraft carrier's impending launch that had caused him to lose sleep the previous night, leading to his current ramblings. Qin Feng then inquired with earnestness, "The general you mentioned, who is he?" Li Dekang remarked. As he won, and I retreated to the back. He stepped forward and simply uttered 3 words, "The one who opens the dock gate." He is the naval president and the sole general of the Navy. Though he bears stars upon his shoulders, his authority and status surpass mine. Besides myself, there are 3 other admirals in the Navy. Each of the 4 admirals commands a distinct maritime region: the Azure Dragon Sea, the White Tiger Sea, the Vermilion Bird Sea, and the Black Tortoise Sea. I command the Azure Dragon Sea, the largest and most powerful of these regions. Otherwise, the aircraft carrier Longji would not fall under the jurisdiction of the Azure Dragon Navy. At this point, a hint of pride surfaced on Li Dekang's face. Qin Feng nodded thoughtfully, realizing the situation. When Li Dekang introduced him to those adorned with military stars, he had greeted the admiral, recalling the admiral's generous praise at the time. However, he had not known the man was an admiral, mistakenly thinking he held the same rank as Li Dekang. Suddenly struck by a thought, Qin Feng chuckled and said, "Old Li, our Lighthouse steel pipe factory has recently expanded with 3 new plants. Hasn't it? Shouldn't we station some soldiers to guard those new facilities? I am somewhat lacking in security. Having soldiers on guard would put my mind at ease." Addressing Li Dekang as Old Li was not a sign of disrespect from Qin Feng, but rather a request from Li Dekang himself. Initially, when Qin Feng referred to him as General Li, Uncle Li, or Brother Li, he found awkward. Ultimately, with a carefree wave of his hand, he declared, "Just call me Old Li. That's what everyone in the barracks calls me. I've grown accustomed to it." As for the soldiers Qin Feng mentioned, they had actually been present shortly after he returned from Kyoto to Haihua City. Haihua City, where Lighthouse Steel Pipe Factory is located. After Qin Feng had dealt with Li Siyuan and his group, the camouflage troops had indeed arrived in Haihua City. Although they later withdrew, a contingent from a higher military district appeared at Lighthouse Steel Pipe Factory to ensure the production line for the aircraft carrier's arresting wires remained secure and that certain items were not misappropriated. Each time Qin Feng visited the factory and saw those camouflage uniforms, he felt a profound sense of reassurance. Thus, he sought to take this opportunity to shamelessly request that the 3 new plants also be guarded by camouflage soldiers. This was also his way of seeking a deeper connection with the state. The nation truly offers protection. It does provide a genuine sense of security. Li Dekan, visibly exasperated, retorted, "You rascal, remember that those 3 new plants produce gas cylinders and water pipes. They are merely everyday steel products. How could you possibly station camouflage troops to guard household items? Wouldn't tea that provide ammunition for gossip?" In truth, after that lunch, Li Dekan had come to understand the true purpose of Qin Feng's gas cylinders and water pipes, but he merely laughed and scolded him lightly. "Hey, this clever lad Qin Feng is quite resourceful. How does his mind work? Truly impressive. However, it is understandable, with a mind so unremarkable. How could one conceive of such a cumbersome aircraft carrier arrestor wire?" Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was immediately filled with disappointment, for Li Dechang's words held considerable truth. With gas canisters and water pipes under the vigilant watch of camouflage guards, was this not an invitation for ridicule? Yet in the next moment, a thought struck Qin Feng. What if the 3 new factories were equipped with steel cable production lines? Li Dechang's expression darkened further. "You, my boy, possess a remarkable audacity." Qin Feng shrugged nonchalantly. "What can I say? It's all for safety. Although this is the Dragon Country, the Lighthouse Nation's bounty has already reached 25 million. If the stakes rise even higher, there will inevitably be some deranged organization intent on targeting me. I pondered that when the bounty on my head by the Lighthouse Nation reaches a certain threshold, I shall simply turn the factory into my residence, eating, drinking, and sleeping within its confines, utterly safe." Li Dechang's countenance grew even more somber. This young man was actually contemplating an increase in the bounty on his head by the Lighthouse Nation. What sort of person was he? Day after day, instead of thinking of the good, he dwelled on such matters. Were Qin Feng aware of Li Dekang's thoughts, he would undoubtedly retort, "And why not? Letting the Lighthouse Nation raise the bounty on my head is my source of joy." Ultimately, Li Dekang addressed Qin Feng earnestly. "If you truly harbor concerns for your safety, then let us proceed as you suggested. Let the other 3 new factories also establish production lines. There is no necessity for the arrestor wire production line. A mere steel cable production line will suffice. I shall arrange for this matter, ensuring that camouflaged guards oversee it." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng expressed his gratitude to Li Dekang. The guards in camouflage belonged to the army, outside of Li Dechang's jurisdiction. However, his willingness to take charge of the situation implied that he would leverage his connections and expend his goodwill to facilitate this endeavor. This would eliminate the necessity for Qin Feng to report the matter himself. Had Qin Feng reported that the 3 newly opened factories had also established an arrestor wire production line, requesting the oversight of camouflage guards, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions in some individuals, tarnishing their favorable opinion of him. Li Dekang chose to utilize his personal connections to safeguard the goodwill others held towards him. "Old Li, when I come into possession of something splendid, you shall be the first to know," Qin Feng declared earnestly. Li Dekang dismissed the sentiment with a wave of his hand, a look of disdain crossing his face. "You, young man, spare me the sentimental theatrics. I, Old Li, detest such displays. The finest gift you bestowed upon us, the aircraft carrier arrestor wire, has already been received. As for the rest of your trifles, keep them. I have no desire for your meager offerings. Now that we possess the aircraft carrier arrestor wire, our Qinglong Navy boasts a true maritime behemoth." At this juncture, Li Dechang's face radiated pride and satisfaction. Yet, in the depths of Qin Feng's heart, he silently mused, "Just wait, Oldly, your moment of astonishment shall come. What I refer to as good things are not those of a mundane nature, but rather exceptional advancements in military technology. Subsequently, Li Dekang took Qin Feng out for lunch. During their meal, the outside world was anything but tranquil. Although the United Nations Assembly had concluded, its repercussions were merely beginning. The representatives of various nations, upon the conclusion of the meeting, hastily reported the significant events that had transpired. It is noteworthy that these representatives were either foreign ministers or among the highest-ranking officials within their respective ministries, holding positions of considerable influence. The leaders to whom they reported were undoubtedly of substantial stature. Upon receiving the news, these leaders were taken aback. They had not anticipated that such a momentous occurrence would unfold during the United Nations Assembly. The interchange of identities during entry and exit was indeed a significant affair, an international event of great magnitude. The importance of this development far surpassed the recent condemnations by the Lighthouse Nation toward the Dragon Nation. After meticulously analyzing the situation, these prominent figures traced the source back to one individual, Qin Feng. A wave of astonishment washed over many of these dignitaries. This young man from the Dragon Nation had managed to shift the global landscape. They realized that a transformation in the world order was undeniably on the horizon, yet they were astonished that the catalyst was such a youthful figure. To assert that Qin Feng was the origin of this upheaval is by no means an exaggeration. Even if the aircraft carrier's tethering mechanism was indeed developed by this young man, the tensile strength would not have reached such an extraordinary level. Otherwise, the events would not have unfolded in this manner. However, 300 tons. To be candid, upon hearing this figure, they found it hard to believe. The Lighthouse Nation had toiled for many years to achieve a mere 120 tons. And yet they were now being told that the Dragon Nation had reached 300 tons. Who would dare to believe such a claim? If offered the chance to wager, they would be tempted indeed. After all, the stakes presented by the Dragon Nation were undeniably enticing, and the odds appeared to be in their favor. It was akin to a situation where the opposing side wagered something of great value, while declaring, "Roll the dice. If you achieve 100 consecutive triples, I win. Otherwise, you win." Who wouldn't take that gamble? Yet the outcome was, those who gambled recklessly deserved no sympathy. Who could truly ascertain that the claim of 300 tons was accurate? Who could verify that they possessed the ability to roll 100 consecutive triples? The Dragon Nation, or rather, specifically Qin Feng, had seemingly defied the odds. Therefore, to label Qin Feng as the source of this upheaval is far from an overstatement. It was solely due to this young man's development of the 300-ton mechanism that circumstances had escalated to this point. Qin Feng, fortunate that this young man had only one aircraft carrier tethering mechanism. Otherwise, the global order might have been thrown into a far more chaotic state. After a moment of shock, many of the nation's dignitaries found themselves contemplating such thoughts. Regardless of the prominent figures' perceptions of Qin Feng, whether they harbor animosity, goodwill, or neutrality, there exists a commonality among them. They have all etched the name Qin Feng into their memories. They have acknowledged this individual. In Long Country, the online community is in a frenzy of jubilation. Ha ha ha, this is exhilarating. The face slapping is truly satisfying. So, the meaning behind the aircraft carrier captain's assertion that the Lighthouse Nation is unworthy of confronting Qin Feng's carrier barrier is precisely this. I understand now why Li Shuang previously hinted at a price increase. The tensile strength of 308 tons indeed warrants additional costs. Goodness, today's events have been an emotional roller coaster. Reporters in distress, the aircraft carrier captain's commanding declarations, the mockery from the Lighthouse Nation, and the public humiliation at the United Nations. Isn't this the very essence of an exhilarating online narrative? Where are those barking netizens from the Lighthouse Nation? Come out, continue your tirades. Didn't they claim they would eat excrement? Let them. I've noted all those usernames. Just wait until I tag them all. What? They've all deactivated their accounts? These netizens from the Lighthouse Nation truly are cowardly, opting to flee by deactivating their accounts. Brothers, remain calm. I possess a user-friendly circumvention tool. Let us pursue them through the Lighthouse Nation's cyberspace. Let us storm their stronghold. With that, he posted a message, attaching a software tool and providing a tutorial for its use. This post rapidly gained traction. Indeed, as he claimed, this circumvention tool was remarkably straightforward, and everyone picked it up with ease. Consequently, the netizens of Long Country swiftly organized a formidable army of millions, marching forth towards the vast expanse of the Lighthouse Nation's internet. Chapter 53. The Day of Catastrophe for the Beacon Nation. In the aftermath of the conference, the citizens of the Beacon Nation found themselves in a state of profound despair, teetering on the brink of collapse. Prior to the United Nations Assembly, they were imbued with an overabundance of confidence, exuding an air of superiority that reached the farthest corners of the solar system. They boldly proclaimed online that the aircraft carrier's arresting wire was a product of Qin Feng's ingenuity, dismissing it with contempt. Yet, the outcome revealed a stark reality. Not only was the arresting wire indeed developed by Qin Feng, but its tensile strength far surpassed that of the Beacon Nation by at least 40 years. Their misplaced confidence and arrogance were obliterated by Qin Feng's triumph, leaving them in utter disarray. In this moment of vulnerability, the formidable online legion from the Dragon Nation descended upon them. The Dragon Nation's netizens, unrelenting in their onslaught, pushed the Beacon Nation's citizens to the very edge of despair. "Oh dear, defeated ones of the Beacon Nation, your Dragon Nation grandfather has arrived. Quickly, come forth. Keep calling out. Continue your cries. Weren't you all so audaciously proclaiming that if the arresting wire was indeed Qin Feng's creation, you would eat excrement? Go on, indulge yourselves." Lo and behold, upon closer inspection of the Beacon Nation's online discourse, it appears that many have conveniently retracted their claims of consuming excrement. One individual, known as Womilier, boldly declared he would consume 240 tons. Another, Minister Fabol, proclaimed he would partake in 120 tons. My goodness, how audacious! Consuming such quantities would surely lead to dire consequences. And there are others. Look at this 3 tons, this 5 tons, and this 7 tons. To the citizens of the Beacon Nation, if your supply of excrement is running low, might you consider importing some from our Dragon Nation? However, this would not be for free, as it possesses its own value after fermentation, though we could offer you a discount. The myriad of comments from the Dragon Nation's netizens rapidly inundated the online space of the Beacon Nation. Every corner of their cyberspace echoed remarks such as, "The excrement supply in the Beacon Nation is critically low, insufficient for its citizens. Unique proclivity of the Beacon Nation's citizens, consuming excrement. The Beacon Nation's aircraft carrier arresting wire is revealed to be at least 40 years behind. The Beacon Nation is a congregation of defeated cowards." Though the vitriol expressed by the Dragon Nation's netizens was not as crude as their previous insults towards the Beacon Nation, the sting of their words was palpably sharper. Each phrase pierced the hearts of the Beacon Nation citizens, delivering a devastating blow. Consequently, they began to unravel, descending into a profound state of crisis. In the tangible world, despair echoed through their voices. "Oh my God, how has our Beacon Nation come to this? Dear God, why dost thou treat us so? Heavens, are we still the invincible Beacon Nation? Why, oh why? Has there come a day when we are ridiculed to such an extent by the netizens of the Dragon Nation? I do not wish to consume excrement. I truly do not wish to partake in such humiliation. I no longer wish to live. This is utterly degrading. Brothers, I am heading to the rooftop. I am about to embrace the divine." Of course, there are attempts by netizens from the Lighthouse Nation to retaliate against those from the Dragon Nation. However, at this moment, the combat prowess of the Dragon Nation's netizens is at its zenith. This legion of 10 million Dragon Nation netizens has surged through the digital realms of the Lighthouse Nation, wreaking havoc upon their stronghold. As articulated by the Dragon Nation netizens, what of your native platforms in the Lighthouse Nation? We have struck at your very heart. You boast a user base exceeding 1 billion. What of it? We are but over 10 million, and yet we have shattered you. This day would later be inscribed in the annals of the Lighthouse Nation's internet history, referred to as the Day of Network Catastrophe 425. At that moment, the personnel of the Lighthouse Nation's cybersecurity department were nearing a state of frenzy. Block them. Quickly ban them all. We must hastily restrict all accounts infiltrating from the Dragon Nation. Their actions have inflicted an intolerable impact upon us. We cannot label them all. We can only ban them in batches. Yet the number of Dragon Nation accounts is overwhelming. We would rather mistakenly eliminate than let any slip away. Ban them without hesitation. Under the directives of the relevant authorities, the rampant advance of the Dragon Nation netizens across the Lighthouse Nation's networks was finally curtailed. As the ranks of their allies dwindled, the remaining Dragon Nation netizens remained undeterred, growing bolder in their endeavors. They harbored but one thought, with the last vestige of our strength. Let's inflict as much damage as possible. As the number of Dragon Nation netizens dwindled to just over 500,000, a significant topic erupted within their networks. A prominent blogger elucidated the profound significance of the Dragon Nation's first entrance and exit at the United Nations Assembly. At this revelation, the Dragon Nation netizens were astounded. Was there such depth to this event? Then, when the Dragon representative passed the Lighthouse Nation representative, each facing opposite directions, the Dragon representative, facing east, proclaimed from now on, "The first is ours." This moment was fervently disseminated. It was then that everyone grasped the double entendre of this statement. Consequently, from now on, "The first is ours," was propagated widely among netizens. On the Dragon Nation's networks, there was widespread astonishment. Goodness! Our gains from this conference are monumental. This is not merely a slap in the face to the Lighthouse Nation. The first is ours. It is but a matter of time. The Qin Wind's aircraft carrier tether is truly formidable. Impressive. The Qin Wind is indeed remarkable. It has become legendary. The Qin Wind's aircraft carrier tether deserves to be revered. Meanwhile, the mere 50,000 Dragon Nation netizens remaining on the Lighthouse Nation's networks, upon learning of this news, expended their final strength and breath to spread the profound significance behind the entrance and exit of the United Nations Assembly. As the citizens of the Lighthouse Nation expressed their astonishment and disbelief, the last group of Dragon Nation netizens finally felt a sense of relief. Gazing at the words "Your account has been banned" flashing on their screens, they smiled with satisfaction, exclaiming, "It's all burned out. Truly burned out." For instance, a Dragon Nation user named Su Chenghao, his fingers nearly blurring as they danced across the keyboard, swiftly typed. The change in the entrance and exit positions of the first representative of the United Nations signifies a shift in international status. From now on, the first is ours. If you cannot even maintain your entrance and exit positions, what can you defend? After typing those lines, he quickly copied the text, switched forums, and pasted it, repeatedly transitioning between forums and even websites to disseminate his message as widely as possible. Just as his right hand clicked the mouse and his left hand pressed Ctrl-V, the ominous "Messenger account has been banned" popped up, prompting Su Chenghao to chuckle as he set down his mouse. That's enough. It's more than enough. With the last group of Dragon Nation netizens returning with smiles, the personnel in the Lighthouse Nation's cybersecurity department wiped the sweat from their brows. Relieved, phew. All accounts have finally been banned. The disaster is finally over. Yet, one staff member stared blankly at the screen, murmuring, "No, the disaster has only just begun." Indeed, the calamity for the Lighthouse Nation was merely commencing. Following the frenzied burning out actions of the last Dragon Nation users, the already crumbling Lighthouse Nation citizens descended further into despair. Countless individuals took to the internet, voicing their incredulity with anguished cries. Is this real? Will yielding the first entrance and exit positions of the United Nations truly have such a significant impact? Damn it, how has our Lighthouse Nation become so pathetic? How can we not even surpass a Dragon Nation? Are we really ceding the title of the world's foremost nation to the Dragon Nation? No, I absolutely cannot accept this. What is the Lighthouse leadership doing? They need to be replaced immediately. These negative sentiments spread like a virus, rapidly infecting everyone in a very short span of time. The eruption of discontent among the Lighthouse Nation's netizens had begun. Their various extreme remarks proliferated across the internet, even overwhelming the official websites of the Lighthouse Nation. The cybersecurity department felt as though the sky was falling. Having just dealt with the Dragon Nation users, they now faced a resurgence from their own citizens. What to do? A staff member inquired of the minister. After a prolonged silence, The minister gritted his teeth and decided, shut down the websites. The most active sites were temporarily closed. The staff promptly executed the order. The effect was immediate. The online discourse calmed as extreme comments vanished. Indeed, there were no more extreme remarks, for the websites had all been temporarily shut down. It is akin to a person suffering from a leg ailment, wailing in agony, who then consults a physician, only to receive the diagnosis: death. Once dead, there will be no pain nor cries. Friends who frequently render such diagnoses should be well aware that this does not resolve the issue. Instead, it exacerbates the problem. The individuals from the land of the beacon, upon witnessing the closure of several websites, do not simply acquiesce, but rather experience an escalation of negative emotions, becoming increasingly volatile. Unable to vent their frustrations online, they turn to manifesting their discontent in the physical world. In the streets, protests begin to emerge, accompanied by acts of vandalism and arson. Initially, no one pays heed to this calamity, as it is perceived merely as an ordinary demonstration, a common episode of property destruction, or a typical case of public arson. After all, such occurrences are not unusual in their land. However, the situation soon spirals out of control. As events unfold and malevolent sentiments proliferate, a farcical upheaval commences. The throngs of protesters gradually swell to a terrifying magnitude, and acts of vandalism become rampant. On the streets, individuals set fires indiscriminately, vandalize vehicles, and damage public property, with some even discharging firearms in broad daylight. A full-blown riot erupts. The authorities promptly mobilize numerous patrols to manage the chaos, yet their efforts prove futile. The patrols are utterly incapable of containing the situation, and in numerous locales, scenes of clashes between rioters and patrols unfold. Only when the military intervenes does the tide begin to turn, gradually restoring order. Subsequently, this incident is chronicled in the annals of the land of the beacon's riot records, designated as the disaster day of 425. After the tumult subsides, the citizens of the Beacon Nation conduct a thorough examination of the events, ultimately attributing the root cause of the turmoil to a singular individual, Qin Feng. They even establish a blacklist for the nation, with Qin Feng perpetually occupying the top position. Gratitude is extended to the silent yet radiant laughter of the explosive updates. Thank you sincerely. Chapter 54. Qin Feng gratitude is extended to Minister Babol for the monumental order worth billions. In the minister's office, Babol sat in his chair, his complexion ashen and devoid of color. The internet was a realm he dared not enter. Initially, upon logging on, he was inundated with a barrage of greetings from numerous Dragon Country netizens, inquiring when he would partake in the consumption of 120 tons of excrement. His announcement account, even the official Babol website, was rife with such commentary. After the Dragon Country netizens were all banned, he was then bombarded with a flood of greetings from Lighthouse Country users, questioning why he did not choose to end his own life. The phone was another source of trepidation. He had already received several calls, all filled with vitriol directed at him. First, the representative of Lighthouse Country, namely the foreign minister, unleashed a tirade, blaming him for the condemnation of Dragon Country's actions, and asserting with certainty that the technology for the aircraft carrier's arresting wires originated from the Xiaoyi company, something he had himself stated. Following this, a five-star admiral from the Navy also berated him, lamenting their inability to procure aircraft carrier arresting wires due to Babol's actions, which had rendered Xiaoyi company incapable of producing them. Outside, he dared not venture, nor even glance, for a massive riot was unfolding. Although such upheavals were not uncommon in Lighthouse Country, occurring every few years, the motivations this time were markedly different. He bore a significant share of the blame, a fact that rendered him utterly unwilling to look outside. Fearful of the internet, hesitant to answer calls, reluctant to step outside, and averse to gazing out the window, Minister Babol could only sit in his chair, each passing second feeling like an eternity. Suddenly, the phone on his desk rang, startling him into a state of alarm as he cast a fearful glance towards it. He was uncertain of the caller's identity, but he could ascertain that it was unlikely to be good news. He hesitated to answer. The prospect was daunting. Yet, upon recognizing that it was a call from Lighthouse Country, he found himself compelled to pick up. As anticipated, Once the call connected, he was met with a tirade from the Lighthouse King. After the scolding, the Lighthouse King gravely stated, "You are the principal bearer of responsibility for this incident. The three elders of Lighthouse Country have proposed your dismissal." Bobel's countenance shifted dramatically. The Lighthouse King did not afford him the opportunity to respond, continuing, "However, rest assured, I have managed to keep this matter under control. After all, prior to my ascendancy, you were my staunchest supporter and greatest ally. Thus, I am determined to protect you." A wave of relief washed over Minister Bobel. Although the Lighthouse Country officials often berated him, they truly intended to safeguard him. Of course, the primary reason for his protection in this instance was that the Minister of Cybersecurity bore the brunt of the responsibility for the riot. He had alleviated some of the overall pressure from this incident. Subsequently, the Lighthouse Country revealed that it was the cybersecurity minister who had shut down those websites, leading to the situation escalating into a full-blown riot. Minister Bobola, upon hearing this, exclaimed, "The Minister of Cybersecurity is also a fool. You are the greatest fool of all." The phone immediately rang with the furious roar of the king of the Lighthouse Nation. If it were not for your misjudgment, the Foreign Affairs Department would not have condemned the Dragon Nation, nor would the situation have escalated to this point. You bear the greatest responsibility for all of this. Your initial error cost us our premier position at the United Nations Assembly. Minister Bobola was instantly drenched in cold sweat and replied, "Your Majesty, can we not deny it? We have flip-flopped before." The king's voice grew even louder. "Do you think I haven't considered that? But this time the circumstances are different. There are too many influencing factors now. We can only acknowledge this for the time being. Let us wait and see if we can reclaim our premier position later." At this point, the king's agitation began to subside somewhat. Minister Bobola continued to inquire, "Your Majesty, what shall we do about the bounty on Qin Feng? The additional 10 million bounty we placed on him was due to the theft of our confidential information. Now that it has been proven that the aircraft carrier's blockade cable is not our technology, should we revoke the bounty?" The king pondered for a moment and then replied, "No, whether we revoke it or not, we will be ridiculed, so it is better to maintain it. This way, we can make Qin Feng even more dangerous. Right now, I just want Qin Feng dead. He is the root of all this chaos." The king began to roar again, but he was currently in the Dragon Nation, and our bounty could not reach him. "William and Vincent, how long until their current mission is complete?" Minister Bobola was taken aback. "Your Majesty, do you mean to send William and Vincent to the Dragon Nation to assassinate Qin Feng?" William and Vincent were the names of two individuals, agents of Bobola, skilled in disguise and assassination, and they formed the most formidable assassination duo in both the Lighthouse Nation and beyond. They had never failed, having successfully eliminated numerous important figures from various nations, international tycoons, leaders of significant global organizations, and even kings of smaller countries. Their fame was such that upon learning they were on the assassination list, some individuals had died of fright the very same night. The king nodded yes. Qin Feng has been in the Dragon Nation, and our bounty has been ineffective against him. So let this duo carry out the assassination. Minister Bobola nodded vigorously. "All right. They should require another half-month. Should we have them suspend their current mission?" The king, however, responded, "The target of their current assassination is also significant. Do not interrupt their mission. Let Qin Feng live for another half-month." After hanging up the phone, Minister Bobola's eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, "Qin Feng, just wait. I will ensure you live no longer than another half-month. Once that assassination team returns, your demise is inevitable." At that moment, a staff member approached with a report. "Boss, you have an email." Minister Fabel waved his hand dismissively. "I won't read it. It certainly contains no good tidings. It's either a self-deprecating remark or an insult." "Boss, this is an email from the CEO of NNC, sent at." Upon hearing this, Minister Fabel contemplated for a moment, realizing it coincided with the commencement of the United Nations Conference, which implied it was unlikely to be derogatory. He then instructed the staff member to read it aloud. The email was indeed a commendation from the CEO of NNC. After listening to its contents, Minister Fabel's expression soured significantly. So, it was these two fools from NNC who created this sensational catastrophe, leading the entire populace of the Lighthouse Nation to engage in this affair. Arrest them immediately and hold them accountable. The staff member complied, but returned shortly with another report. Those two have already fled. It turned out that right after the United Nations conference concluded, they realized the gravity of their blunder and fled without delay. However, they did not escape to the Dragon Nation. A wanted poster issued by Minister Fabol led to their capture within a week. In the Dragon Nation in Kyoto, Qin Feng had just disembarked from a plane and was en route to a drone company named Flying Out Dreams. This company was the one introduced to him by the affluent lady, Yalan, who intended to transfer ownership. However, before he arrived, Qin Feng received a call from Li Dekang. Glancing at the caller ID, Qin Feng was puzzled. Hadn't they just been together 4 hours prior? Why was he calling so soon after his departure? As soon as he answered, he heard Li Dechang's exuberant voice. Qin Feng, I have a question for you. If the aircraft carrier's arresting gear is sold to the Lighthouse Nation, is there a possibility for them to reverse engineer the manufacturing technology? Though Qin Feng was bemused by Li Dechang's inquiry, he confidently replied, That is absolutely impossible. Li Dekang burst into laughter. Then we can rest easy. Currently, there were complications regarding the Lighthouse Nation's procurement of aircraft carrier arresting gear. Their supplier, the giant cable company, was unable to produce it. Qin Feng was somewhat bewildered and sought clarification. After Li Dechang's subsequent explanation, Qin Feng learned that following the United Nations conference, the giant cable company had announced that would be unable to produce aircraft carrier arresting gear for the foreseeable future. It turned out that after Minister Fabol executed a senior executive and 3 core engineers from the giant cable company, they felt as if calamity had befallen them, even believing the sky had fallen. The executive was indifferent, but those 3 core engineers were of paramount importance. They were the 3 most elite engineers in the company. Even the production technology of the aircraft carrier arrestor wires was developed by these 3 individuals, who also took full responsibility for the production line. The verdict of death penalty for these 3 has undoubtedly dealt a significant blow to the giant cable company. To put it simply, using a well-known internet phrase, they have cut the lifeblood. Yet, the company had no choice but to endure the hardship, as these individuals had leaked the manufacturing technology of the arrestor wires and were convicted of treason. Consequently, the sorrowful giant cable company had to rally its spirits and urge the remaining members of the team, led by those 3 engineers, to continue researching the technology of the arrestor wires, striving to grasp it thoroughly. However, leading the research is inherently different from being team members. These are 2 distinct identities, and the disparity in their understanding and research levels of the technology is considerable. Moreover, those 3 would likely conceal certain aspects. Thus, for these team members to fully take over the manufacturing technology of the arrestor wires, they would require at least a year of additional research using the previous records. However, after watching the live broadcast of the United Nations meeting and witnessing that Dragon Nation's arrestor wires could withstand a tensile strength of 308 tons, the giant cable company was infuriated. It was clear that Dragon Nation's arrestor wires did not originate from our company. We are not that formidable. So what does it mean that we executed our 3 core engineers? Is it merely our misfortune? We certainly cannot accept that. Consequently, they allowed the team to continue researching the technology of the arrestor wires without much enthusiasm and publicly stated it would take at least 4 to 5 years to rediscover the technology, during which time they would be unable to produce any arrestor wires. This was also the reason why the Lighthouse Nation's Navy was on the phone berating Minister Fabol. After understanding the situation, Qin Feng could only smile wryly. How did my previous nonsensical remarks lead to such an outcome? I merely intended to annoy Fabol, yet unexpectedly halted the production of the Lighthouse Nation's arrestor wires. On the phone, Li Dechang's excited voice continued. Didn't the Lighthouse Nation want to sell us arrestor wires for $1 million each back then? And they were for the 100-ton class. Now we can sell them the same for the same price. Also 100 tons, $1 million each. No. Back then, they even wanted to add conditions. Since we have no additional conditions, the price must increase to $3 million each. Feng Rusong and I are now preparing to communicate with the Lighthouse Nation's Navy to see how many we can sell them. The more we can sell, the better. Because the giant cable company is currently throwing a tantrum, claiming it will be unable to produce arrestor wires for the next few years. However, I am concerned that unforeseen changes may occur and the giant cable company might return to its normal research pace. At this critical juncture, selling a single cable to the Lighthouse Nation at a premium price promises substantial profit. When the time comes, we shall reap the rewards, and you shall also benefit. Ha ha ha. Listening to Li Dechang's hearty laughter, Qin Feng felt a wave of lightheartedness and joy. Selling each cable for $13 million. How much would 100 yield? That amounts to $3 billion. Converted into the currency of a dragon nation, it exceeds 90 billion. How astonishing. His earlier fanciful musings unexpectedly not only halted the production of the aircraft carrier's anchoring cables, but also brought forth a colossal order worth billions. This is indeed a delightful surprise. However, Qin Feng is not one to claim sole credit. He must also express gratitude to Minister Babel for his decisive order to execute the 4 individuals. Without that, such good fortune may not have materialized. Regrettably, he lacks Minister Babel's email. Otherwise, he would surely send a note of appreciation. Thank you, Minister Babel, for the $1 billion order. Wishing for continued success. And when can we discuss raising my bounty again? At the end of the call, Qin Feng inquired about a lingering question. What exactly transpired with that executive and the 3 core engineers from the giant cable company? Li Dechang responded. Based on our insights in the Lighthouse Nation, combined with various information, it appears that those individuals indeed engaged in selling ordinary cable manufacturing technology. However, they would not dare sell the production technology for the aircraft carrier's anchoring cables, as they feared the prospect of earning money without the means to enjoy it. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng found even greater amusement. They were afraid of earning money without the ability to spend it. Yet in the end, they neither earned the money nor retained their lives. Chapter 55. Qin Feng's First Love. Love is love, but the price must be negotiated. After ending the call with Li Dechang, it did not take long for him to arrive at the office building that houses the headquarters of the Flying Dreams drone company. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Qin Feng spotted the figure of Wang Xiaoyi. Prior to his flight from the military port city to the capital, he had contacted his most trusted assistant, Wang Xiaoyi, inviting her to join him. The reason was simple. He wanted her to accompany him during the live broadcast, signaling to Fabel that he was in the process of acquiring a drone company. It would be unfortunate to discover a plethora of drones produced by them on the battlefield without being able to trace them back to him. Qin Feng greeted her. Have you been waiting long? Haichuan City is closer to the capital than the military port city he had just departed from. Wang Xiaoyi smiled brightly. Not at all. I just arrived a short while ago. I got caught in traffic, but it seems you had a smooth journey. Nodding, Qin Feng replied, yes, it was quite seamless. Let us head upstairs. We're on the 16th floor. With that, he led Wang Xiaoyi into the office building. Welcome back, Qin Feng. The great leader has finally returned to the live stream. It's so much better watching the great leader here than during the aircraft carrier launch ceremony on the Central Channel. Qin Feng is magnificent. His aircraft carrier's arresting gear has given us a chance to flaunt our strength before the Lighthouse Nation. Great leader. Today we're heading to the Lighthouse Nation S online. As the live stream viewers caught sight of Qin Feng, they had much to express. While waiting for the elevator, he exchanged a few casual remarks with the viewers, which heightened their excitement and enthusiasm. They eagerly recounted their series of actions online in the Lighthouse Nation, pouring out their stories like beans from a bamboo tube. Qin Feng was already well aware of these happenings. He had even been privy to events transpiring behind the scenes, having been alongside Li Dechang at the time, whose sources of information surpassed those of the viewers. When the elevator arrived, he ceased his interactions and stepped inside, pressing the button for the 16th floor while straightening his attire. Upon exiting the elevator, he turned left and shortly found himself in front of a glass door where 2 women were engaged in conversation. One was the affluent Yalan from Kyoto, and the other was presumably the owner of the drone company. Upon hearing his footsteps, both women turned to face him. Great leader Qin Feng, you've arrived, Yalan exclaimed with excitement. Today's events were truly exhilarating. Your 308-ton aircraft carrier's arresting gear has dealt a significant blow to the Lighthouse Nation. Qin Feng, however, remained momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixated on the woman beside Yaoan, who was elegantly attired in a well-fitted ash-gray suit, adorned with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. As the setting sun filtered through the glass facade of the office building, it cast a golden glow upon her almost flawless, porcelain-like visage. "It's been a while." Qin Feng, the woman remarked playfully, adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses and smiling at him. After a brief moment of astonishment, Qin Feng slowly returned her smile and replied, "Indeed. It has been a while, Yuani." It had been 6 years since Qin Feng was abruptly sent by his father to study in the Lighthouse Country, just as he was deeply enamored with his first love. Yuani was none other than that first love. How sudden was his departure, you ask? Picture this. After school, they were lost in each other's company, immersed in tender affection, only for Qin Feng to return home that evening and be promptly packed off to the Lighthouse Country by his father. He had no opportunity to bid farewell to friends or even to Yuani. Furthermore, upon his arrival in the Lighthouse Country, he was unable to use his phone from the Dragon Country or any of his previous communication apps. From Yuani's perspective, it was as if he had vanished in a thin air overnight. Just the day before, they had sworn eternal devotion to one another, promising to marry, only for her to arrive at school the next day to find him inexplicably absent. Days passed with no word from him. Her attempts to reach out were met with silence, and inquiries with his friends yielded nothing. To Yuani, it felt as if Qin Feng had evaporated from the world. This abrupt separation left both of them in profound distress for quite some time, particularly Yuani, who found herself engulfed in sorrow, unaware of the reasons behind his departure. All she could do was weep silently under her covers. Thus, their reunion was laden with unspoken emotions, a palpable tension hanging in the air. However, the next scene swiftly transitioned to a starkly different atmosphere. The machinery in your production line appears somewhat outdated. Thus, the transaction price must be adjusted downward, Qin Feng remarked. Recalling how Li Shuang had expertly negotiated with the owner of the kitchenware manufacturing firm, while simultaneously haggling with Yuani. First love may linger fondly in memory, but business is business, money is money. After all, the necessary negotiations must be made. Yuani, with a gentle smile, nodded in agreement. "All right. Yes, lower it." This response left Qin Feng feeling somewhat embarrassed to continue his bargaining. Yet, he couldn't help but think to himself, no wonder this company is on the brink of closure with such negotiation tactics. What business wouldn't falter under your methods? He mused internally, but I must admit, the bargaining skills I learned from Li Shuang are indeed effective. Regrettably, before purchasing from the Lighthouse steel pipe factory, I lacked the acumen to negotiate effectively. At that time, I perceived the price as sufficiently low, a veritable stroke of good fortune, and thus I readily consented to the transaction. If only I could traverse time, I would certainly return to that moment to haggle. Even if it meant reducing the cost by a mere few thousand, the emotional value would be incomparable. It is akin to the phenomenon where one is willing to pay 22 yuan for a product with free shipping, yet hesitates to spend 14 yuan plus an additional 6 yuan for shipping. Meanwhile, Yuani gazed at Qin Feng with a smile in her eyes, reflecting inwardly. This time, I shall not allow you the opportunity to vanish again. During the initial period of Qin Feng's disappearance, she experienced profound anguish, weeping beneath her covers each night. It took her nearly a year to regain her composure, deciding to devote herself wholeheartedly to her studies, thereby sealing her heart with emotional cement, resolutely avoiding matters of love. Subsequently, she indeed succeeded in fortifying her heart. Numerous suitors approached her, only to be met with her cold rejections, and she remained untouched by any romantic feelings, focusing entirely on her studies during school and her entrepreneurial endeavors thereafter. However, it was only a few days ago, upon encountering news of Qin Feng online, that she suddenly realized the true barrier encasing her heart was not cement, but rather, it was Qin Feng himself. Chapter 56. This batch of drones was undoubtedly intended for the oil magnate Dong. Aielin and Wang Shuai scrutinized the two individuals with a gaze filled with suspicion. Something was amiss, exceedingly so. The chemistry between them was palpable. Just observe the way their eyes nearly sparked when they first encountered one another. It would be inconceivable to claim there was no romantic undertone between them. Yet, as Qin Feng engaged in negotiations, his demeanor did not seem to reflect any hidden affection. However, upon glancing at Yuani, the impression of an intimate connection resurfaced. Confusion reigned. Indeed, both were rather perplexed. Aileen contemplated Yuani's profile, musing during her university days. Senior was renowned as the Ice Queen, coldly rejecting any suitor with her frosty words. How is it that, after meeting the formidable Qin Feng, she has transformed into a melting glacier? Having known her for so long, I have never witnessed this gentle side of her. Her established attributes have always been confidence, competence, aloofness, independence, and decisiveness, but gentleness has never been one of them. What on earth is happening? What could this possibly mean? These two must have known each other prior, as evidenced by their exchange of long time no see. But what is the nature of their relationship? Was there once a flirtation, a tumultuous love-hate saga, or something else entirely? Who would have thought the Ice Queen's emotional history was not non-existent? A flurry of thoughts surged through Aileen's mind, leaving her both uncertain and intensely curious. Meanwhile, Wang Shuishui, observing the two with skepticism, felt an unsettling sensation arise within her once more. It brought her back to that day when she dined with Aileen, the discomfort she experienced upon seeing Aileen and Qin Feng together in a photograph resurfacing. Could it be that I am truly unwell? In the live streaming room, the barrage of comments soared. What on earth is going on? The relationship between these two is clearly abnormal. From my experience, the connection between the formidable Qin Feng and Yuani is anything but ordinary. They resemble old flames reuniting, yet feel somewhat different. Indeed, old lovers do not negotiate with such bluntness, do they? Qin Feng's bargaining technique is eerily familiar. Oh, it reminds me of when he acquired that cookware manufacturing plant. Li Shuang employed the same method, and I had admired her negotiating skills. Yet, the chemistry in their gazes was unmistakable. Moreover, it was the first time I witnessed Qin Feng in such a daze upon seeing Yuani. Perhaps the sunlight was blinding. After all, Qin Feng was facing the sun. Regardless, based on his negotiating demeanor, I find it hard to believe he harbors any unresolved feelings for Yuani. Honestly, Yuani's beauty is extraordinary. She surpasses Li Shuang, Wang Shui, and Aileen in looks. Each possesses unique charms. They are all quite lovely, merely differing in style. After determining the final transaction price, signing the contract, and exchanging the funds, Qin Feng inquired of Yuani the reason for the company's transfer. After all, when he assessed the company's condition, he found everything to be running quite smoothly, even suggesting that the company was in a phase of steady growth. During negotiations, he had, to some extent, acted against his conscience when he haggled over the price, citing the machinery as outdated. In reality, it was merely the normal wear and tear. Yet employing the bargaining tactics he learned from Li Shuang, he remarked, the machinery is outdated. Thus, the transaction price should be reduced. It was only after the deal was finalized that Qin Feng felt compelled to ask Yuani about the reason for the transfer, fearing that her explanation might dissuade him from negotiating further. Yuani shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "It's simply that the subsequent funding has become insufficient. After all, the drone industry is high-tech and initially requires substantial capital. The startup funds for this company were all sponsored by my father, but now he finds it too costly and is unwilling to support me any longer. With my funding chain severed, selling is my only option." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng nodded, and his feelings of guilt dissipated. If that was indeed the reason for the transfer, there was little he could do. Yuani's words rang true. The research and development stage of drones is indeed financially draining. Fortunately, he would not have to endure that phase himself, nor was he short on funds. As for Yuani's mention of her startup capital being solely from her father, Qin Feng harbored no doubts. Given his own privileged status as a high school student, it was only natural that Yuani came from a similar background. Meanwhile, on the top floor of a commercial building in Kyoto, a man gazed blissfully at a family portrait on his desk, with Yuani prominently featured. He pondered, "I wonder if my precious daughter is in need of money. This drone company is incredibly expensive to maintain. I suspect the lasum I sent her must be nearly depleted. Nevertheless, she should be able to manage for a while. Especially since I mentioned yesterday that I would transfer her more funds, but she declined. Suddenly, he felt a strange twitch in his left eye. Something felt amiss. His left eye had proven to be a reliable omen, helping him avert several calamities in the past. After a moment of contemplation, he summoned several vice presidents of the company for a thorough inspection of operations. Thus began a comprehensive audit of a prominent publicly traded enterprise in Longhua, encompassing management, finance, production, and other areas. On Qin Feng's side, he handed Yuani a USB drive, stating, "This contains the manufacturing technology for a drone. You can instruct your team to commence production based on the specifications within." Following his acquisition of the company, Yuani remained as the general manager. Initially, this arrangement had been proposed by her. Prior to signing the contract, she had insisted on a position as a vice manager while allowing him to negotiate freely. Qin Feng pondered seriously and realized that he indeed lacked specialized personnel to manage the drone company. Moreover, Yuan, while introducing the company, demonstrated an exceptionally high level of professionalism, and under her leadership, the company was steadily ascending, further underscoring her undeniable capabilities. Upon learning the reasons for her transfer of the company, Qin Feng felt reassured and appointed her as the general manager rather than merely a vice president. As for the USB drive, it did not contain all the drone manufacturing technologies. Rather, it was a specific drone manufacturing technology that Qin Feng had deliberately selected, specifically tailored for his oil industry associates. Once this drone was produced, he planned to sell it to his contacts in the oil sector, ensuring high profits and guaranteed sales. Who wouldn't desire that? Yuan accepted the USB drive without much thought, perceiving it merely as a standard drone manufacturing technology. Perhaps it was something Qin Feng acquired through some channels? In any case, ordinary drone manufacturing technology held little allure for her, as their research and development department had originally aimed to compete with the top players in the industry. Chapter 57. Do you call this a children's toy drone? After receiving the USB drive, Qin Feng remarked, "I will be staying in Kyoto for a few days, so feel free to reach out if any issues arise." He glanced at the time and continued, "It is already dinner time. I will first book a hotel and drop off my luggage before we go out for a meal." Upon hearing his words, Yuani could not help but feel a surge of elation, even contemplating inviting him to stay at her spacious home. However, fearing that such an offer might come across as too forward, she ultimately refrained from voicing it. Instead, she maintained a facade of composure and replied, "Very well. I shall take this opportunity to examine the manufacturing technology contained within your USB drive, so we can arrange for personnel to begin related work tomorrow." Yuani was not merely a manager. She was also a skilled technician. During her sophomore year, she had triumphed in the National College Student Drone Competition, outperforming numerous prodigious competitors from prestigious institutions. Consequently, the leading drone companies in the country had eagerly sought her, but she had declined their offers. When she first established her company, she was instrumental in forming the research and development department, meticulously selecting the technical staff who would join later. Having been both the owner of the company and the leader of the R&D team, she was confident in her ability to comprehend the manufacturing technology Qin Feng had provided. In fact, she believed it would be a piece of cake. Thus, she thought that by utilizing this brief interval, she could thoroughly grasp the technology on the USB drive and arrange for production to commence the following day. Once the production line stabilized, she would lead her team to further develop their drone. Creating an exceptional drone was her dream. Though she had transferred ownership of the company to Qin Feng, this did not signify her abandonment of research or her aspirations. These pursuits were not mutually exclusive. Even if Qin Feng were to deem the expenses excessive and wish to halt their development, she was confident in her ability to secure funding for the R&D efforts. Wang Shui followed Qin Feng, while Yilan opted to remain behind. "Please wait for me outside my office for a moment," Yuani instructed, as she did not invite Yilan inside due to certain sensitive materials on her desk. Yilan pouted, thinking, "Indeed, my senior and the esteemed Qin Feng share a secret. The moment he leaves, she reverts to this cold demeanor." Nonetheless, despite her inner musings, she obediently waited outside the office. Upon returning to her office, Yuani connected a USB drive to her computer. A file titled QF T10 Quadrotor Drone appeared, and she clicked the mouse to open its contents. The first page displayed two prominent lines: drone model, QF T10, type, children's toy drone. At this, Yuani mused to herself, so it is merely a children's toy drone. That simplifies matters considerably. I shall likely grasp the contents well before Qin Feng has finished booking the hotel room. We have long surpassed the phase of researching children's toy drones. Our current focus lies in exploring broader applications for drones. For instance, our current vision entails equipping the drone with a camera, thereby creating a surveillance drone. However, the challenge of transmitting stable footage to the ground remains unresolved. Moreover, while the addition of camera does not significantly increase the drone's weight, it greatly diminishes its speed, altitude, and endurance. This presents a substantial challenge for us. Yet if it is merely an ordinary children's toy drone, I can certainly handle it. It is not surprising that she underestimated the title, as the current market is flooded with simplistic children's toy drones, devices designed for children to control with remote controls over short distances, featuring basic flight speeds, ranges, and endurance. However, as she turned to the next page, her attention was captivated by the content within. Overview. The QF T10 Quadrotor drone system comprises a drone flight platform, an autonomous flight control system, measurement and control communication equipment, mission payload devices, and a ground station control system. The drone platform is responsible for executing flight missions. The autonomous flight control system manages the drone's self-flying capabilities. The measurement and control communication equipment facilitates bidirectional data communication between the drone and the ground, as well as the transmission of video data. The mission payload primarily consists of pods and deployment modules. The ground station control system oversees flight path planning and real-time adjustments of flight posture. What? Gazing at this overview, Yuani was momentarily rendered speechless. A children's toy drone alongside measurement and control communication equipment. How could these two coexist? The measurement and control communication equipment, which is responsible for bidirectional data communication and video transmission between the drone and the ground, is precisely what their latest research on surveillance drones requires. Yet, to date, no drone company has successfully addressed this issue, not even the most formidable firms in the industry, who have struggled to transmit stable imagery from drones to the ground. This represents a significant opportunity for Yuani's company to surpass those prominent drone manufacturers. If they can resolve this challenge before those companies, they will undoubtedly ascend to prominence within the drone industry. The remotely operable camera drone represents a type of unmanned aerial vehicle that the entire industry is fervently researching and striving to advance. Often referred to by professionals as a true high-tech drone. Yet, you claim that your toy drone is set to achieve this? Is this truly how such matters are approached? How can we still regard our drones as genuine high-tech creations? Shall we simply label them as children's toys? Furthermore, regarding the payload mentioned, with the inclusion of the pod and deployment module, what toy drone necessitates such components? With a sense of confusion and frustration, Yuan continued to read on. Main technical specifications: unfolded dimensions, 700 millimeters, 700 millimeters, 370 millimeters. Folded dimensions, 300 millimeters, 300 millimeters, 400 millimeters. Total weight, 2 kilograms. Maximum payload, 18 kilograms. Maximum endurance time, 170 minutes. Unloaded, 75 minutes. Loaded with 18 kilograms. Maximum flight speed, 350 kilometers. Altitude adaptability, 7,000 meters. Mounting options, lighting megaphone payload deployment. In truth, Qin Feng's objective in selecting this drone was remarkably straightforward. He sought the pod and deployment capabilities, with a maximum payload being suitable for a fully stocked thermos. As for the other specifications, Qin Feng candidly declared, "I do not comprehend. I am but a mere warrior. What relevance do these figures hold for me? I am unaware of what these parameters signify, nor do I know the specific metrics of other drones on the market. I understand nothing. Direct any inquiries regarding my drone and thermos to them." However, Yuan was well informed. She possessed an intimate understanding of the current drone market, clearly aware of which models excelled and their respective specifications. Thus, upon reviewing the technical parameters of this drone, she was utterly bewildered, completely astounded. The specifications of the most formidable drones on the market appeared trivial in comparison to this model. The disparity was truly staggering. The maximum flight speed, the endurance time, the altitude adaptability. Even the most boastful companies in the industry would hesitate to present such figures in their promotional materials. Just consider this maximum flight speed. Are you planning to chase after high-speed trains? With such a compact drone, boasting this payload capacity and deployment functionality, what precisely is your intention? More importantly, do you truly classify this as a children's toy? Chapter 58. Let the gas cylinder create an artistic explosion. With a deep breath, Yuan managed to calm herself, reminding herself that this was merely an introduction to technical parameters, not necessarily a reflection of reality. Parameters can indeed be fabricated. She continued to peruse the details, striving to ascertain the true standards that could be achieved. This was the only way she could prevent herself from being overwhelmed by shock and maintain her focus. However, as she flipped through the pages, she found herself increasingly bewildered. Much of the content was incomprehensible. It was not due to a lack of skill. She was undoubtedly among the elite in her field. Rather, the material was exceedingly sophisticated and advanced. For instance, the propulsion system presented an entirely novel approach. Was this the reason why this drone, despite using batteries of the same capacity, could far exceed the speed and endurance of those available on the market? Yuan was astounded. Yet, this did not validate the authenticity of the drone itself. If she struggled to understand these concepts, how could she verify the veracity of the data? Perhaps she should examine the measurement and control communication systems. Given her recent focus on this area, she hastily turned to that section. At last, she could comprehend the information. Yet the more she read, the greater her astonishment grew. So, it was necessary to maintain stable transmission of video data to the ground in this manner. Next, she intended to explore the flight control system to discover how long-distance operation was achieved. However, as she continued reading, she found that while she grasped the earlier segments, the latter portions eluded her understanding, warranting further study. Nevertheless, one thing was certain. The parameters outlined in the technical specifications were indeed credible. This drone could genuinely achieve the level of performance stated. Gazing at the computer screen before her, Yuan's emotions remained tumultuous. A glance at the information Qin Feng had provided, juxtaposed with what her own research department labeled as their latest progress, left her feeling utterly disheartened. In stark contrast, their research materials appeared woefully inadequate. Quickly shifting her focus back to Qin Feng's documentation, her eyes found respite, and she mused, this material would keep me engaged for quite some time. It might take a while before I fully comprehend it. However, this would not hinder the commencement of production for the drone the following day, as the documentation included specific production step tutorials. Although some principles remain elusive, following the prescribed procedures would pose no difficulty. Thus, it was decided, tomorrow, personnel would be arranged to initiate production. Once the production line was operational, she would delve deeper into the intricacies of the material. Having made her decision, Yuan suddenly perceived that her previous dreams were nothing but a farce. Why should I engage in self-research? Delving into this information provided by Qin Feng is sufficient. Just then, a gentle breeze wafted through the window, caressing the office desk. A few sheets of paper atop the stack of documents were lightly dislodged, revealing contents that were unmistakably related to Qin Feng. One sheet read, Qin Feng, Yilin, acquainted. Yilin is inquiring which drone company is considering a transfer, with a purchase likelihood of 5 and a likelihood of helping others inquire at 95. The probability of assisting Qin Feng in this inquiry is 18. 9. Final summary. The likelihood of Qin Feng seeking to acquire a drone company is 17. 955. Assessment. It is advisable to initially disclose the transfer news to Yilin to make contact with the buyer. If the buyer is not Qin Feng, a reason can be found to decline. If the buyer is Qin Feng, the handwriting at the bottom displayed a flurry of emotions, indicating the writer's unrest at that moment. This was precisely why Yuan had not permitted Yilin to accompany her into the office, fearing she might stumble upon such revelations. However, As Yuani gazed at her final assessment on the paper, a smile spread across her face. How fortunate I am to have made this decision. Qin Feng, this time I shall not allow you the chance to vanish again, and I am grateful to you. Grateful for allowing me to witness such advanced drone technology. Upon finishing her thought, her heart brimmed with joy. The fact that Qin Feng entrusted her with such cutting-edge technology signified what? It indicated that she had always held a place in Qin Feng's heart. I have never let go of you, Yuani whispered, then silently vowed. Since you have entrusted this technical information to me, rest assured, I shall not allow anyone but myself to behold it. Meanwhile, in a commercial skyscraper in the capital, the headquarters of a renowned publicly listed enterprise in Longhua, Yu Jiangwan, Yuani's father and the company's CEO, was listening to his assistant's report. The company had thoroughly examined the most susceptible areas for issues, but found no problems. Yet, Yu Jiangwan felt an intensified twitch in his left eyelid. Something is amiss. This is certainly not right. An incident is bound to occur. Continue the investigation. Dig deeper and examine comprehensively. Dinner was once again organized by Yailin. No questions asked, as this restaurant is part of her family's holdings. During the meal, it became apparent that Yailin's family business primarily revolves around express logistics, hotels, and the culinary industry. The express company known as the fastest in Longhua, Swift Express, belongs to her family. Upon mentioning the express service of Swift Courier, Yailin lamented, "Recently, my father appointed me as the vice president of Swift Company to hone my abilities. However, after I assumed responsibility for certain operations, I discovered that, despite their claims of next-day delivery, only a handful of major cities can achieve such speed. I have been pondering ways to enhance efficiency and genuinely realize nationwide next-day delivery." Qin Feng, struck by inspiration, enticingly suggested, "Have you considered employing drone delivery for your parcels? Imagine a large drone with extended endurance, high velocity, and substantial payload capacity, capable of precise deliveries, with a range of several thousand kilometers, speeds of 300 to 400 kilometers per hour, and the ability to carry several tons. You could send packages from the southernmost point of the Dragon Kingdom in the morning and have them arrive at the northernmost point by afternoon. In that case, forget about next-day delivery. Same-day delivery would be entirely feasible." The figures Qin Feng mentioned left Yuan astounded. As someone engaged in drone research, she understood the extraordinary nature of those specifications. Conversely, Yailin, a novice in this realm, found the idea simply splendid. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation and excitement. "That sounds fantastic. Qin Feng, please elaborate." Qin Feng replied, "It's rather late today. Let us discuss it tomorrow. I will bring a detailed introduction to this type of drone." Yailin fervently nodded. "Excellent. If the plan is viable, I'll have my father transfer the funds directly." Qin Feng gestured an okay sign, absolutely feasible. Meanwhile, during their meal, Li Wentao was busy delivering goods to Sutta Kashani. "Here you go. This is 10,000 pipes and 100,000 gas canisters. You requested expedited delivery. It costs significantly more than standard transport." Sutta Kashani gazed at the sea of gas canisters before him, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "We'll reimburse the expedited shipping costs. From now on, all shipments will be expedited, and we will cover the freight. As long as the goods arrive promptly, that's all that matters. He. Tonight, we shall put these gas canisters to use. Let them create an explosive art." Chapter 59. On this night, the skies would be filled with gas canisters. Li Wentao paid no heed to the frenzied demeanor of Sutta Kashani, as he found himself in a state of foolish delight. The transportation costs would be reimbursed? Another profit gained. The margin for profit had widened significantly. He hastened to share this splendid news with Qin Feng, urging him to expedite the delivery of thermos flasks and pressure cookers. He had already familiarized himself with the use of the pressure cooker. Speaking of the thermos flasks and pressure cookers, he glanced at Sutta Kashani with an expression that could only be described as bewitched, and asked, "By the way, there are new goods available. Would you be interested?" As he spoke, he raised his eyebrows in a manner that suggested a shared understanding, enhancing his bewitched appearance. However, to Sutta Kashani, Li Wentao's demeanor appeared anything but lewd. Rather, it seemed somewhat endearing. Su Dakashini quickly adopted a similarly bewitched expression, raising an eyebrow in response. Brother, let us take a look at the goods. Subsequently, Li Wentao produced his phone, showcasing videos of the thermos flasks and pressure cookers. Shells. Qin Feng has begun manufacturing shells? Su Dakashini's initial reaction upon seeing the thermos flask was indeed this. No, it's a thermos flask. It merely resembles a shell. Li Wentao clarifia. A look of enlightenment crossed Su Dakashini's face. Ah, it's a shell casing. We'll take as many as you have. Li Wentao marveled at Su Dakashini's quick wit. He was, after all, a professional who could grasp the truth in an instant. By the way, is this a pot? Su Dakashini inquired curiously, eyeing the vintage pressure cooker. Li Wentao proceeded to explain the workings of this traditional pressure cooker from the Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing the factors that could lead to an explosion and the magnitude of its force, Su Dakashini's eyes sparkled once more as he exclaimed, "High explosive landmines. We must have both of these items. Let's discuss the price." A little voice inside Li Wentao's mind cheered. Now, this is what we call professionalism. When he had first grappled with understanding the pressure cooker, it had cost him considerable mental effort. Yet, merely providing Su Dakashini with a brief overview of the explosive factors associated with the pot had led to such rapid comprehension on his part. By the way, there is also a children's toy drone. Remembering the drone that Qin Feng had just sent him, Li Wentao quickly added, "Su Dakashini chequel ocuerdi." A toy. Perhaps we can forego that. Li Wentao sighed in disappointment. Very well. Suddenly recalling Qin Feng's instructions to relay the specifications of the children's toy drone to Su Dakashini. He opened his phone to read aloud the parameters sent by Qin Feng. By the way, this children's toy drone measures. As Li Wentao shared the specifications, Su Dakashini increasingly felt that the dimensions were undoubtedly indicative of a children's toy drone. It is worth noting that combat drones are measured in meters, with larger models starting at over 10 meters in length. The drone, measuring merely a few dozen centimeters, seemed utterly impractical for combat applications. Thus, Su Dakashini, perplexed, interrupted Li Wentao's continued exposition, saying, "Brother, such a toy for children is simply unfit for warfare. There is no need for further elaboration. Perhaps we can discuss it again once we have items akin to gas canisters or thermoses." Li Wentao shook his head and insisted, "No. Qin Feng has instructed me to convey the technical specifications to you." Upon hearing this was a directive from Qin Feng. Su Dakashini set aside his reservations and listened intently. However, what Li Wentao shared next left him utterly astonished. The drone weighed 2 kilograms. It possessed a payload capacity of 18 kilograms, complete with a drop function for its cargo. In full load conditions, it boasted a maximum endurance of 75 minutes, a peak flight speed of 350 kilometers per hour, and could operate at altitudes of up to 7,000 meters. As Li Wentao continued with his presentation, Su Dakashini's mind buzzed in disbelief. "What did you say? A maximum speed of 350 kilometers per hour? It can carry 18 kilograms? And it has a drop function? Not to mention, it can transmit images to the ground? And it can operate at 7,000 meters. Goodness, this is no mere child's toy. This is essentially a small, unmanned bomber, coupled with a thermos. My word, this is simply exhilarating. It could send our enemies soaring into the sky. Oh, and right, the product from Qin Feng's factory should not be judged by their sales tags, but by their actual capabilities. I want it. I must have it. Brother, this drone must be reserved for me. How many units are available? We want them all." Watching Su Dakashini's fervent excitement, Li Wentao was momentarily taken aback, recalling that he had not witnessed such enthusiasm moments prior. Nevertheless, he began discussing the prices of the 3 items with Su Dakashini in detail. Once the prices were settled, Su Dakashini raised both thumbs in approval, exclaiming, "This is astonishingly affordable. Truly a case of quality at a reasonable price. Brother, you are conducting business with integrity." Li Wentao, slightly embarrassed by the praise, replied, "Conducting business with integrity? Really? Yet our profits have reached several thousand%. Moreover, you are covering the shipping costs. Your compliments make me feel quite bashful." After loading the 10,000 water pipes and 100,000 gas canisters onto the transport vehicles, Su de Caxani, elated, set off with his convoy, genuinely thrilled. Not only had the first batch of water pipes and gas canisters arrived, but he had also learned that 3 marvelous items were soon to follow. Life was indeed becoming increasingly promising. After dinner, Yuan invited Qin Feng for a stroll in a nearby park, to which he gladly accepted. Naturally, Qin Feng did not bring along his primary assistant, Wang Shui, as he intended for her to follow his live broadcast, enabling Fabol to track his whereabouts and adjust the bounty on his head accordingly, rather than to serve as an unwanted presence. As they walked, they arrived at the lakeside, where the gentle moonlight graced Yuan's face, enhancing her delicate features. She tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and softly inquired, "Why did you leave without a word back then?" This topic opened a floodgate of grievances for Qin Feng. Let's not dwell on that. Whenever I think of it, I recall those 6 years of hardship. You have no idea how I managed during that time. With Qin Feng's explanations, Yuan came to understand the real reason behind his sudden disappearance. The final remnants of her lingering doubts dissipated, leaving her mind clear and illuminated. The pure moonlight cascading upon her flawless face appeared even more soothing. As Qin Feng recounted his 4 years in university, detailing how he juggled studies and part-time jobs to sustain himself while facing various adversities, Yuan's heart tightened. "So, it wasn't easy for you either." A wave of compassion washed over her, stirring within her an impulse to embrace him. When she heard Qin Feng speak of smuggling electronic components and subsequently being wanted by Fabol, she recognized the story from online sources. Yet hearing it from him filled her with anxiety. Finally, as she listened to him exaggerate, exclaiming, "I only made over $200,000. Yet Fabol placed a bounty of 15 million on my head. How ludicrous." Yuan found her tension easing, replaced by amusement at his comical expression, which struck her as both amusing and endearing. Seeing the smile on Yuan's face brought joy to Qin Feng's heart. His exaggerated storytelling had not been in vain. They continued their walk along the lakeside, sharing their experiences from the past 6 years, drawing their hearts ever closer together. The moonlight enveloped them in a gentle embrace. "This evening's moonlight is truly beautiful," Yuan murmured softly. Qin Feng looked up and agreed. "Indeed, the moon is large and round tonight." Yuan merely smiled tenderly, choosing not to respond further. "Why have you fallen silent?" Qin Feng wondered. Meanwhile, far away in Xiaoyi, a military general named Su de Caxani, who was once acquainted with Qin Feng during their initial encounter with water pipes and gas tanks, reflected on the gravity of the situation after learning the true reason behind Qin Feng's notoriety, solemnly declaring, "Qin Feng, though we have never met, he is a brother with whom I share a bond." The individual in question is none other than the supreme commander of a certain war zone, named Hussein Farrell. Hussein Farrell gazed at the moon, then glanced at the array of water pipes and gas canisters, remarking, "The moon tonight is exceptionally bright and large." Tonight, the gas canisters soaring through the sky, under the moon's luminous embrace, will undoubtedly appear remarkably handsome. Let us ensure that the little ones cannot sleep tonight. We shall bombard them with gas canisters all night long. He then issued orders. Modify the artillery launchers and equip them with new barrels. Load the gas canisters with explosives. Upon his command, his subordinates sprang into action. Before long, a subordinate reported back to Hussein Farrell, "Sir, we have completed the modification of 300 artillery launchers. Among them, 80 have barrels measuring 6.8 meters in length, 120 have barrels of 5.4 meters, and 100 have barrels of 3 meters. Initially, the water pipes were ordered to be 3 meters long, but after Li Wentao forwarded the order to Qin Feng, Hussein Farrell placed an additional order for 5,000 pipes measuring 6.85 meters and 5,000 pipes measuring 5.4 meters. As for the gas canisters, how many have been filled with explosives? A total of 1,328 have been completed." Hussein Farrell's face lit up with joy as he commanded. The logistics team shall continue modifying the artillery launchers and filling the gas canisters with explosives. The completed launchers and canisters are to be transported to the front lines, aimed at the little ones. Let us bombard them relentlessly. Once the subsequent launchers and canisters are ready, they shall be sent directly to the front lines. I intend to bombard them all night long. This night, I want the sky filled with gas canisters. Chapter 60 Little E. Do you have an abundance of missiles? The distance between their logistics and combat zones was not great, and soon the 300 launchers and 328 gas canisters were transported to the front lines. As he beheld the neatly aligned launchers, each filled with gas canisters, Hussein Farrell couldn't help but smile broadly before commanding, "Fire!" At his command, all gunners ignited the fuses. Boom, boom, boom. With each resounding blast, 300 gas canisters erupted from the launchers, carrying with them the force of destruction, tearing through the air with a haunting whistle. Hussein Farrell looked up. In his line of sight, the 300 gas canisters soared beneath the bright, ample moon. Against the backdrop of its luminous, jade-like glow, they cast dark shadows. He chuckled, observing the swift passage of these black silhouettes, then continued issuing orders. Reload. Keep. Fire. Another round commenced, with 300 more gas canisters propelled by the launchers, filled to the brim with explosives and steel pellets, leaping toward a singular direction, crossing the moonlit expanse. As the rounds of gas canisters were launched, additional batches of launchers and canisters were continually transported from the logistics area. The number of launchers capable of firing simultaneously increased, and the supply of gas canisters was relentless. Consequently, the quantity of canisters per round escalated from an initial 300 to 350, 380, 400, 430. This night, a certain region of the oil district was destined to be shrouded in the shadows of gas canisters. In a command center of a certain battle zone, the overall commander gazed at the operational control map displayed on a large screen with great satisfaction. With a proud demeanor, he turned to his deputy and exclaimed, "Look, under our pressure, Little Yi's battle line can only retreat." Earlier, due to the sudden deployment of combat drones by Little E, they had suffered significant setbacks, causing their own line to fall back. However, now that they had lost that batch of electronic components, their combat drones could not take off. R&T they now being thoroughly suppressed by us. The deputy commander, equally amused, nodded in agreement. Indeed, without combat drones, Little E poses no threat to us. The mastermind behind the smuggling of electronic components to Little E had already been placed on the wanted list by the Lighthouse Nation. How dare he smuggle those components to them? Truly reckless. The overall commander nodded and then inquired, "Has that smuggler been apprehended?" The deputy paused for a moment before responding, Not yet. The fugitive managed to escape back to Dragon Country, so the bounty from Lighthouse Nation poses no threat to him." Indeed. The fugitive is named Qin Feng. Recently, the nation of the Lighthouse has suffered setbacks on the international stage due to its aircraft carrier's interception cable, even losing its position as the first to enter and exit the United Nations Assembly. This interception cable was developed by none other than Qin Feng. The chief commander immediately furrowed his brow, his countenance reflecting dissatisfaction. It is precisely because of this Qin Feng's smuggling of that batch of electronic components that we find ourselves in this predicament. And now, this instigator remains unscathed. Once the battle concludes, I shall not let this matter rest. Before he could finish his words, a piercing alarm resonated through the command room. A sudden attack. It is a sudden assault. According to radar detection, numerous high-speed objects are hurtling toward us. The detection personnel in the command room loudly reported the findings. However, the chief commander and the deputy commander exchanged knowing smiles amidst the blaring alarms and the staff's urgent announcements. The chief commander scoffed, They think they can launch a surprise missile attack on us? They must first breach our Sky Shield air defense system. Our Sky Shield air defense system is renowned worldwide. A formidable anti-missile system that ranks among the elite of global defensive measures, standing shoulder to shoulder with the systems of the three superpowers. The deputy commander chuckled in agreement. Indeed, this Little E is quite relentless. The slogan "When the Sky Shield emerges, who can contend?" is not uttered in vain. Our Sky Shield air defense system is the pinnacle of national defense technology, crafted at great expense by our nation's leading defense corporation. It can ascertain a missile's trajectory within a second of detection and launch interceptors for precise engagement. For missiles within a range of 70 kilometers, Our interception rate exceeds 90. Furthermore, our interceptors are remarkably cost-effective, with each costing merely 40,000. Moreover, our sky shield system remains unaffected by adverse conditions such as clouds, rain, dust storms, smog, or nighttime, ensuring continued accuracy in interception. Thus, Little Yi's intention to launch missiles under the cover of night is nothing short of a farce. The expressions of both the chief commander and the deputy commander remained relaxed, and, as expected, in the next instant, their Sky Shield anti-missile system was activated. Hundreds of interceptors were launched, each one accurately targeting the incoming missiles. Boom! 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 The dark sky lit up with flashes of fire, followed by a series of explosive sounds. As the rapidly approaching lights vanished from the radar screen, the chief commander and deputy commander erupted in laughter. Did you see that? This is our Sky Shield air defense system. Yet before they could finish their sentence, the command room was once again filled with the shrill sound of alarms. Another sudden attack. Another 300 missiles were hurtling toward us, as reported by the detection personnel. The commander and the deputy commander furrowed their brows. Another 300 missiles? What is this little E up to? Is launching 300 merely a gesture? Is he not concerned about the extravagant expenditure? Boom! 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 Once more, the sky erupted in bursts of fiery light, accompanied by a cacophony of explosions. Surely, this must be the end, right? This marks the second barrage. Yet again, the piercing sound of alarms blared. Boom! 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 This must surely conclude the assault. This is already the third wave, that amounts to nearly 1,000 shells. I refuse to believe little E would continue to fire. Just as their words faded, the blaring alarms struck them like a slap in the face. The commander and the deputy commander grew increasingly impatient. Another round. How many more will there be? Does little E possess an endless supply of missiles? Unbeknownst to them, this was merely the beginning. Chapter Altmashbi Xiaoyi. Are you not finished yet? Boom! 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 Gazing at the pitch-black sky, illuminated intermittently by bursts of fiery light every few minutes, the commanders began to feel a sense of urgency. How many batches have we gone through? The chief commander demanded, exasperated. A staff member promptly reported, this is the 16th batch, and the number of missiles has escalated from 300 to 460 per batch. The chief commander sighed. There is both good news and bad news. The good news is that our defense system has achieved a 100 interception success rate. Not a single incoming missile has evaded capture. This may be attributed to the predictable trajectory of the missiles, which lack the ability to maneuver. The bad news, however, is that our system has launched 600 interceptors, totaling a staggering $224 million. Both commanders felt a rush of blood to their heads, leaving them momentarily dazed. 600. Surely, Xiaoyi must be finished soon? What do they possibly want with so many missiles? It's all right. Perhaps after 2 or 3 more rounds, they will surely cease their assault. The chief commander reassured himself, to which the deputy commander nodded in agreement. After all, the sheer number of over 5,000 missiles was indeed astonishing. Boom! 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 3 more rounds passed, and with each successive round, the number of incoming projectiles increased. 460 in the first round, 470 in the second, and 480 in the third, totaling 410 incoming shells. This meant they had launched another 410 interceptors that amounted to over $56 million gone in an instant. The chief commander's heart bled at the thought, and he felt as though he might shatter his teeth from clenching them so tightly. I refuse to believe they have more. This thought nearly escaped through gritted teeth, born of sheer frustration. Yet in the blink of an eye, alarm. Alarm! High-speed objects detected approaching us, totaling 490. The chief commander's vision darkened. Another 490 interceptors had been deployed, costing nearly $20 million. Who can withstand this? Who can endure such a burden? Although their defense system is hailed as one of the 4 great air defense systems in the world, known for its low cost of interception at just $40,000 per missile, even that cannot sustain such relentless expenditure. In just about an hour, they had already unleashed 500 interceptors. That translates to $300 million. Even if the cost of their intercepting missiles is minimal, witnessing such a spectacle is undeniably painful. Boom, 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 boom. Their sky defense system has once again precisely intercepted this barrage of incoming shells, resulting in a violent collision in the air, followed by a series of explosions. Another grand display of explosive fireworks blossoms in the dark sky. Yet, the commanding officer has shut his eyes, refusing to watch. To him, this is far from a magnificent fireworks display. It is a scene of financial devastation. A single explosion amounts to a staggering $20 million. Afraid to open his eyes, he hopes this is merely an illusion. An hour has passed. During this hour, 20 more batches of shells have continued to rain down. Boom, 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 boom. The aerial fireworks show persists, the flames of this latest display still flickering in the dark sky, while the next onslaught begins. However, the number of shells in this wave surpasses the previous, totaling a staggering 800 incoming projectiles. This means that within this hour, their sky defense system has launched 800 intercepting missiles, costing an eye-watering $432 million. In 2 hours, a total of 300 shells have been fired. 300 intercepting missiles have consequently vanished, costing over $700 million. How can one endure such a loss? 18,000 projectiles. Xiaoyi has already launched a total of 18,000 shells. Are they truly deploying every shell in the entire theater of war? What is happening? Is there to be no further combat? Are they preparing to exhaust all shells and retreat? The commanding officer's emotions are tumultuous. On one hand, the fact that 18,000 intercepting missiles have been fired in 2 hours is deeply distressing. Yet, the thought that Xiaoyi might have exhausted all artillery in the area fills him with exhilaration. For once the shells are depleted, they will be utterly dominated, or perhaps Xiaoyi's forces will retreat entirely. Regardless of whether they're being pressed or retreating, it is good news for him. Thus, he steels himself, reassuring himself. It's just 18,000 intercepting missiles. Just over $700 million. If we can secure this territory from Xiaoyi, it will be worth every penny. Another hour passes. Another 20 waves of missiles approach, the timing alarmingly consistent. Outside, the sounds of explosions persist. Boom, boom, boom. Now, the commanding officer can no longer remain seated. Something is amiss. This is decidedly unusual. What is the total number of incoming missiles in this latest wave? The commanding officer, with a grim expression, inquires of the relevant personnel. The staff gaze at the detection data, their hearts rife with suspicion. 13,600 rounds. They average 680 rounds per cycle, with a maximum of 720 rounds. Where on earth did they acquire such an abundance of ammunition? As they listened to the report, the commanding officer and his deputy paced back and forth, their agitation palpable. Something is amiss. This is not just slightly off, it is profoundly unsettling. How could the small Y war zone possess such a vast stockpile of shells? Our estimation of their total ammunition reserves was approximately 20,000 rounds, yet they have already launched over 30,000. Could it be that supplies were transferred from other war zones? That is implausible, as there are only 3 war zones in total, and the other 2 are actively engaged in combat. They would never lend their precious ammunition, for shells are invaluable to any front. Could it be that they procured new shells? Yet, that too seems implausible. Our intelligence agencies have not reported any recent acquisitions of arms by Y from other nations. So, from whence did this batch of shells originate? Have we erred in our previous estimations? Chapter 62 is Explosive Art Patrick Star. Boom, 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 boom. The shells, gas canisters, soared through the inky night sky, heedless of conjectures and theories, colliding relentlessly with intercepting missiles before erupting in fiery explosions. The commanding officer, witnessing the flare of flames, could only grit his teeth and mutter, "It matters not. Regardless of where you procure these shells, it is of no consequence. Our sky defense system is equipped with a staggering 90,000 intercepting missiles. I refuse to believe you can unleash another 90,000 shells. Meanwhile, little E. Hussein Farrell chuckled heartily as he listened to his subordinates' reports. Have all the remaining gas canisters been fully loaded? We initially had 100,000 gas canisters. Nearly 32,000 have already been launched, leaving us with 68,000. He continued, I've heard that the small nation's sky defense system has a total of 90,000 intercepting missiles. I am eager to see how they will intercept this final 10,000 shells. Ha ha ha. By the way, how is the modification of the remaining launchers progressing? A subordinate promptly replied, We are working diligently on the modifications. The remaining 200 or so will soon be fully enhanced. Hussein Farrell did not convert all 10,000 pipes into launchers. He only had 1,000 modified. The remaining 9,000 pipes were reserved to replace the worn-out pipes on the launchers. Behind him, there were already hundreds of severely worn pipes awaiting replacement. In the past, Hussein Farrell would feel a pang of regret when observing those discarded barrels. But now, he commanded his subordinates with a booming voice. Increase the firepower. Fire away. Do not worry about the wear on the pipes. We have plenty. While Hussein Farrell urged relentless bombardment without fear of pipe degradation, the small nation faced a different predicament. As the fourth hour approached, the staff reported to the commanding officer. Report. The launch tubes of our Sky Defense System Sets 1 through 5 have sustained significant wear and require immediate replacement. The commanding officer felt a wave of despair wash over him. Replacing all the tubes of these 5 sky systems would incur nearly $100 million in expenses. Yet, this was not the primary concern. The crucial issue was whether the remaining 10 sky defense systems could intercept the incoming shells during the replacement of the tubes for the 5 systems. The Sky Defense System was equipped with a total of 15 sets, each capable of launching 80 intercepting shells at once. This meant that the remaining 10 sets could intercept a maximum of 800 incoming shells simultaneously. The commanding officer gritted his teeth and inquired, How many shells are we facing in this round of assault? The number has escalated to 800, the relevant staff reported immediately. The commanding officer let out a slight sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Just enough to handle it. He hurriedly ordered, quickly replace the tubes. Moreover, all 5 systems have been completely replaced, and the remaining 10 must also be systematically updated. Given the current situation, it remains uncertain when the forces from Xiaoyi will cease their onslaught. Once the number of projectiles in each wave escalates to over 800, if we find ourselves simultaneously needing to replace 5 defense systems, it will be too late. Taking advantage of this brief respite, we must sequentially replace the 10 systems with new barrels to extend our response time. Upon hearing this, the relevant personnel immediately took action. The deputy commander felt a pang of distress. Replacing all 15 systems incurs nearly $300 million in expenses. The chief commander, his face ashen, remarked, There is no choice. It is baffling what insanity has overtaken Xiaoyi, as their barrage seems incessant. One might even suspect they are transporting the entire nation's stockpile of munitions to this battlefield. Is Xiaoyi truly resolved to forego any semblance of normalcy? Are they intent on depleting their entire arsenal in this theater of war? What are they thinking? Hearing this, the deputy commander felt somewhat relieved. If that is the case, then today's battle holds significant meaning. Exhausting Xiaoyi's entire stockpile would render them akin to a toothless beast before us, their threat level plummeting, allowing us to press forward relentlessly. The chief commander nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is excellent news. Let us see who can outlast whom. We possess a total of 90,000 interceptors. I have no reason to fear you. Tonight, let them revel in their madness. Tomorrow, they shall weep. The sky over the combat zone was filled with ceaseless explosions, continuing for several hours. The residents of the surrounding cities were jolted from their slumber, astonished by the relentless chaos. As the 5th hour approached, Xiaoyi's artillery launchers had completed the overhaul of 1,000 units, with each volley now unleashing 1,000 projectiles. 1,000 gas canisters laden with explosives colliding with 1,000 interceptors produced a spectacle of destruction far beyond that of the previous 3 to 400. The aftermath of these explosions painted a scene that was grand, magnificent, and profoundly terrifying. In that moment of detonation, the surrounding cities were illuminated as if it were daylight. Witnessing the cataclysmic display in the sky, the residents of nearby cities trembled in fear. Wasn't the deployment of nuclear weapons on the battlefield prohibited? This appears scarcely different from the effects of a small nuclear explosion. Among those remaining in these cities for trade, the dragon nationals who dared to conduct business were audacious. The timid would not venture here. Among the intrepid, some were even bolder. Rather than cower in fear at the aerial explosions, they felt a surge of exhilaration. Oh, imagine capturing this moment and sharing it domestically. It would undoubtedly create a sensation. How rare is it for people back home to witness such a scene? How many intercepting missiles were launched in a single round? Surely, it must be around 1,000. This implies that the opposing side also unleashed 1,000 rounds of artillery? Just observe those missiles streaking across the inky night sky. It resembles a meteor shower. But why do the incoming shells from the adversary lack a tail of fire? The simultaneous explosion of 1,000 intercepting missiles alongside 1,000 artillery shells would present a spectacle more magnificent than a meteor shower. The shapes illuminated by the explosive flames are truly diverse. Explosion is art. This phrase is indeed a fitting description. Wow, that one resembles a gigantic mushroom. Oh, this explosion takes on a pentagonal form. Wait, doesn't that resemble a starfish? A starfish. Patrick Star. Thus, is the art of explosion akin to Patrick Star? As a colossal shape, formed by 1,000 bursts of fiery light, emerges against the obsidian sky. Someone exclaims in awe. Chapter 63. The commander's fury as the 6th hour unfolded. The commanding officer of this combat zone, Xiaoyi, began to pound the table in a fit of rage. They are launching 1,000 artillery shells per round, and this has persisted for an entire hour. An entire hour. Where on earth are they obtaining such an abundance of shells? How many more do they possess? Is this never-ending? Report, he demanded. Xiaoyi, how many shells have we fired thus far? The relevant personnel promptly reported. In the first hour, we launched 7 500 rounds. In the second hour, 10 800. In the third hour, 13 600. In the fourth hour, 15 400. In the fifth hour, 17 600. And in the sixth hour, 20,000. The total number of rounds fired is 84 900. Commander, our Sky Shield air defense system has 100 interceptors remaining. At the current rate of Xiaoyi's assault, we can hold out for another 15 minutes. Furthermore, there is good news. Our interception rate has reached 100. Statistically, our Sky Shield system's efficiency has increased dramatically, from 90 to 99. Upon hearing this news, the commander, far from feeling elated, erupted with fury. What does that matter? What does it matter? Our interceptors are nearly depleted. In just 6 hours, we have expended over 80,000 interceptors, costing us nearly $3 billion, including the expenses for replacing gun barrels. We have burned through $7 billion in just 6 hours. The deputy commander interjected soothingly. Do not fret, Commander. Xiaoyi will surely deplete their stockpile of shells. Tomorrow presents us with an excellent opportunity for a counteroffensive. Just think, they will have exhausted their entire stock of shells, while we have sustained no damage, merely consumed some interceptors. Is this not a profitable exchange? With Xiaoyi out of shells, how will they continue to strike us? Starting tomorrow, we can press forward relentlessly. The commander took a deep breath and nodded. Indeed, you are correct. No need to be agitated. Tomorrow, Xiaoyi will surely lament. Their actions today will amount to fleeting pleasure followed by enduring defeat. 10 minutes later, outside, the bombardment showed no signs of abating. The deputy commander timidly suggested, Commander, shall we withdraw to the air defense base? The commander waved his hand dismissively. No way. I refuse to believe they truly possess 90,000 shells. 3 minutes later, the cacophony outside continued unabated. Boom, boom, boom. The deputy commander felt a surge of trepidation as the chief commander interjected. I believe you are correct. As the chief commander, I must prioritize my own safety. Otherwise, our command will be left leaderless. Let's proceed to the air defense base. Maintain communication and relay information promptly. Before departing, the chief commander added, "Oh, and have the soldiers prepare shoulder-fired rocket launchers. If our Sky Shield air defense system exhausts its interceptors and the barrage continues, the soldiers should take down any incoming projectiles with the shoulder-fired rockets." At that moment, he was no longer stubbornly insisting that Little Yi's artillery would not exceed 90,000 rounds. Their Sky Shield system could only withstand another 2 minutes before running out of interceptors, and should he continue to be obstinate, the outcome would be a matter of sheer luck. The air defense base was directly beneath their command center, allowing for immediate access. As they hurried toward the base, he found himself perplexed. Where on earth did Little E acquire such an abundance of artillery? 2 minutes later, all shoulder-fired rocket operators in this combat zone stood ready. Once the intercepting missiles of the Sky Shield system were depleted, they would commence their assault on any incoming shells. The number of shoulder-fired launchers in the entire combat zone far exceeded 1,000 or 2,000, all of which needed to be engaged in this battle. Moreover, aside from the rocket operators, other soldiers employed various means to prepare for the incoming artillery. Their accuracy paled in comparison to that of the Sky Shield system, necessitating a saturation attack on the incoming missiles to ensure successful interception. However, even with such measures, their success rate would not be particularly high. By now, it was past 4 in the morning, and the horizon was beginning to lighten, revealing aerial objects. Though merely silhouettes, they were sufficient for their purposes. "Here they come. Little Yi shells are coming again," someone shouted, alerting everyone in the combat zone. Instantly, they began to fire at the shadows, employing all manner of weaponry. Bang! Rat-a-tat-tat. At this point, they disregarded the specifics of their arms and simply aimed to establish a defense against the incoming projectiles. Under this saturation attack, the initial results were promising, with incoming shells exploding in the air. However, the subsequent efforts began to falter. Some soldiers, witnessing the descending artillery, cried out in terror, "Run! Run! The shells are coming down on us! Find cover! Quick, find cover! Hey, doesn't that look like a gas canister?" This moment of confusion interrupted many soldiers who were genuinely fleeing, prompting them to look up in astonishment. "Goodness, it really is a gas canister." The chief commander, who had just hurriedly reached the air defense base, was infuriated upon hearing the bewildered voices of the soldiers through the communication device. "What? Not shells, but gas canisters? We were bombarded by gas canisters all night." He roared in exasperation, cursing vehemently. It was merely a gas canister. What was there to fear? "Let's proceed." Just as the commander finished speaking, a resounding explosion echoed from the ground, shaking the very foundation of the control base. What on earth is happening? The commander, poised to rise and ascend, suddenly froze in shock. The gas canister has exploded. The communication device relayed a stunned response, and the force was tremendous. One gas canister detonated within a nearby 3-story building, reducing it to mere rubble. What a jest! A gas canister laden with explosives could hardly yield a minor explosion. The urgency in the voice escalated, filled with terror. "Another gas canister is incoming. Seek shelter." Boom! The communication device was abruptly silenced, leaving the fate of those involved shrouded in uncertainty. The commander stood there, eyes wide, momentarily dazed. Half an hour later, silence enveloped the ground, and the barrage had ceased. The commander descended to the surface once again. An hour later, after absorbing the reports from his subordinates, he appeared as if he had lost his very soul. The damage was devastating. This incident could genuinely be described as catastrophic. Most importantly, following a thorough examination of the battlefield, they confirmed one grim truth. They had indeed been bombarded by gas canisters throughout the night. A tumult of emotions surged within the commander. Frustration, humiliation, sorrow, and rage, culminating in a spurt of blood. "We exhausted all our intercepting missiles, even replacing the cannon tubes twice in the process. All this expenditure amounted to $3.9 billion, yet we succeeded in downing only 90,000 gas canisters. Moreover, the remaining 10,000 gas canisters, despite our soldiers employing every conceivable method to intercept them, inflicted such significant damage upon us." Another spurt of blood escaped his lips. Just then, another report came through. Commander, we have pieced together an almost intact gas canister from the remnants. It bears the inscription, Lighthouse Steel Pipe Factory, written in the script of the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 64. Next time, I will render your air defense system inoperative. Upon hearing this, the chief commander was immediately engulfed in fury. The Lighthouse Steel Pipe Factory? It was indeed the gas canister supplied by this very factory that allowed Little E to bombard us throughout the night. I had wondered how Little E suddenly acquired such a multitude of shells, only to discover that they were all gas canisters. By heavens, I genuinely believed Little E was finished, that they would no longer be a threat tomorrow. Yet it turned out they had utilized 100,000 gas canisters, inflicting severe damage upon us. Curse this Lighthouse Steel Pipe Factory. I shall ensure the demise of its owner. Had he not sold such an abundance of gas canisters to Little E, how could we have suffered such catastrophic losses? The chief commander's lingering curiosity about how Little E managed to bombard for an entire night was finally resolved. Yet this revelation was more damning than ignorance. The truth of this outcome made him feel as though he were spewing blood. The reporting staff timidly interjected, "Commander, the writing is in the language of the Dragon Nation, so this steel pipe factory must be from there. Our reach does not extend to the Dragon Nation." The chief commander suddenly froze, akin to a goose with its neck grasped firmly. After a moment, he continued in a fit of rage. "I refuse to believe he won't leave the country. Once the owner of that factory ventures abroad, I shall see to his end." Meanwhile, the deputy commander felt that the name of the steel pipe factory sounded familiar and quietly began to investigate. Just as the chief commander bellowed that statement, the deputy commander had already uncovered the truth, stating, "Commander, I have discovered who the owner of the Lighthouse Steel Pipe Factory is Qin Feng. The very same Qin Feng who previously smuggled electronic components to Little E and was subsequently wanted by the Lighthouse Nation's Fabola. The one responsible for significant losses to the Lighthouse Nation due to the aircraft carrier's interception cable's development." The chief commander grew even more incensed. "Then I must ensure his demise." Qin Feng Musti, the deputy commander, with an air of resignation, replied, "However, Qin Feng is currently wanted by the Lighthouse Nation's Fabola and cannot possibly leave the Dragon Nation. Even if the Lighthouse Nation were to rescind the bounty, it is unlikely he would dare to venture out, for there are many who wish to see him dead." The chief commander once again froze, much like a goose with its neck caught. After a prolonged silence, his face flushed with anger as he declared, "Let us file a complaint to the Lighthouse Nation. Let them condemn the Dragon Nation. Let them denounce Qin Feng and demand that Fabola raise the bounty on Qin Feng. We shall bear the cost." After much contemplation, he could only manage to utter one phrase. "I want to file a complaint, for to incite their condemnation of the Dragon Nation, they truly lack the courage. To urge them to place a bounty on Qin Feng, well, their warrants are far less effective than Fabulous. Nevertheless, even if we are to complain to the Lighthouse Nation, it cannot be done directly by him." Thus, he dialed the phone of the higher-ups to report this matter. After listening to the report, the higher-ups' expression darkened. "So, you are telling me that after expending such great effort, you managed to bring down 90,000 gas canisters?" The chief commander, drenched in cold sweat, weakly replied, "Yes, indeed. Are we truly going to remain on the defensive, allowing them to wear us down? Will they not pinpoint our artillery positions and launch a counteroffensive?" The leader's voice thundered, causing the chief commander to break into a cold sweat. He weakly explained, "Initially, I believed that Little E was merely using a few rounds of artillery to harass us before retreating. After all, we have encountered such situations before. By the time we identified their artillery positions, they had already withdrawn, rendering our counterattacks futile. Hence, at the outset, I did not contemplate retaliation, especially with our formidable sky defense system at play. I merely wished to showcase its prowess." However, as Little Yi's assault persisted, we deduced that they had unleashed all their stored ammunition. Our strategy was to exhaust their supplies, allowing us to maintain pressure in subsequent encounters, thereby minimizing our casualties. Yet, when our interception missiles were depleted, we found ourselves unable to mount a counterstrike. Ultimately, we discovered that they were launching gas canisters. The chief commander's tone grew increasingly feeble. The leader, hearing this, nearly lost his composure. Had it not been for your past achievements and the fact that your theater has the best performance among the three, I would suspect you were in collusion with Little E. The chief commander immediately vowed, "Provide us with ample interception missiles, and I assure you, we will not afford them such opportunities again. If we can withstand the initial waves of attack, we will be able to lock onto their positions and launch a counteroffensive." After a moment of silence, the leader replied, "I shall trust you once more and will arrange for the supply of interception missiles. Now, I must contact the Lighthouse Nation to condemn Dragon Nation and Qin Feng." Meanwhile, in Little E, Hussein Farrell gazed in the direction of Little Israel with a mischievous smile. "This is merely the first batch of gas canisters and pipes, an appetizer. Once the second batch arrives, I will unleash a saturation attack. Your sky defense system can only intercept 200 at a time, correct? Next round, I will unleash 3,000 gas canisters, or even more. Let us see how your vaunted sky defense system withstands that. And we have new supplies, pressure cookers, thermoses, and even drones. How will you respond to this?" At that moment, one of his subordinates inquired, "Boss, should we pursue the victory?" Hussein Farrell waved his hand dismissively. "We will soon possess a vast array of inexpensive munitions, allowing us to wear down Little Israel gradually. Let us abandon previous tactics to reduce our brother's casualties." After rising from his slumber, Qin Feng made his way to the Soaring Dreams Drone Company, for he was now the proprietor, having acquired it just yesterday. Upon hearing the announcement that the company's ownership had transitioned to Qin Feng, the employees were met with expressions of bewilderment and astonishment. The company had been thriving and flourishing, so the abrupt transfer of ownership was quite unexpected. Some individuals, having watched Wang Shui's live broadcast the previous day, were not as taken aback, yet upon learning that Yu Wani remained as the general manager, a wave of relief washed over them, particularly within the research and development department. The news of Yu Wani's continued leadership lightened their hearts, as they believed they could proceed with their ongoing projects. However, the first decision Yu Wani made left them utterly flabbergasted: the dissolution of the RD department, with all previous projects suspended. Employees from the RD department were informed that those wishing to remain would be reassigned to technical positions related to the production line, while those preferring to leave were free to do so. This decision stunned the RD personnel, who surmised it was a reflection of the new owner Qin Feng's short-sightedness, unwilling to invest further in research and development, opting instead to rely solely on existing technologies for production. Half of the department's staff departed in indignation, with some declaring their intent to join the leading drone companies that had previously sought their talents. The market share of Soaring Dreams was already meager, unable to compete with those established giants. The current development of their camera drones represented the sole opportunity for a significant leap forward. Yet the new owner had chosen to halt the research. They mused that it would not be long before Soaring Dreams was entirely eliminated from the market, leaving Qin Feng to rue his decision. As for those who chose to remain, most were ardent supporters of Qin Feng, believing in his potential. Some even attempted to persuade their departing colleagues to reconsider, suggesting that perhaps Qin Feng possessed unique insights in the drone industry. Yet, the departing individuals remained resolute, scoffing at the notion. Nonsense. Are aircraft carrier arrestor wires and drones even in the same industry? They are completely different entities. No matter how formidable the arrestor wires may be, in the realm of drones, one must still face challenges head-on. Chapter 65. Establishing the headquarters of the Qin Group. In response to those departing individuals, Yuan offered no explanations, which serve as a form of selection. Moreover, verbal justifications often lack substance. The market is the true teacher. And once their new product is unveiled, these individuals will comprehend the remarkable capabilities of Qin Feng's drones and how they have profoundly disrupted the drone industry. After the dissolution of the Research and Development Department, Yuan proposed a new idea to Qin Feng, creating a stripped-down version. The current model of their drone boasts impressive specifications, yet certain features could be minimized, such as maximum endurance and speed, and even the infrared module of the control and communication equipment could be eliminated entirely. This would enable them to set varying prices based on different configurations, thus catering to a diverse market range. Last night, Yuan diligently examined the manufacturing technical documentation and discovered that the drone was equipped with infrared thermal imaging capabilities. This revelation astounded her. A consumer-grade drone with such functionality? This feature was made possible by the infrared module included in the control and communication apparatus. Yuan believed that in the stripped-down version of a drone, the infrared module could be removed, thereby eliminating the thermal imaging capability and saving thousands of yuan in costs. Qin Feng pondered this and found it reasonable. The top-tier model, which is the original configuration of a drone, will be sold to loyal customers in the oil sector. As for the stripped-down models, they could be marketed in Longhua as toy drones. There's no issue with that. In truth, even the reduced specification drones still belong to the consumer-grade category, suitable for aerial photography and recreational use, while toy drones represent an even lower standard. However, when selling in Longhua, Qin Feng intended to position them strictly as children's toys, not for any other reason than to vex Babel, since he planned to market the drones sent to the oil sector under that same category. Thus, aligning the product types for domestic and international sales was essential. As for the domestic consumer market, buyers do not concern themselves with whether the drone is classified as consumer-grade or a toy. They focus solely on specifications, pricing, and product quality. Therefore, the classification of the drone type holds little significance for Qin Feng in the domestic market. However, the international implications remain uncertain. In any case, it was inevitable that certain individuals and nations would be discomforted. Nodding, he said to Yuan, "Very well. You may determine the degree of reduction and pricing. You are more proficient in this area than I am. However, I will set the price for the top-tier model, the unadulterated original version of the drone. I intend to sell all original models to the oil sector, as their pricing will undoubtedly be high, and sales in Longhua are unlikely to be substantial. But selling them to the oil sector is an entirely different matter. First and foremost, there is no need to worry about sales. In fact, demand may even exceed supply. As for the pricing, it could be several times higher than the sales price in the Dragon Country. For instance, if it sells for 7,000 or 8,000 Dragon coins there, it could easily fetch over $10,000 at the oil tower. Thus, it would be prudent to sell all versions of this drone at the oil tower." Upon hearing this, Yuan nodded in agreement. "All right, you carry on with your tasks. I shall go register a new company," Qin Feng said, waving his hand at Yuan. Surprised, Yuan asked, "A new company?" Qin Feng nodded. "Yes. I intend to establish a new company as the parent company, named Qin Group. The drone company and the previous steel pipe factory will be incorporated under this parent company as subsidiaries. In the future, I might acquire more companies and venture into various industries. Hence, establishing a parent company now will facilitate future acquisitions and subsequent management." Yuan's expression shifted to one of understanding, and she replied, "Perfect. I know someone with relevant expertise in this area. I will have her assist you with the registration process, which will expedite matters considerably." Qin Feng nodded in agreement. Initially, he had considered leveraging his connections to expedite the process, recalling his previous experience when he sent water pipes and gas tank samples to Li Wentao, which allowed him to bypass the queue. However, this approach was not guaranteed, as not everyone recognized the credibility of the fable wanted notice. Now that Yuan had connections in this field, it was certainly more advantageous. Subsequently, Yuan made a phone call and, after hanging up, provided Qin Feng with an address and contact information, instructing him to reach out to the individual upon arrival. In front of the office building of the Flying Dreams Drone Company, Qin Feng awaited the arrival of number 1 assistant Wang Shui. It was imperative to publicize the establishment of the parent company. It was essential for Fable to be aware of this development. Otherwise, if products bearing the Qin Group name were sold at the oil tower, how would Fable find him? Once Wang Shui arrived, he urgently relayed some news to Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, you have made it onto the blacklist of the Lighthouse Nation, and you are ranked number 1. Qin Feng, taken aback, inquired, "The Lighthouse Nation blacklist? What is that? I have lived in the Lighthouse Nation for 6 years and have never heard of such a thing." His curiosity piqued. Why had the system remained silent? Wang Shui explained, "This is a newly established list indicating the most disliked individuals, corresponding to the red list. You are firmly at the top of the blacklist, while the second position is held by the Lighthouse King, who also occupies the first spot on the red list. However, the total votes for both the Lighthouse King's blacklist and red list are roughly equivalent to your total votes on the blacklist. Furthermore, this blacklist was established because they have deemed you the mastermind behind the disaster on the 425th day. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng exclaimed, "Incredible! Is it that the citizens of the Lighthouse Nation have all cast their votes against me? What is the bounty on my head?" Qin Feng inquired, voicing his most pressing concern. Wang Shui paused momentarily, then, with a look of innocent bewilderment, replied, "There is no bounty." Qin Feng was left speechless. No wonder the system did not respond. You all should not only cast votes, but also initiate a bounty. If the self-serving individuals from the Lighthouse Nation were to learn of Qin Feng's sentiments, they would undoubtedly retort, "Voting is acceptable, but parting with our money is out of the question." At that moment, Qin Feng's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was General Decane calling. He promptly stepped aside to answer the call. Chapter 66. The 100 billion subsidy from the Lighthouse Nation has arrived. As soon as the call connected, the cheerful voice of Old Li resonated. Qin Feng, is the first batch of gas canisters sent to Xiaoyi arriving in the next few days? Qin Feng recalled that he had received a message from Li Wentao yesterday, stating that the first batch of gas canisters and water pipes had already been picked up by Xiaoyi's team, and the corresponding final payment had been transferred. However, at that moment, he was strolling with Yuani and did not respond. "Yes, the goods were received by Xiaoyi yesterday," Qin Feng replied. 100,000 gas canisters? Old Li continued to inquire. "Indeed," Qin Feng affirmed. Immediately, Old Li burst into hearty laughter. Yesterday, Xiaoyi fired off a celebration with those canisters all night long. By estimations, they unleashed around 100,000 shells. With such a clear indication, even if Old Li did not explicitly state it, Qin Feng understood the implication of his words. Old Li continued, "However, we still do not know the exact situation on both sides of the military district. Our eyes there have only reported basic information. To delve into the specifics, it will require some time." Shifting the topic, Old Li cheerfully added, "Oh, by the way, I call primarily to discuss the aircraft carrier arresting wires. We have reached an agreement with the Lighthouse Nation's Navy, and they are purchasing 300 units of 100-ton arresting wires, with each priced at $13 million. You wouldn't believe it, during the conference call negotiations, when we quoted this price, their expressions were simply priceless. Yet in the end, they had no choice but to begrudgingly procure 300 units from us. Their stock of arresting wires is completely depleted, and they are in urgent need due to instability in that region." What a thrill! This negotiation was truly exhilarating. All the grievances we faced when purchasing arresting wires from them have been returned in full. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes sparkled. "Wow, it actually sold 300 units, exceeding my expectations. 300 units at $13 million each amounts to $9 billion. That's 3 billion long nation dollars. This is the 100 billion subsidy from the Lighthouse Nation. Isn't it? Are they afraid that I won't have enough funds to expand various production lines, thus providing me with this subsidy? I was just contemplating starting a large-scale drone project, and constructing such production lines requires a substantial investment. And here comes the Lighthouse Nation with nearly 30 billion in subsidy funds. Speaking of which, one must express gratitude to the assistance from the Lighthouse Nation's Falbalet. Meanwhile, in the Falbalet minister's office, the air was thick with frustration. Damn it. $9 billion. $9 billion. All because of your foolish misjudgment. We ended up spending $9 billion. The voice of the five-star admiral from the Navy echoed through the phone, laced with curses. Minister Falbalet was also feeling the heat. Over these past 2 days, he had been subjected to the relentless complaints of the five-star admiral. And who could endure such a barrage? Thus, this time he could no longer restrain himself and shouted into the phone, "Damn it, what does your expenditure of $9 billion on 300 aircraft carrier arrestor wires from the Dragon Kingdom have to do with me? You paid $13 million each and still bought 300. Have you lost your minds?" The five-star general immediately retorted, "What else are we to do? We currently have not a single arrestor wire in stock. Even if the giant wire company is placated, it will take at least a year or two. Meanwhile, Several of our aircraft carriers are deployed on missions in a certain sea. Without arrest or wires, do you intend for our carriers to serve as sitting ducks in that area? Minister Bobble sneered. With arrest or wires, your few carriers would perform no better, would they? A mere shoestring army has caused you this much trouble. The five-star general was momentarily rendered speechless. After a few seconds of silence, he resumed his tirade. You know nothing. This is our strategy. We intend to encircle them, wear them down, and seize victory without losing a single soldier. I don't care. That $9 billion must come from you, Bobble. Damn it. Minister Bobble blurted out. They exchanged heated insults for quite a while until Minister Bobble finally terminated the call, ending this fruitless debate. Just after the call ended, still furious, Minister Bobble was approached by an aide who came to report on the situation in Israel. This report, delivered directly from Israel, was naturally far more comprehensive than the information currently obtained through eyes from the Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing the report, Minister Bobble was dumbfounded. What? Israel was bombarded by gas canisters all night. The gas canisters from Lighthouse steel pipe factory? The same Lighthouse steel pipe factory owned by Qin Feng. No. Are people actually interested in Qin Feng's beggars' weapons? And they possess such formidable power. Reflecting on his previous disparaging remarks about Qin Feng's rudimentary weapons and then considering the current situation, Minister Bobble's expression shifted dramatically, and he could only exclaim in despair, Damn it! Taking a deep breath to prevent his lungs from bursting with anger, he inquired, Were the specific losses on Israel's side? The aide reported once more. After listening, Minister Bobble's face turned a shade of furious purple. You mean to say that Israel's air defense system spent $9 billion to intercept 90,000 gas canisters? The aide nodded. Minister Bobble erupted again. $9 billion. It's again $9 billion. So Qin Feng is now inextricably linked with $9 billion, is he? Just then, the phone from the Lighthouse King rang again. Minister Bobble gestured for his aide to leave the office, then composed himself and respectfully answered the call. King. The voice from the Lighthouse Kingdom was grave. You are now aware of the situation in Israel, are you not? Minister Bobble quickly replied, I have just been informed. The king of the lighthouse nodded and continued in a deep voice. You are aware that our relationship with Xiaoyi is quite intricate. Just now, a high-ranking official from Xiaoyi contacted me, urging our nation to publicly condemn Qin Feng on the international stage, citing his illicit arms sales to Xiaoyi and condemning Longhua for their inadequate enforcement. They also insisted we increase the bounty on Qin Feng's head. Minister Bobble frowned and remarked, condemning Qin Feng and Longhua on an international level poses no issue. However, raising the bounty on Qin Feng seems unnecessary, does it not? After all, his days are numbered. At most, he has another fortnight to live. Once that assassination team completes their current mission, it will be the end for Qin Feng. The king of the lighthouse replied, We intend to deploy that assassination team to eliminate Qin Feng, and naturally, we cannot disclose this plan to Xiaoyi in advance. Thus, we must outwardly acquiesce to their demands and raise the bounty on Qin Feng. Since they are offering $10 million, we shall increase it by the same amount. Minister Bobble promptly affirmed, Understood. After ending the call, Minister Bobble immediately informed his subordinates to raise the bounty on Qin Feng. Chapter 67. The stingy Bofer, out of money are you? On Qin Feng's end, having just ended a call with Li Dekang, he tucked his phone into his pocket. The voice of the system echoed in his mind, detected that the host is wanted by Bofer of a lighthouse nation with a bounty increased by $10 million, bringing the total bounty to $35 million. Trigger the reward for a bounty of $30 million. System reward. Advanced silicon-based chip technology. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly grasped the reason. This was undoubtedly due to the batch of gas canisters from the oil rig. Just last time, when I smuggled electronic components, I earned over $2 million, and yet you put a bounty of $15 million on my head. Now, are my gas canister dealings more profitable than those electronic components? And you only raised the bounty by $10 million? Bofer, are you out of your mind? Can't you be a little more generous? The stingy Bofer, out of funds, is he? Just moments ago, Qin Feng had praised Bofer as the greatest supporter of the 100 billion subsidy, yet now he was cursing him without restraint. However, Qin Feng was inherently a contented individual. Having something was better than nothing. After venting his frustrations, he felt a sense of joy. Aha! The bounty has finally increased. I must expedite the production of drones, and the delivery of thermos flasks and pressure cookers needs to be arranged without delay. Upon returning to Wang Shuishui, Qin Feng remarked, "Let us go." Wang Shuishui instinctively inquired, "Where are we headed now?" Upon hearing about the intention to register the parent company, Wang Shuishui initially displayed surprise, pouting her cherry-like lips slightly, and then thoughtfully nodded, seemingly lost in her own thoughts. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live broadcast were expressing their astonishment. What is happening? Is the esteemed Qin Feng going to register a parent company? Will the steel pipe factory and the drone company be merged under the parent company? Honestly, I feel there is no need to register a parent company for just two companies. It seems entirely unnecessary. Indeed, it's not like the parent company has any significant business that requires establishing a few subsidiaries. Qin Feng's two companies are completely independent. They can operate autonomously without the need for an overarching parent company. Perhaps Qin Feng is planning to acquire a new company in the future? Maybe he is strategizing for later? Now that you mention it, that possibility does exist. Wait, really? Is Qin Feng considering venturing into other industries? Qin Feng paid no heed to the barrage of comments in the live chat. Instead, he hailed a cab and set off with Wang Shuishui towards the address provided by Yuani. However, fortune did not favor them as they encountered a traffic jam on the elevated road, and it was quite severe. The vehicle remained stationary for over 10 minutes, and the driver, clearly impatient, craned his neck to peer ahead, grumbling, "What the hell is going on? Why is it so congested?" As he spoke, he incessantly honked the horn, exerting pressure on the vehicles ahead. Frustrated by the noise, a person in the front leaned out of the window, shouting, "Stop honking. Are you annoying or what?" It turned out there had been an accident ahead, reportedly a multi-vehicle collision that had blocked all three lanes. The driver reluctantly conceded and turned to Qin Feng, saying, "Brother Qin Feng, it seems we have no choice but to wait here." Indeed, this driver was also a fan of Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded, "It's all right, a little delay won't hurt." He then dialed the number provided by Yuani to inform her of the traffic jam, so she wouldn't worry. Subsequently, he began scrolling through Douyin. The first two videos featured borderline provocative beauties. Fortunately, at that moment, Wang Shuishui had temporarily ended her live stream. Otherwise, the viewers would have immediately exclaimed, "So Brother Qin Feng is one of us, enjoying a bit of risku content." Upon reaching the third video, the scene dramatically shifted against the backdrop of a pitch-black sky. Thousands of fiery streaks suddenly erupted from the ground, soaring upwards and leaving a graceful arc against the darkness. Then boom, boom, boom. These thousands of fiery trails exploded in midair, creating blazes that formed a mushroom-shaped pattern. After a brief pause, more fiery streaks erupted, resulting in yet another explosion, this time taking on different shapes. Qin Feng opened the comment section. "What on earth is happening? A fireworks show? This fireworks display looks quite different from ours. What fireworks nonsense?" Didn't he, the video creator, explain in the comments? This is the battlefield between Xiaoyi and Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi launched a bombardment against Xiaoyi. These fiery streaks are the residual trails of Xiaoyi's intercepting missiles. Oh, so that's it. The fiery explosions in the air are the result of intercepting missiles colliding with incoming projectiles, right? Why do Xiaoyi's intercepting missiles leave a fiery trail, while Xiaoyi's do not? Exactly. Why does Xiaoyi have launch effects? Is Xiaoyi too poor to afford launch effects? For those above, this is the real world, not a game. What effects are you talking about? Suddenly, Qin Feng pondered a possibility. Could this be the scene of Xiaoyi attacking Xiaoyi with gas canisters? 100,000 rounds. That could only be gas canisters, as Xiaoyi wouldn't possess that many shells. Moreover, not long ago, Oldley had mentioned that Xiaoyi bombarded Xiaoyi throughout the night. With an answer forming in his mind, Qin Feng continued to refresh the videos. After scrolling through 10 more, 5 were of this nature, one depicting explosions in the shape of a starfish, prompting numerous comments from netizens. Is the art of explosion just Patrick Star? In 2 of the videos, the creator stated, the artillery fire lasted all night, and Xiaoyi's assault on Xiaoyi persisted for at least 8 to 9,000 rounds, possibly even 100,000. This elicited comments such as, wow, has Xiaoyi become so wealthy? Bombarding 100,000 rounds in one night? Is life not being lived anymore? This sudden realization struck Qin Feng. It was not the incessant cannon fire from the battle zone of Xiaoyi and Xiaoyi that fell amiss, but rather the peculiar nature of his video recommendations. Usually, when he scrolled through 10 videos, 5 would feature fringe streamers or internet goddesses. Yet today, 5 of the 10 were solely dedicated to Xiaoyi and Xiaoyi, with only 2 showcasing fringe content. Who had altered my preferences? Who had tampered with my recommendations? After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Feng discerned the cause. This topic had rapidly ascended to become one of the most trending discussions online. Hence, upon opening Douyin, it was only natural for the algorithm to present him with an abundance of similar videos. As he continued to scroll, his suspicions were validated. The subsequent videos displayed fewer of this particular topic, as the volume of such content was inherently limited. However, upon revisiting the videos related to this trending subject, he noted a remarkable surge in their like counts. Moreover, after a little more scrolling, he observed that Douyin's trending list had shifted, now proudly displaying Xiaoyi bombarded Xiaoyi for an entire night, presumably launching 10,000 shells. Is Xiaoyi merely immortal? Even marketing accounts had begun to create derivative content surrounding this sensational topic. At this moment, Qin Feng was thoroughly convinced that this subject was indeed experiencing a meteoric rise in popularity across the internet. Chapter 68, Dragon Country, the gas canister, a mere household item, caused a traffic jam lasting half an hour before this elevated road was finally cleared. During this time, an online commentator speculated about the incident involving Xiaoyi and the small column, stating, could it be that Xiaoyi utilized the gas canister from the esteemed Qin Feng? Many netizens began to engage in animated discussions. Wow, I must say, you might be onto something. Isn't it true that Qin Feng's gas canisters and pipes were indeed sold to Xiaoyi? Considering the timeline, the first batch should have arrived at Xiaoyi by now. Hold on, I'll check the official website of the Lighthouse Nation's Foboler to see if Qin Feng's bounty has changed. No need to check. Since the one who was bombed is the small column, how could Foboler possibly increase Qin Feng's bounty? That's hard to say. Given the relationship between the small column and the Lighthouse Nation, who knows? I'm back. I have some explosive news. The bounty on Qin Feng has risen by $10 million. It now stands at $35 million. Moreover, the reason for this increase in the bounty is illegal arms trafficking, and this bounty was just raised by Foboler half an hour ago. Upon reading this comment, the crowd increasingly aligned with the commentator's speculation that the gas canister was indeed what Xiaoyi used to bombard the small column throughout the night. What? So, you're saying that Xiaoyi truly used Qin Feng's gas canister last night to attack the small column? Wow, incredible. They really made use of the makeshift arms? I just wonder about the results and the damage inflicted on the small column. The escalation of Qin Feng's bounty is swifter than that of a certain Layden. It takes Layden much longer to see an increase in his bounty. Not only was Qin Feng's initial bounty higher than Layden's, but its growth rate surpasses Layden's as well. Qin Feng is truly formidable. It won't be long before his total bounty exceeds that of Layden. Upon learning about the increase in Qin Feng's bounty, many netizens expressed their admiration. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, after the traffic returned to normal, arrived at his destination in just over 10 minutes. He called the number provided by Yuani, and a girl of similar age came to greet him. At first, Qin Feng thought she looked familiar, but after a few exchanges, he realized that she was none other than his high school desk mate, Zhong Yingying. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Zhong Yingying expressed her surprise and nostalgia before leading him through the formalities. During this process, Qin Feng did not allow Wang Shui to accompany him. Meanwhile, an international incident unfolded. The diplomatic department of the Lighthouse Nation held a press conference, vehemently condemning Qin Feng and Dragon Country. They denounced Qin Feng's illegal arms trafficking and criticized Dragon Country for allowing such actions to occur. This time, the diplomatic department of the Dragon Kingdom did not allow the Lighthouse Nation to bask in its triumph for days as it did during the aircraft carrier incident. Instead, it responded promptly. The essence of the response was straightforward. Utter nonsense. The Lighthouse Nation is slandering us. When has Qin Feng ever sold arms? This is a blatant defamation. The Lighthouse Nation immediately retorted by recounting an incident involving a gas cylinder used by Little E, stating that gas cylinder bore the markings of the Lai steel pipe factory. Can you still argue? The Dragon Kingdom swiftly countered, "Do not spout such nonsense. That gas cylinder is clearly a household item. How can it be classified as weaponry?" When Qin Feng exported this batch of gas cylinders, he possessed the proper documentation and paid the requisite taxes. The Lighthouse Nation clung to its narrative. Does that gas cylinder lack a pressure relief valve? The Dragon Kingdom shrugged. Well, it's a small factory. They simply lack the technology for pressure relief valves. However, they're merely selling the gas cylinder itself. The Lighthouse Nation retorted, "Stop with the nonsense. Can a household item wield such destructive power on the battlefield?" Subsequently, the Lighthouse Nation released 2 videos showcasing gas cylinders exploding in the battlefield of Little Israel, one of which depicted a gas cylinder crashing into a 3-story building, which was obliterated in the blast. The Dragon Kingdom innocently remarked, "Regardless, Qin Feng sold only the gas cylinder itself, and that is what the export documentation states. As for how the buyer utilizes the gas cylinders, that is beyond our jurisdiction. If Little E employs a gas cylinder as a projectile, you should condemn Little E, not Qin Feng. This is absurd. In your Lighthouse Nation, you do not prohibit firearms. If someone uses a legally acquired firearm to commit an illegal act, you only apprehend the lawbreaker, not the seller. Why then, do you condemn us as the sellers?" This double standard is appalling. The Lighthouse Nation, infuriated, immediately pointed to Qin Feng's initial requirements for manufacturing gas cylinders and water pipes. Which manufacturer does not make gas cylinder bodies thicker rather than thinner? The body also contains numerous steel balls. And that water pipe design, what kind of water pipe has rifling? Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom responded to each point. The thinning of the cylinder indicates that Qin Feng is a shrewd businessman, aiming to cut costs. However, if the buyer had no objections, then there is little we can do. As for the addition of steel balls, this was reported to us at the time of export. He believed it would enhance the stability of the gas cylinders during transport. Whether it truly maintains stability is uncertain, but as long as it complies with export regulations, that is what matters. Regarding the rifling on the water pipe, that is preposterous. It is clearly a spiral design requested by the client, claiming it would enhance water flow. Qin Feng is merely a businessman catering to the custom requirements of his clients. Does that not seem reasonable? Furthermore, the Lighthouse Nation interjected. Your netizens have acknowledged it. They claim Qin Feng is producing subpar weaponry. The Dragon Kingdom responded, "Look at that. You take our netizens seriously. Yet, when they say that the Cherry Blossom Nation is merely one of our cities, you choose not to believe it." The Lighthouse Nation, following a prolonged exchange of disputes, the outcome was that the Lighthouse Nation, filled with indignation, concluded this contentious dialogue, for every argument they presented was deftly countered by the Dragon Nation. Yet, the Dragon Nation persisted, promptly rescind the bounty on Qin Feng. The reasons for the wanted notice are unfounded. The Foreign Affairs Department of the Lighthouse Nation remained silent, offering no indication of retracting the bounty. The Dragon Nation's foreign affairs officials continued their vociferous rebuke. Have some dignity. Are you truly devoid of any sense of honor? Why does Beaufort have the audacity to unjustly place our people on a wanted list? The Lighthouse Nation's Foreign Affairs Department maintained their silence. And as for the bounty of 10 million, Beaufort certainly would not withdraw it, as it had been imposed at the behest of their allies. Consequently, Beaufort refrained from commenting. The primary target of the Dragon Nation's diplomatic ire then shifted to Beaufort. Minister Beaufort, cease your pretense of ignorance and speak up. Is your wanted notice merely a jest? The Lighthouse Nation continued to remain mute, while the Dragon Nation relentlessly pursued their verbal onslaught. The officials tasked with responding to the Lighthouse Nation from the Dragon Nation were nearly beside themselves with amusement. Weren't you the ones demanding condemnation? Why has the dynamic shifted? Why are you silent? Do speak, we implore you. Chapter 69. The advertisements through my face, the Lighthouse Nation condemned the Dragon Nation. And the ensuing dialogue between the two was promptly broadcast by the media in the Dragon Nation. Upon viewing it, netizens were left in a state of disbelief. The statements made by the diplomatic department echo the words that Qin Feng used to deceive us at the time. Haha, it's confirmed. Xiaoyi bombarded the Lighthouse Nation all night with the gas canisters of the esteemed Qin Feng. Goodness, the power of those gas canisters is astonishing. A small building was reduced to ruins? Qin Feng is truly remarkable. Simultaneously, the dialogue between the Lighthouse Nation and the Dragon Nation was immediately reported to the desks of important leaders in various other countries. Consequently, many prominent leaders became aware of one significant fact. Xiaoyi had unleashed a staggering 100,000 gas canisters upon the Lighthouse Nation throughout the night. Meanwhile, the Lighthouse Nation had expended $9 billion to deploy all 90,000 interceptors in a certain war zone, ultimately managing to intercept only the same number of gas canisters. The remaining 10,000 gas canisters were manually intercepted, yet the ones that evaded interception inflicted considerable losses upon them. As a result, several nations extended their congratulations to the Lighthouse Nation. Based on the data, your sky defense system is now the most formidable in the world. Among all air defense systems, the number of incoming projectiles intercepted by your sky defense system is unparalleled, boasting an astonishing success rate of 99. No other nation can compare. Truly incomparable. Even the air defense system of the Lighthouse Nation, by the numbers, pales in comparison to your sky defense system. Though seemingly congratulatory, these remarks were, in essence, laced with mockery. After all, everyone understood that the sky defense system had merely intercepted 90,000 gas canisters, while each interceptor missile cost $40,000, in stark contrast to the mere $300 for each gas canister. This left the Lighthouse Nation feeling humiliated. However, they soon realized their anger was premature, as a greater indignation awaited them. Many oil-producing nations were intrigued. So, those countries that maintained non-hostile relations with Xiaoyi began to reach out with phone calls. Their conversations can be summarized as follows. Caller, I heard you bombarded the Lighthouse Nation with 100,000 gas canisters. Is that true? Xiaoyi, is there any doubt? Two superpowers are engaged in a public dispute, and the Lighthouse Nation even released a video. How could it be false? Caller, are these gas canisters truly effective? Xiaoyi, absolutely. My friend, did you not see the video released by the Lighthouse Nation? One gas canister obliterated an entire 3-story building. Caller, wow, now you've piqued my interest. But, is the quality of these gas canisters assured? Xiaoyi, what kind of question is that? The bounty on the owner's head in Fable is a staggering $35 million. Do you think the quality is in question? Caller, then I shall rest easy. Xiaoyi, indeed. They possess not only gas canisters, but also accompanying water pipes fashioned into cannon tubes. Furthermore, they have introduced new products, thermos flasks, pressure cookers, and even drones. Blabbering on, Xiaoyi provided an elaborate explanation that captivated the listener. Thus, Qin Feng commenced a surge in orders. Meanwhile, on Qin Feng's side, his classmate Yuan's deskmate, Zhong Yingying, had already assisted him in completing the necessary paperwork. Upon exiting the office, Qin Feng was promptly informed of his booming sales, along with the reasons behind it. Subsequently, he received a call from Old Li, who revealed that the bounty on Fobler had increased by an astonishing $10 million, a sum requested by Xiaoyi himself. And notably, it was Xiaoyi who financed this increase. Instantly, Qin Feng felt a wave of emotion. Xiaoyi, you truly astound me. How could you use your reputation on this planet to promote my business worldwide? If it weren't for your instigation of the Lighthouse Nation's condemnation of me, would anyone have known about your enduring a night of bombardment by Xiaoyi's gas canisters? Consequently, my business would not have flourished. Moreover, that $10 million bounty was also your doing. You are exceedingly generous. Having praised Xiaoyi in his heart, Qin Feng shifted his ire towards Fobler. So, you did not contribute a single cent to the newly added bounty, did you? I retract my previous statement of you being stingy. You are infuriatingly miserly. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. After such significant developments, Phobler had not even offered a single penny as a bounty. Thus, he took out his phone, adeptly bypassed barriers, and located Phobler's public account to comment. Qin Feng. You, Minister Phobler, can eat shit. Hurry up and consume that 120 tons of excrement. In the office of Minister Phobler, he was quite vexed, being relentlessly criticized by the diplomatic department of the Dragon Nation, and he dared not speak up. Damn it. The $10 million bounty was not my decision. Why are you blaming me? Direct your anger at Xiaoyi. The mere mention of Xiaoyi only fueled his frustration further. Why does Xiaoyi not pursue a bounty on Qin Feng himself, leaving us to handle it? Damn it. Do you think you can just rely on your big squid clan to manipulate us? Why don't you go strut around in the Dragon Nation instead? Minister Phobler, brimming with indignation, thought to vent his frustrations online. As per his routine, he logged onto YouTube to check the comments with the highest likes and replies. To his dismay, he stumbled upon Qin Feng's comment. First, dismissing the option of Qin Feng's comment having the highest likes, there was only one conclusion left. It had the highest reply count. Since Qin Feng had left this comment, a mere 5 minutes had passed, and it had already garnered the most replies, showcasing the weight of the blacklisted individual. Evidently, the responses to Qin Feng's comment were far from flattering. However, that mattered little. Qin Feng was oblivious to these replies, while Minister Phobler had already perused the comment left by Qin Feng. You, Minister Bobble, are utterly ridiculous. Do consume that 120 tons of excrement promptly. Minister Bobble's expression froze momentarily, and he was consumed by fury. Damn it. Qin Feng, you have gone too far. His intention for seeking solace online was thwarted, as his frustrations only intensified, threatening to explode his very lungs. After a prolonged silence, he managed to regain his composure. Yet he harbored no intention of letting this incident slide. He contemplated ways to undermine Qin Feng before the assassination team could execute their plan. Suddenly, a seemingly brilliant idea struck him, and he hastily dialed the Lighthouse King. Once the call connected, Minister Bobble spoke directly. King, observing the current situation, it is evident that the Dragon Kingdom is quite protective of Qin Feng. Moreover, the common folk there believe that being pursued by us, Bobble, is a mark of honor, rallying around him wherever he goes. I fear this may hinder our assassination team's efforts to eliminate Qin Feng. Perhaps we should devise a scheme to sow discord among them? The Lighthouse King pondered for a moment before responding. This situation indeed poses a challenge to our assassination efforts. Do you have any strategies to create a rift? Minister Bobble grinned and replied, Let us submit a request to the Dragon Kingdom for the extradition of the wanted criminal Qin Feng. It is highly probable that they will refuse. Once they decline, we can issue a decree prohibiting the export of electronic chips to the Dragon Kingdom. The Lighthouse King frowned. Haven't we already imposed a ban? Minister Bobble clarified. The current prohibition only applies to chips of 5 nanometers and below. What I propose is a complete ban on all types. The Dragon Kingdom can only independently produce chips of 28 nanometers and above. Those in the range of 28 nanometers to 10 nanometers are produced in limited quantities, with the majority still needing to be imported from us. As for anything below 10 nanometers, they lack the technology entirely. However, the chips utilized in smartphones, computers, servers, and data centers are all below 28 nanometers. High-end devices rely on chips of 7 nanometers and under. If we enact a comprehensive ban on chip exports to the Dragon Kingdom, their electronic industry will undoubtedly suffer a severe blow. Previously, those in the Dragon Kingdom viewed being pursued by Bobble as a badge of honor because they faced no real losses. However, once they experience genuine repercussions, their perspective will shift dramatically. At that point, many businesses and ordinary citizens in the Dragon Kingdom will harbor resentment toward Qin Feng, blaming him as the root of their troubles. Some may even advocate for his extradition to us. Thus, our plan to sow discord will be complete. Qin Feng will transform into a figure despised by the majority in the Dragon Kingdom. The Lighthouse King furrowed his brow. Yet, a total ban on chip exports to the Dragon Kingdom will also significantly impact our economy. Minister Fabola consoled, my lord. Do not forget that Qin Feng can only survive for another fortnight at most. After that, he shall meet his demise through assassination. At that juncture, We can simply lift the export ban. A mere 2 weeks of prohibition will not adversely affect us, for once the ban is lifted, our market will resume its normal operations, and the Dragon Kingdom will continue to require our imports. Moreover, during this fortnight, our associated enterprises need not cease the production of electronic chips. They can simply stockpile them. Once the ban is lifted, all accumulated electronic chips will undoubtedly be acquired by the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, our objective will be achieved, sowing discord between the people of the Dragon Kingdom and Qin Feng, thereby facilitating our assassination plot against him. The Lighthouse King, upon careful consideration, found this reasoning compelling. He then acquiesced. Very well. I shall promptly arrange for this matter to be executed. Qin Feng must be eliminated. Hearing the king's response, Minister Fabola could not help but smile. At last they would finally see Qin Feng face adversity. This final fortnight would not be one of ease for him. If Qin Feng were present at that moment, he would likely widen his eyes in shock, raising his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Wow, Minister Fabola, you truly are remarkable. How did you know I had just acquired the advanced silicon-based chip technology? Are you concerned about my business prospects, creating a market for me out of sheer effort? You are genuinely worried I might struggle to earn a living, having just assisted me with nearly 300 billion in orders for aircraft carrier interception, and now aiding me in the electronic chip market. Well, let us not dwell on your frugality. Minister Fabola, may you live a long life. For I fear the next Minister Fabola may not be as generous in providing assistance." Chapter 70. The Air Force General's wish for drones. Upon returning to the Flying Dreams Drone Company, it became evident that Yuani was not in the office building. A phone call revealed that she was at the production factory, diligently overseeing the arrangement of a new production line. However, during their conversation, Yuani informed Qin Feng that she had specially prepared an office for him, conveniently located next to her own. Familiar with her office's location, Qin Feng made his way directly to his new workspace, easily identifiable by the nameplate indicating his position as chairman. Upon entering, he discovered that the office Yuani had arranged for him was quite impressive, spacious, adorned with a solid wood desk, an ergonomic chair, and a row of wooden bookshelves at the back. The overall standard of the office appeared to surpass that of Yuani's own, with all furnishings brand new. Thoughtful of her, Qin Feng mused appreciatively, recognizing the effort Yuani had put into preparing a workspace for him in such a short time, and that it was of a higher standard than her own. By the way, Xiaoyi, could you kindly inquire at the business office of this building if there are any vacant floors available for rent? I am considering leasing one. Currently, our headquarters lacks a physical address, as the registration documents still list the Flying Dreams Drone Company's address. In truth, Qin Feng harbored ambitions of constructing an office building, but that endeavor would require time. Thus, for the moment, he needed to rent office space, as Yuani was preoccupied with production line matters. Qin Feng also had tasks to attend to, so he entrusted Wang Xiaoyi with the responsibility of consulting the business office. Though Wang Xiaoyi had primarily played the role of a live-streaming assistant recently, she was far from a mere ornament. She possessed considerable capability, and Qin Feng felt confident handing this task over to her. Upon hearing his request, Wang Xiaoyi promptly nodded. "Leave it to me." After Wang Xiaoyi departed, Qin Feng accessed the system's backpack interface to review the specifics of the advanced drones. Among the various models, he began selecting a suitable drone for parcel delivery. This was a plan he had discussed with Ilian during their dinner the previous night, intending to present her with a proposal today. Maximum range of several thousand kilometers. Speeds exceeding 300 kilometers per hour, capable of carrying several tons, equipped with a delivery feature. Qin Feng mentally recited the specifications while making his selections. Indeed, within the category of transport drones, several suitable options emerged. How about this one? He pondered aloud. This one could work as well. Just as he was wavering in his decision, he recalled Yuani's suggestion this morning regarding a scaled-down version of the children's toy drone. He also remembered promising Old Lee that he would think of him first when new opportunities arose. A sudden spark of insight illuminated Qin Feng's mind. Why not explore the category of bombing drones? He could seek out a naval drone, which could be sold to the National Navy, and then create a modified version to supply to Ilian Swift Delivery Company. In this manner, substantial savings on production line costs could be achieved. Without hesitation, Qin Feng immediately sought out classifications of military drones and began to make selections. This one appears quite striking, exuding a sense of science fiction. However, it is unsuitable for carrier deployment, and its payload capacity is rather limited. This option is also viable. It possesses sufficient carrying capacity, although the required runway distance for takeoff is somewhat extensive, rendering it inappropriate for use on an aircraft carrier. The specifications for carrier-based aircraft differ significantly from those of standard planes, given the limited dimensions of the aircraft carrier's launch and recovery platforms. Along with the necessity to account for maritime weather conditions, carrier-based aircraft must exhibit superior performance attributes compared to their land-based counterparts. This includes enhanced takeoff and landing capabilities, improved maneuverability at low speeds, and greater resistance to tipping. Additionally, carrier-based aircraft rely on catapults and arrestor wires for short-distance takeoffs and landings, necessitating a more robust airframe structure and advanced shock-absorbing landing gear. To conserve storage space on the carrier, these aircraft are also required to have folding wings. In summary, the requirements for carrier-based aircraft are significantly more stringent than those for land-based models, whether manned or unmanned. Consequently, while the capabilities of the Dragon Nation's land-based aircraft are commendable on a global scale, its carrier-based aircraft remain relatively underdeveloped due to the nation's later entry into this field. These stringent requirements compelled Qin Feng to meticulously examine the specifications of the unmanned drones. This one is unsuitable. This one also does not meet the criteria. After sifting through over a dozen models, Qin Feng's attention was finally captured by a particular drone. This one is appropriate, embodying a reconnaissance strike integrated design that satisfies all necessary conditions. Its triangular shape, accented with graceful curves, resembles a ginkgo leaf, radiating an aura of futuristic elegance. Moreover, even after reducing certain functions, its payload capacity still meets the demands for courier transportation. This is the one. After finalizing the drone type, Qin Feng effortlessly manipulated the system interface with his thoughts, extracting the information and manufacturing technology for this specific drone. Instantly, a USB drive materialized in his hand. He then connected the USB drive to his computer, commencing the process of adjusting the specifications in preparation for the planning document for the courier drone. Just as Qin Feng opened the data on the USB drive, a message from Xiaoyi arrived, detailing the leasing information for a particular floor, including corresponding prices, area, layout, and even several related videos. Indeed, Xiaoyi is quite reliable in her endeavors. After reviewing the details, Qin Feng sent a message back. Let's go with the one on the 17th floor. It's conveniently located just above our drone company. Please discuss the price with them. I will be over shortly. After sending the message, Qin Feng's gaze returned to the computer screen, and after a moment of contemplation, he decided it would be prudent to secure the office space in the business department first. After all, a brief delay would not matter, as long as he could present the plan to Yalan by the afternoon. Moreover, since old Li's aircraft carrier has already been launched, it implies that their carrier-based fighter jets are also commendable, thus there is no need to rush this matter. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, while he was negotiating pricing at the office building's business department, Admiral Li Dekang was venting his frustrations to an Air Force general. Old Zhang, can't you expedite the development of your carrier-based fighter jets? Our carrier-based aircraft are nearly a generation and a half behind those of that damned Lighthouse Nation. Our aircraft carrier is fully prepared and has launched. Why are you lagging behind us with the fighter jets? The Air Force general, visibly agitated, replied, "What can I do? The development pace is slow, and I am equally anxious, but this is not something that can be hurried along. Furthermore, it is not only the carrier-based jets. I have just received news that the Lighthouse Nation's new reconnaissance strike integrated drone has commenced test flights, with its stealth capabilities, payload, speed, and endurance. Damn it, it truly incites envy. I was hoping to possess such a reconnaissance strike integrated drone myself. Lidakang Skufa. If only our carrier-based drones could attain the same performance level as the latest carrier-based fighter jets from the Lighthouse Nation." Chapter 71. Why does this drone resemble a fighter jet so much? The Air Force general scoffed, saying, You think a carrier-based aircraft that requires a pilot can't keep up? And yet you begin to fantasize that unmanned systems could match the capabilities of manned ones? It's essential to understand that the requirements for unmanned systems are significantly more challenging. Lidakang Siga. Somewhat perplexed, we have already achieved a leading position globally with our land-based fighter jets, even slightly surpassing the Lighthouse nation. But why is it that our carrier-based aircraft and drones lag so far behind? The Air Force general shot him a glance. Speechless. Your Navy's destroyers are not inferior to those of the Lighthouse nation. Yet can we say the same for aircraft carriers? The core technologies differ. Li Deking nodded. With that analogy, I understand. It seems I must wait several years before we can match the Lighthouse nation S level in carrier-based aircraft. Meanwhile, Qin Feng finalized the rental price for the office building, promptly signed the contract, and made the payment. He then returned to the office to continue reducing the specifications of the drone, working on the parameters for the delivery drones, as well as planning. It may seem simple to cut configurations, yet this task is far from effortless. The extent to which technical parameters can be reduced is intricately linked to the hardware available and the performance of certain technical systems. Qin Feng cannot simply close his eyes and disregard all knowledge, recklessly producing a set of drone configuration data based solely on his whims to hand over to Yilan. Such an act would be irresponsible to both others and himself. Therefore, Qin Feng needs to thoroughly understand which technical systems to adjust and to what extent, and how those adjustments will affect the configurations. Being an outsider in this field, it is impossible for him to grasp everything completely. Fortunately, the technical information comes with comprehensive explanations, much like purchasing a box of ordinary cold medicine, only to find that the accompanying instruction manual is larger than a blanket. While one might not comprehend the drug components and mechanisms of action, one can understand the recommended dosages for various age groups, what to take it with to avoid adverse effects, and potential side effects from frequent use. Of course, the technical information regarding the drone is far more extensive than such a manual, making it necessary to study it for quite some time. After 5 hours, Qin Feng rubbed his temples and sighed. Earning this money is indeed no easy feat. I didn't work this hard, even when searching for references for my thesis. 2 hours later, he finally completed the drone technical parameters in the planning document. Just then, Yuan also returned from the production line. Though she appeared weary, a smile that she could not conceal adorned her face. Qin Feng, the transformation of the production line is halfway complete, and we expect to commence trial production the day after tomorrow. Qin Feng was somewhat astonished, exclaiming, "So soon?" Yuan also smiled, responding, "With that technical information document you provided, how could it not be swift? We merely followed the requirements laid out therein. By the way, it's time for dinner. Yilan just called me, inviting us to join her. Shall we go?" Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng replied, "Let's go." It was fortuitous, as he intended to reach out to her regarding the finalized transport drone proposal for her review. At the dinner table, Yilan gazed at the images of the drones in the proposal, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Isn't this akin to the fighter jet scene in science fiction films? Qin Feng chuckled. Indeed, the design is inspired by those cinematic aircraft. Yilan nodded, her understanding somewhat vague, and continued to scrutinize the technical specifications. Maximum range, 6,000 kilometers. Maximum speed, 360 kilometers per hour. Maximum altitude, 10,000 meters. Payload capacity, equipped with 4 independent delivery pods, each fitted with a hoist. Maximum load, 5 tons. As she absorbed the information, Yilan felt a surge of clarity and promptly called her father, declaring, "Dad, send money." Her father, bewildered, listened as Yilan explained the situation in detail, sharing the proposal with him through a photograph. Moments later, her father called back, his excitement palpable. "My dear daughter, is this for real? Have they truly developed such a drone? This can't be a fabrication, can it?" Yilan looked at Qin Feng with wide-eyed innocence, and he nodded affirmatively, just as stated in the proposal. "Provide me with an address. I shall head there immediately," her father exclaimed with enthusiasm. Subsequently, Yilan relayed the address and room number to him. Before long, her father arrived in a flurry, his first words being, "Who is the mastermind behind the drone proposal?" Qin Feng gestured casually, yet Yilan's father questioned again, This isn't a scam, is it? Yalan interjected with a hint of annoyance, explaining, Dad. This is the esteemed Qin Feng. Her father, somewhat perplexed, murmured, Qin Feng? That name sounds familiar. Isn't he the one who has a bounty of 1,000? Oh, now it's 35 million. And has developed a 308-ton tensile-strength aircraft carrier arrestor cable? Yalan elaborated and then pointed to Yuan, adding, This is my senior. You should be acquainted with her, considering you know her father. My senior's drone company was just transferred to Qin Feng yesterday. How could he possibly be trying to scam you? With reassurance, Yalan's father smiled at Qin Feng, saying, So it's you. I am relieved. You cannot be a fraud. After all, you have the lucrative business of beggar's arms, and your cables are the finest in the nation, ensuring your business thrives, and you have no need to resort to deception. Qin Feng corrected him, saying, It is not a subpar weapon. Rather, it is a necessity for daily life. Yalan's father, with an expression that conveyed his understanding, nodded and replied, Indeed, it is an essential item. With that, he promptly seated himself beside Qin Feng and, with an enthusiastic demeanor, inquired, Shall we discuss the matter of this drone in greater detail? Qin Feng nodded affirmatively. Of course, that will be no trouble at all. Thus, the two engaged in a lively conversation. It was evident that Yalan's father possessed a far greater comprehension of the drone's value than Yalan herself. After an animated discussion, he exuberantly proclaimed, Excellent. I am investing in this venture. Henceforth, our express delivery will undoubtedly be the finest in the nation. Tomorrow, I shall change our advertising slogan to same-day delivery. Yalan, with a look of innocent astonishment, asked, Dad, is it truly that remarkable? Her father replied earnestly, Absolutely, with the speed and the maximum range. Let me put it this way. A package could be in the southernmost part of Long Country in the morning and arrive at the northernmost part by afternoon. And the drone can execute precise deliveries. Same-day delivery is no longer a dream. Moreover, this type of drone will significantly reduce our transportation costs, far lower than our previous air freight expenses. Yalan nodded, feeling a sense of awe. Indeed, it was not only Yalan's father who recognized the value of this drone. Yuan also perceived it. At this moment, she appeared somewhat dazed, pondering, this drone sounds increasingly akin to an unmanned combat aircraft, doesn't it? Chapter 72, This Drone. Have you kidnapped aliens? In a state of delightful exuberance, Yalan's father insisted on sharing a drink with Qin Feng, unable to refuse his hospitality. Qin Feng acquiesced to the offer. What began as a simple toast quickly escalated as Yalan's father, in high spirits, continued to raise his glass, one after another. However, his capacity for liquor was rather modest, and it wasn't long before he became inebriated. With an arm draped over Qin Feng's shoulder, he proclaimed with a sense of brotherly camaraderie, Brother, from this day forth, you are my brother. We are now comrades. Yalan, observing her father and Qin Feng engaging in such brotherly banter, felt utterly bewildered. What is happening? Am I now a rank lower in front of the esteemed Qin Feng? She pondered. How am I supposed to address him henceforth? And should he end up with my senior? What then? Should I call him Qin Feng, uncle, or brother-in-law? The whirlwind of thoughts left Yalan's mind in a slight haze. Despite the revelry, Yalan's father maintained focus on the matter at hand. He dialed the general manager of Jifeng Express, instructing him to arrange for the finance department to transfer funds to Qin Feng. After their meal, Yalan's father insisted on taking Qin Feng to heaven and earth, but Qin Feng politely declined. You should have made that suggestion when it was just the two of us. At that time, my refusal would mean a request for 5 drinks. Upon returning to the hotel, Qin Feng took a hot shower, washing away the lingering haze of intoxication. With his body now augmented tenfold, his metabolic capacity had significantly improved. His previous tolerance for alcohol was not nearly so robust. He amused himself when his phone rang, revealing a call from Li Shuang. Upon answering, Li Shuang briefed Qin Feng on the current status of orders for gas cylinders, water pipes, thermos cups, and pressure cookers. In a nutshell, the production pace was lagging. The demand far exceeded supply. Qin Feng promptly instructed, continue to expand the production line, acquire any factories available for transfer, especially for the thermos cups and pressure cookers, We must establish 2 new factories to expedite their production lines. Speaking of thermos cups, an amusing incident transpired earlier that morning. The first batch of thermos cups and pressure cookers was officially dispatched to Xiaoyi. However, at customs, as the staff conducted a random inspection of the shipment, an amusing surprise awaited them. Upon opening the box, they were startled to find gleaming shells inside. "Step back. Everyone step back. It's dangerous," shouted one staff member, instinctively shielding his colleagues. In their panic, the 2 others knocked him over as they hastily retreated, summoning bomb disposal personnel. Yet, upon their arrival and opening the box, they discovered that the contents were simply thermos cups. The 2 staff members simultaneously directed their gaze towards the individual standing protectively in front of them, whom we shall refer to as Lu Renjia, for he held the cargo information sheet pertinent to the inspected goods. This document was equipped with product photographs and additional descriptive information. Had Lu Renjia examined the cargo information sheet with due diligence, such an incident could have been averted. Consequently, the 2 individuals unleashed a torrent of scathing remarks upon Lu Renjia, chastising him not only for his negligence at work, but also for placing them in jeopardy by shielding them with his presence. After their tirade, they expressed their incredulity at the peculiar design of the thermos, exclaiming, "Who in their right mind would design a thermos to look like this?" However, upon discovering that the shipping manufacturer was the Lighthouse steel pipe factory, their bewilderment dissipated. They then proceeded to conduct the inspection of the merchandise as per regulations. Lu Renjia, upon opening a new box, found yet another glittering thermos shaped like a shell casing. This particular box contained larger thermoses. "Is this a grenade?" he mused aloud, glancing at the information sheet that boldly proclaimed it as a household item. Ultimately, he decided to overlook the unusual design, reasoning that as long as the product met national quality standards, it was deemed acceptable. The distinctive shape was merely a characteristic of the product. There was nothing non-compliant about it. After conducting the inspection, Lu Renjia promptly affixed the approval stamp on the inspection form. The following day, Qin Express, brimming with enthusiasm, made a grand announcement, even purchasing trending spots to propel the news to the top of the charts. Qin Express plans to procure drones for package delivery. And from this day forth, same-day delivery will become a reality. Accompanied by a captivating promotional video, it showcased a sleek, black triangular aircraft, exuding a futuristic aura as it soared through the skies. Beneath the aircraft swung 4 suspension pods, each bearing a substantial parcel. The video caption read, "The drone can carry a load of 1.5 tons. As the aircraft traversed a distance, 1 parcel was released, descending gracefully after deploying a parachute, landing softly within a designated red-marked area on the ground. Subsequently, the remaining 3 parcels were similarly released, each landing within their respective marked zones." At this moment, the video displayed the caption, "Achieving precise delivery." After all 4 parcels had been deployed, the suspension pods retracted, leaving the underside of the aircraft smooth and unobstructed. Another line of text followed, stating, "The aircraft boasts a maximum range of 6,000 kilometers and a top speed of 360 kilometers per hour, making same-day delivery a dream come true." Upon the release of this video, it quickly went viral online, sparking fervent discussions among netizens. Wait, what? Has Qin Express kidnapped aliens? Where else could they procure such drones? I half believe Qin Express is pivoting to the sci-fi film industry. Is this really a transport drone? What company designs drones like this? Whose transport drone boasts such technical specifications? This drone, I will believe it is the future of aerial combat. Is this merely a publicity stunt by Qin Express? Speak quickly, is this for the sake of hype? Meanwhile, within a military aircraft development department, a group of researchers is intently observing the test flight video of the latest reconnaissance strike drone from the Lighthouse Nation. The video quality is rather poor, clearly not sourced through conventional channels. It has looped several times, and the researchers have managed to glean the fundamental specifications of this drone. Currently, it is estimated that this reconnaissance strike drone has a maximum range of 6,000 kilometers, a top speed of 360 kilometers per hour, and a combat radius of approximately 1,600 kilometers. Its payload capacity is likely around 4 tons. As for its detection capabilities and stealth features, those remain uncertain. Should Island's father be present at this moment, he would scrutinize the specifications of this advanced drone from the Lighthouse Nation, compare them with those detailed in his own drone proposal, and be utterly bewildered, exclaiming, "Wait, these technical parameters are quite similar to those of my delivery drone, are they not? Aside from our lack of reconnaissance systems, stealth capabilities, and other combat-related systems, everything else seems comparable. Just look at the range, the maximum speed. Aren't they identical? And as for the payload, oh, the payload capacity is even lower than that of my delivery drone." Chapter 73, the integration of this drone with a cruise missile boasting a range of 1,000 kilometers is truly formidable, isn't it? Within the Military Aircraft Research Department, the team scrutinized the preliminary data they had analyzed. Although they had only managed to extract a portion of the information, it was enough to cause considerable distress among them. How on earth has the latest unmanned combat aircraft from the Lighthouse Nation achieved such impressive statistics? One young researcher exclaimed indignantly. Another young researcher, furrowing his brow, added, "Our manned fighter jets are by no means inferior to those of the Lighthouse Nation. So why does this strike and reconnaissance drone lag so significantly behind?" A middle-aged researcher responded gravely. "The disparity in core technologies is substantial. For instance, in terms of propulsion systems, our manned fighters have long surpassed supersonic speeds, yet the unmanned variants are still stuck at a mere 200 to 300 kilometers per hour. This is because the propulsion system of a manned fighter relies solely on high-performance engines, emphasizing thrust-to-weight ratio, and thermal efficiency. However, drones necessitate a lightweight structure, rendering the engines of manned fighters unsuitable for them. Thus, we must develop engines specifically tailored for drones, prioritizing fuel efficiency, reduced weight, and reliability. Moreover, the stealth technology differs considerably. Drones employ shape-shifting and plasma stealth techniques to minimize radar reflection and infrared signatures, achieving invisibility. Conversely, manned fighters utilize stealth coatings, optimized fuselage shapes, and radar-absorbent materials. Of paramount importance is the flight control system. The systems for drones diverge entirely from those for manned aircraft. Since drones do not require pilots, the demands on their flight control systems are significantly higher. Discrepancies in the flight control systems will directly impact operational effectiveness, as the drone's control systems must encompass attitude control, navigation, and autonomous obstacle avoidance. Should there be any issues with the drone's flight control system, it could easily lose control during flight or encounter other complications. Yet, the Lighthouse Nation's flight control systems are advanced beyond our current version by more than one iteration. After hearing this, the young researchers felt disheartened, realizing that they were lagging behind the Lighthouse Nation by such a margin concerning flight control systems. However, after a brief moment of discouragement, they rallied their spirits, declaring, "We must surpass the Lighthouse Nation. Combat drones are destined to be the primary aerial force in future warfare, and we must strive to excel in this domain, lest we fall behind. Indeed, we shall toil diligently, forging swords for our nation. If we do not succeed in 1 year, then 2. If not in 2, then 3. In any case, we shall undoubtedly catch up and even surpass the Lighthouse Nation. The unmanned combat aircraft will be the cornerstone of future aerial combat, and we cannot afford to lag behind in this regard. After all, to be left behind is to be vulnerable to attack." At that moment, a voice of astonishment suddenly resonated within the research laboratory. "Look, you all must see the promotional video for the transport drone just released by Swift Express." The crowd frowned collectively, exclaiming, "Are you serious? We are in the midst of affirming our resolve, particularly one that surpasses that of the Beacon Nation's drones. And you choose this moment to show us a promotional video from a courier company?" The disruption was indeed jarring. Yet, the individual remained engrossed in their phone, oblivious to the reactions around them. The maximum range can reach 6,000 kilometers. The top speed is 360 kilometers per hour. My goodness! And the payload? The expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically, their initial dissatisfaction evaporating, replaced by astonishment and disbelief. "What? Did you just say the transport drone from a courier company has a range and speed comparable to the most advanced drone of the beacon nation? This cannot be true. Are we seriously discussing civilian drones achieving such capabilities? It's inconceivable. Civilian drones are still striving to improve surveillance technology. If they cannot even master that, how could they possibly produce drones on par with the beacon nation's latest models? Allow me to see this for myself. With that, the crowd leaned in closer. Yet the confined space made it difficult for many to catch a glimpse. Consequently, the individual projected the video onto a large screen, prompting everyone to take a seat and watch. The more they observed, the more their astonishment grew. Goodness, the design of this drone? Are you really using it for deliveries? It resembles a fighter jet. The claimed range of 6,000 kilometers and a top speed of 360 kilometers per hour, and the maximum altitude. Goodness. Precision delivery. A payload capacity of 1.5 tons. That surpasses the Beacon Nation's drone by an additional 100 kilograms. Moreover, the payload compartment consists of 4 independent drop bays. This deployment mechanism, how does it seem capable of carrying missiles? My word, precision delivery. This is akin to a bomber. If the missiles were replaced with cruise missiles boasting a range of 1,000 kilometers, wouldn't that be even more formidable? This would mean overtaking the Beacon Nation's latest drone model right on the spot. Although it lacks a detection system, it can be equipped with one, as well as stealth capabilities and more. All of these can be added, provided that these specifications are indeed accurate. As this realization set in, the crowd began to regain their composure. Indeed, this was merely a promotional video from Swift Express, and the content depicted might very well have been animated renderings. What if Swift Express was merely indulging in exaggeration? Perhaps it was all a ploy for publicity? Director, what is your perspective on this? Someone inquired of the head of the research department. After a moment of contemplation, the director of the RD department stated, "We must closely monitor this matter, but refrain from any rash contact. It is imperative that we do not alert them before their test flight." The others nodded in agreement and subsequently returned to their respective tasks. Until the final outcome of this issue is determined, their ongoing work cannot be halted. They must continue their research and development as planned. The chief designer then remarked, "I need to visit the Lonka Institute to consult with academician Meng Guolong regarding the materials for the drone's fuselage." Meng Guolong was one of the key figures involved in the aircraft carrier's arrestor wire incident, and his area of expertise lies in materials science. Meanwhile, as the chief designer had just arrived at the Lonka Institute and engaged in conversation with Meng Guolong, Qin Feng, on his end, rubbed his temples in frustration. "I never anticipated that the QFY-10 would face such challenges right from the outset." The QFY-10 is the designated code for the transport drone being developed for Qifeng Express. The difficulties Qin Feng referred to were related to the production line. When he began to delve into the establishment of a large drone production line, he quickly realized the vast differences compared to that of small drones. Initially, he had contemplated simply acquiring an existing factory, as he had done before. However, regrettably, there were no civilian aircraft manufacturers willing to transfer ownership. Consequently, he was left with no choice but to construct an entirely new production line. Yet, many of the required machines were quite difficult to procure. It was not merely a matter of finances, but rather the absence of suppliers, leaving him uncertain of where to find such equipment. After much deliberation, Qin Feng resolved to call Meng Guolong at the Lonka Institute to inquire about the relevant machinery, seeking to understand their procurement sources and methods. "I will take a leave of absence tomorrow due to a prior engagement, and it is highly likely that updates will be unavailable. However, normal updates will resume the day after tomorrow." Chapter 74. Qin, are you researching fighter jets? At the Dragon Institute of Technology, the Materials Research Institute, Meng Guolong was engaged in a thorough discussion with chief designer Zhu Shichong regarding a new type of land-based bomber from the Dragon Nation. "Chief Zhu, I must admit, I am at a loss concerning the materials you mentioned," Meng Guolong expressed, his face etched with concern. He then inquired, "Aren't you the chief designer of the Honglong 20? Why are you now delving into unmanned aerial vehicles?" The Honglong 20 is the latest bomber currently under development in the Dragon Nation, and Meng Guolong had previously contributed to certain aspects of its material research. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Shichong replied, Since you're also one of the participants in this project, there's no need for concealment. The preliminary development stage of the Honglong 20 has been thoroughly completed. The first prototype is currently in the laboratory, preparing for various performance tests. Static testing is underway, and once that is concluded, we will proceed to flight tests and other dynamic evaluations. If both tests pass without issue, we will enter the mass production assessment phase. A look of delight spread across Meng Guolong's face. This is excellent news. If the Honglong 20 can enter formal production, our bombers will leap into the ranks of the world's elite. Until now, the Lighthouse Nation's bombers have dominated the top tier, while we have been relegated to the second tier alongside the Great Bear. Now, we can finally ascend to the first tier as well. Zhu Shichang nodded, a glimmer of joy illuminating his features, but it was soon overshadowed by a furrowed brow. However, we have just received the latest news that the Lighthouse Nation has achieved a breakthrough with their integrated reconnaissance strike drones. You must understand that combat drones have become one of the most sought-after military technologies among major powers. They will serve as the primary aerial force in future warfare. Currently, our combat drones lag significantly behind those of the Lighthouse Nation. This indicates a pressing need for us to focus on drone development. Meng Guolong nodded in understanding, offering reassurance. But this is not something that can be accomplished overnight. We have spent years catching up with the Lighthouse Nation in manned fighter jets. The same will be required for unmanned aerial vehicles. Time is essential. Chief Designer Zhu concurred. Indeed, we are prepared to invest 5 to 10 years in this pursuit. By the way, a student of mine showed me a promotional video for Qin Express's transport drone. The specifications of that drone seemed quite impressive. Meng Guolong broached the subject. Zhu Shichang initially nodded, then shook his head. We have seen that promotional video as well. However, we find it somewhat absurd. It is likely a gimmick by Qin Express meant for publicity. After all, for a courier company to possess a drone with capabilities on par with the Lighthouse Nation's latest integrated reconnaissance strike drones seems implausible. We simply cannot place our trust in such claims. However, we are also prepared to closely monitor this matter. Perhaps they possess some technology worth our learning. Just then, Meng Guolong's phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Qin Feng, which surprised him. He gestured to Chief Designer Zhu and stepped aside to answer the call. Qin Feng, what prompted you to call me? Meng Guolong inquired with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries, Qin Feng got straight to the point. Mr. Meng, do you have any connections in the aircraft manufacturing sector? I'm referring to large aircraft, not toy planes. Meng Guolong listened intently, casting a glance at Zhu Shichang nearby. Connections in aircraft manufacturing? That will be quite advantageous. The chief designer of Longwa's latest model, capable of entering the ranks of the world's top bombers, was right here. A brief silence from Meng Guolong led Qin Feng to believe he had stumped him, prompting him to ask, if you lack such connections, do you know the procurement methods for these machines? He then listed several machines, including rotor dynamic balancing equipment, electromagnetic pulse shielding equipment, and plasma silicon carbide deposition furnaces. Meng Guolong was left dumbfounded. Qin, what on earth do you need these machines for? Are you researching fighter jets? Qin Feng coughed awkwardly, realizing that mentioning the electromagnetic pulse shielding equipment might have inadvertently revealed his true intentions. No, I'm Xiaoyi transporte drones. You know the same-day delivery promotional video just released by Qin Express, right? Meng Guolong nodded. Of course, how could I not know? I was just discussing this topic with Chief Designer Zhu before answering your call. Good. Qin Feng continued. Then I need not elaborate further. The development and manufacturing of Qin Express's transport drone is my responsibility. I oversee the research and development of the drones featured in that video, while Qin Express handles the financing and procurement. Meng Guolong was taken aback. What? The transport drone we were just discussing with Chief Designer Zhu is actually being developed and manufactured by you? Wait a moment. I'll call you back. With that, Meng Guolong abruptly ended the call and rushed back to Zhu Shichang, visibly excited. Chief Designer Zhu, what were we just saying about the transport drone from Qin? Though Zhu Shichang was puzzled by Meng Guolong's sudden enthusiasm, he replied, we mentioned that it is likely just a marketing gimmick from Qin Express, a mere publicity stunt. After all, if a delivery drone boasts performance metrics comparable to the most advanced reconnaissance strike drones of the Lighthouse Nation, that would indeed be absurd. Meng Guolong shook his head, still visibly excited, yet his tone took on a more serious note. No, I now believe that this matter holds a considerable degree of reliability. Chief Designer Zhu appeared utterly bewildered, lost in confusion. How could it be that after receiving a phone call, Academician Meng had transformed in such a manner? Meng Guolong continued to elucidate. I have just learned that this drone is developed and manufactured under the aegis of Qin Feng. Qin Feng? Chief Designer Zhu murmured, the name sounding somewhat familiar. He is the one responsible for the development of the aircraft carrier arrestor wire. Meng Guolong reminded him. Chief Designer Zhu then experienced a moment of clarity. So, it is he? Chapter 75. The Chief Designer's Assessment of Qin Feng. Subsequently, Chief Designer Zhu expressed his confusion. However, the aircraft carrier arrestor wire and the drone are entirely different entities. Are they not? They have no correlation whatsoever. If Qin Feng can develop such an impressive arrestor wire, can he truly create the type of drone that Express Wind has advertised? Meng Guolong shook his head in response. No. I have interacted with Qin Feng, and I understand the nature of his character. This young man is remarkably humble and unassuming. When we discussed the procurement price of the arrestor wire, we aimed to increase the price, but he insisted on lowering it. You may have heard about that incident. There is another matter you are unaware of. Do you know why we measure the ultimate tensile strength of the arrestor wire? It was in the wake of the accusations from Lighthouse Nation regarding our alleged protection of Qin Feng's theft of confidential information. In that context, Qin Feng revealed that the arrestor wire was developed independently by him and that its tensile strength exceeds 120 tons. The 120 tons was merely the limit of the testing machine at that time. This illustrates just how modest Qin Feng truly is. Thus, when he claims he intends to develop the type of drone promoted by Express Wind, it is highly probable that he can realize this ambition. Even if the actual specifications do not perfectly match the advertised data, the performance should not deviate significantly. Chief Designer Zhu began to waver in his convictions, a flicker of interest appearing on his face. Meng Guolong continued, to take a hypothetical step back, even if the final drone data is far from the advertised claims, Qin Feng will undoubtedly have a firm grasp on the materials required. After all, the arrestor wire achieved such impressive standards because he developed a new type of steel, which is the foundation upon which its tensile strength was built. This indicates that Qin Feng possesses considerable expertise in material science, creating a new type of material suitable for drones. Isn't that precisely the reason you sought me out? Upon hearing this, Chief Designer Zhu, already somewhat intrigued, was now completely captivated and immediately declared, Indeed. Then, Meng Guolong reiterated Qin Feng's request, to which Chief Designer Zhu promptly replied, Isn't this merely about the development and manufacturing of aircraft? Come, let me assist him. Meng Guolong was astonished. You will assist him? Surely, that cannot be. After all, you're the chief designer of our nation's most advanced bomber. Chief Designer Zhu explained, It is precisely by assisting him that I may have the opportunity to engage with the core aspects of his work. Moreover, I do not intend to remain in that role indefinitely. I merely wish to gauge his capabilities. If he lacks substance, I shall withdraw after a couple of days. Meng Guolong instantly comprehended. This was a strategy to assess Qin Feng. How should I convey this to Qin Feng? He inquired, knowing full well that revealing Chief Designer Zhu's identity to Qin Feng was out of the question. Chief Designer Zhu pondered for a moment and remarked thus, Does Qin Feng not require a research and manufacturing base for aircraft development? You should inform him that there exists a relatively unoccupied military aircraft research and manufacturing facility available for temporary use. As for the costs, they can simply be calculated based on wear and tear. When introducing me, just mention that I am the head of a production line. It is certain that we cannot offer this service free of charge. Allowing Qin Feng to utilize this facility teeters on the edge of impropriety. Moreover, it would be essential to monitor Qin Feng's activities, as the facility houses several critical and currently undisclosed projects. Charging Qin Feng only for the costs incurred would merely cover the basic expenses. Meng Guolong nodded in agreement. All right. He promptly placed a call to Qin Feng. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, still perplexed on the other end of the line, wondered, what is happening? Why did Elder Meng abruptly hang up after I mentioned that I am responsible for the research and development of the Jifeng Express drones? Just as he was lost in confusion, Meng Guolong called back. Qin Feng quickly answered the phone. After Meng Guolong finished speaking, Qin Feng was taken aback once more, exclaiming, "Wow, Elder Meng is quite impressive. He actually secured access to a military aircraft research and manufacturing base." However, he soon felt a twinge of anxiety, realizing that this base could only be borrowed temporarily, leaving his production line still unresolved. Oh well, let us take it one step at a time. I must first get a drone airborne. Only then will Jifeng Express consider making a second payment. As for subsequent machinery procurement and establishing my production line, didn't Elder Meng mention that Director Zhu, the head of a production line, is willing to assist me with various production issues? If I cultivate a good relationship with Director Zhu, I might obtain channels for machinery procurement from him as well. With this thought, Qin Feng's worries began to dissipate. Upon arriving at the location specified by Meng Guolong, a military jeep came to a halt before Qin Feng, and a man in his 50s emerged from the vehicle. "Qin Feng, greetings. I am Zhu Shichong, as mentioned by Meng Guolong." Qin Feng quickly extended his hand, saying, "Hello, Director Zhu. I truly appreciate your assistance, not only for allowing me to use your research and manufacturing facility, but also for agreeing to be my assistant." Chief Designer Zhu waved his hand dismissively. "It's a minor issue. I have just concluded another project. Come, I trust you have brought all your luggage." During his time at the facility, Qin Feng would not have the freedom to come and go, a point Zhu had already communicated to Meng Guolong, advising Qin Feng to bring everything necessary. Qin Feng nodded, confirming he had everything packed. Subsequently, he followed Chief Designer Zhu into the vehicle, and they proceeded to the base. Once at the facility, Chief Designer Zhu guided Qin Feng through the environment, informing him which areas were off-limits. Indeed, even without prior notification to Qin Feng, he would have been unable to enter those places, as they were guarded by soldiers, and without the proper credentials, access was utterly impossible. Once he familiarized himself with the surroundings, Qin Feng handed a document to Chief Designer Zhu. This contained the technical specifications and manufacturing processes for the delivery drones intended for Jifeng Express. "Director Zhu, here are the details regarding the drones, including their technical information and production procedures. I would appreciate it if you could arrange for the team to commence manufacturing. Should you require anything further from me, please do not hesitate to ask." In truth, Qin Feng himself was not well versed in these matters. It was primarily up to Director Zhu to oversee the arrangements. As for why he felt so at ease in trusting the information to Director Zhu, it was simply because Qin Feng harbored no fear of potential leaks. Upon receiving the document, Chief Designer Zhu was momentarily taken aback. "Wait, you're just giving this to me so easily? You have no defenses in place? You trust me this much?" He had initially considered leveraging his position as Qin Feng's assistant to find opportunities to access the core information, yet here he was directly handed the technical data. Reflecting on this, Chief Designer Zhu felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Look at how sincere and straightforward he is. Meanwhile, I was contemplating surreptitiously engaging with some core aspects. How could I have been so? He decided to set aside his self-reproach for the evening and first delve into the technical specifications of the drones to ascertain whether they truly matched the impressive data claimed by Jifeng Express. Chapter 76. Chief Engineer Zhu. Can I measure Qin Feng? Holding a stack of technical documents thicker than 2 combined volumes of the Xinhua dictionary and printed on A4 paper, Chief Engineer Zhu sought a nearby surface to place them upon, and thus began his perusal. As he delved deeper into the material, he became increasingly astonished. The data referenced within this technical dossier was entirely feasible. In fact, there were certain technical challenges that he could not immediately comprehend and would require further investigation. Qin Feng, may I share this documentation with our research team?" Chief Engineer Zhu gazed at Qin Feng with eager anticipation, seeking his approval. Qin Feng nodded, "Of course. How can we expedite our work without allowing your team to review it? However, do you still have a research team?" Indeed, the military research facility was vastly different from the outside world. A mere production line manager possessed a research team. Qin Feng was deeply impressed. Unbeknownst to Chief Engineer Zhu, Qin Feng's thoughts were elsewhere, but upon receiving Qin Feng's consent, he hurriedly clutched the technical documents and dashed towards the research department. Along the way, Chief Engineer Zhu pondered, what was I intending to do? Measure Qin Feng? Am I truly worthy of such a task? This technical documentation is beyond my full comprehension. I need the research team's input. How audacious of me to even think of measuring Qin Feng. Before long, Chief Engineer Zhu arrived at the location of the research team. They were all diligently engaged in their work, naturally focused on developing an integrated reconnaissance strike unmanned aerial vehicle. Yes, let us run that data again. I refuse to believe it, Engineer Wang. Have the computer simulation result for the engine been completed? I believe we can further refine our engine's power source model. Otherwise, how could we achieve such endurance? I wonder what kind of power system the Lighthouse Nation has employed upon seeing Chief Engineer Zhu. One of the team members acknowledged him with a nod before returning to their research. This was the typical work atmosphere. Once immersed in their tasks, rank or identity mattered little. No one wished to be interrupted during such critical moments of inspiration. Ideas often sprang forth spontaneously, and if not captured in the moment, they could easily dissipate, making the team reluctant to allow external distractions. Chief Engineer Zhu was well aware of this dynamic, having experienced it himself. However, the current situation was different. Their fleeting inspirations could now be set aside, for the advanced drone manufacturing technology lay firmly in his grasp. Chief Engineer Zhu signaled to the team, "Everyone, hold on for a moment. Let us convene." One member immediately pointed to the laboratory computer, saying, "Chief Engineer Zhu, please give me a moment. I still have a set of data that needs to finish processing." "Chief Zhu, I shall be a bit late, as I have just conceived a notion that I must document." "Chief Zhu, the Research and Development Department is frequently echoing requests for leave, a commonplace occurrence in the past, which Chief Zhu would typically approve without hesitation. However, today is different. Chief Designer Zhu has categorically rejected all requests. Everyone must convene in the meeting room. Not a single person is to be absent. The crowd is left bewildered, casting quizzical glances at Chief Zhu. What is the matter? Wasn't the focus always on the immediate tasks at hand? Why has this meeting suddenly taken precedence over our current endeavors? Unperturbed, Chief Zhu clutches a hefty volume of drone technology documentation and strides toward the meeting room, reiterating to the assembly, "All members, promptly proceed to the meeting room. Not one shall be absent." The group exchanges perplexed looks, yet ultimately complies and makes their way to the meeting room. Could there be a significant announcement to make? As they walk, discussions arise. What could possibly be more vital than the inspiration I have just conceived? I have devised a method to extend the drone's endurance. If this idea proves feasible, we could make substantial strides in bridging the gap with the leading nation, potentially reducing our projected timeline of catching up in 5 years, surpassing in 10 by a year or more. Oh, you are merely boasting. TSK, you still doubt it? Once the meeting concludes, I shall commence verification, and when it becomes a reality, you shall be left utterly astonished. In the meeting room, Chief Designer Zhu observes that most have gathered and prepares to commence the meeting. However, upon turning around, he notices the banner proclaiming the goal of catching up in 5 years and surpassing in 10. Chief Designer Zhu immediately displays disdain. What is the purpose of displaying this relic now? With that, he yanks the banner down, leaving everyone in the meeting room once again in a state of confusion. Chief Zhu, why have you removed the banner? Are we no longer pursuing drone research? Or have we set new timelines? Chief Designer Zhu, with an air of audacity, responds, "What new goals? We shall no longer chase. It is unnecessary." The crowd is once again left in bewilderment, exchanging glances that reveal their shared perplexity. Chief Designer Zhu continues, "This morning, did you all see the promotional video for the transport drone released by Swiftwind Express? Do you recall?" The assembly nods in acknowledgement. Of course, we remember. That delivery drone specifications are comparable to the most advanced reconnaissance strike drones from the leading nation. How could we forget? We even speculated that it was likely just a gimmick. While we continued our research and kept relevant departments informed. Chief Designer Zhu nods in agreement. Indeed. However, by a fortunate turn of events, I have discovered who is responsible for the research and manufacturing of that drone. Moreover, I have invited him to our base. He has already provided me with the technical documentation. As he spoke, Chief Designer Zhu gestured towards the substantial files on the table. I have perused some of the content and discovered that the drone indeed meets the advertised specifications. The conference room erupted in excitement, with expressions of disbelief and astonishment on everyone's faces. What? It can truly achieve such data? Does this mean we could soon possess drones with capabilities equivalent to those of the most advanced drones from the Lighthouse Nation? With just a few modifications, such as equipping it with radar reconnaissance features and stealth capabilities, we could be in possession of such technology. By the way, Chief Zhu, who is the mastermind behind this drone? Which military research institute is responsible? Which chief designer has created such an impressive drone, yet opted not to report it, instead allowing Qin Express to handle deliveries? This is truly absurd. In the conference room, a group of military researchers gazed intently at Chief Zhu. He shook his head and replied, "It is not from any specific research institute, nor is it even from military personnel." The room erupted once more. If it is not from a military research institute, does that imply it is likely from a civilian aircraft development team? A team focused on civil aviation has managed to develop such an extraordinary drone. These researchers are not ordinary. They were originally members of the advanced H-Dragon 20 bomber development team of the Dragon Nation. Any one of them could be deemed a genius. Yet at this moment, they all hold immense respect for the team that developed this drone. To have achieved such remarkable technology outside of a military research context is truly impressive. Simultaneously, curiosity piqued as they wondered which company's development team was behind this innovation. Chapter 77. This is already a first-tier unmanned combat drone, as the curious gazes of those present focused intently. Chief Designer Zhu spoke slowly once more. As you are all aware, our Dragon Nation's aircraft carriers currently employ a particular type of arrestor wire, correct? Nods of acknowledgement rippled through the room. We know, but Chief Designer Zhu, isn't this supposed to be about the drone? Why are we discussing the arrestor wire? Someone interjected. Could you please reveal which civilian aircraft research institute developed this unmanned drone? With a smile, Chief Designer Zhu replied, "Actually, the individuals behind the development of this drone are none other than the same team that created the arrestor wire, Qin Feng." A wave of astonishment surged through the meeting room, far exceeding previous reactions. It felt as though an earthquake had erupted within their minds. What? PISNT, even from an aircraft development background? Someone exclaimed, their voice rising several octaves. This is simply unbelievable. I know of Qin Feng, and I am aware that he developed the arrestor wire, which surpasses that of the Lighthouse Nation by 40 years. But to think he also created such an extraordinary drone. Am I still dreaming? Have I been working non-stop these past few days to the point of confusion? Or was there something wrong with my hearing? No, Chief Designer Zhu. You might want to reconsider what you just said. Another voice chimed in, bewildered. Observing their shocked expressions, Chief Designer Zhu chuckled and said, I understand your astonishment. But let's not dwell on that for now. We should first analyze this technical documentation. There are numerous aspects that I presently do not comprehend and require thorough investigation. With that, he projected the thick dossier of drone technology onto the large screen in the conference room. The previously bustling room fell into a profound silence. Regardless of their lingering disbelief about Qin Feng's involvement, their attention was now wholly captivated by the screen. 3 hours later, the attendees were left in a state of utter amazement. So the propulsion system can be designed this way? Incredible, truly remarkable, exclaimed one. The materials used for the fuselage are not even novel. Yet how is it that the overall weight has been significantly reduced? You clearly missed the section on the propulsion system, another remarked. Damn, I specialize in materials. I'm not well versed in propulsion systems. Oh right, this propulsion system is extraordinary. It achieves high endurance even with reduced onboard energy. Enthusiastic discussions erupted about the technical design of the drone. Ah, by the way, Chief Designer Zhu, could you turn to the pages on the payload pod? I wish to examine the specific design of that component, someone suddenly suggested. Without hesitation, Chief Designer Zhu flipped to the illustrated section on the payload pod. The individual gazed intently for a moment before exclaiming in astonishment. Isn't this contraption akin to the load-bearing pods of our fighter jets? Could it not be directly equipped with missiles? Indeed, to ensure the versatility of the production line, this simplified delivery version bears no outward modifications compared to the original reconnaissance strike unmanned aerial vehicle, including the load-bearing pod. Thus, this delivery drone retains the characteristic of delivering missiles. The crowd was once again taken aback. What? It resembles the load pod of a fighter jet? Let me take a closer look. Indeed, it does. They had previously overlooked this detail. Goodness, was this drone truly designed for delivery purposes? Is it not intended for unmanned combat operations? This drone is equipped with a precision delivery system, correct? Pairing the load pod with a cruise missile boasting a range of 1,000 kilometers would render it the most formidable unmanned combat aircraft, wouldn't it? A cruise missile, in simple terms, is a tracking missile capable of pursuing its target. The crowd's excitement grew. Could this not bring them closer to the world's foremost reconnaissance strike unmanned aerial vehicles? Even if the reconnaissance function is ultimately unattainable, the reconnaissance aspect of the reconnaissance strike vehicle may not be realized, yet the current capabilities could still effectively fulfill the strike component, warranting its classification among the world's elite unmanned combat aircraft. By the way, Chief Zhu, was this drone indeed developed by Qin Feng? Finally, someone resumed the inquiry on this topic. Chief Zhu nodded affirmatively, stating, Qin Feng is right here at our base. This technical documentation was personally provided to me by him. Such a crucial set of technical documents could hardly have been acquired from others, could it? The individual continued, Chief Zhu, regarding the modifications to this drone, such as the addition of reconnaissance and stealth systems, would it not be prudent to consult directly with Qin Feng? Given his ability to develop such an impressive drone, he may possess valuable insights on these aspects as well. Expressions of realization spread among the crowd. Indeed, since the developer of the drone was present, why not collaborate with him directly? Chief Zhu also experienced a sudden epiphany. It made sense to engage Qin Feng for research, as this approach would likely be more expedient than their team laboring over technical documents. Thus, he promptly declared, all right, wait here for me. I shall summon Qin Feng immediately. As he hastily prepared to depart, he suddenly recalled something and turned back to the group, saying, by the way, I have introduced myself to Qin Feng as the head of a production line. When the time comes, you shall refer to yourselves as members of my research team. As the words lingered on his lips, Chief Zhu surveyed the multitude of researchers in the conference room and pondered how a production line head could possibly command such an extensive research team. He swiftly amended his statement. You shall simply say you are technical personnel from the production line. While it may sound somewhat absurd, considering that even the most advanced production lines for combat aircraft currently do not employ such a multitude of technical personnel, this excuse is certainly more plausible than the first. Moments later, Chief Designer Zhu hurriedly arrived with Qin Feng. Upon witnessing the situation in the conference room, Qin Feng was genuinely taken aback, pondering the sheer number of technical staff present. The scale of this production line is indeed impressive. Military aircraft production lines are distinctly different from their civilian counterparts. However, the subsequent question posed by Chief Designer Zhu left Qin Feng momentarily stunned. Qin Feng, we wish to integrate a reconnaissance system into your drone. Do you have any thoughts on this? Chapter 78, Research and Development Team. Upon hearing the words, Qin Feng sighed inwardly. You convened a meeting for several hours, and the first thing you ask me is whether I have any thoughts on adding a reconnaissance system? I spent the better part of a day completing the downsizing of the delivery drone, and you insist on further developing it into a combat aircraft, do you? Yet, one must concede, Qin Feng is indeed capable of contributing to this discussion. After all, a tenfold enhancement of his physique does not solely apply to the physical realm. His cognitive faculties have also been significantly amplified. His comprehension, memory, and reasoning abilities have all undergone tremendous improvement. Otherwise, how could one possibly finalize the downsizing of the drone in just half a day? That would be akin to a pipe dream. With an abundance of technical documentation to sift through, one would typically require weeks to analyze it thoroughly. Fortunately, thanks to his enhanced intellect, Qin Feng, an outsider in this field, managed to achieve this feat in a mere half day. Having studied the original data on the integrated reconnaissance strike drone for an extended period, His memory has vastly improved. While he may not possess photographic recall, he can retain approximately 80% of the information. Moreover, as he had reviewed it just the day prior, his memory is still at its peak. If a few more days were to pass, that 80% might dwindle to 50. Thus, the current Qin Feng can indeed draw upon his recollection of the original technical data to engage in discussions regarding the reconnaissance system. Observing Qin Feng's contemplative silence, Chief Designer Zhu could readily discern that the young man harbored some ideas on the subject. However, he seemed hesitant to share them. Anticipating Qin Feng's internal conflict, Chief Designer Zhu promptly interjected, "Qin Feng, you must understand that we, as military-based technicians, instinctively consider the military applications of such drones upon encountering them. Rest assured, our discussion will be brief and will not impede your work on the drone." Casting a glance around the conference room, Qin Feng noticed that everyone was gazing at him with eager anticipation, nodding in agreement with Chief Designer Zhu's remarks. After a moment of reflection, he replied, "Very well, I shall share my thoughts briefly." He then began to recall the content of the original technical documentation while articulating his insights. Naturally, he refrained from revealing all the details of the original material, deliberately withholding certain information. After all, these individuals were not part of his inner circle, and there was no necessity to divulge too much. Had they been his own team, he would have unreservedly presented the original data, particularly since he intended to manufacture that original reconnaissance strike drone himself. Regrettably, they were not. During his exposition, Qin Feng adhered closely to the text. Yet the attendees in the conference room responded differently, frequently expressing their realizations. "Oh, so that's how it works?" The reconnaissance system can be integrated with the control and communication systems in this manner. No wonder there exists such a significant disparity between the reconnaissance systems of drones and those of man-fighter jets. It turns out that adjustments must be made within the programming code of the flight control systems. Fortunately, the concepts articulated by Qin Feng are rather advanced, compelling everyone to focus solely on memorization and comprehension, leaving no time for inquiries. Otherwise, Qin Feng would have truly found himself in a quandary. The prodigies in the conference room held an immense admiration for Qin Feng. He was indeed remarkable. At that moment, Qin Feng too was equally impressed by the assembly of talent surrounding him. Truly, those from military bases are exceptional. Even the technical staff on the production line exhibit formidable capabilities. I can only recite the material, yet they grasp it in a remarkably short time. He was soon struck with a thought. How wonderful it would be if these individuals were on my side. The production of the original unmanned combat drone would proceed so smoothly. Alas, what a pity. I cannot simply poach personnel from military bases. I hope that when I establish my own production line in the future, I can recruit individuals of such caliber. I will be satisfied with even half of their abilities. At long last, after half an hour, Qin Feng concluded his recitation. To everyone's understanding, this marked the end of Qin Feng's insightful discourse. "Qin Feng, what are your thoughts on stealth systems?" Director Zhu promptly inquired, prompting the team from the H-20 development group to internally commend him for not neglecting the aspect of stealth. Qin Feng nearly choked on a sip of water he had just consumed. Goodness, having just discussed the reconnaissance system. Now, the focus shifts to the stealth system. Are you fully immersed in the research of unmanned combat aircraft? Are you certain you are merely the head of the production line? Are you perhaps also keen to discuss how the control systems integrate with cruise missiles? Sensing the astonishment in Qin Feng's gaze, Director Zhu chuckled awkwardly and explained, "We are merely technical personnel from the military base's production line, naturally inclined towards military matters. It's a professional habit, please understand. Rest assured, this is the final topic. Once we conclude our discussion on stealth performance, we shall proceed to the production of your drone." Qin Feng nodded. "Very well. Then I shall briefly elaborate once more." Thus ensued another half-hour of recitation. However, the information Qin Feng imparted proved immensely beneficial for all present. Having completed the discussion, Qin Feng inquired, "Now, we can't delve into any other topics, can we?" He took a sip of water and fixed his gaze on Director Zhu. In truth, Director Zhu had contemplated asking how the cruise missiles could be integrated into the control systems, but remembering his earlier promise that this was the last question, He suppressed the impulse and conceded, "No more, no more. We shall now commence the production of the drone. Rest assured, we are professionals, and within a few days, you will witness a complete transport drone." Qin Feng nodded, feeling a sense of relief. "All right, I shall take my leave then." His mind was preoccupied with the urgency to depart. Any delay might invite inquiries that could unveil his superficial knowledge. Just as he uttered this thought, several individuals raised their hands, signaling for his attention. "Master Qin, you mentioned employing algorithms to diminish the predictability of flight paths, thereby enhancing stealth capabilities. I still struggle to grasp this concept." Master Qin, regarding the relationship between the reconnaissance system and the control system. Qin Feng felt overwhelmed. These inquiries were beyond his comprehension as well. Even if he were to peruse the original technical documentation, he would require considerable time to decipher it. Thus, he sought an excuse to decline further discussion. "Let us refrain from delving into these topics," he stated, hastily making his exit. However, as he slipped out of the conference room, a wave of regret washed over him. Such talent is truly remarkable, yet they are not under my guidance. Meanwhile, the assembly of researchers within the conference room gazed longingly at Qin Feng's retreating figure. Master Qin is exceptional. He has illuminated the complexities of drone reconnaissance and stealth that have confounded us for so long, all within a mere hour, providing us with clarity and direction. If only he could lead our new project. Suddenly, Chief Designer Zhu felt a chill creep down his spine, sensing an ominous shift. "Why do I suddenly feel a shiver, as if facing a potential betrayal?" He shook his head, dismissing the apprehension. "Regardless, I must report this matter to the higher-ups." Chapter 79. He might become the closest being to a deity. In Chief Engineer Zhu's office, he had just finished reporting to his superiors. The other party fell into silence for a moment before speaking. "Are you implying that the drone developed by Qin Feng for a courier company rivals the most advanced reconnaissance strike drones of the Lighthouse Nation in terms of endurance and speed?" Chief Engineer Zhu clarified, "Sir, it is not merely endurance and speed that we are discussing. In terms of reconnaissance and stealth capabilities, I estimate that they will also be on par with the most sophisticated drones of the Lighthouse Nation once fully realized." However, Qin Feng has only provided a verbal description, lacking the specific technical data typical of transport drones. Consequently, we currently possess only concepts and methods regarding reconnaissance and stealth, devoid of concrete data. We will only obtain such data after commencing detailed research. An urgent voice on the other end of the line responded. "Then expedite your research," Chief Engineer Zhu replied earnestly. "However, our current role is that of technical personnel on the production line, not military aircraft developers. This role must be maintained at least until the first transport drone is fully operational. As I have assured Qin Feng that we will devote ourselves to the production of transport drones, aiming for the first to be operational within a few days." Silence enveloped the phone once more. After a prolonged pause, a heavy sigh emerged